You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher, Chapter 1501, Studying You. Shireen gave an expectant nod as she saw Lex's reaction. She was long familiar with the behavior of the resort, and although they offered the very best services, they also charged similarly. Considering that their primary target audience were Tao lords, they weren't really concerned that those of lower cultivation levels found their prices to be too high or outrageous. After all, even those of lower cultivation levels who visited their resort were, more often than not, affiliated with Tao-level organizations. Moreover, everything that the resort used was of the highest quality, and was not only rare and difficult to find. In certain cases, it was practically impossible to acquire based solely on wealth. Being able to buy something from them was already the resort showing great favor, regardless of the price offered. Meanwhile, Lex was looking at the figure quoted in front of him, his mind racing as he tried to explain it. With the immense self-control he had, there was no way he could have allowed his jaw to drop unless he wanted it to. Yet he needed to show such a reaction, first to assuage Shireen's expectations of the immense price he would have to pay, and secondly to satisfy the resort's expectation. After all, they were offering to sell him the brimming dream Lotus for the whopping price of absolutely free. The fact that Lifesketcher asked him not to share the price could have been standard procedure, but Lex felt like it was because they didn't want to spread word that they had given out something for free. What he didn't understand was why they would do such a thing. Even if the governor of the Origin Realm had splurged to give him the premium package, it should not include the price for any shopping he wanted to do. I think I might need to talk to someone before accepting such a price. I was mentally prepared for a high price, yet something like this is highly unusual. Such a response was already anticipated. If you would follow me, I can take you to our concierge atelier, who usually handles such requests from guests. Afterwards, you will be set to continue the remainder of your services. Due to some unexpected occurrences, the timing for your baptism has moved forward. Lex nodded and turned to Shireen. Please excuse me while I handle this matter. I'll come see you before I leave, and we can finalize the matter of your request. Very well, I will wait for you. I wish you a fruitful negotiation. Lex gave her an appreciative nod, though he doubted it was possible to negotiate a deal better than the one he was already getting. Lex followed Lifesketcher into the light and realized it was acting like a portal. Next moment he found himself inside a very comfortable-looking office, though it was empty save him and Lifesketcher. Lex assumed that they would wait for someone, but unexpectedly, Lifesketcher walked up to the leather sofa right in front of him and took a seat. Please, Lex, have a seat. I've been waiting for an opportunity to have an open chat with you. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Lifesketcher Morvin, company commander of the 5th Seraph Battalion. As you can probably imagine, acting as a guest valet is not usually under my purview. Lex was both surprised, and yet not so surprised by the sudden reveal. He took a seat opposite to Lifesketcher and took a moment to figure out how the Seraphim was able to sit on a sofa of a normal design with 4 massive wings on his back, folded though they may be. It seemed like in their folded state, the wings turned into light, not impeding the Seraphim in any way. No, unless the Seraphim army operates quite differently from the armies I know, I doubt commanders often see to guests at a resort. I would introduce myself, but I suppose that's not really necessary. Very good. No, I assure you our army operates like a normal one. Please forgive me for introducing myself earlier. Outside of these walls, my identity is not really known. More importantly, since I had taken up a role as a valet, I had to act it out properly. It's no trouble. I suppose I have to thank you for the generous price I received for the Lotus. Oh no, I had nothing to do with that. I suppose I should explain. The truth is that your heaven's guidance was a little abnormal compared to what we usually host, and though you suffered no harm, the resort is extremely apologetic for exposing you to potential danger. If you had not raised the request for the Lotus, the resort would have presented you with another gift of some sort as a token of their apology. Since you made the request, you actually made life for the resort much easier. When you are ready to leave the resort, you will be given the Lotus as long as you sign on a statement accepting that neither you nor the Innkeeper will hold the resort responsible for this slight oversight. By the way, I am not usually a part of the resort, so I have no reservations admitting that I'm impressed by how scared the resort is of the Innkeeper. I've never seen them behave this way. It makes one wonder what he's done to deserve such a reputation. Lex had no idea why Lifesketcher was so interested in him, especially since everything he had witnessed so far made it seem like the Seraphim were strongly against the humanoid alliance, even if, So far, they were maintaining neutrality within the resort. It couldn't be helped. Even if it had been countless years, their history made it impossible for Lex to believe that they were neutral. That was exactly why he wanted so strongly to maintain the inn as a neutral place. Yet his actions against the Fugan and the minor support he had shown for the human race might already be enough to paint a certain amount of bias towards a few groups. Most importantly, at some point along the way, he must have done something that had an influence he wasn't aware of, or else the Seraphim wouldn't be afraid of the Innkeeper, as Lycanderoth claimed, if he was telling the truth. Even if the Innkeeper's reputation depicted him as being strong, there was no reason why the resort should have been afraid of a lone Dao Lord. If I had to guess, it would have something to do with them respecting him for being an excellent host. As far as I know, the Innkeeper has had no confrontations with anyone for there to be any intimidating reputation to speak of. Speaking of reputations, I didn't even know I had enough of a reputation to garner such attention from a company commander. Lycanderoth chuckled, as if he found Lex's statement amusing. Indeed, it is too early for you to begin seeing the effects of your reputation, but believe me, you very much have a very strong reputation that is only set to grow further. Since your primary focus is the hospitality business, I expect you're not too familiar with the finer details of how the army works. Am I right? What's there not to understand? Armies are deterrents and weapons to be used against enemies. It's not that complicated. And yet, running an army is far from simple, Lycanderoth insisted. Every officer needs to go through numerous training to ensure they're properly qualified for the position they fill, and often enough officers are sent to allying realms to receive their latest training, and as a form of exchange to keep relations close. I myself am set to be shipped off to the Origin realm soon to undergo training in special operations strategies. Based on the brief I've gotten, we're going to be studying your strategy to eliminate Sanguis Pluvia for the entire duration of our training. I'm sure the training won't cover the more sensitive areas of your operation, for which information will surely remain classified. Even so, knowing that you oversaw the operations while being on the field yourself, I was very impressed. It's a remarkable feat you've accomplished, one that countless have failed to do before you. When I found out you were coming here, I had to take the opportunity to meet you, and I must say, you did not disappoint. I won't pry on how you did it, but just witnessing you experience heaven's guidance for so many days without the slightest repercussion was an honor. Lex smiled softly, as if the recognition was quite flattering for him. In truth, he was realizing that he had never realized that others might study his actions in so much detail. He had to be even more careful in all his ventures moving forward. Please, you're flattering me. In truth, I did nothing special. I was just at the right place at the right time, and I had a good team to back me up. Chapter 1502, Augur of Heaven I. Lycanderoth gave Lex an understanding smile, as if he knew perfectly well that no one was going to reveal their personal strategies, especially to a stranger. Actually, there is another reason why I wanted to meet with you as well. Seeing as how your time within the resort is limited, I won't waste any more of it with pleasantries. As I'm sure you know by now, the Seraphim employ a foreign policy of friendliness or bearing that neutrality. We run a resort where everyone is welcome and like to make friends rather than enemies. Yet in this universe, it is incredibly difficult to make only friends and no enemies at all. I'm sure you are already aware of our past enmities with the angels, yet that is a conflict in the past. For a very long time, both sides have been more than content to maintain the status quo, as it were. Yet the Seraphim have another enemy, one who we cannot ignore and cannot tolerate. It is a hate so deep that neither is content to exist while the other survives, and over the years we have done everything in our power to fight and destroy them. Unfortunately, friends are just friends, and that does not mean we can use them to fight our battles. Nor is our enemy without allies of their own, which makes the situation even more troublesome. That is why, at every opportunity we get, the Seraphim try to ally with the enemies of our most hated enemy. As it happens, Lex, I believe you fall perfectly into such a category. I'm afraid there's been some kind of misunderstanding, interrupted Lex. The Midnight Inn does not have any enemies, and despite what some of my recent actions may suggest, the inn does not proactively act against others either. Any action I took was done so independently, and does not reflect on the inn's stance. Oh no, I am well aware of that. I am not approaching you as a representative of the Midnight Inn, Lex Williams. I am here, talking to you for you. One of our most hated enemies goes by the name HOA, or the Heavenly Overlords Association. I believe you personally made a threat against one of their members, and yet you live to this day unharmed despite being a mere immortal. Lex narrowed his eyes as he recalled her. He dared not think of her name, even within the protected walls of the Seraphim Resort, for the power of a demi-Dao lord was not something he could treat lightly. She was the second daughter of Ra he had ever met, and was the hidden boss behind Sangui's Pluvia. She was the one behind Damien, his wretched grandfather who Lex so looked forward to meeting. Lex was in perfect control of himself, emitting not the slightest hint of the killing intent he was feeling, yet Lifesketcher seemed to sense it anyway. The Seraphim smiled, as if his purpose had been accomplished already. "It seems that we may have something to discuss after all," said Lex in an even tone. "What can you tell me about the HOA, and what exactly do you want from me?" "About the HOA, I can tell you a lot. Similarly, there is much that I want from you, but there is not much I will actually ask of you. Deities, as you may or may not know, usually cannot leave their realms. They are also intrinsically linked to their own system of faith or belief, without which they cannot exist. The Seraphim, who are directly linked to heavens, have a strong relationship with deities. More specifically, we have a relationship of superiority, in a way. More often than not, a deity's lore will include stories of some heaven or hell, even if they have no real link to it. If a deity grows powerful enough and does manage to connect to a heaven, it is usually under the terms of the local Seraphim. This way, the Seraphim and the deities form a mutually beneficial relationship. Yet the HOA is an association of deities who, through various heinous acts and sacrilegious means, broke free of the restraints of their realms while retaining a modicum of their original power. What's worse is that, often enough, a means of their survival is acting like a parasite towards certain heavens and hells. The worst part is that since they've broken free of the traditional confines of the deity's power structure, they can set up their belief systems in various realms, making them practically impossible to kill. One such means for them to do this is by taking advantage of traditional deities who have a normal relationship with heavens and hells. If they're happening to parasite a heaven or hell, they can use its connection to the various realms connected to it and spread their faith there. Even though they are severely weakened from the original state, such deities remain one of the beings closest to true immortality in the universe, even harder to kill than a Dao Lord. Naturally, while their actions make them natural enemies of Hellions and Seraphim, they are also formidable allies to have, and so many powers are more than willing to protect them. Not all deities who do such a thing have joined the HOA, but it is undeniable that the HOA is the largest organization of such deities. As such, they are always trying to undermine the power and influence of the heavens, and are similarly always being targeted by those they have harassed. Lex did not frown, but he sure as hell was frowning internally. Even for someone like him, who went against common sense and logic all the time, learning that one of their sworn foes was essentially an unkillable that even Dao Lords could not necessarily eliminate, was something completely bizarre. Now there's good news and there's bad news as far as the HOA goes. As a law of the universe, all deities are hard-locked to the demi-Dao Lord realm. No matter how much their faith spreads and how much divine energy they accumulate, they can never truly become a Dao Lord. That means the deities within the HOA are all demi-Dao Lords and are severely weakened at that. So despite their nearly unkillable state, the amount of harm they can do is limited. That's the good news. The bad news is, there is a very distinct possibility that as the era changes and the universe enters its next phase, the limit on the deity's power realm is lifted. After all, what is the universe if not the largest realm? If seen through such a perspective, then just as the maturity of a realm limits the highest achievable realm, the maturity of the universe may similarly be limiting the highest achievable realm for cultivators and deities alike. As such, before the era changes, the fight between the HOA and us must conclude. Lex leaned back into his chair and thought about what he had just heard. The timeline for fighting the HOA was pretty big from his point of view. Yet if he considered how long it might take him to reach the Dao Lord realm, he wasn't certain it would be enough. After all, Lex was basically taking for granted that he would become a Dao Lord. Even if he took that as true, there was no guarantee that it would be a quick or easy process. He could not even imagine what kind of tribulation he would face to become a Dao Lord. He doubted it would be a quick one, considering that Cassandra began her ascent into that realm so long ago, and yet she had made no noticeable progress. "You have convinced me that the HOA is a menace," Lex admitted candidly. "Yet you have not yet told me anything about her and her relationship with the HOA, not to mention what exactly you want from me." At this point, Lifesketcher was not quick to reply. Instead, he leaned back and looked at Lex for a moment, as if considering his words carefully. Lex had once unlocked a sixth sense, one that seemed quite useless compared to all his other abilities, yet it seemed to come in handy at uncanny times. The sixth sense allowed him to sense the emotions of others, and this went beyond his own ability to simply determine their feelings based on their micro-expressions and energy signatures. It was truly mystical and unexplainable. At this moment, he could tell that Lycanderoth was feeling both fearful and conflicted, which was not the emotions Lex had been expecting. Originally, the request I wanted to make of you was quite simple. Yet after your unusual experience in the heavens' guidance, I thought of another possibility. I admit, do not know whether I should address it or not. Don't hold back, said Lex. Weren't you the one who said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Then among friends there is no need to hold back. Chapter 1503, Augur of Heaven I. Haha, I expect nothing less from one with the courage to threaten a demi-Dao lord, said Lycanderoth, though his emotions did not ease up upon hearing Lex's invitation to be candid. Instead, he tensed up even more. Some knowledge, as you probably know, is not so easily born, Lycanderoth said. I am afraid that if my guess is wrong and I say something inappropriate, I might end up hurting you. Such a start won't bode well for our fledgling cooperation. Lex wanted to assure him that he could handle it, yet at the same time experience held him back from making a drastic decision. Lycanderoth had a powerful background, and so knowledge that he thought could be harmful to him must really be a secret of epic proportions. Lex was contemplating how exactly to proceed when he felt a change take place in his mind. A Go board appeared, and then all at once, pieces started to appear. One after another, white pieces appeared on various boards, suddenly gaining an overwhelming advantage, at least in terms of the number of pieces. All of them were normal, oval beads, and weren't like the rook that nearly launched Lex into cultivation deviation. Yet the sudden arrival of over a dozen pieces suddenly gave Lex a foreboding feeling. It was subtle, almost feeling like it was simply his imagination. Yet Lex never imagined such things, and he had a strong trust in his intuition. Whatever had happened, it was definitely bad for Lex, and not just because of the Go pieces. He felt like whatever happened that resulted in so many pieces was also directly bad for him, as if it affected his future in a negative way. Yet the feeling was too distant and illusory for him to properly investigate. Once he was certain that nothing else was happening, and as the Go board slowly vanished from his mind, Lex returned his attention to Lycanderoth. He was destined to never take the easy path, and the hurdles in his way would always be greater than his peers. If he stopped taking risks just because they were risks, he would ultimately fall to one of the many dangers he was destined to face. All he needed to do was assess if the danger was too great for him to take. For example, he knew better than to delve into secrets related to Dao lords. But if the danger was not up to that level, then he could probably tolerate it. Besides, knowledge was power, and sometimes this saying was very literal. Unless the danger of this topic is equivalent to that of learning about the Dao, then you can speak of it directly without holding back. Lycanderoth's hesitation vanished upon receiving Lex's final confirmation, yet it was then replaced by a solemnity that encompassed his entire being. On paper, in this day and age, the various races are flourishing, and the secrets of the universe are all but revealed. Yet the truth is, all the powerful races know that they are but ants scouring in a garden, no matter what heights they reach. The true face of the universe, perhaps there is no one alive with the qualifications to measure it. I just mentioned that you can view the universe itself as one large realm. If you do that, then the realms that we inhabit are akin to minor realms or pocket realms compared to the main one. Yet when we travel between the realms, we find only the void. So where is the actual space, the actual realm, that is our universe? Lex paused and even held his breath, for what Lycanderoth was saying basically overturned Lex's understanding of the universe. As far as he knew, or at least as far as he imagined, the universe was some kind of large, ever-growing boundary within which was an endless void. The void, just as its name depicted, lacked all concepts of space, though it could not escape the concept of time. Yet within that void there were also countless minor and major realms, within which existed all life. Technically speaking, even the void contained the void dwellers, so it was not devoid of life. But generally, it was his understanding that the majority of life in the universe existed within those small bastions of safety and security within the endless void known as realms. Yet if he looked at the universe itself as the largest realm, and all existing realms within it as minor realms of various sizes, then where was all that space? The universe, infinitely vast, capable of holding countless major realms bigger than the origin realm, was not actually empty. If that was the case then the primordials, who were the beings born in the first realm at the birth of the universe, up until now considered the most powerful beings to have been born, what even was their worth when compared to whatever was born in the space of the actual universe itself? For a moment, Lex was too stunned to respond. Yet a moment is all such a revelation was able to arrest his attention. Even if what Lifesketcher was claiming was true, he had no reason to believe that it somehow overturned his understanding of the universe. His sources of information were more than just a few random books or scrolls. His system, Mary, and the countless other beings he had met who held tremendous power had constantly supported his current understanding of the universe, whether through their words or actions. Seeing how quickly Lex recovered, Lifesketcher couldn't help but feel impressed. More importantly, seeing that there was no adverse reaction to his slight hint, he gained the courage to elaborate a little on what he wanted to say. He himself was a celestial immortal, while Lex was an earth immortal. Even if Lex himself was confident, he didn't want to harm Lex by accidentally oversharing. He saw great potential in cooperating with Lex. Actually, this is both a great secret and not so great a secret. Have you ever encountered a microscopic realm, or a race that has transcended such a realm? No, I can't say I have, though I have heard of them, said Lex. Chapter 1504, Augur of Heaven I. Indeed, in his studies about various realms, he had learned that there existed various realms that were solely and specifically for beings so weak in power, that what humans considered as the mortal realm was akin to an overpowered deity to them. Microscopic realms were not called so because they were tiny, though that was usually the case. Instead, they were realms in which there existed races so weak that only after attaining multiple realms of power and overcoming something akin to a tribulation could they enter normal realms by attaining powers akin to a mortal. The races that existed in such realms were generally so weak and so low on the cosmic ascendant spectrum that even normal humans were like mythical dragons to them. Well, basically, a microscopic realm to you might appear incredibly tiny. Yet if you enter, you will discover that your size remains as it is in proportion to a realm. Similarly, when a race exits the microscopic realm, they do not come out the size of bacteria. Instead, they retain their proportional size as compared to a realm. The reason I'm telling you this is because I want to tell you for sure that there really is a realm encompassed by the universe. But once you enter it, your size will remain proportional to the realm. Ironically, if you were to encounter the physical manifestation of a major realm when you're there, you might discover that it is no bigger than a pearl in your hands. Yet if you enter it, you will be even smaller. How is it that I've never heard of something like this? Lex asked. This does not seem like the kind of secret that can be so easily hidden. Like I said, this is both a great secret and not so great a secret at the same time. To enter into the universe truly, there are two ways, both of which are equally impossible for most. The first is to break a fundamental law of the universe, creating a tier. This is truly absurd and almost unheard of. That's like trying to break the tribulation one encounters while crossing a major realm. It is fundamentally impossible. The second way, and just as impossible, is to get the recognition of heaven. Now, I don't know exactly what it means to get the recognition of heaven, if it can be any heaven, or if heaven in this case is even referring to the heavens as we know them. But what I have heard is that anyone who completes a heaven's guidance receives an opportunity to become an augur of heaven and thereby gain access to the universe. Lifesketcher said a lot unsaid, yet it was easy enough to understand. He was asking if Lex received such an opportunity. No wonder he was feeling so hesitant in asking Lex about this. It was highly inappropriate to ask someone such personal questions, especially about their cultivation. Oh yeah, there really was someone asking me to kneel and become an augur at the end of my guidance, Lex confirmed. I thought it was some kind of job offer, and seeing as how I am quite content with my current employment, I turned it down. Not to mention, I'm not a huge fan of kneeling in front of others. Lifesketcher was visibly stunned, his jaw hanging open and his usually silky, golden hair rising up into the sky as if he had been electrocuted. He held his finger up to point at Lex, yet even his finger was crooked, for he couldn't find it in himself to actually point at him. How could you turn it down? Didn't you at least ask what it was for? Didn't you feel the tremendous opportunity in front of you? Surely anyone's natural instincts would yearn for the true universe. Lex simply shrugged. I didn't feel anything particularly special. You have not explained to me why any of this is relevant. You said you wanted to ask another thing of me. Are you saying that a way to combat the HOA lies in the true universe? Yes, and more than just that. Once you enter the true universe, many impossibilities become a possibility. Unfortunately, that is both a boon and a curse, which is why Tao Lords also refrain from going there. Lex suddenly felt a suffocating feeling, as if the pressure of the universe was bearing down on him, and he knew that he had reached his limit. He immediately created a barrier around himself, isolating himself from Lifesketcher's words lest that hear something more. The little he had learned already gave him plenty of food for thought, though he was not surprised that the universe held more secrets than he could imagine. How many more secrets would he learn over the years? How many truths would he learn? It was actually kind of exciting, if only the topic of conversation wasn't about her and what he could do to kill her. Let's put the matter of being an augur aside, he said once Lifesketcher stopped speaking and he lowered the barrier. I already rejected it, and I doubt it would have come without its own set of responsibilities and limitations. What exactly do you want from me, and how can you help me get my revenge? As much as I would like to join the Seraphim's crusade against the HOA, I have my own responsibilities that I need to take care of. Lifesketcher sighed, as if he was the one who had lost an amazing opportunity, not Lex. But he knew how to restrain himself, so he quickly got to the matter at hand. There is a coalition of forces who act against the HOA at all levels, not just the demi-Dao ones. Though that is near the peak of that organization's strength, that does not mean they don't have forces working at lower levels. There are many things that weaker cultivators can do that ones with higher cultivation levels can't, especially in minor realms. I want to invite you to join this coalition. There won't be any obligation for you to act, but in any realm you visit, you will be able to see the coalition's actions against the HOA and possibly contribute if you wish. For now, this should more than suffice. Chapter 1505, Harboring a Fugitive. You went through so much just to make me join some anti-HOA coalition. That hardly seems worth it, said Lex skeptically. That may seem like it to you now, based on your current point of view. But hundreds, thousands, even millions of years later, how much impact will your joining have caused? Even if you only do one mission every century, over a long period of time, the effect of joining the coalition will become substantial. More important than that, it will allow you to meet and work with others working against the HOA, build your reputation, and gain exposure. You see, the purpose behind having you join the coalition is not because the coalition lacks manpower. Rather, it is to allow you to gain a deeper understanding of the HOA so that when your realm rises, and you are ready or wish to make a more sizable attack against them, you will have the knowledge and tools you require. You are thinking really far into the future, Lex commented. Oh, not at all, Lifesketcher said, waving his hand. This is a war that has been going on for ages, and it must end within this age. Since the timeline is already set, then both we and the HOA will be thinking along those lines. Every decision we make balances immediate gains with long-term gains. You have already shown your potential, so there is no reason to invest in your future, just as the HOA will surely attempt to stamp out your future. Lex sighed. Of course the HOA would try to kill him. What's worse, they were planning on a timeline of billions of years, a frame of time so immense he literally could not conceive it, let alone plan for it. Already, the fact that he had asked the planning division inside the inn to create a 100-year plan, and a 500-year plan for the development of the inn, was putting a strain on his own planning capabilities as well as his workers. To consider that someone might be plotting his demise in a complex plan that takes thousands of years seems too distant from himself to feel like a real threat. More importantly, he needed to genuinely consider what to do about this coalition. Joining it would provide numerous benefits, yet it would also concrete his position as an enemy of the HOA. He also had to consider how it would reflect on the inn, for although he, as Lex Williams, did not necessarily represent the entire inn, he could not be separated from it either. I appreciate the offer, but I've already been pushing things. The inn is supposed to be a neutral organization, and my actions have cast a shade of doubt on that. I cannot continue to put it in an awkward position because of my selfishness. Lifesketcher smiled and leaned forward a bit, as if he was pleased that Lex had touched upon this topic. Lex, do you mind if I ask you a potentially private question? Go ahead, if it's too invasive I simply won't answer, said Lex. As I have never actually been, I am not too familiar with the Midnight Inn and its operation. How much do you really know about the inn's operations? I know that the inn claims to be a neutral organization, but do you really think its actions are like that of a neutral one? The Innkeeper is pretty open about these things. The inn only wishes to operate independently without getting involved in other issues. It is only against those that threaten the inn or break its rules. Why? Do you think it has been biased towards someone? Not really, but it's just that being a neutral organization is easier said than done. Even the Seraphim Resort is not entirely neutral. Attempting to achieve true neutrality invites a challenge to it. While I was discussing the payment issue for the Brimming Dream Lotus on your behalf, I heard a specific rumor, though I don't know if it's true. A rumor relating to someone wanting to challenge the neutrality of the inn? Lex asked. Though he maintained a largely calm expression, he became entirely alert. This was not the kind of thing he could ignore. There's a rumor that the inn is harboring a notorious criminal. I do not know the details, and trust me, I did my best to learn the identity of that criminal, but it was for naught. But regardless of whether such a rumor is true or not, the fact that it is spreading means that sooner or later, someone will come looking for him. At that time, the inn's commitment to neutrality will be tested, as well as their ability to sustain it. A notorious criminal? I'm sure we have many guests who have some kind of criminal record somewhere. Such a thing is basically impossible to avoid. I'm sure even the resort often welcomes guests who are considered criminals by some. Yes, but I don't mean some small-time crook wanted in a realm or two. When I say notorious criminal, I mean across the universe. Think about it, Lex. Who did I go to ask about whether you could purchase the Lotus? I asked the Tao Lords of the resort. They are the ones who were discussing the rumor, and the fact that they allowed me to overhear it means it's common knowledge. A criminal who attracts the attention of a Tao Lord is not some petty crook. Lex quickly went through the list of guests inside his inn, and almost immediately thought of a particular guest to whom he had given a ton of MP to spend. Mary had asked him to remove the name and nicknames of that guest from his memory for even knowing it was too dangerous. Yet he did not forget that not only did Ripley, the auditor from the Versailles Bank, freak out upon learning of that guest's presence, even Mary had reacted strongly to him. More importantly, for some strange reason, he was entirely undetectable by the system. Chapter 1506, Harboring a Fugitive II. Lex recalled that the mysterious, unnamed guest could not receive any MP and had to use a card given to him by Lex because the system couldn't detect him. In fact, he had spent months within the inn, and yet the system not only did not detect him, it didn't put up any of the usual defensive measures it put up in the face of a Tao Lord. Lex was incredibly intimidated by him, not because he was a Tao Lord of unspeakable power, but because he had the uncanny ability to detect any thought Lex had about him, even if he didn't use his name. Hopefully, the distance of a realm made it so that particular guest could no longer sense Lex thinking about him. If there was some notorious criminal hiding inside the inn, then he was the only candidate that Lex could think up of. The problem was, he technically wasn't even a paying customer of the inn, yet Lex could not kick him out either. How dare he kick out a Tao Lord? In fact, the only complaint he had to begin with was that if he had been detectable by the system, he would have gotten some kind of reward for hosting a Tao Lord. But since he was undetectable, Lex was not only missing out on the MP, he was missing out on the reward as well. Now though, if that guest really was some kind of criminal, and word about his presence at the inn had spread, then it really might attract a kind of trouble that Lex really wasn't ready to face. Hey Mary, is there any way I can trick the system into giving me another one of those butter knives? The full-powered ones. If not, then how can I raise the power of the butter knife so that it's a serious threat? I believe the system has already given you a list of items required to raise the level of the butter knife, Mary responded. Yes, but that list is pointless, lamented Lex. I've never heard of a single one of those items, and even the Infinity Emporium hasn't been able to locate a majority of them. Even if it is able to do that, how many levels are there before the knife can be a serious threat to enemies of a very high level? I mean like the Tao level. Oh, that's basically impossible, said Mary. At least until you help the system recover to 100% of its strength, that's impossible. Even the full-powered butter knife can, at most, be considered a peak demi-Tao Lord item at best. You say that, yet a lot of people are very impressed by the karmic powers the Innkeeper displayed when that butter knife was used. In fact, it was because of that attack that so many people consider the Innkeeper a very powerful Tao Lord. There's no point in arguing with me. I'm telling you like it is. If you used that butter knife on a Tao Lord, it would not harm them at all. Only demi-Tao Lords could suffer from its power. The point is, you already have a way to upgrade the butter knife. Now if it's not easy, there's nothing I can do about that. Lex groaned internally, but it was a fact. He'd even listed the required items in the guild room of his inn, but so far no one had responded to any of them. For the moment, without any good option, Lex was forced to do pretty much the same thing he'd been doing since the very beginning of his cultivation journey: take things as they come and bluff through his problems. "Well, as long as a guest does not break a rule of the inn will not turn anyone away," said Lex to Lycanderoth. "I'm sure the innkeeper has things well in hand." Around the same time, within the Midnight Inn, Wukong was pulling back a chair for a charming young lady. Brandon finally compromised and stopped pestering Wukong about going on a blind date with someone from his family. Then, using a technicality, he introduced Wukong to a young lady from his wife's family. Since they weren't blood relatives, he technically hadn't lied. "My sincerest apologies for putting you through this," Wukong said politely. At the moment he had taken on the appearance of a human with a blonde beard, instead of the monkey appearance he usually preferred. Naturally, since he was going on a date with a human, he too had to appear as a human. "Not at all. Uncle Brandon is super friendly, so when he recommended someone for a blind date, I knew he'd have good taste. I just didn't expect his friend to be." The girl looked at Wukong, and then just blushed instead of completing her sentence. Wukong chuckled appreciatively. "Please take a look at the menu and order something. I just need to freshen up for a moment." The girl nodded, not even questioning why a cultivator would need to go to the restroom. Wukong hurried to the restroom and locked the door. His reflection in the mirror looked like his monkey form, in full armor, holding his spear. "Don't give me that look. Brandon pressured me into this," Wukong said to his reflection, who only snorted. The human Wukong plucked a few hairs from his beard and sprinkled them in the air and watched as they all morphed into more of him. Then, just for good measure, he did so with a few random hairs from all over his body. Soon, over 50 Wukongs were standing in the bathroom with him. Each and every one of his clones, formed from his hair, could use the full strength that he himself had at his disposal. "Please see to it that no guests interrupt my date. It's been a very long time since I've seen someone." Wukong got mixed responses, from whistles to groans, yet a moment later all his clones disappeared. In a certain realm, the 50 Wukong appeared and then began to pluck their own hairs, summoning more and more clones, until they went from 50 to hundreds to thousands, each of them just as powerful as the original Wukong. Then they disappeared as well, gone to intercept anyone who might dare to interrupt his forced vacation. Chapter 1507, Grateful. Once his conversation with Lycanderoth concluded, Lex was brought to receive his holy baptism, which was actually quite a painful process regardless of how it started. The baptism affected him down to his very soul, and not just his physical body, despite the fact that it was only meant to increase his physical strength. This way, should his body ever be destroyed and he remade a body, or perhaps inhabit another body, its strength would automatically be raised, influenced by his soul. There was a way to receive a maximum amount of benefit that the baptism could provide, and unlike the heavens' guidance, many people were able to achieve this. The only real obstacle was pain tolerance. The longer the baptism went on, the more painful it became. One could end it at any time, but that would mean giving up on more benefits. For many people, this was a very real and difficult obstacle, but for Lex it was a walk in the park. It was not that he never felt pain, or could ignore it. But when one ended up taking so many lava showers, it essentially fell into the classification of hobby rather than existential threat. One learned to tolerate pain. So, while his body and soul were being cooked under the purifying light of the holy baptism, Lex's mind wandered, as if entirely unaffected by the pain. He thought a lot about the threats Lycanderoth had warned him about. For once, Lex was entirely stumped about what to do, having no good tools available to him. It was just that bluffing could only take him so far, and at the Tao level, no amount of bluffing could help him resolve a major obstacle. He could not kick out the guest of his inn, nor could he face the enemies such a guest brought about. He could only rely on himself and his system to possibly navigate this issue, but he couldn't be sure if either of those would be enough. His personal strength was easy to increase. He needed to only grow his level. Yet if he entered the next level without maximizing his gains in this one, he would limit his future ceiling. For now, at least until he reached the same level of mastery as Cornelius from the Crystal Realm in Lawcraft, he didn't want to grow his cultivation level. That only left his system. He had been hesitating to grow it, mainly because he couldn't trust the system. Yet between the system and an uncertain future involving angry Tao lords, it was obvious that he must choose the system. In fact, Lex reluctantly admitted that his avoidance of developing his system in the past may actually lead him into trouble. Regardless of whether he wanted to acknowledge it or not, he was intrinsically linked to the system, and could not avoid its influence. He had tried as much as possible, and Jack seemed to be disconnected from the system, but that was also probably because he didn't fuse with the system in the nascent realm. If he had, then it was likely that even Jack would have been able to use the system. Lex could not help but sigh. He was the most powerful he had ever been, and was literally right in the middle of becoming more powerful. Yet he was still too weak, and had to do the thing he didn't want to do. He allowed himself to feel sad for a few seconds, but then suppressed the feeling. At this point, the truth was, even if he found a way to separate from his system, he wouldn't do it. When he had first received the system, he had been extremely wary of it, mainly because he didn't believe in such a thing as a free meal, let alone a free system that could grant him treasures that were incredibly valuable the universe across. But whether it was free or not no longer mattered. Whatever secret plot was behind these systems, Lex could no longer avoid it. Now, instead of trying to separate himself from the system to avoid whatever trap it had laid, and he still believed that there was definitely something to it, he instead decided to focus his attention on taking control of the system. He had seen some of the system's secrets. He had looked under the hood of the car, as it were, and seen the engine beneath. Naturally, just glancing at a combustion engine would not give anyone the appropriate knowledge about how one worked, let alone how he could alter it to suit his own needs. Yet he could study. He could learn. In fact, he needed to learn. Lex was convinced that since he could not escape the influence of the system, he must take control of it and make it entirely his. That did not mean he was ready to fuse it with his soul just yet. Rather, he would now dedicate a portion of his vast mind to studying anything and everything related to treasure manufacturing, formations, arrays, and anything else that might one day help him decipher systems. Once upon a time, Lex had a fleeting thought that one day he could create an array complex enough that it could act as a system as long as he kept getting stronger. Now, he wanted to do that and more. Just one more thing to add to the pile of tasks he had waiting for him. "Hey, Mary, did you know about this universe as a separate space of its own thing? I still can't wrap my head around it," Lex said, ignoring the mind-numbing pain that was ravaging his body and soul. Quite frankly, the smell that Jack had to put up with was more distracting than mere pain. "Yes, I did," Mary said. "But you do not need to worry about it, nor do you need to think about it. That is the kind of place you never need to visit in your life, now or in the future. Essentially, it makes no difference to you at all, and it has no bearing on the operations of your system either." Lex was curious about why Mary seemed to be so averse to that place, but knew better than to ask. Instead, he focused his mind on something else. Even though he had not joined the coalition that Lifesketcher was representing, he had reached an agreement with him nonetheless. At the very instant that agreement was formed, Lex felt the image of the Go board in his mind appearing, and yet he exerted a measure of control over it, and prevented a black piece from being placed. In fact, back when he completed his Heaven's Guidance, something similar happened, and Lex even suspected that as soon as he completed his baptism, he would receive another opportunity. But now, after placing so many pieces, Lex was slowly accumulating experience and gaining a measure of control over how his pieces were placed. He still didn't understand the rules of the game, but he was close to figuring out how his pieces were generated. His initial guess was that any time he grew stronger in some way, he would gain a piece. This was a good theory, but it didn't perfectly fit. For example, reaching an agreement with Lifesketcher didn't increase his strength. One could argue that it increased his network or influence, which was a part of his strength. If that was the case, Lex had no counter-theory to disprove it. All he knew was that the appearance of his beads was not limited solely to the increase in his personal strength. To test the theory of expanding his connections and network, he had spent more time with Daffy, as well as the Valkyries, but so far it hadn't resulted in any beads. Maybe if he formed an agreement with them, a bead might form. He was also experimenting on how and when he could place those beads. He'd learnt that even if he refrained a bead from being placed on the board, he would not lose it. Yet that did not mean he could place it on the board whenever he wanted. He had to wait for the board to appear in his mind on its own to be able to place a bead. He hadn't yet placed any, so he wasn't sure if he could place multiple in one go, but that wasn't what he was experimenting with at the moment. What he wanted to see was if he could fuse the beads together to form something similar to the rook he had experienced before. Or, he wanted enough beads to completely surround some of the white ones. He wanted to see what would happen. This game, whatever it was, had very real consequences, so he wanted to understand it as quickly as possible and overcome it. If it was a game, he wanted to win. Lex kept his eyes closed and allowed his thoughts to continuously wander. unaware that he was secretly being watched by numerous figures. They just wanted to ensure that there was not another repeat of the accident that happened with Heaven's guidance. As long as Lex received a normal baptism and moved on, they would be extremely grateful. Chapter 1508 Too Strong. When the pain of the baptism finally subsided, Lex sighed. Those observing him thought he sighed in relief, finally free of the pain. Yet in truth, he was sighing because it was rare to find time to just sit and think for a while. Now he couldn't say life was exactly perfect, but it was going swimmingly well before Lifesketcher told him about harboring a fugitive. That had been troubling him, and Lex had really been thinking hard about what to do since then. The best practical plan he could come up with was to return to the inn and immediately complete some quests and hope for a decent reward. But hoping that he would get a reward that would help him counter a Tao Lord was just wishful thinking, and he knew it. He could hope that closing the inn would keep the Tao Lords from finding him, but that was escapism and not a real plan. Unless he planned on keeping the inn closed till he became a Tao Lord, that wasn't an option. Considering he had no idea when he would reach such a realm, and probably couldn't keep the inn closed for so long, that was not a practical plan. Of course, he could just do nothing, or he could ask for help from the governor, or, and this was somehow the craziest of his plans, he could go and confront that mysterious guest. Confrontation did not mean asking the Tao Lord to leave, but getting an understanding of the situation of that guest. It seemed like, despite his best efforts, the innkeeper had to make a return. Sure, Lex could just choose to ignore the situation and hope it goes away, but he had suffered enough from not being proactive. Any concern at all relating to Tao beings was not something he could afford to take lightly. Slowly, as he was not used to his newfound strength yet, Lex got up. As easy as it might be, though most would not consider excruciating pain the likes of which even immortals could not tolerate easy, Lex's physical strength had broken through a threshold. He was well beyond what an Earth immortal should be capable of, and that included for very powerful races such as dragons. Although, admittedly, physical strength was the least of a heavenly immortal's abilities, Lex was now very thoroughly their equal in that regard. He could feel the difference because he could feel the laws of the universe crushing against his skin, as if they were physical objects floating all around him. That was because every bat of his eye, every swing of his arm carried the potential to trigger a massive change in laws. The sudden difference in strength was so great that Lex actually lost control of domination, letting some of his aura leak. A layman might wonder what enhanced strength had to do with aura. The reality of it was that he was so strong, his very presence radiated a certain pressure. It existed all around him, and could be felt by those who approached him, much like gravity could be easily felt the closer one approached a celestial body. As he was, if Lex stood in front of a mortal human, they would instantly be pulverized into a meat patty. It had been a long time since Lex lost mastery of his body, but it couldn't be helped. Some changes actually required a long time to get used to. Lex recalled back when he held the first Midnight Games. There was an Earth immortal beast from Nibiru who had spent thousands of years sleeping because he couldn't control his strength. Any casual move he made would cause space to rupture around the plant, causing untold devastation. It was only after Nibiru started to rise in star level that the beast, a sloth that went by the name Golden Hair, could finally stay awake. "It seems your baptism was very fruitful," said Lifesketcher as he walked up to Lex. "Worry not. A loss of control is a common phenomenon experienced by those who undergo a full baptism. If you would be so kind as to follow me, I will escort you to the revival garden, where you will be able to quickly master your new strength." Instead of nodding or walking behind Lifesketcher, Lex flew a foot above ground and followed Lifesketcher while flying. At the moment, he couldn't even trust his own ability to walk. In fact, Lex did not even trust his own voice right now. He had a feeling that his strength had transcended the realm of his understanding, and it would take some getting used to before he fully knew what it meant to have the strength of a heavenly immortal. The revival garden, despite sounding like it should be some kind of clinic, was actually a place designed to help cultivators get used to their strength after a baptism. In essence, the garden would quickly return to its former state after suffering any harm, so its occupants did not need to be concerned. Moreover, there was a soft moonlight being shone down onto the garden that put whoever it was touching into a state of artificial enlightenment. While not as strong as a real enlightenment, it sped up comprehension well enough. Lifesketcher brought him to the entrance of the garden, but did not follow in, as it was an entirely enclosed space. After entering the garden, Lex saw a golden, partially see-through blob of jelly which he was supposed to enter. The jelly would resist his strength and help him regulate his power. Feeling like the garden was a safe space, he slowly lowered himself back onto the ground, and then extended his leg forward to take a step towards the jelly. During that process, he must have flexed his muscles or something, because one moment he was fine, and the next the clothes on his body burst to shreds, as if they had suffered an explosion. Lex's jaw dropped in shock of what happened, yet merely that action caused a distortion in the laws of space, bending the room unnaturally. Lex froze still, entirely in the nude, mimicking a Greek statue as he tried to think of a solution. He quickly used an illusion technique to cover himself in some clothes, as he tried to understand what was happening. Heavenly immortals dealt with deeper, more powerful laws than he was exposed to right now, and so their entire being was designed to tolerate and influence them. It seemed that since his strength was so great, and his personal energy affinity was for laws, his body was directly influencing laws, bypassing his tenet. Now he already knew that using brute strength could influence laws, but he had always done it indirectly, by causing a change that would result in laws being affected. He had never directly bent the law of space as if it was a physical object he could touch. Lex's eyes narrowed in on the jelly, and he considered flying right into it, but then decided against it. This was also a form of practicing his strength, so he gulped in preparation to face the hurdle ahead. Just the mere act of gulping caused an earthquake, and the ground in the garden suddenly cracked. Lex was like an uncontrolled calamity, more fit to be an anime villain than anything else right now. "I don't have the time for this," he muttered as he entered his flow state, ignoring the fact that his voice smashed the garden into pieces like some kind of auditory bomb. Quickly, he entered the jelly and began to practice his newfound strength, hoping to quickly regain control. To his credit, his enhanced comprehension, when paired with the flow state and the artificial enlightenment of the moonlight, the process was sped up by a lot. Simultaneously, inside the Midnight Inn, there was a highly anticipated death match coming up, and even many of the inn's workers felt a trace of anticipation as they looked forward to it. On one side was a fiery mammoth, and on the other side was a noble of the Jotun Empire by the name of William. By now, many had realized that William looked a lot like a very famous inn worker, who seemed to be missing quite conveniently. A slew of new theories about how William, the heavenly immortal from the Jotun Empire, and Lex the inn worker, were actually one and the same. "Don't be ridiculous, that's absolutely absurd," said Z as he dismissed the rumor. "William cannot be Lex. William is a mere heavenly immortal. You think a heavenly immortal can do what Lex can do? William is clearly Lex's long-lost son." Z naturally knew that Lex had no son, and the timelines didn't fit either since William had been around for hundreds of thousands of years. But since when did rumors care about logic? More importantly, Z had been feeling increasingly irritated towards Lex when he heard from Gerard that Lex had gone out on a date with an elf. Lex was supposed to be a forever alone kind of guy, at least in Z's mind. Now that even Lex had gone out on a date, his own abysmal dating life irritated him even more. So Z had no shame in propagating more rumors about his boss. If anything, redoubled his efforts. "I even heard that William is one of Lex's 100,000 clones he spread across the universe." Chapter 1509, Getting Hammered. "You shouldn't speak like that about Lex," said Ash, the former wedding planner who had planned P-Vardy's wedding and had since become a high-level planner within the inn. "What if he really does have clones spread around the universe? Won't you be giving away his secret?" Under the firm belief Z had that Lex was secretly a Tao Lord, or at the very least a demi-Tao Lord, but was just hiding it for whatever reason. Slowly, the other workers had begun to believe it too. Or to be more accurate, they began to doubt that Lex was truly at the level he said he was, not that it mattered. The others didn't care so much because they had things of their own to do, but as Lex never let Z resign from his post as supervisor over all the gamers' dens which had been opened across the inn, he was still Z's boss. As such, Z spent more time interacting with him than anyone else, which is why he was most convinced that his theory was correct. "Ah, Ash, my dear, beloved older sister, you never have time to read anything other than proposals and reports. You should take some time to read some of the comics I send you," Z said, summoning some examples. One of them depicted a handsome, mysterious man whose face was hidden, standing in front of the Midnight Manor. The title of the comic was The Midnight Inn and the Thousand Innkeepers. A quick glance through the novel revealed that the premise of this novel was that every worker within the inn was secretly a clone of the innkeeper. who ran the inn in literally every conceivable way. Then he pulled out another one. This time there was an easily identifiable Gerard with one hand on the wheel of a golf cart and the other holding a plasma shotgun right in the center, with countless zombie corpses in the background. The title, The Butler's Shotgun Wedding, The Ceremony from Hell. Ash glanced through the novel and learned that the premise was that the entire Midnight Inn was a front to fool the whole universe, so that the young master of a secretly powerful clan can date his girlfriend while posing as a butler. Z then proceeded to take out more comics, all of them based on the Midnight Inn, each with increasingly unbelievable and obscure storylines. There was even a comic about Ash being the reincarnation of a famous Bollywood actress who happened to have the same in her previous life. How absurd. After all, Ash was just her nickname, for her true name was Aishwarya Rai. Okay, fine, I see your point. There are already countless rumors out there already, each one of them bizarre. Z nodded, though he left something unsaid. As bizarre as the rumors were, the truth was even crazier. For example, Gerard really was dating a princess from a hell, just as his comics suggested. But instead of hell being against their union, it was thoroughly supporting it. Z was receiving the inheritance of one of the first human kings. Charles Best, the doctor, had some secret connection to the Golden Dragon King from the Origin Realm. John, the forgotten owner of the battle axe, had regained his cultivation and was on his way to becoming a secret badass. Harry was becoming stronger while reviving a forgotten form of cultivation called glamour sorcery. Roland was running a secret intelligence network across the entire Origin Realm, and two of Lex's sisters were on their way to becoming Dao Lords, or close enough, from what he understood. That only included the things Z knew of. How many other workers at the inn had secret powers and backgrounds that he wasn't aware of? There was that guy whose name Z didn't remember, whose very power was to be forgotten. Lord only knew what he was up to. There was Alfonso, who could summon food from his pocket and would gain new powers randomly, completely unassociated with his cultivation level. Last Z remembered, he had the power to sniff out enlightenment, which did not make sense at all. Luther was doing something with Hellfire. Sandra, the inn-worker who had rejected Z's one attempt to ask her out, was doing something with Tribulation Lightning, and there were just too many others doing their own things. No matter how absurd the rumors people came up with, the reality of it all was somehow always more bizarre, which is why he had no guilty conscience about spreading rumors about Lex. Whatever the truth about him was, Z was sure it was somehow more absurd than whatever he could come up with. Z and Ash entered a restaurant, and from the corner of his eye Z saw a guest that he knew. Z waved to Wukong, who seemed to be sitting alone at a dinner table, looking lost. When Wukong didn't respond, feeling concerned, Z stepped towards him. "Hello, Mr. Wu, are you well?" Z asked politely. "Is there something I can do for you?" Wukong turned to look at Z with hollow eyes, seeming like his soul had left his body. "I got dumped, I got dumped. How am I going to show my face to the guys at the fishing well? They're all waiting for me to come back and tell them how it went. And don't even get me started on how excited everyone at the book club was." Z cleared his throat and waved to Ash, letting her know that he needed to attend to the guest. "May I take a seat?" Z asked and pulled up a chair. Over the past few weeks, Z and the others had spent a lot of time with Mr. Wu, who had a boisterous personality. Paired with the fact that he was always with Brandon and Audrey, it was hard to not notice and get to know him. Moreover, Mr. Wu had a friendly personality and quickly befriended all the inn workers he came across. Among the regular guests of the inn, he was one of the more well-known ones. Do you wish to talk about it?" Z asked. Listlessly, Wukong looked at Z. She said I was too good-looking, and that I would become her obsession and block her cultivation path if she spent more time with me. And so she left. She left me with the bill and departed. Z looked awkwardly at the monkey, unsure of how to console him. At a loss for what to do, Z did what he had been doing all his life. He resorted to the wisdom of anime. It seemed to overcome depression. What was needed was music that started out sad, then slowly transitioned into something cheerful. He needed to share stories, and he needed to get absolutely hammered. "I too liked a girl once," Z said awkwardly. "She turned me down because she didn't think we were compatible. Then another girl showed interest in me, and just as I was warming up to the idea of asking her out, she fell into a deep slumber. As it turns out, it's a kind of evolution or something. She'll wake up in a few billion years." "That's tough," Wukong said, as he looked in a certain direction. Z didn't realize it, but that seemed to be the very direction Moon was sleeping. "But life goes on," Z said with a shrug. When you don't know what to do, it's best to just gulp down highly nutritious, energy-dense cultivation elixirs that'll put you into a meditative state for a few hours. Is that what you think getting hammered means? Wukong asked, incredulously. Z didn't seem to notice that his comment about getting hammered had been in his thoughts and that he hadn't said it out loud. Of course, losing your mind and shutting down your senses while getting lost in cultivation. I know it doesn't perfectly align with what getting hammered sounds like, but that's just how language evolves. Everything doesn't have to make sense. Wukong shook his head, suddenly feeling a little better. Well, if that's the case, little one, let's get hammered. Here, I stole this cultivation elixir from a celestial realm dragon who was brewing it for herself. It might be a little strong for you, so we'll have to dilute it. Tonight, the drinks are on me. Wukong suddenly pulled out a vial that looked suspiciously like a potion container and poured a drop in Z's glass. At the same time, he asked the waiter to pass a drop of his drink to everyone in the restaurant. Z activated one of his techniques, starting to play background music as everyone in the restaurant tasted the drink the mischievous monkey had shared. Almost instantly, they all went into a daze. The drink contained too much vitality, flooding their body and mind, causing their cultivation to suddenly improve within their realms. Ash, who had been watching everything from a corner, merely shook her head and went about her business. The midnight games were coming to a close, and the finale was going to be a big one. Chapter 1510, Letter of Intent. The day started out normal, yet a single decision seemed to change the fate of all the guests of the Midnight Inn. Z wanted to get hammered in an attempt to alleviate the guests' sorrow, and Wukong delivered in a spectacular fashion. Dazed from drinking the most potent of elixirs, the guests from a single restaurant began to sing and dance, reveling in whatever thought came to mind without a single hint of inhibition. More importantly, anyone and everyone who saw them immediately identified the state they were in. Such a state was the closest to an enlightenment without actually experiencing one, at least in terms of effects. After all, their strength would be raised, and their cultivation strengthened without their realm actually being elevated. Curious as to what caused such a scene, many guests followed the trail and ended up at the same restaurant, and ended up taking a cup of the elixir Wukong was doling out without reservation. From 1 to 10, to 100 to 1,000, up until it was tens of millions of the inn's guests, they all drank the elixir that seemed to never end. Many of them managed to tolerate the drunk without becoming dazed, but most did not. So began the party that never ends. At least that's what some of those who didn't get dazed called in. In truth, the party merely lasted 6 continuous days. That is how long it took most of those who drank the elixir to regain their mental clarity. Of course, hundreds of thousands stayed in such a state for days after that as well, but compared to the original tens of millions, it was a small number. Or maybe many of them ended up returning to wherever they came from, since they weren't in the state of mind to pay the inn its due rent. Regardless, 6 days had gone by when Z groaned as he rubbed his eyes, trying to get used to his new eyesight. Naturally, it was better than before. Yet when he opened his eyes, the immense surge of information gave him a headache, much like a hangover. There, now your mental pain has become your physical pain," said Wukong, who was sitting nearby, his legs up on a table. In the distance, the wishing well could be seen, as well as a long line leading up to it. This was the favorite spot for Mr. Wu, as Z remembered. He even had a few friends who gathered here as well and met over coffee and drinks. What happened?" Z asked as he lifted himself off the floor. "Just what you wanted. You got hammered, though for you specifically I would not advise such a thing. In your dazed state, you revealed a few things that maybe you should not have." "Huh," Z said, struggling to understand. He tried to remember, but had no memories from the moment he took that drink. "You won't remember much. After all, most of your brain was occupied with keeping you alive and absorbing the elixir you drank. Anyway, do you recognize this?" Wukong summoned a projection of a sword and mimicked an attack that caused Z to immediately freeze. That was. "Yeah, I thought you might. I would ask you why you know that old brat, Zerk's sword technique, but I suppose that would be an invasion of privacy. But I'm sure you understand, this is not the kind of thing you should be showing to others easily." Z merely nodded, his nervousness clearly still there. Zerk was one of the first human kings, and recently Z had started seeing some of his memories, triggered through his own blood. Through that, Z had inadvertently learned some of his techniques, despite the fact that he didn't really prefer them. More importantly, this was definitely not a secret that could be easily revealed. Though Z liked to play around, he was not a kid and not a fool. He'd seen what happened to those who revealed their treasures but didn't have the strength to protect them. Just as Moon had been used for her body's incredible abilities, if Z was captured, he could be used to retrieve the king's memories. Of course, within the inn Z felt safe. Instead, the reason he was nervous was that he didn't want the secret being revealed. That would cause him problems whenever he left the inn, not to mention it might even affect him within the inn. He had a good relationship with Mr. Wu, but if he asked him for a favor, that would be highly unprofessional. You do not need to worry too much, little Z. I have a very close connection to the human race, believe it or not. I won't reveal your secret, but knowing your secret puts me in a certain predicament I had been avoiding. If you are troubled as a result of my actions, I truly apologize, said Z, feeling guilty. Is there anything I can do to help you resolve your issue? Indeed there is, little one. Indeed there is. For various reasons, I have been avoiding the innkeeper just as he has avoided me. But now I can no longer ignore him. But to barge up to him would not be proper. I need you to deliver a letter of intent to the innkeeper to arrange a formal meeting. Such a thing is actually too hasty an act between those like us, but given the state of affairs, it must be so. Yet handling a letter of intent is not something easy. Even if I mask you from its aura and the energy it carries, performing a task on behalf of a Tao being will forever alter your karma. Is that something you can accept? Z's eyes widened, and he immediately tried to bolt up, yet Wukong's ability kept him from moving. None of that formality business. Just think about my proposal and give me an answer in due time. You do not need to take up such responsibility. I can send it even without you. There is no need to hesitate. I will deliver the message to the innkeeper, Z said solemnly. There were many things he didn't know, including the fact that Wukong was a Tao Lord up until just a few moments ago. What he did know, however, was he trusted the innkeeper irrevocably, and so if there was any danger, the innkeeper would handle it for him. Plus, it was his duty to help the inn in any way that he could, and delivering the message of a Tao being was absolutely one of those. Of course, Z didn't know for sure that Wukong was really a Tao being. He merely claimed to be one. Yet for some reason, he didn't doubt him either. Excellent determination. Then take this, said the monkey, and held out a metal scroll container. The scroll container was relatively simple. Its middle was orange, adorned with the figure of a golden monkey wrapping around its length. Both sides of the scroll were similarly sealed with large, round, golden screws in an oval shape, presenting a pleasing image overall. At a single glance, one could tell that it probably came from noble origins, yet at the same time it did not seem overwhelmingly gaudy either. It was a simple scroll container, and when Z grabbed it, he felt that it did not even weigh more than a few pounds. Yet at the same time, its weight was greater than anything Z had ever touched. It was not physical weight. No, Z could not tell accurately what kind of weight it was, yet it pressed down on his very being to the extreme limit of what he could tolerate, as if it knew just how heavy to be. For some reason, Z also knew that he had to deliver this scroll by land. He could not teleport to the innkeeper's office, and instead had to walk there on his own 2 feet, as if it would complete some kind of ceremony. Wukong did not speak once more, and instead looked away from Z wistfully. Indeed, he had been specifically avoiding the innkeeper. Or more specifically, he had been avoiding confronting the innkeeper with the truth of why he had come to the inn. He had hoped to maintain such a state for a few hundred years at the very least, but he just had to go and see something he shouldn't have seen. But now that the letter intent had been sent, the monkey couldn't help but wonder about the innkeeper. He had heard rumors, of course, but it could not compare with seeing the man in person, if he indeed was a man. Meanwhile, one dragged step at a time, Z moved towards the innkeeper's office. At his current rate, it would take him days, perhaps even weeks to reach the office. Though due to the different rate of the flow of time, a much shorter period would have gone by for Lex. Chapter 1511, Music to My Ears. Lex took in a deep breath, readying himself for the hurdle ahead, and held it in for a few moments. When he finally released his breath, he was ready, so he opened his eyes and looked at the majestic harp in front of him. He also ignored the hundreds of broken harps behind him. They didn't exist. Only the one in front of him did. Softly, ever so softly, with the very edge of his finger, he touched the harp string. The harp quivered beneath his touch, a breath of sound barely woven into the air. Each note, though delicate, carried the weight of his restraint, a melody that danced upon the precipice of destruction. He willed his fingers to glide, not press, to coax rather than command, for even the smallest misstep could turn harmony into ruin. The strings trembled at his might, yet he tamed them just as he tamed his strength, letting only the faintest whispers escape into the silence. Lex did not play mere music. He demonstrated mastery over himself, a battle against the crushing power that resided in his hands. The notes rose and fell like ripples upon a still lake, yet behind each sound lay the effort of titanic restraint. A single mistake could bring splintered wood and sundered strings, a ruin of what should have been beauty. And so, with every breath, every stroke, he played not only for melody but for control, shaping the fragile song with a strength that did not break but bent. Then, when the tempo was set, Lex slowly eased his tensed body, for he could not always be exerting his full control over every single muscle. He had to relax and be at ease, yet that was easier said than done. Lex had eventually realized why he was having such a hard time controlling his strength, despite how much his consciousness had developed. It was because his consciousness, his brain, his very being, all were designed specifically to be able to control a certain level of power. Even previously, when he managed to arm wrestle a heavenly immortal, that was within his domain of control, since it made use of his numerous abilities. Now, though, he truly wielded the strength of a heavenly immortal at his very fingertips, and that was a kind of power his being was not equipped to handle. But his cultivation was anything if not adaptable. Lex knew that if he was still using regal embrace, then he would have no trouble facing a heavenly immortal's attack. In fact, he was certain that heavenly immortals would be entirely unable to harm him at all. That was a level of defense, unfortunately, he did not have at the moment. He had finally fallen behind what regal embrace would have otherwise given him, but he was working on remedying that at the very moment. As he played music, Lex also channeled his cultivation technique, allowing it to morph every fiber of his being to adapt to his new strength, and similarly, display it with more ease. Even without becoming a heavenly immortal, which would require a baptism of tribulations, Lex's entire essence was being altered to be able to deal with the power level in the heavenly immortal realm. Of course, for now, that only meant raw physical strength, as well as energies in the heavenly immortal realm. Lex wasn't sure what facing laws in that realm would be like. To deal with that, the proper way would be to enhance his tenet, another thing he was actively doing. By making the power of a superior realm his own, Lex was displaying the ultimate supremacy. Oddly enough, playing a masterpiece was also satisfying the requirements of his tenet. It seemed that he was claiming supremacy by creating an original work of art that could impress anyone who heard it, even if he was the only one to hear it. Oh, and Mary. "Bravo," Mary said, clapping her hands as she sat in what looked like the front row of an amphitheater. "Bravo indeed. It's amazing how you went from making me want to gouge out my ears to playing decent stuff in a short span of a few hours." "Very amusing," said Lex. "You know that as an immortal, it's practically impossible for me to be unable to learn something as simple as music." "Yes, but simply learning music and infusing emotions into the music are two different concepts. Don't even begin to spout that inane theory that music is just patterns. If that were the case, the AI race would have mastered musical Tao eons ago and would have ruled the universe. Just take the compliment." "I feel like you're letting more and more things slip these days," Lex muttered, looking at her from the corner of her eyes. "Becoming more mean too," he finished his sentence under his breath. "I think this is the last step, right?" Mary asked, playing with the laurel wreath she took off from her head. "Yeah, that about does it. I should be fine to return now," he said and closed his eyes, exiting the artificial room he was in and returning to the golden jelly. As it turned out, the jelly not only perfectly contained his strength, it also created trials for him to overcome one at a time, allowing him to completely hone himself. Truth be told, if it hadn't been for his cultivation technique, it would have taken him much longer. But even so, the golden jelly would have managed to help him along. That was because the jelly was constantly nourishing Lex's body with numerous heavenly materials, helping it adapt to his new strength. Lex truly began to wonder what price the governor paid to send him here, for the resort clearly didn't hold back when using valuable resources. That was another fundamental difference between the inn and the resort. The inn just happened to be filled with countless valuable materials, all of which just happened to help guests along. None of it was deliberate. He would have to change that soon. Chapter 1512, Another Proposal. Lex exited the golden jelly, finally in control of his body and aura once more. Although the jelly was not actually sticky, he still felt an overwhelming urge to take a bath once he exited it. Fortunately, such a thing was quite easily arranged. While Lex took a quick break from his busy schedule to shower, he couldn't help but think about his time at the resort. Back on Earth, if he heard the term resort, he would associate it with a vacation filled with spa activities of all sorts. In a way, the Seraphim Resort lived up to that expectation, since basically all he had done here was receive various treatments that helped him consolidate his cultivation, or somehow grow stronger. Oh, he also detoxed from Tao aura exposure, so very much just like a cultivator spa. Yet he could not help but feel that he probably did not get to experience a traditional visit to a resort, at least for an immortal. The resort was more than just its services, of which it had many. In fact, due to Lex's time constraints, he hadn't been able to use most of the services, which took weeks if not months to complete. After all, to an immortal, a couple of weeks was barely any time at all. He could not help but recall the strange sights he saw when he first entered the resort, and all that was left unexplored. Since he was limited to the area reserved for those with the premium package, he never saw those sights again. He not only wondered what they were like, but also wondered what the area reserved for Tao beings was like. If the opportunity to explore it was presented to him, he would never take it. The Tao was not for him to explore just yet. Even so, he couldn't help but wonder. The time for wondering was coming to an end, however. He would soon return to the inn, and then have to add 3 new features to the inn that he saw at the resort. Adding Heaven's guidance would have been a good idea, but for that Lex would need to create a heaven first. There was no way Lex could manage that so soon. He would need to add some more common features of the resort to the inn, but that would result in a more common ranking for him. It truly was a conundrum. While Lex was lost in his thoughts, a certain part of his consciousness swept through the inn, as it usually did. But this time, now that Lex was no longer focused on his own training, he could no longer ignore an oddity he had noticed long ago. "Hey Mary, what is Z up to? Why does he look so strained?" Lex asked. "He's been like that for at least a few days." While within the resort, merely 1.5 days had passed. Within the inn, a lot more time had gone by. "Not sure, actually," Mary said, twirling her laurel wreath on her fingers. "He seems to be heading in the direction of the innkeeper's office. Maybe he has something to report, but is worried about the consequences." "Are you saying he's going to tattle on himself? That doesn't make sense. They have full faith in the innkeeper. They wouldn't fear him. It must be something else." "You're right, it's unusual. He's even missed a few shifts of work. But since the security team isn't responding, it must not be something bad. You'll have to investigate when you return." Lex suddenly had a solemn feeling. He'd never seen an inn-worker, at least one of the inn-workers the system provided, take a holiday of their own volition before. "I just have one last thing to do, then I'll return to the inn," Lex said, and forcefully exited the divine shower. Lex looked at the shower for a moment and wondered if he should buy that off the resort too. It was divine not just because it was in a heaven, but because the water temperature was just divine. Shaking his head, Lex focused on the tasks ahead. He needed to meet with Shireen and then get the lotus from Likendaroth. Technically, he had some time at the resort left, but there was no need to complete it. Z's odd behavior worried Lex, and so he wanted to speed things along. Lex summoned Likendaroth and shared his intention to leave early, but the response he got was unexpected. "You mean I can come back to the resort whenever I want to complete the time?" Lex asked, incredulously. "Yes, you have about 11 hours of time left in the premium package, which might not sound like a lot. But if you downgrade it, that's almost a few years' worth of time in any of the lower levels." "I'll keep that in mind," said Lex as he put away a summoning card. Much like the coupon that brought him here, the summoning card could bring him back to the resort if he ever wished. An important thing to note was that he couldn't transfer the card to anyone else and could only be used by him. Lex didn't feel too strongly about that at the moment, for as he continued to observe Z's expression at the inn, he felt that resolving the matter with him was the most urgent thing. Lex did not have any brothers, a blessing, considering his family situation, but over the years he had come to consider Z as a younger brother. Now that he was watching that younger brother trudge through the dirt, he felt the incredible urge to go draw a mustache on his face and take a picture with his Polaroid, and also resolve his issues, but that came after the Polaroid. But in all seriousness, Lex had lost the will to joke around, so he promptly found Shireen and the other Valkyries, and once again convened a meeting. He couldn't help but wonder why they were always together, but decided to ignore the question. "You had another proposal for me," he said. Chapter 1513 Bait. Shireen looked at Lex and could practically read the urgency that was painted all over his face. Seeing how he was not in the mood for small talk, she got right to the heart of the matter, which also suited her just fine. "Previously I asked you to deliver a letter for me, and you expressed hesitation. That is likely because you correctly guessed that it will not be easy to deliver said letter, and will likely face many obstacles from those who want to hamper me. Yet it is for that reason I also offered you a favor in exchange. Although confined to the resort, I cannot make direct use of my power. I am not without influence either. Like I said, I have made many friends and contacts throughout my years at the resort, and all of them are well-connected, influential people. Some might even consider you an influential contact I have made as a result of the resort. You aren't wrong, said Lex. But even if I want to complete your wish, I may not be able to. I have my own commitments and tasks that I need to complete. Yes, I concluded as much. That is why I have an alternative offer for you. Like I said previously, the reason I need to deliver this letter is to garner support for my granddaughter. Many will expect me to do such a thing, and indeed many will also conclude that I have asked this favor of you. My request to you is to not deny such claims. Allow others to believe I have asked you to deliver the letter and let them focus on you. Naturally, you do not need to do anything extra and can just go about your life. But as a result, you will draw the attention of, if not the seraphim, then definitely the angels. I cannot deny that even this might carry some risks, but it is unlikely they will proactively try to harm you. The most likely scenario is that they will just try to warn or intimidate you. Even if you deny being asked to deliver a letter on my behalf, they likely won't believe you. If they won't believe me if I deny their claims, why do you even need to form an agreement with me? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you if you don't make an agreement with me and let them think that I'm delivering the letter on your behalf? That way, you don't need to pay me anything and get the benefit anyway. Shireen shook her beautiful head. I am not so insincere as that. Such demeanor does not yield long-term, beneficial relationships and will also affect my reputation, which will affect my ability to network in the resort. Moreover, if we do not form an agreement, we will not develop any contractual karma. It will be easy for anyone to see there is no agreement between us, for our causality will not reflect it. However, if we do form an agreement, the presence of that contractual karma in itself will become the greatest point of suspicion. Even if someone can read the line of karma and detect what it's about, there will always be doubt. For my purposes of diverting attention, that will be enough. Lex leaned back and thought about it for a moment. He didn't mind doing her the favor just to help out, but things were complicated now. Every action and inaction would inadvertently link him to various interest groups. He was already linked to the Humanoid Alliance just based on being born a human. He also could not deny ties to the Henali just based on the fact that his stay at the resort had been sponsored by them. The Versailles Bank was also linked to him. He also had some level of an antagonistic relationship with the HOA, and apparently they would plot to kill him over the next many centuries. Things were complicated enough, and every time he dealt with a situation like this one, he was further creating ties. The one benefit to all of this was that lately he had been doing a lot of things as Lex, for himself, thereby creating karma for himself. It was nowhere near enough to balance out his karma, despite receiving heaven's guidance, but it was a start. He also had to think about what he had to gain from such a deal. And while Shireen's favor was a nice thing to have, Lex had much more urgent needs. I can accept this deal, Lex said, but I need a few things from you then. More specifically, I need you to source some things for me, and I'll find a way to go collect them myself. Lex sent forward a crystal, engraved with a list of all the things he needed. Lex had not been greedy with his list. He merely listed some of the items he needed to upgrade his butter knife, as well as some items he needed to create a heaven back at the inn. Since Lex did not yet know how to create a hell, he would have to wait a bit for that. That's quite a list, Shireen said with surprise. Some of these items I haven't even heard of. Others cannot be found so easily out in the wild and usually belong to some force. Well, you are asking me to indirectly interfere in the internal politics of a major race. I think this is more than fair. Besides, I told you that I'll retrieve the items myself. You just need to source them. That's fair. How can I contact you once I've compiled the list? This was a bit of an issue, since he was planning on sealing the inn to realms besides the origin realm. How did people get anything done without universal teleportation at their beck and call? You can have the list sent to the Henali within the origin realm. They will be able to deliver it to me in the Midnight Inn. Chapter 15:14 Where the Hell is Hell. Then we have an accord, Shireen said, holding out her hand. Lex shook it, expecting some kind of technique to take hold or something. Instead, it was just a good old-fashioned handshake. Even so, he could almost feel an additional karmic link between him and Shireen. The only reason Lex was able to sense even that was because he had already been studying contractual karma. "How long do you think it will take you to compile the list?" Lex asked. "A few items I can inform you of right now, but for most, I will need to reach out to various sources. A rough estimate is that it will take me about a dozen years at the very least. How much longer it takes depends on how rare these items are." Lex resisted the urge to grimace. Time flowed 3 times slower here than in the Origin realm, and time flowed 3 times slower there than in the Midnight realm. In essence, it would take a long time one way or another. Without any prompting, Shireen made a list of the items, the locations of which she knew, and handed them over to Lex. Predictably, all of them had to do with heavens. Now all Lex needed to do was figure out how he was going to get them. Doing so personally was an option, but it would take an unnecessarily long time, and he was on the clock. He could get his workers to go fetch them, and yet he was hesitant to do so because it would involve unforeseen dangers. He could host a trial and send his guests on fetch quests of sorts, but there was no guarantee that they would not take those treasures for themselves and would actually come back with them. Even if he offered a reward for the treasures, there was no guarantee that once someone got their hands on the treasures, they would actually turn them in. "It was a pleasure," said Lex as he put the list away. "I wish you luck with your granddaughter. Likewise, may you have luck hunting down your treasures." Lex bid the angel baddies farewell and quickly went to Lifesketcher, who was holding a small, square box. The brimming dream lotus is safely sealed within this one-time use container and can stay in there for about 3 years without suffering any harm. Before then, you will need to find a suitable environment for it, preferably one rich with divine energy, or else it will begin to wilt fairly quickly. "Thanks, I know just where to put it," said Lex, who was going to hand the box to the turtle and let him deal with the headache of planting it. There were a few spots within the inn where there was divine energy, such as the fire temple specifically prepared for deities, so he wasn't too worried. Besides, the world seed lotus, probably now called a realm seed lotus, or something along those lines for accuracy, would also take care of the new lotus. Lex was about to leave since everything was in order but couldn't help but stall for a moment. There was one question, possibly an arbitrary one, that he couldn't help but wonder about. "If you don't mind, there's a question I'd like to ask you," Lex said. "Go ahead, I'd be happy to answer if I can," Lifesketcher answered. The Seraphim was still studying Lex somewhat. Although he had gotten a sense for how ridiculous Lex was personally, planning a military operation had little to do with personal strength and more was a test of tactics. He had yet to see the brilliance that allowed him to plan such an excellent operation, though that only made sense. Who would display all their strengths out in the open for the world to see. "That space you told me about, the space that constitutes the true universe or whatever, does it have a name? I can't just keep calling it the true universe." Lifesketcher's casual smile slowly faded and an unusual expression replaced it. He looked solemn and at the same time exasperated. "It does indeed have a name. In fact, it has many names, but the one it is most commonly known by is." Lifesketcher let out a deep sigh before he answered, as if the name of that place itself was the source of many of his headaches. "That place is called heaven. To be more accurate, it is the first heaven and the only true heaven. It is the land of miracles, and it is, ironically, one of the most dangerous places that exists within the universe." Lex did not immediately answer, for that truly made no sense. "So wait, is there a true hell as well, or a first hell?" he asked. "Well, yes, everyone thinks so, but as far as I know, there is no real consensus on its existence. Many people just believe that the void is hell." "So what, all of our realms, major and minor, are all just hanging in hell? That doesn't make sense. Although as inhospitable as it is, I'd see why people consider it to be hell. That also explains why the void dwellers want to escape it. Wait, does that mean sinners after they die go to the void? Does that mean those who do good deeds end up in the first heaven?" Lifesketcher sighed again, as if he was reliving a very tedious bane of his existence. "No, there are no sentient living beings inherently in the first heaven, and no, I don't know what happens after death. Please, I think you should put the topic of the first heaven to rest. It does you no good to dwell on it now that you no longer have a connection to it." With that, Lex nodded, though he was more confused about things than before he asked the question. Why was the true universe, or the actual universe, or the physical space of the universe called heaven? In fact, he still hadn't wrapped his head around the existence of the universe itself as a realm yet either, so everything else was a struggle as well. Chapter 15, 15, 15, 15. Sincere Request. Lex thought about the matter for a while, but came to one solid conclusion. The universe was weird as heck, and there was no need to try and figure out its secrets right now. More importantly, while Lycanderoth seemed distraught at the lost opportunity to access the first heaven through Lex himself didn't care. His one and only priority was taking care of the inn, and getting involved with others who had their own agendas was a huge distraction from that. "Thanks for answering my questions," Lex said. "I'll see you around." Lycanderoth smiled and bid Lex farewell, and then saw him teleport away. As soon as Lex vanished, so did his smile, and he pulled out a tablet and began to make notes on it. The document was filled with various other notes about Lex, including a very extensive character profile. Dangerously calculative, with his real agenda masked by a series of distracting actions. Between befriending Daffy and Shireen, and taking great advantage of the resort while suffering no personal expense, Lycanderoth was certain that Lex's true intentions at the resort had remained hidden. He had effortlessly created too many diversions, and dropped too many hints in casual conversation for him to be underestimated. He was an extremely formidable opponent, and yet that is exactly what Lycanderoth expected from someone who ousted an entire terrorist organization for a mere personal vendetta. Even as a celestial immortal, in his home territory, he found it impossible to see through Lex's thoughts and intentions, especially when considering his early departure. Saving a few hours' worth of time in the resort seemed hardly worth it, unless he was saving it for something critical. He wondered, the next time Lex came to the resort, would he reach out to Shireen, Daffy, or someone else entirely? Lycanderoth put the tablet away. It hardly mattered what he did or didn't do, Lycanderoth just wanted to learn from studying Lex. Meanwhile, Lex returned to the inn and took in a deep breath. No matter how comfortable the resort was, and it was great, there was just something about home that it couldn't beat. Still, Lex had to bring in 3 new features to the inn from the resort, yet that could wait. At that very moment, Z had finally reached the innkeeper's office, and was trudging through the hall, dealing with the additional weight that the hall put on anyone who tried to approach the office. Since he had made it this far already, it was no longer in Lex's domain to inquire about the issue. Rather, this was a part of the innkeeper's responsibility now. Lex could have just acted as the innkeeper through his projections, which held real power now, but he much preferred to do it in person. Lex changed into his host attire and teleported to his office, waiting patiently as Z dragged his feet across the hall. It needed no genius to tell that the reason he was so pressured was the scroll container he was carrying, and yet Lex could feel no power from it, as it was perfectly self-contained. It took him 4 hours to finally reach the innkeeper's door, and found it open when he did. "Come in," said the innkeeper warmly. "You have had a long journey." "Not at all," said Z, whose face was pale and covered in sweat. "It was my pleasure to carry this letter of intent to you. It was given to me by a guest who wishes to meet with you. The guest claimed to be in the Tao realm." Lex held out his hand, and the scroll flew over from Z to himself, though he refrained from actually touching it. The scroll merely hovered above his hand. "Thank you for delivering the letter. I will handle the matter from here. You should go get some rest. You've clearly overexerted yourself." "Thank you, I will do just that," said Z, who was all but ready to crash into bed. But covered in sweat as he was, he wanted to go to a hot tub room first. Lex, meanwhile, kept half an eye on Z to make sure nothing abnormal happened to him. At the same time, he studied in the scroll container and wondered what to do with it. The last letter he received from a Tao Lord put a real strain on him. Naturally, he could not ignore the letter, and yet he hesitated to just go ahead and read it either. Unfortunately, there was no recourse for him in this matter. "I should really look into getting some kind of letter reading glasses for the innkeeper," he muttered, and took out the innkeeper's letter opener. The system had already provided him with a number of other tools, so a pair of reading glasses for the innkeeper didn't seem impossible. Not that it would have any real effect on the situation. Lex still readied himself by manifesting his domination as much as possible, and putting his body in its peak state. Realistically, if the host attire could not protect him from the aura of the letter, then his own power would be of little consequence. Even so, he waited till he felt absolutely ready, and then tapped the container with the letter opener. Instead of opening to reveal the letter within, the container itself morphed into a scroll that rolled open before him. In a single glance, Lex read the whole thing and looked away, not taking any risks. The letter was short and concise. "To the innkeeper, I have tasted your hospitality and found it wonderfully refreshing. I wanted nothing more than to quietly enjoy my vacation and avoid a confrontation for as long as possible. Yet circumstances conspire against my wishes, and I have been put into a situation where clarification is required. It is with sincere intent that I request a meeting so pretenses can be dropped, and the matters of great importance that we have been avoiding can be discussed. Regards, Sun Wukong. Chapter 1516, Handsome Monkey King. Lex had once sealed his memory of Wukong's name from within the Chamber of Secrets, but upon reading it again, suddenly those memories returned to him, once again reminding him of how dangerous his interactions with this particular guest were. He had to be in complete control over his thoughts, lest his thoughts be seen by the guest. The worst part was, he wasn't sure if the host attire would protect him from the guest's gaze, for the system seemed entirely incapable of detecting this particular guest at all. It was uncanny. But it provided Lex with a proper justification to meet with this particular guest, which was convenient because he had already decided to meet him. If there were potentially other Dao Lords hunting this guest, then it would be inconvenient to keep him here for a long time. Although the system teleportation was sealed outside the origin realm, and the location of his realm was hidden and masked, who knew what capabilities Dao Lords had? It was best to be careful. Lex carefully placed the letter in the same drawer as the one with the previous one, burying it with many of his business cards, although this particular letter had not harmed him. Sun Wukong, I am glad to know that you enjoyed the hospitality of the Midnight Inn, the innkeeper said, his voice ever pleasing and comforting to hear. When he began to speak, his office was empty save himself, and yet as his words completed, a dignified monkey sat opposite to him. Wukong stared openly at the innkeeper, unknown thoughts running through his head. Heck, he might have been inspecting the innkeeper, yet Lex could not tell. In the presence of other Dao Lords, his system would suppress itself, hiding its presence as best as it could, and allow everything to run on automation. Yet even as this particular guest, whose name Lex refused to think of, sat before him, his system showed no such indication of hiding. The renowned innkeeper, Wukong eventually spoke, interest shining in his eyes. I have heard many things about you. It is said that you boast an incomparable mastery over karma. Seeing you now, seemingly without any karmic ties at all save for the inn, I see that is true. The innkeeper smiled and nodded politely, as if acknowledging the compliment. I have also heard much about you, dear guest, the innkeeper spoke, his tone and pace at ease, as if the monkey's vast reputation did not bother him at all. I have heard you like to be called Handsome Monkey King. Wukong had his left elbow rested peacefully on the arm of his chair, using it to support himself as he rested his jaw on his fist. Yet when the innkeeper spoke of the nickname he liked to be called, Wukong's elbow slipped, and the Dao Lord almost fell over from a seated position. The innkeeper did not react to the sudden stumble, and Wukong also did not acknowledge it, yet Lex suspected that the guest was suppressing a blush from appearing. Yes, well, I have that going for me too, though I'd have thought that from the many things my reputation is built on, that is not what you would be focusing on. Lex refused to believe that a Dao Lord could be flustered so easily. There was just no way. Yes, well, I have also heard that you are accepting blind date suggestions from Brandon. Quite courageous of you, if I might say so myself. I'm glad that you are making use of the inn's environment to explore your romantic options. How is that going for you? Wukong suddenly looked like he had been shot through the heart, though it only lasted a moment. Lex refused to believe that the being before him was so openly displaying his genuine emotions, and believed that they were being used to throw him off guard. Wukong, meanwhile, recalled that the innkeeper, even without meeting him, had once dissuaded him from trying to go on a blind date. Had the innkeeper foreseen that he would be dumped? I was merely trying out a new experience. It's nothing to take too seriously, Wukong said nonchalantly. You know, before I came to the inn, I looked into you. I suppose you could have already guessed as much. With no history and no mark left on the universe, it seems you appeared out of nowhere. I suppose with your mastery of karma, it is not difficult to erase all your traces. But I also heard that lately you have reduced your appearances in public. I was wondering why that might be. I see now it is because you are nursing a grave wound. If I had to guess, I would say you are at about 40% of your regular strength. Quite impressive what you can do in such a state. If I had been so weakened, I would never expose myself. Lex suddenly had a thought, though he could not believe such a thought to be true. He pushed it aside. How was it possible that a Dao Lord could have such weak verbal confrontational skills? If he looked over their conversation, it seemed apparent at a glance that the guest sitting opposite to him was trying to unnerve him, yet his attempts kept failing. As such, he took to attacking his more personal traits. What was interesting was that the guest seemed to be considering the system's wounded state as the innkeeper's own. To be more specific, the system was at 40.2% functionality, and the guest, who had clearly tried to observe the innkeeper, mistook the system's weakened state as the innkeeper's own. Lex did not know what the guest's intentions were, but this was no time to lose his nerve. He would continue to act as if everything the guest was showing was purposeful to deceive him. He just couldn't believe there existed such a simple and straightforward Tao Lord. Chapter 1517 Precautionary Measures. Even though the guest in front of him was using a very blatant and obvious method to try to provoke him, Lex continued to maintain an at-ease demeanor. The innkeeper's persona of someone who was very calm and had everything under control could not be broken. "I think you are under some kind of misunderstanding, dear guest. I am but a humble innkeeper, managing my inn and taking care of my guests. Why would something like that require strength? The only reason I have taken a step back, for now, is to allow the inn workers to mature a bit and gain some experience. Though the Midnight Inn caters to the whole universe, for now we are limited to this little corner, taking on only a few guests so that the inn may prepare itself for when we open properly. I suppose you could say the inn, currently, is in its soft launch phase." Wukong snorted. "You have two sovereigns, a new-born realm, the highest concentration of human talent available in the entire universe, two potential Tao lords and a worker who is all but ready to discover his Tao, limited only by his realm, and you say you don't need strength. I have never heard anything so absurd. Are you so confident in yourself that you did not react at all when the universe's most infamous thief comes waltzing in like nothing? You did not even react when I distributed the Jade Emperor's wine to all the guests of the inn. You do know that he will be able to detect those who have drunk his wine the moment they leave the inn. He may say nothing to them, but he will certainly follow the trail of where they got that wine. Was he the universe's most infamous thief? That explained why he was wanted. Lex didn't know who this Jade Emperor was, but considering that as a Tao Lord this guest was concerned about him, then he was also probably some Tao Lord with immense influence. If he was infamous for stealing, then that probably wasn't the only thing he stole. He had also clearly scouted out the inn for valuables, and though Lex could guess the identity of the potential Tao Lords, he had no idea who he was referring to when he mentioned a worker all but ready to discover his Tao. In fact, he may have already stolen some things from the inn, and Lex would have no way of knowing since the system couldn't detect him at all. Though, to a degree, Lex got an idea for why the system couldn't detect him. As the universe's most infamous thief, it was obvious that he would have some amazing methods to prevent himself from being detected by anyone or anything. I only know you as the guest who hangs out with Brandon and started a week-long party at the inn. As long as you don't break the rules of the inn, why would I be concerned with your reputation? More than me, it seems you are bothered by a lack of reaction on my part. Why don't you tell me why the universe's most infamous thief has joined a book club at the Midnight Inn? During the short period of their conversation, Lex had swept the inn, and though he had been unable to detect the guest in front of him, he could pay special attention to people's conversations regarding him. Through that, he had gotten a general idea of what this guest had been doing at the inn the last few months, at least publicly. Wukong said, but seemed unable to say anything more. He seemed visibly frustrated, not that Lex believed any of it was true. Eventually, he just sighed. Are you already in contact with her? Is that why you're so nonchalant? Do you already know my identity? Wukong asked, one question after another. The innkeeper, to Wukong's immense frustration, raised a simple eyebrow in curiosity. I'm not sure what you're talking about, he said, further cementing his image as an overall very chill guy. Yet the more calm and friendly the innkeeper appeared to be, the more Wukong felt annoyed and frustrated. Ever since he had stolen the peaches of immortality back when he was just a mortal monkey, he had hardly ever come across such a friendly person, at least as long as they knew who he was. In that case, the reason Wukong felt frustrated was, if only he had discovered the innkeeper sooner, he would not have gone through so much of life without any friends. In the end, Wukong simply sighed in defeat. There was no point in probing him any further, for he wouldn't detect anything anyway. Wukong was more of a fighter than a talker anyway. Slowly, a seriousness mixed into Wukong's eyes. He spread his aura around the room, completely isolating it from the outside. Although the system still seemed unable to detect anything the guest in front of him did, Lex himself could feel that he had been isolated within his office for one very simple reason. He was once again cut off from Jack, or basically anything outside his office. In fact, even his system seemed unable to sweep through the inn, though it was still operating as if everything was fine. Since you asked me, well, you asked me why I joined the book club, but it's close enough to asking me why I have come to the inn, so it's time we got down to business. I hope you do not mind me isolating your office. What we discuss here needs to stay a secret. I assure you my office is secure enough on its own, but if it makes you more comfortable, then you can use your own measures for safety, the innkeeper said calmly, as if he was completely unperturbed by the sudden display of power. Internally, Lex spoke to Mary. Hey, Mary, are you still there? Yes, I am, she said, though she didn't appear anywhere in sight. But I closed all external senses the moment your meeting started. If anyone other than you hears your guest's words, he may detect it, so I have no way of knowing what's going on. Do not tell me what happens in this meeting. You will need to use your own discretion to determine how to proceed. Do let me know when the meeting is over so I can unblock my senses, though. Got it, stay put, I'll handle this, said Lex. He did not allow himself to feel nervous, even though the host attire prevented any of his emotions from showing. He didn't even dare go into the state of flow. Anything and everything could serve as a hint to the Tao Lord in front of him, who seemed more formidable than any of the previous Tao beings he had ever met before. As such, he quite firmly and thoroughly took control over all his actions and emotions. He didn't even allow himself to wonder if he would need to be decontaminated from Tao aura once more. I am sure that your security measures are adequate, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. The matters I need to discuss are secrets of the highest order. As if to emphasize that exact thing, Wukong pulled out a small treasure that looked like a gold Buddha statue, and placed it on the table between him and the innkeeper. From the Buddha's head incense, smoke started to rise and began swirling around the two of them, creating yet another barrier around them, further isolating them. During the entire process, the innkeeper remained entirely unperturbed, watching with a soft smile on his face. The innkeeper's unwavering confidence, despite the situation, was quite impressive, and Wukong raised his evaluation of the innkeeper by a few levels. Maybe the weakness that he had detected, the one that said that the innkeeper was only at 40% of his maximum strength, was something the innkeeper had purposefully revealed as a facade. Regardless, it did not matter. Wukong continued to make a few more preparations, and Lex watched silently, not allowing a single emotional fluctuation. At one point, through his tenet, Lex even detected that the laws around them had suddenly changed. It almost felt like they had been transported inside an entirely different realm altogether, yet that wasn't possible. The host attire would not have worked if they had left the Midnight Realm. Now then, I think we can talk frankly, said Wukong, looking much more at ease with his various protections in place. I'll get right to it. I did not come to the Midnight Inn by coincidence, nor did I come here to enjoy a leisurely vacation, although that has been a pleasant experience that I more than welcome. I came here because I was sent here by Mother Nuwa. Chapter 1518 Cooperation. Wukong stared at the innkeeper, waiting for his reaction to the news. What Wukong had just revealed to the innkeeper was a secret of astounding proportions that, if revealed, could shift the entire balance of power in the entire universe. Wars would be fought, realms would exchange hands, entire races would go extinct or rise up to power. Yet the insufferable innkeeper merely nodded, as if he was waiting for the story to continue. Aren't you surprised? Wukong finally asked, unable to hold back. The whole universe is speculating whether the mother is alive or dead. She has not openly acted or appeared for entire ages, making her current status one of the greatest mysteries of the universe. Are you not surprised to hear that she personally gave me such a command? Me, a beast, a thief with no affiliation to the humanoid alliance or even the path of order, got a direct order from her. Are you not surprised? The innkeeper's smile widened, ever so slightly, before he calmly spoke. I do not usually concern myself with things happening outside my inn or the affiliations of my guests, but I am pleased to hear that the mother expressed an interest in my inn. If she ever needs to rest or take a vacation, we would be most honored to host her. Wukong wanted to rip his own hair out, but refrained from doing that. What kind of an answer was that? How could he be so indifferent? Wukong stopped thinking about it, and instead just focused on the discussion. Anyway, like I was saying, I was sent here by the mother. She had taken notice of the inn already. As a bastion of human talent, it could not escape her sight. But recently, things took a drastic change. I do not know the exact details, but the reason she sent me here was to serve as a protector for one particular worker at your inn. Oh, is there a particular danger to one of my workers that I don't know about? The innkeeper asked, finally showing some emotion on his face. But even then, it seemed more like mere interest rather than deep concern. As far as I know, not really. More importantly, no one can know that I am here to protect a particular guest. I must protect him in silence, and if anything were to happen to him or the inn, then I have been ordered to save him. I do not understand. If there is no real threat, what's the point of sending you? More importantly, from what I understand, you have not been very covert about your presence here. Certain entities may already be on their way here to confront you. Wouldn't that mean attracting attention towards the inn instead of away from it? You're bringing more danger to your target from what I can see. I am naturally not here with my real body, so you do not need to worry. No one will waste any real effort in trying to catch one of my clones. Not to mention, I have already spread thousands of my clones in other public areas across the universe. It is not worth the hassle of offending me just to capture one of my clones. That too from this inn while there are countless clones available in numerous easier-to-reach areas. In such a situation, my presence here will actually keep needless trouble away. I must admit, in the beginning, the reason I revealed myself was to test your response. Even now, I cannot see your intentions in gathering so many humans and having them work under you. What is the point of having so many devils as guests? You tread a dangerous line, and you do it so openly. Personally, it was my intention to maintain the status quo for as long as possible. Even the mother made no mention of you, so I wasn't sure if you could be trusted. But then I saw Zerk's sword arts come back to life in the hands of one of your workers, and then I finally noticed. It was hidden from view, but if you know what to look for, it was easy to determine. Almost all of your workers are clones of the first few generations of humans. Being clones is not enough to give them the same talents and skills as the original, but you have somehow elevated their personal talents and potentials to such a large degree, all so silently and openly, yet somehow without arousing any attention. Within your inn, I saw the seeds sowed of the return of the human race to the peak of the realm. At that point, no matter what your intentions, even if you are raising them just for the sake of having good workers for your inn, I could no longer ignore you. I think it would be best if we come to some kind of understanding and actually work together. As long as my connection to the mother is not revealed, it is not impossible for us to cooperate on certain things. I appreciate the effort you've taken into protecting one of my workers, but you have not exactly told me who it is you're supposed to be protecting, and why they need protection. Furthermore, I don't see how learning of a sword technique that Z learned forced you to reveal all this to me, or what it is you want to cooperate on. How can I not have this conversation with you after learning about Zerk's sword technique? Before their fall, humans were one of the most industrious and militaristic races in existence, posing a grave threat to the enemies of the humanoid alliance. Learning of their imminent return on a universal timescale means that I either stand to benefit or suffer a loss based on my affiliations. This is a very real potential threat that no one can ignore. After all, the easiest time to kill a Dao Lord is before they become a Dao Lord, and merely show the potential to be one. Of course, a handful of talented humans are not going to change the fate of the universe on their own, but if they can raise the ranking for humans on the cosmic ascendant spectrum, then universe-wide talented humans can begin to take advantage of the difference. As for the exact identity of the worker I am to protect, I think, for various reasons, it is best if I do not specify. You can rest assured that I will not interfere in their duties or daily life, and will carry out my protective duties in silence, without raising any suspicion. A large part of that will be by just making the environment of the inn safer. I know that you are not interested, or at least do not seem interested in the affairs of the universe at large, but that does not mean those from the universe are not interested in you. Your reputation is too fresh and largely untested. Even if you have the ability to protect yourself, others don't know that, so they will try to probe you. But with me around at the inn, there's no Dao Lord who'd be willing to enter the inn. After all, it's a well-known fact that I will steal something from any Dao Lord that I meet. Just my reputation alone will keep the majority of all Dao Lords away from your inn. I suppose that's not the best thing for business, so I apologize in advance. As to your last question, even I do not know why I need to protect my target, and from what threat. All I know is that if the mother has deemed him worthy of protection, then there must be something spectacularly significant about him. In fact, it is entirely possible that he alone can cause the return of the human race to its former peak. The innkeeper gave Wu Kong a perturbed look. It's not very nice of you to scare away potential guests, although I suppose you're technically not breaking any rules of the inn if your mere presence here is causing other Dao Lords to stay away. Moving on, I find it a little absurd that you're here to protect one of my workers, but don't want to reveal the identity of who you're trying to protect. I suppose as long as you do not disrupt any inactivities, it is not a big deal. Finally, if you want to cooperate with the Midnight Inn, it is not something I am averse to. But first we need to discuss the exact details of what that cooperation entails. What exactly do you want from the Midnight Inn as a part of your cooperation, and what exactly are you willing to offer? I must emphasize this strictly before we discuss any matters. The workers of the inn, no matter their race or how talented they are absolutely not available for some kind of race reclamation mission. I will not be sending them to fight any wars, nor am I going to be sending them to any missions unaffiliated to the inn. However, if you want them to host an event or plan a party, then we can talk. Chapter 1519 Primordial Garden. Although Lex remained largely unaware of the ramifications of the projection of the pair of eyes that appeared during his breakthrough to the immortal realm, he was not completely unaware. In fact, it was basically impossible to not hear about the pair of eyes that appeared all across the universe, any place a humanoid race existed, and somehow caused them to experience an elevation in talent of some sort. Or, well, in Lex's case, he didn't hear about the whole universe, but he'd heard enough about it. The rumors existed in his inn, as well as inside the Origin realm and even the Crystal realm. That was enough to give him some idea of what the projection caused by his breakthrough had done. The rise in talent was minor, almost inconsequential, but the scale was absolutely unbelievable, which was the true reason there was endless gossip about it. More importantly, the effect of the projection was identical to the effect of his physique. As such, when the guest in front of him refused to reveal the identity of who he was supposed to protect, Lex was still fairly certain that it was him. Although one could ask how anyone could discover that the projection had been caused by Lex, considering that Nuwa was supposed to be the patron of the humanoid alliance, and the true source of its power, he wasn't too surprised by it. If he had to guess, just based on the random bits of information he had, he could easily say that she was probably above the Tao Lord level, or perhaps even 2 or 3 realms above that, if such realms even existed. Who could really say? If anything, his recent experiences had informed him of how little he really understood about the universe. While Tao Lords appeared to be the largest and most powerful force any organization could have, that was just on the surface. If even he could get in touch with this level of information, then the secrets those very organizations held surely had something to do with a level above Tao Lord, right? Regardless, Lex was fairly certain that the patron, or founder, or creator of the humanoid alliance, whatever the mother's official position was interested in protecting him, because of his ability to improve the talent for all humanoid races. Although Lex hardly ever made use of his physique, for obvious reasons, he couldn't even imagine how powerful it would become as he grew stronger. If he ever managed to enter the Tao realm, he could only begin to speculate how drastic the effect of the subsequent projection would be. Maybe he could, single-handedly, raise the level of humans on the cosmic ascendance spectrum by a vast margin. In fact, he could not even begin to imagine the kind of karma that would involve. What Lex couldn't begin to guess, however, was who the worker was who was all but ready to discover his Tao. If he really had to guess, he'd say Cowain, since he was really into swordsmanship and was, himself, a sword. But somehow he doubted it. It couldn't be that easy. Fret not, I do not need an army of humans for any purpose. In fact, it is in my best interest to ensure that they continue to grow and thrive in a safe and secure environment. As such, I cannot help but think that they are already too exposed. After all, if I can stumble onto Z using a long-forgotten sword technique, then so can others. The ideal situation would be if they were completely hidden from view. Barring that, since I have a feeling you would not want to replace all of your workers overnight, it would be best to make them as inconspicuous as possible. One of the best ways to do that would be to begin hiring another, very conspicuous race as workers at your inn. In case it was not clear, the innkeeper said, immediately taking advantage of a slight pause in Wukong's speech. The Midnight Inn does not utilize any form of bonded or coerced labor. Just as the innkeeper said that, he was reminded of the 2 rhino-centaurs, who were literally being forced to work at the inn in exchange for their restricted freedom. At least, the inn does not partake in such things, unless the target is someone who has actively acted against the inn by breaking multiple significant rules. Wukong smiled mischievously. Yes, I understand. I've seen the kind of environment you've built here. It's rare for such a large number of beings to foster such familial feelings for one another, yet you have somehow created exactly such a place that enables that. I doubt that's the kind of thing you'd want to compromise. But what if I told you that there's a race out there who would make excellent workers for your inn, and they wouldn't compromise the environment you've built either? If anything, they'd fit right in perfectly. I would not be averse to giving them an opportunity to take the test to become an employee, said the innkeeper calmly. Whether they can grasp the opportunity or not would be, ultimately, up to them. Naturally, there wouldn't be any backdoors opened for them. Wukong resisted the urge to grimace as he maintained his mischievous smile. This accursed innkeeper. He was not playing by the script. Shouldn't he ask what this race was, or how he could find them? Tell me, innkeeper, have you ever heard of the primordial garden? Wukong proceeded to ask one. As a matter of fact, I have, was all the innkeeper said. Lex immediately thought back to the crystal realm, where he had heard of the primordial garden. The crystal realm was limited to the earth immortal realm, and it was all but impossible to break through a higher realm. But as with almost everything else in the universe, there could be exceptions under special circumstances. If anyone broke through the earth immortal realm and entered the heavenly immortal realm, they would ascend from the crystal realm to the primordial garden, an entirely different realm. From what he recalled, the crystal race had some kind of influence there as well. The primordial garden was mentioned in chapter 685, for those that want a refresher. Chapter 1520, Chiron Race. Within the Arctica realm, Axios finally concluded a meeting that had been going on for days. He had not reached the exact resolution that he was hoping for, but things were on a positive track. If everything went according to plan, then he would be invited by the Arctica race to participate in the more exclusive portions of the New Age Expo, which is where the Nuz would begin their true plan. Free from the meeting, he did not allow himself to rest, and instead turned his attention to the other matter that had been occupying his attention. He oversaw the Go board and received a lot more information from it than his opponent would. To begin with, he already knew the relevance of each level of the board and exactly what he needed to do to gain an advantage. Yet, because of his system, he could also glean some information about his opponent, a clear advantage that his opponent lacked. Unlike all his previous opponents while playing the game, this one had learned of the existence of the board fairly quickly, and had even somewhat gained some level of control over the pieces. Axios could tell, for he could see that the opponent had accumulated a number of beads which he was not deploying. This could be considered a decent strategy, depending on what the opponent wanted to do. Clearly, it also prevented him from being targeted by Axios' rook piece as well. But sometimes, not placing pieces could also be a disadvantage, for it could allow Axios to take key areas. Of course, what the opponent's strategy was, Axios did not know yet. What he did know was that this opponent was already proving to be far more formidable than his previous opponents even this early in the game. That's exactly why it was fun to play, and exactly why Axios wanted to pull out all the stops. He had previously used a perk that his system gave him. The perk gave him a hint as to a good time to disrupt his opponent's flow, and it had given him the hint a short while ago. The hint was not too accurate, but it was close enough. The short amount of time wasted in exiting the meeting should not have made too much of a difference. Axios sacrificed some of the ordinary pieces he had accumulated, and summoned another rook piece, sending it onto the board and crushing one of his opponent's pieces. Whether his opponent realized it or not, one of the core principles of the game was the accumulation of soft and hard power. Whether that came in the form of accumulating allies, affiliations, knowledge, personal strength, or anything else, it was all relevant if it was of a sufficient amount, keeping the both of them in mind. As such, a key point of the game was disrupting each other in key moments, preventing them from grasping opportunities. The consequences of this game were very, very real. Axios smirked to himself as he watched the opponent's piece get crushed, and then diverted his attention away from the board. Right now, his opponent was surely experiencing another form of cultivation deviation. Yet what Axios hadn't accounted for were two key things. When he received the hint was exactly when Lex's meeting with Wukong began. If he had deployed the rook piece at that exact time, the result really may have been something unexpected. Yet as a result of the time difference, the few seconds Axios waited before acting resulted in more than enough time in the Midnight Realm for Wukong to set up his barriers. Even the Midnight Inn system suffered as a result of Wukong's barriers, let alone any other system. The effect of the rook piece did not reach Lex, for the Go board in his mind was isolated from Axios' system. Unaware that he had inadvertently avoided disaster by hurrying to investigate Z's behavior, and then meet Wukong, Lex waited for his guest to explain the relevance of mentioning the primordial garden. Of course, you've heard of the primordial garden. Everyone has heard of the primordial garden. It's the one realm Ventura has a monopoly over because no one else can find its location. Just imagine it. A vivarium of sorts of the primordial age in the form of a realm, forever stuck at the peak of the celestial realm. Its inability to fully mature limits the actions and access of Tao lords, and yet it contains races, plants, treasures all long extinct in the universe since the end of the primordial age itself. You asked me, Innkeeper, what I want from you and what I can do for you. I've heard that you can access any place in the universe through your inn. I want your help in reaching the primordial garden, and in exchange, I can aid you in earning the favor of the Chiron race, one of the elder races, and take them on as workers for your inn. It's not every day that an opportunity to hire one of the top 100 races from the cosmic ascendant spectrum just appears right in front of you, so what do you say? The Chiron race, as I'm sure you know, were well known for their enlightened and hospitable culture. They can be found nowhere other than the primordial garden in the entire universe, so if they start working at the inn, they would far outshadow your other workers, perfectly hiding your human workers in plain sight. Lex did not immediately answer, even if he had no idea how he would ever gain access to the primordial garden to begin with. He'd just received a lot of information, and he needed to carefully process all of it, lest he miss something important. As such, he accelerated the speed of his thoughts, going through a million different possibilities each second. The first thing that occurred to him was that if Ventura had a monopoly on the primordial garden, that could be one of the reasons they had one of their schools try to take over the crystal realm. Chapter 1521, To Offend or Not to Offend. The potential motives of Ventura aside, what was more important was the news that Ventura had a monopoly on the primordial garden. Lex had learned long ago that anything with the word primordial in its name was hella special. If this was a video game, the primordial descriptor would be equivalent to a grade, or even several grades above legendary, whether the ranking be for items, places, beings, or anything else. If Ventura had a monopoly on the primordial garden, was that really something he wanted to mess with? Even if he had the guest in front of him as a deterrent, Lex had not forgotten that, when he completed the quest related to P. Vardy's wedding, one of the things that upgraded his reward was the presence of a projection above the Tao Realm 1. With no other information at hand, Lex could only assume that the projection of the being above the Tao Realm was associated with Ventura. With absolutely no information on hand about what came after the Tao Realm, Lex could only guess that whoever that projection belonged to was on the same level as, or close to being on the same level as Mother Nuwa. Was such a being someone Lex really wanted to mess with in any conceivable way? No, not at all, not under any circumstances, not even if the system somehow forced or coerced him. Sure, having a race in the top 100 races on the cosmic ascendant spectrum, apparently known as the elder races, was tempting. But just like he had forsaken the temptation of the Bangle of Narn so long ago, Lex would not provoke death just to get some benefits he could live without. A tempting offer, no doubt, said the innkeeper with a warm smile, giving away none of his thoughts. But let's assume for a moment I can access the primordial garden without any hint as to its location or any way of targeting it. You yourself said that the garden is under a monopoly of Ventura. If I start recruiting the Chiron race, won't it practically announce to the universe that I have broken Ventura's monopoly? Although the inn keeps to itself and does not mind what others are doing out in the universe, that does not mean that the inn is entirely indifferent to the universe itself. Offending a power like Ventura does not really align with the inn's status as neutral. Wukong did not immediately respond. Instead, he widened his mischievous smile. Although what the innkeeper said sounded perfectly logical, it was actually the first time the innkeeper had actually adhered to common sense, as far as he was concerned. It was good to know that the innkeeper was still not indifferent even to Ventura. That was a behemoth that was able to take on students from every single race and power in the universe, without being swayed or affected by the pressure of any power. It was a power that was neutral by force, because no one really wanted to offend it, and everyone wanted to get on its good side. Yet earning its appreciation was entirely dependent on Ventura itself. If the innkeeper remained indifferent even to Ventura, then Wukong would have had to reevaluate the innkeeper entirely. Yes, on the surface it really does seem like that would be the case, but I happen to learn some secrets that I just borrowed from some charitable friends I encountered during my many travels. Would you like to know? Are you basing your entire plan on some secrets that you stole? The innkeeper asked, an amused tone in his voice rather than skeptical. That seems to me like Ventura would be even more provoked if they found out. Are you sure your intentions are as you claim? Wukong chuckled. As the universe's greatest thief, items and belongings are not the only things I steal. Anything you can imagine, from emotions to memories to fragments of Tao or even enlightenments to imagination itself, all are fair game. As it happens, amongst my collection, I have more than a few memories about the primordial garden. My understanding of that place exceeds even many elders of Ventura itself. That place is not without an owner, and Ventura only operates there with the owner's permission. If others are to find it, Ventura has no grounds upon which to express dissatisfaction. In fact, it is only a matter of time before someone else finds it. It is entirely impossible to maintain such a monopoly forever. As long as the owner does not have an issue with you or the inn, there will be no real obstacle to you connecting to the primordial garden. Having no grounds to express dissatisfaction does not mean they won't take offense or won't be dissatisfied, said the innkeeper. Yet even as he said it, Lex knew he had stumbled onto a genuine issue he would have to face one day. Since the system was to cater to the entire universe, connecting to the whole universe was an inevitability. Yet there was no reason to rush into it before he was ready. So what you're basically saying is that, if I can confirm that Ventura will not take offense to you reaching out to the primordial garden, then you would be open to reaching out to it. You're also ignoring the fact that I have no hint as to its location, but setting that aside, if reaching out to it won't affect the inn's neutral status, then there is no real issue. You know what, while we're here, let's tackle that issue as well. What would you need to locate the garden? Lex had never actively tried to connect to a new realm before. He would, at the very least, need to buy some very expensive kind of ticket. To target the realm, he probably also needed to find an object from the realm carrying its aura. There may even be more requirements, but he could not check right then and there. Operating the system in front of his guest was not a risk he could take, so he could only guess as to the requirements. To start off with, I would need an object from the primordial garden laden with the aura of the realm itself, and the stronger the aura, the better. Mention of a being above the Tao realm was in Chapter 714, for those who want a refresher. Chapter 1522, caught in the act. An item from the realm carrying the realm's aura? Wukong repeated, almost as if bewildered. In fact, there was even a somewhat shocked expression on his face. Is that all it would take? The truth was that Wukong really was shocked. If an item was all it took to trace back the location of a realm, then most realms would not remain hidden and out of reach. Most major forces used a combination of divination, calculation, void exploration, and many other, very expensive means to even narrow down the general vicinity of a realm. Even the term general vicinity was relative, for even after accurately narrowing down the location of a realm, it was not uncommon to spend millions of years searching. For exactly that reason, earth and heavenly immortals were often used as the menial labor in void exploration for realms and minor realms. Such was the irony of life. In a smaller organization of setting, a heavenly immortal was akin to an overlord and ruler due to their immense power. But in larger organizations, they were used as labor for that very power and their long lives. Of course, despite the difference in status, the payment and compensation of larger organizations was still better than that of an overlord of a smaller organization. Yes, that would be a good start, the innkeeper confirmed. If more is required, I can let you know. But that would be a discussion to have if I actually decide to connect to the primordial garden. For now, like I said, despite having the goal of connecting the inn to the entire universe, the inn is in a soft launch phase. Whether it's the inn itself, the inn's realm of the inn's workers, they're all slowly maturing into their roles. I am in no rush to forcefully expedite things. Very well then. I will take responsibility for getting you confirmation that Ventura will not act against you for gaining access to the primordial garden, nor will it affect the relationship between your two institutions. Once that is done, we can look forward to reaping the harvest of the garden together. That is all well and good, Wukong, the innkeeper said with a warm smile, almost as if he was looking down at him like an adult looking down at a child. But let me remind you of something first. Whether we enter the garden or not is yet to be seen, but for such a day to come, and for you to continuously stay at the inn to conduct your protective duties, you need to be able to stay at the inn. If you stay true to your reputation as the greatest thief in the universe, and break the rules of the inn by stealing from other guests or even the inn, then I might not be able to continue to host you. Wukong froze. The timing of the innkeeper's words was too coincidental. In fact, it was such a perfect coincidence that it was actually impossible for it to be a coincidence. Wukong, the greatest thief in the universe, was hated so because his skills were genuinely unmatched. Among the many things he stole, fragments of other Tao lords, actual Tao were also included. Upon learning that the innkeeper could so easily locate the primordial garden, Wukong had a fleeting thought, not one he would ever act on, of course, of maybe borrowing the innkeeper's dhow for a few days. No, not even borrow, maybe just take a look at, a passing glance, a fleeting glimpse, at most a cursory peek at the dhow. A monkey couldn't be blamed for being curious about how such an amazing feat could be achieved, could he? But obviously he would never actually do that. He was supposed to be on good terms with the innkeeper. He was supposed to cooperate with him. Wukong would never compromise that just because of a little curiosity. Oh, also he had snagged a letter from the innkeeper's table, not that he had been able to read it yet. There was a single business card attached to the top of the letter, sealing it with the innkeeper's power, preventing him from learning its contents without properly removing the card. Wukong coughed, and from within his armpit took out the letter. By the way, on an unrelated note, I found this on the ground and thought I'd return it to you, he said as he quickly placed it on the table. The innkeeper gave him an amused glance with a raised eyebrow, but said nothing. Instead, he just opened his drawer and slipped the letter back in without touching it. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, let's talk about something else. Since I'll be staying at the inn for a while anyway, feel free to let me know if there's anything I can help out with. Oh right, I'm depriving the inn of other Tao Lord guests. Should I invite some of my friends over? Don't worry, they won't take any discounts and will pay for their stay. Honest. Internally, Wukong was sweating as he wondered how his actions had been discovered. No one had discovered his theft so quickly before, ever. At the same time, Lex was exerting even more control over his state of mind, not allowing any fluctuations at all over the fact that his guest had somehow bypassed the protection of the system within his own office and stolen the governor's letter. Earlier on, Lex had, in an attempt to divert the topic from opening up a connection to the primordial garden since he didn't actually know if he'd be able to do it, randomly asked his guest not to steal. In his mind, it would be a gentle way of reasserting his position as a host and as a powerful yet mysterious figure. The next thing he knew, Wukong had reproduced the letter with a flimsy excuse and an incredibly guilty look. What Lex hadn't noticed, partially due to the fact that he was in an enclosed space, causing the system to be cut off from the actual inn and not getting any feedback, was that the fishing well had also undergone a slight, practically imperceptible change. It was almost as if, previously, there had been a perfect decoy well operating inside the inn, so perfectly created that even the system had failed to detect it. Yet now, it had spontaneously and coincidentally returned to being the original at that exact moment. Chapter 1523, don't take it the wrong way. The innkeeper stared at Wukong for a moment before responding. The Midnight Inn would, of course, be more than happy to host any friends you wish to invite here, given that they obey the rules of the inn itself. But considering that it is your mission to protect one of my workers, for the sake of your own mission, I think it would be best not to attract any kind of unnecessary attention towards the inn. Inviting some of your friends may be counterproductive towards such a goal. Yes, of course, Wukong agreed readily. That makes perfect sense. I have to keep the mother's mission at the forefront of my priorities. The innkeeper nodded, and then paused for a moment as if in thought. Normally, I do not make special allowances for guests, the innkeeper began, taking on a slightly more serious tone. But seeing as how your purpose in coming to the inn is to protect one of my workers, and that might include staying here for a long time, I think it is best we reach some form of an understanding. You can act as a deterrent against other Tao Lords and others as you wish, and oversee whichever one of my workers you want to protect. But if, for any reason, someone does decide to pursue you within the inn, or you have some kind of altercation, it must be done outside the inn. Neither the inn, nor its guests, nor the realm can tolerate the power of a Tao being haphazardly used. Yes, that's naturally my intention as well. It would not do if I end up harming the target I was meant to protect by releasing my power carelessly. Also, I would appreciate it if you did not repeat any incident that might attract antagonistic attention towards the inn. If the Jade Emperor pursues any of my guests due to wine they consumed at the inn, that would ruin the image and prestige of the inn. Such a thing is not acceptable. No, actually, you don't need to worry about that. This is not the first time I've spread the Emperor's wine. He won't actually pursue the matter. He can't beat me, and he knows it. All right, then. I think we are at an agreement. I will overlook any actions you take in your pursuit to protect one of my workers, as long as you do not harm the inn or its guests, and that includes stealing from them. In turn, you can operate freely without concern of interference. If, in the future, you manage to procure assurances about Ventura, or have some other venture you wish to inquire about, You can directly ask one of my workers to send me a message. There is no need to burden poor Z with a letter of intent. That's no longer an issue anyway, Wukong said, waving his hand. Now that he's delivered my letter, his karma has been forever changed anyway. No one will be able to detect his connection to Zerk if his karma is overwhelmingly connected to me. Then again, I suppose you would not have let anything happen to him. Even so, he's now safer than ever before. Excellent, so I believe that wraps up all of our business, unless there's something else you wanted to talk about. Unexpectedly, Wukong did not answer immediately, instead just staring at the innkeeper for a moment. In that instance, his shy or embarrassed expression faded away, leaving behind only an imposing mien. I have a question for you, though I don't want you to take it the wrong way, Wukong said, his voice suddenly a lot more level than it had been during the entire conversation. Before asking the question, Wukong plucked a single hair from his face and let it fall. The hair quickly began to change, suddenly transforming into another Wukong who looked and felt exactly identical to the first. I've heard that you excel in attacking through karma, both the Wukongs said simultaneously. So does that mean if you attack me once, you can attack all my clones simultaneously? Even though Lex was keeping strict control over his emotions, the question couldn't help but cause the hair on the back of Lex's neck to stand up. Yet Lex's mind did not waver, and his emotions did not fluctuate at all. The innkeeper, instead of seeming intimidated by the question, only chuckled softly. Before answering, let me ask you a question first. How familiar are you with karma? If you had asked me yesterday, I would say I am proficient in the ways of karma. Today, meeting you and seeing your clear lack of any kind of visible karma, all I can say is that I am slightly above average. Why do you ask? Well, I ask because I wanted to make sure you understand that karma is a two-way street, the innkeeper politely instructed. For example, if you go around and litter at the Midnight Inn, it can be considered as breaking a relatively minor rule of the inn. The karma, then, between you and the inn would similarly be mild. If I attack you through such a chain of karma, let alone all your clones, I doubt even the clone I targeted would feel anything. But let's just say, for example, of course, that you, through some accident, broke a major rule of the inn, and thus developed a very serious karma with the inn itself. An attack through such karma, I truly wonder if it will reach all your clones after reaching your main body first. After all, a clone's karma must also affect whoever or whatever is controlling the clone first. A silence pervaded through the room as the two of them looked at each other, Wukong with curious eyes, and the innkeeper with an unassuming, warm smile. Eventually, though, Wukong smiled as well and dismissed his clone. You're right, I think that wraps up all of our business with one another for today. Chapter 1524, Don't Sleep in a Communal Shower. Chapter 1524, Don't Sleep in a Communal Shower. The innkeeper stood up from his seat, as if to see Wukong out of the office. By the way, before I leave, said Wukong, returning to his casual self. He summoned a small, cylindrical container made of wood and placed it on the table. I'll leave this here with you. It contains a gabbana fruit from the primordial garden. Since the fruit cannot survive long without the aura of the garden, the container isolates its aura. With this, you can at least begin working on locating the primordial garden, even if you don't intend to connect to it yet. I shall get back to you with the confirmation from Ventura soon. In the spirit of our cooperation, I won't refuse this gift, said the innkeeper. Normally, I do not easily accept gifts from my guests. Come now, innkeeper. There's no need to be so formal. Trust me, we will be working closely together in the future. With that said, Wukong removed the many barriers he had placed around the room, though their effect did not seem to immediately vanish, continuing to isolate Lex from the rest of the universe. Wukong, instead of teleporting out, walked to the door and exited through the normal way. Lex did not immediately react upon his exit, and instead sat back on his chair and slowly rubbed his chin, as if lost in thought. He did not even look towards the container for the fruit. If anyone were to see the innkeeper now, they would assume that he was lost in thought, whereas, in truth, Lex had not a single thought running through his mind. He had no intention of moving either, not until the protective aura around him vanished. In truth, there was no possible way for Lex to know whether or not Wukong was spying on him, and waiting until he was reconnected to the system was little consolation. Even so, it was not as if he had much choice in the matter. Fortunately, it did not take long before the effects of the isolation wards began to fade. Unfortunately, just a few moments after Lex regained access to his system, he was struck with an image of a go board in his mind. A rook piece appeared and crushed one of Lex's beads. Without warning, Lex was struck an immense pain in his gut so severe that, despite his usual indifference to pain, he keeled over. Or maybe it wasn't the pain that caused him to fall. Lex felt like he had been struck by a sledgehammer right in his stomach, right before someone used a flamethrower to help him hit fat away. The pain and burning sensation in his body was not just pain. Lex could feel how his body was suddenly unable to deal with its own increased strength, and his muscles were ripping his intestines apart. Yet his immense recovery kicked in, healing him even as his organs were shredded again and again. "I'm going to make you regret this," Lex said through gritted teeth as he began to work on handling the situation. Visualizing himself ripping that accursed Nuz race member apart limb from limb really helped him focus for some reason. His physical body ripping itself apart, regardless of how painful or drastic it was ultimately just a flesh wound and would not permanently harm him. It was a huge inconvenience, that was not in doubt, but the most lethal thing about it was the timing. The shock of the sudden cultivation deviation, though this was a cultivation deviation of his body, was more than enough to cause him to lose control of himself. It was not a big deal now that he was supposedly alone in his office, and even if it had happened in front of a crowd, it wouldn't have mattered. But Lex couldn't help but notice that the rook piece appeared almost exactly after his own connection with his system was restored. The timing was too coincidental. The most likely scenario of what happened was that the rook had been used while he was in a meeting with his guest, but it had failed to reach Lex since he was being shielded by the guest's isolation wards. Lex could not even begin to imagine what would have happened if Lex, as the innkeeper, had suddenly keeled over in front of his guest. The consequences would have been devastating. That could have potentially been the very end of the Midnight Inn. Much more importantly, Lex refused to believe that this was just a coincidence. That accursed Nuz had some way of knowing that Lex was in a precarious situation, and had to have targeted him exactly at that moment. As Lex took control over every single muscle fiber in his body, one at a time, slowing down and eventually stopping his muscles from ripping his organs apart, a plan began to meticulously brew in his mind. Up until now, Lex had been taking the Go Bard seriously, but apparently he was not taking it seriously enough. He needed to figure out a way to end this game once and for all, and if that wasn't possible, he needed to establish some kind of precautions. Lex felt provoked, far more than the stupid Go Bard had managed to achieve before, and he was not one to leave provocation unanswered. While Lex was plotting his revenge like some evil villain, Wukong was standing outside the innkeeper's office building and was looking back. The pressure he had felt as soon as he exited the innkeeper's office, that pressure had given him chills. As far as the monkey was concerned, it was a clear warning about how serious the innkeeper was about the rules of his inn. But that wasn't what Wukong was thinking about. Instead, he was wondering why the hell had he been sent to protect a worker of the inn if the innkeeper himself was so strong. It seemed like there was more to this story than he knew. Meanwhile, on a vessel traveling through the void, away from the origin realm, an acolyte was in the middle of a communal shower when he suddenly collapsed and started dreaming. The Warbringer, he had set his gaze on the universe. Chapter 1525, sooner than expected. Chapter 1525, sooner than expected. Oceans of flames filled the vast expanse of space as stars collapsed in the aftermath of battle. Armies of all races marched through the void, and the realm wars that had so far already wrought the lives of countless immortals became even more perilous. Standing atop the head of an ancient beast, one unseen since the dusk of the primordial age, the Warbringer came. With his sword in his hand, he plunged into the chaos, spreading devastation across the universe. The heavens rumbled, the hells trembled, tribulations fell, and calamity rose. The divine sought salvation, and the profane sought redemption. Conspiracies eons in the making, plans billions of years in maturing, rivalries multiple lifetimes in resolving, all unfolded haphazardly. Celestial might was challenged, and angelic rule was tested. The humanoids faced a menacing foe, but the menacing foe faced the Warbringer. History was unfolding rapidly, far faster than it should have, and events that shouldn't have happened for ages to come started to manifest. Amidst it all, the subtle influence of the Warbringer was undeniable. Where there was war, the Warbringer arrived. Where the Warbringer stepped, war followed. As the universe was blinded by the gleaming light of the Warbringer, deep in his shadows, an outline of a pirate ship remained undetected, radiating a subtle aura far more dangerous than even the Warbringer. Someone walked into the communal shower and found the acolyte collapsed. The man hurried to reach out to him, but discovered that the acolyte, completely in the nude, was covered instead by some kind of invisible barrier. He could not be touched, could not be approached, and could not be awakened. The man quickly rushed out and found the acolyte's teacher, and the man quickly rushed in to find the odd scene. The teacher, naturally with his advanced cultivation, could break through the barrier and save the acolyte. But he could also see that whatever was happening to the acolyte was slowly raising his cultivation and developing his talents. It was just, the timing of it was unfortunate. Seal off this area and don't allow anyone to come in. My young disciple has encountered a unique kind of enlightenment, the teacher said, giving an explanation as a cover. Word immediately spread aboard the vessel about the acolyte finding enlightenment in the shower, and suddenly the demand for the communal showers rose rapidly through the roof. Everyone was taking showers in the hope that they, too, might find enlightenment. They did not, but at least the environment aboard the vessel became better. Meanwhile, the teacher went into the acolyte's room and picked up a journal and began to read through it. "Who are you, Warbringer, and why are you connected to my student?" the man asked the notebook, yet he got no answer. Within the Midnight Inn, Lex had entered a loop of healing, cultivating, and slowly allowing his body to rip itself to shreds. Not only was such a cycle slowly making him even stronger, it was making his foundation firmer, so that there were no more chances of physical cultivation deviation. Due to how immense his strength had grown, it would take him a few days if not a week to completely overcome his situation. Within the inn, excitement seemed to fill the streets, not for the upcoming Midnight Games finale, but for another event entirely. The death matches between the Jotun Empire and the Fiery Mammoths had not gone as expected. The humans had shown far more strength than anyone had expected, and despite a stellar performance by the Mammoths, they were losing. The next two fights would be the most intense. The next fight was from some noble called William, who was relatively unknown among the Empire, though within the Midnight Inn he was known as Lex's son due to some rumors that had spread. The last fight would be the Emperor's. It had been a long time since anyone had seen the Emperor personally make a move against an enemy, so they were all looking forward to the fight. Among the inn workers, there was another news that was spreading, which was a cause for joy. Apparently, Luther was about to return from the mission that he had been sent on. It had taken him a long time, but he had succeeded. Everything, at a glance, seemed to be going well within the Midnight Realm. The same could not be said for the Folklore Realm. "All right, which one of you did it?" asked Longbeard, the gnome with an 8-feet-long beard, as he looked out at the crew, each of them with red food smudges around their lips. None of them were willing to answer, but that hardly mattered. "All of them, I tell you, it was all of them who tried to eat me," yelled an angry strawberry spirit standing behind Longbeard, waving the leaves on its head like angry fists. "That's impossible, my lady. I'm sure there's some kind of misunderstanding," spoke Tiny Sparkles in his deep, calming voice, though even the velvety smoothness of his voice could not distract from his usually white coat that was now covered in red. "You can lie to me, Unicorn, but you can't lie to the city police. I'm reporting you and the rest of you for your crimes. Not to mention, this absurdly large ship of yours is taking up all the parking spots." "Fret not, my lady. We have already paid for the parking with Netherlily gold. As for the police, there's no need to involve the fine, upstanding police of the city in this minor matter. I'm sure we can come to some kind of an understanding." As the small dispute was handled, Jack lethargically looked out at the city in front of him. It was, by far, one of the most unusual cities he had ever seen, to be sure. The city was clearly divided into various districts, and each district seemed to be constructed keeping a certain race or racial features in mind. Most of the district was normally sized, though there was one for smaller races, such as fairies, and one for larger ones, such as any number of beasts that grew too large. There were numerous other districts as well, some for fire-based creatures, others for elementals only, and one even for ghosts. The Jolly Rancher was parked in front of the district for giant races, but even then it took up the parking of multiple vehicles. But then again, what did that even matter? Parking was paid, of course, but since they could literally generate Netherlily gold, what value did currency even have? They'd paid for the spot for a month, since they did not know how long they would be here. It was in this city that Jack went up to the city council and applied to meet with the dwarf dragons. The procedure was actually quite simple. Since he was inside the dragon siblings' demand now, he merely needed to apply for a meeting and wait to be summoned. No doubt that the Dow Lords he had sought to meet already knew of his arrival, but when they would call him was a mystery. In the meantime, Jack had basically moved into the crow's nest on his ship. The accursed stench that haunted him was somehow growing worse each moment. In truth, It was not that the stench was getting worse, but Jack's willpower and tolerance were waning. Since he had accidentally looked onto the karma that was wrapped around him, Jack had neither been able to eat, sleep, rest, or even cultivate. Food tasted horrendous with that smell constantly bothering him, and no matter how he tried to, he was unable to sleep. Occasionally, he could cultivate to somehow grow his tolerance to the smell, but he could not maintain such a state for long. Moreover, to his great dismay, Jack learned that his cultivation technique had no effect on his karma, at least not yet. Maybe if he was in a higher realm, it would be able to absorb his karma as well, but he was not there yet. During this time, Jack had also been thinking about the options in front of him. If he asked the Tao Lords to somehow help him overcome the stench that was affecting him, then he would lose the opportunity to accompany them to the Arctica realm. If he did that, he wouldn't be able to surpass his cultivation realm. But if he didn't get rid of the smell, he would go crazy sooner or later. Based on how things were going lately, it was likely to be sooner rather than later. Jack sighed, hoping that he would get some kind of response from the city council soon. True to his wishes, the response came soon, though it was a lot sooner than he was expecting. One moment Jack was sitting alone on the highest point of his ship, his chin resting atop the railing, and the next he found himself dressed in an extremely regal gown, standing inside an opulent hall. In front of him, he saw a dragon. Also, he saw the dragon looking not at him, but at his unicorn first mate who suffered from dwarfism much like the dragon as well. Chapter 1526, The Dragons. Chapter 1526, The Dragons. So there he was, standing in front of a dragon, its green scales shining with a deep, alluring luster. Now Jack's stature was not the greatest, an obvious trait considering his race. But the dragon was, oddly enough, not so large either. The dragon was, at most, the size of an adult Great Dane, not that such a thing prevented it from having the most powerful aura Jack had ever felt. But if Jack felt immense pressure being in the presence of a dragon without any protective equipment, then Tiny Sparkles had it a dozen times worse. For the unicorn, who was still covered in red juice from partially eating a strawberry spirit, had suddenly been summoned right in front of it. As the unicorn had not been prepared to meet the dragon so abruptly, its brain shut down, and he just stood there, stunned. "How peculiar," rumbled the dragon as he stared at the unicorn's horn. "Instead of being negatively affected by your dwarfism, your body has become a more potent container for spiritual energy, while the strength of your horn has somehow increased. It's almost as if being shrunk has concentrated your abilities. I wonder if this is a natural trait of unicorns." Tiny Sprinkles could, naturally, not respond at all. Similarly, Jack did not presume to speak before his turn either, and instead looked down towards his feet. He did not even think, for he knew that even his own thoughts were not hidden from Tao Lords. He simply waited until the dragon was done. "No, wait, I see you have quite a colorful history. Your higher magic concentration is not because of your size, but because you, how peculiar. I can't see the exact details. Let me see. Ah, here we go. Yes, as a child you bathed in the blood of a dying mythical creature, which caused several mutations in your body." For quite a while, the dragon seemed to focus on Tiny Sprinkles, looking through the many secrets its body held. Even Jack himself had never asked his crew about their pasts, so all of this was a revelation to him as well. It did not take long, however, before the dragon turned his attention towards Jack. "You stink," the dragon said, though his tone was not disgusted. It was more like he was making an observation, just as he had been looking into the unicorn. Though before he continued his observation, a gust of air blew around Jack, taking away the stench that had been haunting him for so long. Jack nearly fell to his knees out of relief when the smell, but managed to keep himself standing. Strong body, stronger than usual, though the soul age and physical age don't match, yet they fit each other perfectly. A new soul born in an empty body. No, not quite. How peculiar, even your history is hidden from my view. Let's see. No, it's still hidden no matter what I do. How odd, your past is protected, but your present isn't. The dragon stretched its wings, and it was good that Jack was looking down, or else he may have had inappropriate thoughts about the scene before him. The dragon's wings were much too small in comparison to its body, though with the amount of power the dragon wielded, it hardly needed wings to fly. With a single flap, the dragon rose, and with another it flew towards Jack, allowing the dragon to observe him from up close. "Yes, I smell the scent of mischief on you. I think I will like you. Very well, tell me what you have to say." As Jack heard the dragon's words, something entirely unexpected happened to him. His body froze, entirely incapable of moving. But from within his body, a projection entirely identical to Jack stepped out and kneeled. "My lord, my name is Jack, and I have not yet decided on a last name for myself," the projection spoke out loud, his voice filled with worship. "I proclaim to everyone that I am on a mission to free the fairies from whatever curse holds them as slaves, and while that is largely true, I secretly have two other missions. The first is to grow stronger and make my ship stronger so that I can sail the universe unimpeded and adventure and explore to my heart's content. This mission is both simple and yet impractical and entirely out of reach for someone like myself. The second mission is to find a place, a realm, or some space that is entirely hidden and undetectable from the outside universe. The reasons for my second mission are, the reasons for my second mission are, the reasons for my second mission are." The dragon raised its paw, pausing the projection that seemed unable to speak about the reasons for the second mission. Jack, of course, knew what the reasons were, but he dared not think about that at all. Fortunately, it seemed like the dragon was not too interested either. "Tell me why you have sought us out," the dragon said, speaking to the projection. "My lord, I have heard tales of your immense power, and have also heard that you and your brothers are under some kind of self-imposed isolation. Yet the stories say that while you have isolated yourselves, you also seek out reasons to venture out of the bounds of your realm. I come bearing news of a New Age Expo being held by the latest mature realm in the universe, known as the Arctica realm. While the Expo is originally for the close allies of the Arctica race, meant as a show of strength, they will not turn others away as they seek to carve out their own place in the universe. Right now, all allies they have are based on business and do not have a strong foundation. Enemies constantly keep an eye on them, searching for the slightest weakness. Such an opportunity may serve the folklore realm well, which is why I thought of informing my lords about it." "And what do you seek in return?" the dragon asked, its thoughts completely masked. "Originally, I sought to accompany you to the Arctica realm. The unique laws of that realm present an opportunity for me to grow stronger and break into the Earth immortal realm while circumventing the curse that haunts my race. Yet as I journeyed here, I saw that which I should not have seen, and since then I have been plagued by a karmic stench that revolts me to my very soul. My very being craves freedom from this punishment, yet I have also promised my crew to bring them to the Arctica realm so that they too may enter the Earth immortal realm. Caught between a deep desire and an obligation, I have been utterly distraught, yet I know no matter how much my suffering, I will always choose to honor my promise to my crew. So, my only request of you, my lord, is to allow me to accompany you to the Arctica realm if you decide to go there." "All right, you are dismissed. I will let you know of my decision shortly," said the dragon, causing the projection to fade away as if it had all been an illusion. Jack suddenly had the most bizarre feeling. He felt as if the one speaking so subserviently to the dragon had not actually been a projection, but had been himself instead. It was just that, while he himself was the one doing the speaking, in his memory it looked like he was looking at himself, giving the illusion of some kind of a projection doing the speaking. The dragon grabbed Jack and Tiny Sparkles, as if picking up a couple of dolls, and carried them deeper into wherever they were. Since he could not really move, Jack could not see much, just the walls that he was facing. "Brothers, it's time for a vote," the green dragon suddenly roared, its voice so devastatingly loud Jack felt as if his eardrums had popped, alongside his heart and every other organ in his body. Yet somehow he remained entirely unharmed. "Another opportunity has been brought before us to leave the folklore realm. Shall we venture forth?" Jack could not see the other dragons, yet as he heard their voices, he could associate the voices to the legends they likely belonged to. "Nay," said Wrath. "Not interested," said Pride. "Nopesy daisies," said Lust. "Never," said Greed. Said Sloth. "I thought you went out to grab take out," said Gluttony. Yet Envy, the green dragon, seemed to have expected such a response from his brothers, which is why he just chuckled. "But what if I told you that the one who brought forth the opportunity is very peculiar, and has secrets that even I cannot see through?" The green dragon placed Jack on a pedestal right in front of his brothers, like a prized possession, attracting the other dragon's attention. The next thing he knew, Jack was being stared at by 7 different dragons, each one with scales of a different color. "How interesting," said Pride, the purple-scaled dragon. Chapter 1527, How Peculiar. Jack, still unable to move, was looking directly at 7 small dragons, all identical except for in color. From all the legends he had heard, Jack could easily identify the brothers. Envy had green scales, looking like a jade sculpture come to life. Pride was purple, his scales making him look like a veritable sea of amethyst. Wrath was quite predictably red like the scorching sun over a desert. Sloth was light blue, and just looking at him made Jack hear the soothing ocean waves making him want to doze off. Lust had scales of deep blue, like brilliant sapphires covering his body. Greed was a matted gold, like oldest treasures forgotten by all save time. Gluttony was orange, like a packet of Cheetos chips. Jack had heard way too many stories about them not to recognize them. Yet, similarly, because he had heard too many stories about them, he could not be sure about what their personalities were really like. He had completely sealed off his thoughts, something he already had some experience with, but he wasn't too sure if that would keep his secrets safe. He was already surprised that the Tao Lords had been unable to look into his connection with his other body, something he more or less was prepared to be revealed. He did not know whether it was a good thing or bad that he had managed to keep some secrets from the dragons, but it seemed like he did manage to get their attention. From having the Arctica race trip being outright denied, he had progressed to somehow arousing their curiosity, which was pretty good. The purple pride was especially intrigued in Jack, as he brought his head in closer to stare at the frozen fairy. Most peculiar, though he has no thoughts wandering through his mind, it is not stunned by our presence but is merely held still by his own command. It's almost as if he has some kind of resistance to the aura of Tao. Let me see. Ah, there we go. His body bears traces of exposure to amber chaos resin. How could a mere nascent soul realm fairy get its hand on resin like that, even absorb it, and not get turned into a puppet by some other power? It seems this fairy in particular is somehow resisting the karma that grips its race. Gluttony suddenly turned and looked at Jack with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Amber chaos resin? Say, do you think fairies taste good? I've never had one before, because of the stench, but I could give this one a try. Shut up, Gluttony. Obviously you cannot eat the fairy, scolded Wrath. I change my vote. Since the fairy has interesting secrets, then it might be worth it to see where he leads us. Think carefully about this, Sloth groaned. Leaving will mean dealing with so many problems, not to mention it will end our long seclusion. Do we really want to deal with the repercussions of that? Come now, isn't this mystery just delicious? Questioned Lust as he licked his lips. It's about time we did something fun. Besides, the age is coming to a close, or so I've heard. If we do nothing, we won't even know how we got left behind. The brothers suddenly turned to look towards Greed, the golden dragon, who suddenly began sniffing the air. What's wrong? Envy asked, suddenly getting a feeling like he had actually underestimated this fairy. The fairy has mysteries, and so does the unicorn. But how did you ignore the biggest mysteries of them all? Greed waved his hand, and summoned both Goldilocks and the crystal alligator, both of whom were similarly covered in red, looking like they had just come from a bloodbath. In his crew, he has two physical beings with the disposition of being elementals. How can someone under the influence of karmic bad luck gather a crew with two physical elementals, especially when such a thing should not even exist? The brothers stared at the two in shock, and then immediately looked at the rest of Jack's crew. Ollie, the Shadow Talon, was relatively mundane, merely having the ability to turn his physical body incorporeal and enter the shadow plane. Longbeard, the gnome with a beard 4 times longer than himself, seemed even more ordinary, if one ignored the fact that his beard hair was made up of adamantes weave spider silk, a material so tough it would take a heavenly immortal, at minimum, to cut it. No wonder he had such a long beard. He literally was incapable of shaving it. Monk, the bear cub, appeared the most harmless, if one ignored the fact that he was being fed power from countless bear-related lores that should not have belonged to it. Pebbles, the hamster, looked utterly ordinary as well. In fact, if one ignored the fact that he had, at some point, attained both immortality and invincibility to overcome his tendency to have a heart attack over every little thing, then he really was nothing more than just another hamster. That left Bob. There was nothing ordinary about Bob, the deity of sugar rushes. Such a dangerous title was actually the least of his titles. The little drama cat was actually associated with the divinity of entropy. What kind of ridiculous title was that? The 7 brothers looked at the entire crew, and then turned to look at Envy, wondering how he had missed something so obvious. But Envy, just as confused, looked back at the fairy. It cannot be helped. Whatever or whoever is hiding his past is so powerful that certain aspects of this fairy have been hidden from detection. The most devious thing is that one will not even detect that they have overlooked something. I am truly curious as to how this little fairy managed to get such protection. Enough, declared Pride, puffing up his purple chest. Look at you all investigating a mere mortal like schoolgirls gossiping. Vote and decide now our next course of action. If we are to depart, then let's go. If we are to stay, then return these mortals back to where they came from. Whatever secrets they have, is it worthy of us to spoil our status and prestige to look into it? Don't you tell me what to do, began Wrath, but Sloth just sat atop the red dragon's head, preventing him from speaking. All the brothers knew that if Wrath and Pride got into another argument, the mere nascent realm fairy would die of old age before their argument finished. I vote yes, declared Envy, as he gave Wrath a smug look. I voted Sloth. I am interested in seeing how this task brought by a mere mortal will turn out. In that case, I also vote yes. I sense this will be a very exciting trip. Yes, declared Lust. Before the other brothers had a chance to vote, Pride already spread out his aura from his body. Finally, Jack's pitiful mind was entirely unable to cope, and he blacked out, no longer aware of what happened afterwards. Since we have a majority vote, then it is decided. We leave the folklore realm. Our many old friends will be very excited to see us, not to mention those lizards who call themselves dragons. Make preparations. We will depart as soon as we are ready. By now, Lex was entirely used to the connection between him and Jack being disrupted, so he was not at all surprised when he found himself unable to sense Jack anymore. He could sense that his other self was alive, and that was enough for now. What was more interesting was that, for whatever reason, the dragons seemed unable to find Lex through Jack. He would have pondered more into the topic, but at the moment he was entirely occupied, trying to fix his physical body. Meanwhile, within the Midnight Inn, while all the excitement was at its peak, whether from the midnight games or from the death matches, there was one person whose mood was at an all-time low. "Oh, cheer up, Vera," said Christine, Vera's mom, as she fixed her own earrings. Compared to the sulking Vera, her mother looked spectacular, having taken special care to dress up. She had even received the personal grooming of Harry Styles, which was easier said than done. It was not so simple getting an appointment with him anymore. "Cheer up for what? I would definitely never meet that man if he hadn't somehow taken my powers away," Vera said, sulking. "You don't know that he was the one who did it," Christine pointed out. "The Nexus point is getting closer, and it's affecting all oracles. It's not such a big deal if you get affected too. Besides, he's your father. He's perfectly entitled to grounding you if he thinks you're misbehaving." Vera snorted, ignoring her swooning mother. Once Christine was completely satisfied with her appearance, the mother-daughter duo finally left their room, off to meet Vera's father, who had only recently arrived at the Midnight Inn. Chapter 1528, Father-Daughter Reunion. Vera grumbled to herself the entire time she followed her mother, not that the love-blind woman noticed anything. They were going to go see the man because of whom they were held as prisoners on Earth, yet Christine acted as if the man had done them a favor. Vera clearly didn't like her father, but it would be too much of a stretch to say that she detested him. The issue she had with him the most was that he always tried to control her life. Now one could say that there was nothing unordinary about a father trying to control their daughter's life, especially when she was young. The problem was, even when she was young, a mere teenager, her ability to see her own future was just as potent. The number of times she had seen him force her to do things she didn't want to, throughout the course of her lifetime, might have been fine if she actually lived through them. After all, if she was living through them, each instance would be spread apart, and would have given her time to get over the previous incident. But to see in one afternoon countless such instances, and then see them again every time she used her ability, it was too much. Not to mention, her impression of him wasn't so great to begin with. What kind of man used a woman as a shield, living freely and enjoying themselves while the woman rots away in prison with their only child? Maybe Vera's impression of things might have been a little biased, but Christine wasn't really in any position to tell her that, as she herself was floating through Cloud 9. The two of them eventually hailed a ride on a golf cart, traveling all the way to a small picnic spot near a lake, outside the city they had been living in. A few other families could be seen, sitting on blankets on the grass, fishing in the lake, and playing games with one another. Quite a few people were grilling some food as well, making perfect use of the pleasantly sunny day. Yet neither Vera nor Christine focused on any of that. There was a cabin nearby that could be rented, and in the veranda in front of it the figure of a blond man, sitting facing the lake, could be seen. Even though his back was towards them, both of them knew he was the man they were looking for. Vera groaned at how cringe the scene was. There was no way an oracle of his power didn't know they were already there. That meant he purposefully sat like that, his figure against the light, forming a dark silhouette. Who are you trying to impress? Vera groaned, yet an excited shriek from her mother the next moment answered that question. Robbie, my darling, she screamed as she zoomed to him. Robert, or Robbie as Christine called him, turned just in time to catch Christine in a hug as she threw herself at him. Robbie turned as he caught her, so that she was hanging in his arms looking up at him, and he looked down at her. Christine, my beloved, before Robbie, in his suave yet passionate voice, could complete his sentence. Vera's show that she had thrown from across the park slammed into his face. Don't you dare demonstrate any kind of disgusting public displays of affection, she yelled as she flew over, clearly missing her right shoe. This is a place for families and kids. Keep that cheap, low-budget, cringe indie movie romance to yourselves. Ah, Vera, my darling, you've inherited your grandmother's temper, Robbie said with a smile as he looked at his daughter fondly. Cut the crap, old man. I don't need to see the future to know you're here to cut a deal. Get right to business or I'm hightailing it out of here. Trust me, I can easily live a good life without the ability to see the future. Actually, I could probably live a better life like that. Ah, dear, this is not how you talk to your elders. I guess I'm the one to blame, since I was never around to teach yo. Hey, where are you going? Vera turned around in the middle of Robbie's ridiculous monologue and began to fly away. When he asked her the question, she only raised her hand and showed him the finger, not slowing down a bit as she flew. I suppose I deserve that, Robbie said while wearing a wry smile. Robbie, if you treat Vera like a little girl, you're going to lose your relationship with her, Christine said as she held his cheeks. You need to explain things to her, and this is your only chance. Robbie sighed. Can a guy enjoy a little family reunion before getting down to business? He asked. But then, as he watched Vera fly away, without an ounce of anger in her body, completely indifferent to his existence, he realized that maybe he needed to have a family first before he could enjoy a reunion. Hold on, Robert said, his voice suddenly a little more serious as he pulled Christine closer into his embrace. A moment later, the duo teleported away, appearing right in front of Vera. All right, fine, you win. Allow me an opportunity to explain, he said, looking directly in Vera's eyes without turning away. Your explanation better be good. If you think you can turn off my abilities and blackmail me into doing what you want, you're sorely mistaken. Nothing like that happened, Vera. Let's take a seat somewhere private and I'll explain. Vera squinted her eyes, but followed as the man hugging her mother led. Somehow, he was a little less insufferable when he was serious. The trio returned to the cabin and stepped in, taking advantage of the inn's excellent isolation features. As you are probably aware, your ability to see only your own future is not natural. It is something I gave you. Yes, I know, Vera said. What you don't know is that I didn't have nearly as much control over it as you think. Have you heard of the essence wormhole? 1. Of course, Vera answered. It's the ultimate natural treasure for oracles. Absorbing it will allow them to see a fixed, immutable future. Yes, but not exactly like that. It allows whoever absorbs it to see their own future without a single flaw. Moreover, it is a future that cannot be changed. In that case, knowing the future and not knowing won't make any difference at all. It can even be said to be a curse rather than a blessing. But I have been experimenting with the wormhole's energy for decades, trying to create the perfect tool for divination. During my experiments, I created many flawed creations which needed to be destroyed, yet I was literally unable to destroy them due to the immense power they held. But I discovered that, eventually, over time, they lose their energy and stop working. So I did the most reasonable thing I could do. I brought all of my creations to a planet in a death zone, devoid of any spiritual energy, and left them where they couldn't do much damage. That's also why I left you there as well. You see, your previous ability to see your own future was not as perfect as you believed it to be. You could have wrought immense damage to the realm if you were allowed to interact with random people, which is why you needed to be quarantined on the planet called Earth. Nice excuse. So why do you suddenly care about me now? If what you say is true and I've lost my ability, everything should be safe now, right? Robert gave her a look she couldn't quite identify, and it wasn't one that she liked at all. Well, you see, there was an issue, one that I couldn't have anticipated. Of the many failed experiments I did, some of them lasted longer than others. Of the ones that lasted, a few of them somehow ended up at the Midnight Inn and experienced an unusual phenomenon where the realm's star rank rose. Does that sound familiar to you? Yeah, I've felt it more than once. What about it? Vera asked as an ominous feeling began to develop. Well, recently I managed to somewhat improve my own fusion with the wormhole, and that's when I learned something extremely dangerous. As far as I can tell, based on my experiments, Those events somehow fused the wormhole's energy into those people, or items rather than allowing it to dissipate. Once that happened, they slowly started to pull the energy of the wormhole into themselves, slowly making their abilities stronger and improving the accuracy of the future they can see. The problem is, if anyone finds out that a few weak mortals and immortals perfectly fused with the essence wormhole, then all of us are suddenly going to turn into universal fugitives, hunted by hundreds if not thousands of Tao lords to use as their personal slave oracles. Oh yeah, and I've seen just such a future happen to all of us. That is our fate if even a single one of us gets caught. The essence wormhole was mentioned in Chapter 6, in case anyone does not remember. Chapter 1529, who are they? Vera stared at her father, waiting for him to crack a joke, but the punchline never came. He remained serious, looking at her, waiting for her response. How is that possible? She asked finally, when he realized that he was being serious. I've seen my future multiple times. Never have I ever been hunted down by a Tao Lord in any single one of my futures. Well, yes, naturally, because there is an order to these things. The amount of essence wormhole energy in your body is actually the least of any of my creations, for I honestly never actually meant to drag you into this. It was more of an accident. Regardless, the principle is quite simple. Just as ordinary oracles suffer tribulations for trying to overreach and look into secrets too grand for their level, we, as in those attuned to the essence wormhole's energy, also have limitations. Primarily, the future we see is always fundamentally flawed. You probably saw your own future multiple times, but there may have also been countless times the future you saw was false and didn't come true. That's because the future you see is limited by two factors, the first factor being your own cultivation level, and the second being the amount of essence wormhole energy you have. Limited by these two factors, the future you see can never account for the actions of those stronger than yourself by too large a margin. For example, when you were a Foundation Realm cultivator, the future you saw for yourself seemed reasonable, but that future did not properly account for the actions and intentions of those in the nascent realm. Those who have strong divination protection treasures also cannot be judged based on those two factors. Up until recently, that was true for all of us. So as our cultivation levels rose, so did the scope of our abilities. But once you fused with the energy of the essence wormhole properly, a change occurred. The stronger ones amongst you began siphoning off energy from the wormhole, increasing the limits of your power, and thereby also becoming more noticeable to the greater forces of the universe. You think the reason your abilities have stopped working is because I did something, whereas in truth, it's mostly because the others among us are siphoning off more energy from the wormhole than you. Since you did not even know about this, and could not assist the process in any way, the wormhole energy within you is completely concentrated on trying to absorb more essence wormhole energy, leaving none for you to actually utilize. Once I teach you how to actively accelerate your own absorption of that energy, all your powers will naturally return. By then, you will find that your ability to look into the future has improved drastically. Unfortunately, that also makes you a lot more noticeable. Vera squinted her eyes, trying to decide if she could trust Robert's words. She was not as blinded by his words as her mother was, so she remained skeptical. Robert, to his great dismay, could also see that Vera didn't necessarily believe him. How about this? I'll teach you the method to actively pull the energy from the essence wormhole, which should allow you to regain your abilities. You can then use them to see if your future has since changed. But the problem is, you won't nearly have enough energy to see a future affected by Tao Lords. You can merely search for hints to the fact that the future you see remains unaffected by those of a much higher realm. In truth, much of what Robert said made sense to Vera. She didn't need to look far for an example. Just the actions of the Innkeeper were entirely unpredictable to her, and almost every time a major event occurred within the inn, she found herself surprised to some extent. Of course, she had no intentions of admitting as much to Robert. All right, let's assume I try out your method and find your story convincing. Then what? Should we just huddle up in a hole and live there until we die? The first, most important task is to gather all those who are actively absorbing the wormhole's energy. I have expended a great deal of effort, combing through countless futures to narrow down the list so that we know who to look for. We all need to gather together and remain out of sight. Even if that is not possible, they need to be warned not to use their abilities so easily, lest they get discovered. If even one is discovered, we'll all suffer the consequences. All right, so then who are these people, and how do we go about finding them? Vera asked. I do not know their current identities, Robert confessed with exasperation. I only know some of the identities they hold in their futures. One is the commander of the Henali armies, Legionnaire Raphael, hero of the champion's tourney. I don't think the commander himself is absorbing the wormhole's energies, but he definitely has some kind of treasure that is benefiting from it. In the future, he is one of the most formidable and terrifying strategists, laying waste to entire races so long as they stood in his way. I managed to gather some rumors that his personality changed because he lost some family or friends or something like that during the very champion's tourney that earned him his fame. Whatever the case, he is not an easy man to talk to, at least in the future. The second person I managed to narrow down was even more mysterious, and no matter what I did, I was unable to discover his name. He was only known as the Herald of the Warbringer, prophesying war and devastating wherever he went, though he always laid blame to an even more mysterious Warbringer that no one could identify. He is especially dangerous, for I heard rumors in one of the futures that I saw that he accurately predicted the actual destruction of an entire major realm. Chapter 1530, Road Trip. Are you absolutely sure about this? Asked Sauda, a look of extreme doubt on his usually stoic face. Yes, definitely sure about this, said Raphael, waving his hand to shoo his Japanese companion away while he studied an ancient relic. Like I said, the trial of eternity is the perfect place to undergo our earth tribulations. It will be more dangerous, yes, and the tribulations will be stronger, yes. But we have a rare window to take advantage of while the realm is still drained from the mega storm it recently experienced. If all of us trigger the tribulation at the same time, then the additional strength of the unique realm will be divided amongst all of us. And due to the drained state of the realm, it'll just barely be enough for us to tolerate. Trust me, there's a reason why it's important we undergo our earth tribulation there. Since this place is so sensitive to tribulations, the baptism we'll receive here after becoming immortals will far surpass any other baptism we can get anywhere else in the realm. It'll automatically give us a huge advantage facing any other earth immortals. Considering all our competitors are already immortals, and have been for much longer than us, we'll need every single advantage we can get. Sauda looked towards Anakin, whose expression looked dark, and not just because his mastery of darkness had improved by leaps and bounds. Raphael, do you not remember what happened when we came here? How over 1,000 immortals died here because of the previous tribulation that occurred here? Over a damn 1,000 immortals. How do you expect us to survive that? Do you remember what the tribulations looked like? Is that something we're supposed to be able to survive? Anakin questioned, a heat rising in his chest. Not to mention, you saw how his tribulation was, right? How are we going to fight off those lightning monsters as tribulations? That's not normal. He knew it was too good to be true. Raphael had been acting like a heaven-sent commander, and each of his commands was enigmatic but turned out right, allowing them to gain massive points in the previous rounds of the champion's tourney. Sometimes the situation had been entirely unexpected, but Raphael always knew exactly how to resolve the problem. It was almost like he could see the future. Even his decision to remain in the trial of eternity, to uncover this ancient hidden temple that apparently no one knew about, was extremely absurd. But they actually found it, thus further cementing that Raphael knew what he was doing. Within this temple, they may really find the history of the Trail of Eternity, and why the barrier between this isolated region and the rest of the Origin realm was thinning. Anakin could not even imagine how valuable such information would be. Just when everyone was getting used to his unusual leading style, the maniac went ahead and said he wanted to take their major tribulation within Trial of Eternity. Actually, considering how ancient the darkness here is, I'd thought you'd actually prefer to take your tribulation here. Wouldn't it be the perfect opportunity for you to gain a few additional benefits? That's besides the point, Anakin exclaimed, though he could not help but feel tempted. By now, Anakin's cultivation style was entirely unique, no longer absorbing spiritual energy, but a special kind of energy that was only born in darkness. The darkness in the Trial of Eternity was especially potent for him to absorb. Raphael turned away from his document and looked towards Anakin, who was glaring at him with resigned anger. Sauda, too, looked troubled, though Larry and Alexander did not seem too bothered by the impending danger they were about to face. Anakin, when have I led you astray? Trust me, if I wasn't confident in myself, I wouldn't be joining you all as well, would I? Not to mention, I've even arranged for my dad to join us. Trust me, as long as we follow my plan, nothing will go wrong. Besides, Lex's tribulation was a little too abnormal. We won't face anything like that. Larry opened an eye and looked at Raphael. Don't say stuff like that, it's bad luck. Raphael chuckled and turned back to his document. I don't believe in luck. I believe in my preparation. No, you don't understand. When you're chasing after a girl, the moment you become overconfident or cocky, you'll lose her. What you're doing now is called raising a flag. Repent before you get us into trouble. Don't you have a girlfriend? Should you really be talking about chasing girls? Larry coughed into his hand and looked away, returning to his silent meditation. Raphael looked at everyone else in the room, and when he saw that no one else had any other complaints, he turned to look at Alexander. "Why do you look so glum? It's not like you," he asked. Alexander sighed, then opened his eyes and explained. "My family is secretly preparing to retake Earth and the solar system from the deities and the AI. They're setting up alliances and laying the groundwork for our return. So I don't see why something like that should depress you. Are you intimidated by the strength of the enemy?" Alexander shook his head, as if the burden he bore was too great for him to mention. "What is it? You can tell us," said Raphael, suddenly feeling concerned. He had never seen Alexander so depressed. "It's just that, while every other force was weakened after leaving Earth, the Morrison family's strength has grown exponentially. Don't even talk about our armies. We have so many nascent realm soldiers underneath us that it's become imperative for multiple family members to become immortals if we're to retain control of our forces. But that's not really an issue. My parents and grandparents are all more than capable of becoming immortals, I'm sure of it. It's just that, since the size of our forces have grown too large, my grandfather declared that we need to grow the size of the family. My grandmother is expecting, and now so is my mother. Now my grandmother sends me a letter every week asking me when I'm going to bring a girlfriend home. This is ridiculous. I don't know how to respond to these people." Everyone was dumbstruck and turned to look at one another, as if to confirm that they had all heard the same story. Once they were sure, they all simultaneously burst into laughter, quickly forgetting about their tribulation in the trial of eternity, the very same place where Lex had undergone his own tribulation. Within the eerie darkness of the trial of eternity, far away from any other living being, their group didn't bother to hold back their laughter. They looked more like a group of friends on a road trip than participants in the champion's tourney. Then again, one reason they were so relaxed was because Raphael had never led them wrong before. With him in the lead, they were certain they'd be able to handle whatever issue they faced. Chapter 1531, Inn's Shortcomings. "You're so going to regret this," Lex said through gritted teeth one last time, right as he finally completed his cultivation, regaining full control over his body once more. The hate he felt for that accursed Nuz was overflowing greater than ever before, though for now he had to restrain it so that he could focus on his more urgent tasks. The reason for Lex's hate, unexpectedly, was not because he trapped Lex in a strange game of Universal Go with rules he didn't understand and consequences that were very real. That, of course, caused some irritation. The fact that the game could also very well put his life in danger also contributed a bit. At the moment, however, the reason Lex really hated him was because he had missed the death match between William and that fiery mammoth. Lex had wanted to watch his ancestor fight to try and understand more about him. Sure, Lex could watch the recording of the fight and intended to do just that, but with the outcome of the match already known, there was no suspense. It was like that damn accursed Nuz had spoiled the TV show Lex had been so long waiting to watch. Or a more accurate comparison would be that Lex had been looking forward to a highly anticipated boxing match. For example, a match between a world champion and some random YouTuber trying to look cool. Only for that stupid Nuz to come along and rig the match so that the YouTuber won the fight somehow. However, that comparison wasn't completely accurate since his ancestor still won the fight, just as Lex had expected. The point was, the frustration in both those scenarios was the same. At least he intended on watching the Emperor's match in person to make up for it. The problem he was now facing was that he was, once again, too strong. Fortunately, the furniture in his office wouldn't break so easily. Lex picked himself off the floor and sat back in his chair. The list of things he had to do almost immediately was pretty large, which is why Lex ignored the box containing the fruit from the primordial garden and instead pulled up his system panel. The first order of business was completing his quest. So far, he had a reputation for overachieving in most of his quests, though since this one had a fixed reward, he didn't think there was such a thing as an overachievement. New quest: visit the Seraphim Resort, identify 3 shortcomings of the Midnight Inn, and then improve them. Quest time limit, 1 year. Quest reward, the Burgundy Vial. Quest failure punishment, 3 MT. Remarks, it's not copying if you do it better than the original, it's innovation. Looking at the quest requirements, Lex thought back to his time in the resort and began to compare. To start with, one of the things that was most prominent about the resort, at least to Lex, was the number of unique services they provided. Now the inn also provided a lot of services, such as meditation and training rooms, not to mention the amazing healing services and the guild room. But all of these were, to a degree, common services that all major powers provided. None of them were unique exclusively to the inn. Even though the resort may not necessarily have entirely unique services, since the existence of other heavens meant other places could replicate those exact services, they were rare enough that they could be considered a resort exclusive. The next thing that stood out to him was the existence of dedicated packages for guests. The Midnight Inn had a lot of services and amenities, but they were all individual, and it was up to the guest to pick and choose what they liked. But if various packages could be created, each one for a different price point or serving a different need, then that would certainly provide the inn's guests with a better experience. The last thing that the inn was lacking in comparison to the resort, was external prestige. Now Lex personally didn't think that the inn needed something like this, but he also understood how such things could add to the influence of the inn. For example, as soon as Lex came to the resort, besides telling him a little bit about the history of the resort, name-dropping multiple Tao lords along the way, Lifesketcher also mentioned how the Phoenixes had recently visited the resort, and how they had a long history of cooperation. By linking the resort to the Phoenixes, Lifesketcher had basically linked the prestige of that race with the resort. Now one could argue about who was benefiting from whom, but the fact that such an argument could even be held in the first place was kind of the point of doing it. With these things in mind, Lex began to plan out how to make up for the shortcomings of the inn. This wasn't the kind of quest that could be completed by just buying a new service from the system or plopping in a new primordial lotus into the inn. Lex needed to actually plan and personally make up for the shortcomings of the inn. Fortunately, he had a plan. "Mary, please summon Ash, the galactic sovereign turtle, and the gardener to my office," he said as he considered what exactly to do. Now that he himself was an immortal, alongside a number of other inn workers, the easiest segment to cater to consisted of his mortal guests. Just as the resort, which catered to Tao lords, had multiple services which could benefit immortals, he was going to use the powers of his immortal workers and combine it with the inn's ability to cater to immortals and create revolutionary services for mortals, services that did not rely on the system, but on the individual workers themselves. He would create packages, design entire stays at the inn, and establish new services all to address the many needs of his mortal guests. He genuinely wanted to make the Midnight Inn the best inn in the universe, but for now, it would just be the best inn for mortals. With that as a foundation, one day he could take things a step further. For now, though, he had to bring his vision to life. Chapter 1532, Growth Plans. It did not take long before the three entered his office, though the arrival of the sovereign turtle in his office resulted in a new phenomenon that Lex hadn't experienced before. Usually, when someone large entered his office, or any building within the Midnight Inn, their size would automatically be reduced to easily fit within the building. One prominent example was Erebos the Insatiable, who was a very large planet. However, when it entered the innkeeper's office, it was reduced to the size of a disco ball. Yet when the galactic sovereign turtle entered his office, instead of reducing in size, it caused the innkeeper's office to grow bigger to accommodate it instead. Nobody other than Lex seemed to notice the change, nor did they find it odd in any way. Truthfully, Lex too should have expected nothing less from a sovereign. "I have called the three of you here today to discuss the new direction that the Midnight Inn will be focusing its growth towards for the next 1,000 years or so," said the innkeeper with a warm smile, causing the three of them to relax. "Gardener and Turtle, you two are here because even before you form a heaven, I plan on integrating your efforts into the new growth plan. From now on, while we will continue to host all guests, our attention will specifically be focused on improving our service towards mortals. Allow me to expound on this topic a little, and then you all can contribute your ideas. To become the best inn in the universe, we need to offer more than room and boarding. Our services, while numerous, are too generic and not specialized enough. As such, we will begin by focusing on a certain segment of guests first and improving their experience until we can improve no further, and then see what we have learned before implementing it on the rest. Gardener Turtle, even though you have not yet formed a heaven, the foundation you are setting in itself is already more than sufficient to be considered a holy land by mortal standards. As such, I want to develop a number of services and facilities centered around mortals in your fledgling heaven. Recently, a worker ventured to a heaven to stay at the Seraphim Resort, and upon his return had many positive things to say. They decontaminated his body of harmful auras, addressed his mental and spiritual needs, strengthened the foundation of his body, increased his strength in various ways, all while providing him with a pleasant and enjoyable experience. The Midnight Inn has more than enough facilities and resources to be able to provide all these facilities and more for mortals. I want to create services that help mortals find meaning and enlightenment, regardless of the troubles they are facing. I want to create services geared towards training, towards healing, towards socializing, towards education, and everything else we can possibly provide. But there's more. Not only do I want to start providing such services, I want the Midnight Inn to become the go-to place for numerous official organizations and powers to host their training or other events. The more the Midnight Inn is used by properly recognized official powers, specifically at the mortal level for now, the better. For this, I want you to reach out to two of the existing most prominent groups who already use the Midnight Inn for various purposes in their organization, and conduct a review of what their experience is like, and how it can be improved. The Paladins and the Diplo have been using the inn in an official capacity for a very long time, and so are the perfect candidates to question about this. Even as Lex talked about the two groups, he thought about the Diplo. They were a small, fly-like insectoid race that had a horrible reputation. In fact, Lex didn't want them as guests at the inn, yet they never broke any rules here, so Lex had no reason to justify expelling them. They were evil, he knew, but they were also decent guests. The Midnight Inn would be hosting all kinds of beings, and it would not always be obvious at a glance who was evil and who wasn't, which is why he needed to distance himself from the mentality of judging others based on their actions outside. It wasn't easy, and in fact it troubled Lex's morality a bit. If it was up to him, he would not offer any services to a race which had such a terrible reputation. But the mental argument always came back to the same thing. The Diplo were easy to judge because their actions were publicly known. Theoretically, he could oust them. But the truth of his guests would not always be so evident, and it would be hard to discover their character and history. As such, instead of a guest's past, he needed to learn to focus on their capacity as a guest more than anything else. Actually, that was exactly why he wanted the Paladins and Diplo interviewed. As an organization or power, they were both as far apart in terms of their reputation as possible. There are three things we are going to be focusing on when improving services for guests. The first is utilizing the unique resources of the Midnight Inn to create new services for mortal guests. The second is creating various packages so that mortal guests who come to the inn with a very specific purpose have an easier time getting what they want. Finally, the third is partnering with official organizations to increase the prestige and renown of the Midnight Inn on all levels. Now, if any of you have any ideas or questions, you may state them. Without a second's hesitation, the turtle spoke. I have a question, Innkeeper. What is that box on your table, and why does it feel so attractive? The turtle had ignored everything the innkeeper said, and had eyes only for the box that his previous esteemed guest had left behind. Chapter 1533, Non-Renewable Resources. The innkeeper turned to look at the box, even as the gardener and Ash turned to look as well. The rest of them could feel nothing from the box, for it was supposed to be a perfect insulator, lest the primordial aura trapped within fades. That, of course, did nothing to prevent the turtle from being able to sense the primordial aura, because why did making sense matter to the turtle? That is the Gabbana fruit from the primordial garden, said the innkeeper with a fond smile. It is a gift from another guest, hoping to establish a working partnership with me. The turtle continued to stare at it for a while, almost as if lost in thought, until eventually its shoulders slumped as if depressed. I cannot create an environment suited to nurturing that fruit's seed. How disappointing. The innkeeper chuckled, and then held out his hand and allowed the box to float to him. As much as he would like to just give the fruit to the turtle, he had other uses for it, if he decided to ever use it to begin with. Plus, for the first time ever, he had encountered a situation where even a sovereign was helpless, so it was probably pointless to give it the fruit anyway. The moment Lex touched the box, however, something unexpected, yet totally predictable happened. He heard the familiar sound of new notifications. The only thing that surprised him was that it wasn't a single notification, but the sound of multiple notifications. Lex, however, ignored the notifications for now, despite really wishing to look at them. He didn't want to distract himself at the moment. He had no doubt that he'd received a quest or two, but wanted to finish one quest before focusing on the next. He sent the box into his spatial ring. "You should not worry over such things," said the innkeeper, as if consoling the turtle. "Life has a way of working things out. Besides, right now, you're focused on the project of recreating a heaven. If you started to recreate primordial aura, I don't think you'd be able to focus on or complete either of them." The turtle looked away with a clearly forlorn expression that made it look adorable, causing the innkeeper to chuckle. It wasn't every day that he saw the turtle lose out on what it wanted. In fact, this may possibly be the only time he would ever see such a thing. Thus he enjoyed the moment, but then got back into the thick of things. "Like I said, if you have any questions, you can ask them now." Ash raised her hand, which made the innkeeper chuckle again. "You don't need to raise your hand, Ash. Go ahead, what do you want to ask?" Designing special services to promote and strengthen mortals is not tough. Everything within the Midnight Inn, from the air, to the dirt and the water, to everything else practically improves mortals in every conceivable way. So what I need to know is the parameters of the services to design. What resources from the Midnight Inn should I utilize? Using the more common resources is fine, but looking at things long-term, depending on the number of mortals we help, there will come a time where we will start to even run out of dirt. It may be 1,000 years from now, or 100,000 years from now, but each grain of dirt used to initialize a mortal's bloodline is a grain of dirt we're never getting back. "Your point is valid," said the innkeeper appreciatively. "But the resources from the Midnight Inn are not as non-renewable as you think. To answer your question, all resources can be utilized. From the air, dirt, and water, like you said, to the rarer and more valuable elixirs, resin, minerals, and ores, all can be used to create new services that can help our guests. This will actually require an element of research and development as well, for we have never really utilized all our resources to help mortals like this, and the possibilities for how they can be utilized is endless. That is, in fact, why I also asked the gardener to come to this meeting as well. While the turtle can help by designing environments which can be used for the mortals, empowering them despite not reaching a full heaven state, the gardener's deep understanding of all the various environments and resources, and how they can be used in conjunction with one another. Rather than worrying about that, what you need to do is focus on the price points for each service. Compared to our other services, such as healing and training, any service we come up with that utilizes the resources of the inn itself needs to be at a much higher price point. Specifically, the price should reflect the rarity of what our service achieves. With the various rewards being offered to the soldiers fighting within the Midnight Games, there has already been a lot of marketing for what we can offer. What I want you to do now is prepare 3 such services to launch during the Midnight Games finale. While Ash and the gardener reflected on what the innkeeper said, Lex's thoughts went back to the matter of what Ash had pointed out. The resources of the inn could not be used indefinitely. Even the grains of dirt, as numerous as they were, would eventually run out if they kept being reused without being replenished. It may take trillions of guests to do so, but the universe was not lacking in mortals. It was something he had already considered. In fact, what Lex had thought about was the fact that as the Midnight Realm matures, it would slowly lose out of the numerous rarities a newborn realm offers. Obviously, in exchange, the upper limit of the realm would grow, and the realm itself would move towards stabilization. That was the ultimate trade-off in a realm's life cycle. The individual worth of the average item in the realm would be reduced, and it would contain less energy, but the realm itself was more stable. That did not mean that mature realms did not contain absolutely incredible treasures. Naturally, that was not the case. This was only a comparison of averages. The point, however, was that one day the Midnight Realm would lose the many valuable resources it had. Lex thought about harvesting and mining them all, but then ultimately decided on a better solution. One was to gain more information about realms and their maturing process, something Ripley, the auditor from the bank, had pointed out that the inn workers sorely needed. The second was, well, he was a system user, so it would be pretty pointless if he didn't use the system. To be more accurate, his system had gained a very powerful feature called realm law replication. He had used it once before to copy the laws in a special region within the Midnight Realm, where the laws behaved in such a way that everything was two-dimensional. Within the Midnight Inn, Lex had created a special zone, and anyone who entered that region would experience the special laws of that 2D zone. He had thought about using that very feature to copy the laws of the Midnight Inn. and then permanently create a zone that would forever have the special laws of a newborn realm. There was one reason why he hadn't done it yet, though. The realm law replication worked to perfectly copy the laws operating within a certain zone, but perhaps because it perfectly copied the laws of its targeted zone, it would not need to be used twice in the same area. As such, if Lex copied down the laws of the Midnight Realm as it was right now, later on, if the realm developed certain laws that he wanted to capture, he would be unable to do so. This was an unexpected quirk of the feature, and Lex had looked into finding various loopholes in it, such as capturing the laws of the Midnight Realm within a certain region to capture the laws of a newborn realm. Yet due to the nature of the laws, the feature recognized any space with the same laws as a single region, even if Lex only targeted a small area of it. Ultimately, he had decided to wait until he was certain of what he would gain or lose out by copying the laws of the realm at any given time. Once the laws were replicated, he would be able to, theoretically, harvest resources from that specially created zone indefinitely. Just in case things did not work out like that, Lex needed to think of other ways to replenish the Midnight Realm as he used its resources. Unfortunately, information related to realms and their development was not something that was readily available, so it was up to him to figure things out. Fortunately, however, he already had some ideas as to how he could do such a thing. As I expect these services will be out of the means of most mortals themselves, we need to come up with alternate payment plans. Naturally, those mortals who are sponsored by more powerful organizations won't have any such problems. But for those who aren't, I intend on offering them trials to pay for the services instead. Chapter 1534, Hidden Features. To avail the services of the inn that could totally transform the power and ability of a mortal, the price was way more than something a mortal could typically actually afford. There were a few different reasons for this. Lex was not merely copying the strategy used by the resort, though they had probably mastered the art of demand and supply. The price was determined by the resource used. The other services offered by the inn were run by the system, so Lex did not need to worry about how to manage them. These services, however, which required him to provide the materials himself, had to be priced based on the resources used. Naturally, everything within the inn was invaluable based solely on the fact that it was a newborn realm, if nothing else. Another reason was that such services simply couldn't be made available en masse. By appropriately pricing them, they could ensure that the drain on the resources would be reduced drastically. Lastly, he could encourage his guests to take the trials if they couldn't afford the price of the service. Trials were a feature of the inn Lex unlocked long ago, but hardly made use of. Back in the day, he used a trial to get Marlowe to procure a bunch of zombie cores for him, and in exchange, he healed Marlowe. Since then, Lex hardly ever needed to use trials, because honestly offering MP through the guild room was usually enough to motivate them to get whatever he wanted from them. Ever since he got over his initial hurdle of MP shortage, he'd never encountered a situation where MP itself couldn't resolve things. Now, however, he decided to make use of the massive labor force that trials gave him access to. Sure, he could send them off to various battlefields across the Origin realm and come back with valuable fertilizer, but Lex was a peaceful fellow, not a warmonger. Why would he do something like that? Instead, for now, he decided to use free labor he could acquire from trials, and have his guests map out the hundreds of thousands of minor realms that the inn was connected to. Each one of those minor realms, influenced by the birth of the Midnight Realm, had been nourished by the energies of the newborn realm and acted as a reserve of resources. For now, understanding what they contained was more than enough. In the future, they could make use of them. As for replenishing the resources of the Midnight Realm itself, Lex's idea was to use high-quality fertilizer to nourish the realm time and time again. This was, obviously, not a perfect solution, but it would work for now. In that case, on such short notice, if we need to launch 3 new services, we will need to make use of the resources we already know of, in increasing order or rarity. First and most common service we can offer is to have a bloodline stimulation or strengthening service using the dirt from the inn. The second, rarer service we can offer mortals is body strengthening using the powder from a crushed boulder. That should provide them with a sufficiently strengthened body, regardless of what race they hail from. Lastly, and the most expensive service we can offer, is to improve their affinity or talent for spiritual energy using the silt that gathers on the spirit stone mountains. A single speck of that should be able to turn even the densest, least talented mortal into a once-in-a-generation genius. Excellent, set it up, but don't make the service too readily available, said the innkeeper. Set only 1 or 2 locations within the inn where these services can be offered, and add a number of preparatory steps before and after the actual service. For example, cleaning the body and mind, meditating to achieve the right state of mind, and priming the body for change. The more details you add, and the more seriously you take this, the more the guests who avail this service will feel like they're receiving something special. With that, the first steps to establishing the 3 new services were set. Though Ash had to now deal with something those at the Midnight Inn had rarely done before, she had to deal with logistics. Fortunately, she was more than up to the task. But that was just one of the 3 new changes that the innkeeper had proposed. The turtle and the gardener needed to work on making their garden's aura sufficient to affect mortals, even if it was nowhere near becoming a true heaven. Discussing that took longer than it would normally need, mostly because the turtle was still morose over the fruit it could not prepare the environment for. The gardener, too, was not helpful, though, for an entirely different reason. Lately, 2 guests had been hounding the gardeners, begging him incessantly to take them as his disciples. It was the 2 werewolf kids who had come to the inn so long ago. By now they had grown up, and were more than eligible to return to their families and participate in the ongoing wars. In fact, they had done that for a while, but war could not satiate them the way farming did, and so they had returned to the inn, begging the gardener to teach them his ways. But the gardener was not interested in taking on disciples. As a result, he was stuck with them, constantly badgering him. Of course, none of that had anything to do with their meeting right now, but it had caused the gardener to be distracted. He was just grateful that lately none of his art had been destroyed or demolished. Life could be worse. Ultimately, though, the meeting concluded. While Ash seemed more than ready to take on the challenges he had given out, the gardener and the turtle did not inspire a great deal of confidence in Lex. Fortunately, he had just the tool needed to break the turtle out of its little mental slump. Lex took out the brimming dream lotus and told the turtle to ensure it does not wilt. The word seed lotus grew pretty easily on Lex's back, but the brimming dream lotus needed to absorb strands of divine energy to support it and its ability, so it couldn't be planted just anywhere. In return, it offered a spectacular ability that even the resort made use of. It allowed someone to enter a trance-like state, or something akin to a vivid dream. Such a state could be used for various purposes, from enlightenments to leaving behind legacies and inheritances to many other opportunities. The challenge was just the kind of distraction the turtle needed, for to nurture the lotus, he would need to especially focus on the environment in the heaven he wanted to create. Considering that Lex wanted to use the brimming dream lotus for services in the future as well, this also counted as preparation for the future. More importantly, he had a feeling that there was some kind of connection between the various lotuses in the Primordial Origin Lotus series. He wouldn't know for certain, but he got the feeling that they could mutually promote each other's growth. If that were true, then his own lotus, which was bonded to him, would speed up its fusion with the realm with the help of the brimming dream lotus. If that happened, then he could use his lotus, help to replenish the resources of the realm. Lex sat in his office chair for a moment, contemplating the meeting he had just had, and anything else left he might need to do. Once he was certain he'd taken care of everything, he finally turned his attention towards the notifications. He had a fairly strong idea about what they would entail. Since the premise that the system operated on was entertainment, and that usually came at the cost of his sanity, then it would be something along the lines of somehow connecting the inn to the primordial garden. He was right, he was also wrong. New notification, primordial energy detected, primordial energy scale unlocked. Primordial energy scale. A scale to determine how much primordial energy the system has absorbed. When the scale reaches 100, hidden features of the system will be unlocked. New notification, new quest category unlocked, joint quests. Joint quests. Some quests are too great for a single system user, and some quests are too important to fail. Joint quests are quests given to multiple system users at the same time. Joint quests are mandatory, except where a veto token is used, and failure will lead to system devolution. New quest, complete the primordial energy scale to 100. Quest reward, hidden features of system unlocked. Remarks DONOT error. New quest, a new realm of possibilities has been detected. Connect the Midnight Inn to the primordial garden. Quest reward, Innkeeper's reading glasses. Remarks, it's called the Midnight Inn, not hide in your closet forever inn. Expand the inn's reach and accept new guests. Chapter 1535, More Mysteries. Lex blinked as he read the notifications, but the notifications weren't over just yet. New notification, special material detected. Submit special material to the system to trigger a special quest. New quest, accelerate the system's recovery by absorbing primordial energy. Quest reward, Midnight Monument. Remarks, if you're too lazy to do it, at least allow the system to recover on its own. New notification. Additional tasks, quests, rewards blocked due to insufficient system functionality. Lex stared at that last notification for a long while, unable to discern if it was a good thing or not. While, in general, the system had only been good for him, each one of its rewards and quests came with great personal risk on his behalf. Chapter 1536, what do you think? Speaking of mysteries, the notification that told Lex to get his hands on some special material to trigger a special quest was not a new one. To be more specific, when he had seen Belial, the Craven Prince, the remarks on his status stated that he had some special material on him, and that acquiring it would trigger a special mission. Considering the Crystal Realm's connection to the Primordial Garden, not to mention the connection between the Craven and Ventura, who had a monopoly on said garden, Lex could easily surmise that the special material was either related to the garden or primordial energy. Chapter 1537, Plan of Action. Oh, Mary said, looking at Lex curiously. I thought you'd want to avoid it. So far you've done your best to hide inside the inn and avoid trouble as much as possible. What changed? Lex chuckled. That was only possible as long as the trouble was outside the inn. Now that I have trouble right here with me inside the inn itself, hiding won't do me any good. The only thing I can do is to become as strong as possible, as quick as possible. Completing system quests usually goes a long way in helping with that. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to go into this without any preparation. I need to have as much information about the garden and Ventura's relationship to it as possible. I also want to know the Crystal Race's situation there and the kind of dynamic that place has. Moreover, I need to maximize my personal strength as well. I've received a few new skills, but I'm nowhere close to mastering them. Finally, we need to take precautions for what I might encounter inside the garden. I have to look into how I can connect the inn to the garden. Although I have a fruit from that place which I can potentially use to buy a ticket, we already know of another way in there. We have to decide which method of entry will give us the most advantage. There's one more thing you need to do before you go there, Mary said, adding in. Or at least that's my advice. You need to upgrade the system enough that it gives you a quicker, more efficient way to connect a realm to the inn. I fear connecting a place like the Primordial Garden, which is notoriously difficult to find, will take centuries if not millennia if you do it the traditional way. That is far from ideal, said Lex. He pulled up his latest quests and looked at them once again. I think we will need to find access to primordial energy. If I can complete the quest about accelerating the inn's repair without completing the one about the primordial scale, we can make some progress towards that goal. Repairing the system at this point is too tough. I haven't encountered any other materials that could allow me to repair the system in a long time, so bolstering its self-repair ability might just be the best option. There's also the possibility of getting such a reward through quests. I will have to acquire and complete new quests if I want a feature like that. Fortunately, we don't have a strict timeline to adhere to, so we can take our time with the preparations. Lex paused, for he got some feedback from his host attire about something that was happening inside the inn. I think, for now, we should focus on concluding the midnight games, and after that we can begin our preparations for this. I just got news, Luther is on his way back. If everything goes well, I think we can have a launch event for the Dungeons feature right after the midnight games. Lex had long subscribed to the plan of constantly having events, so that he can hire event security for the inn. Even though he had a few Earth immortals at the inn now, he had no heavenly immortals, not to mention celestial immortals. As such, having the Reaving Dread mercenaries run security for him was a good fallback. Besides a single occasion, he'd never had any problems with them either. Oh, and we need to look into the Chiron race as well. I want to know all there is to know about them. With his plans made, Lex was feeling good about his immediate future. It was nice to take control of things for once, rather than have them thrown at him while he was least prepared. While Mary disappeared to carry out his instructions, Lex turned his attention back to the Go board, his expression becoming a little more intense. He had never been one to give up on revenge. He just needed to think of the best way to do so. Space. Hold the line, damn it. yelled a beast in the shape of a lion, only its body seemed to be made of magma rock. All around him, hundreds of other beasts fought ferociously, living up to the reputation of the reaving dread mercenaries. Unfortunately for them, they were facing a horde of chimera, and their ferocity seemed too much for their partners. They screamed, they shouted, but that did not help them against the onslaught they were facing. "Retreat, damn it, I'll cover you," the magma lion yelled as he ran towards them, but he was too slow, or maybe the chimera were too fast. Soon, the small team of mercenaries from the reaving dread were left alone. "Retreat, full retreat, move back slowly and systematically, don't show the enemy your backs or we'll all be dead," the lion roared in frustration. No matter how great of a fighter he was on his own, he couldn't fight an entire army by himself. "Boss, that's the third wave of reinforcements we've lost," said an exhausted-looking liger as he approached the fearsome beast. Compared to the glowing red body of the magma lion, his normal, mundane body of tissue and flesh looked much less imposing, especially considering how much smaller he was. "I know how to count, damn it. Just pray that whoever comes next can handle themselves. If we have to keep throwing bodies at these damn chimera, even the reaving dread mercenaries will begin to run short of hands. We'll have to withdraw from some of our other contracts." "What are we even doing here, boss? I say we just suffer the loss and abandon this commission. This is bad luck." The lion shook his head, looking troubled. "I don't know," the lion muttered. All the condottieri said was that this was a quest he could not reject. The liger whined a little more, but then soon returned to fighting off the chimera. The battlefield was no place to have a chat, and if they didn't retreat in a timely manner, they might not even be around by the time the next batch of reinforcements came. He just hoped that this time, whoever it was, they would survive a little longer. Chapter 1538, First Place. The damn accursed go bored. Lex saw no resolution in sight, and he saw no way to keep himself safe from its influence. Lex had a very powerful cultivation technique, and he was confident in saying that it was likely the best, if not close to being the best one in the universe. Yet the go board could find flaws in even that, causing him cultivation deviations whenever the rook piece was used. To be honest, Lex appreciated the opportunity to refine his strength further, but the timing of it was not the best. In fact, Lex suspected that his opponent had some way of detecting the most inopportune moment for Lex to use it. He had originally been hoarding beads in the hope that he could somehow transform them into a rook piece of his own. Now he'd changed his strategy. He was going to place as many beads on the board as possible, even if that made him vulnerable to more attacks. The reason was that with each bead placed, he'd learn a little more about the game. But playing by the rules was stifling Lex, since when had he done things the normal way? He was certain he could discover some loophole or flaw to exploit. It was just that he hadn't found it yet. If the go board really was a consequence of a system, then Lex had finally faced a worthy adversary with a powerful system. The user of the murder system was entirely egomaniacal and incompetent, which had barely allowed Lex to survive his onslaught and counter-kill him. Yet such a powerful system in the hands of someone even remotely competent would be a devastating challenge. Sitting in his meditation room, Lex closed his eyes, while allocating a facet of his mind to focusing on the go board. Another part of his consciousness was focusing on his newly acquired karmic eyesight, while another had appeared as a projection of the Innkeeper in his office. There was yet another part of him that simply focused on cultivating. As an immortal, Lex's mind had strengthened incredibly, allowing him to be able to hold numerous concurrent streams of thought. It was about time he took advantage of it as much as possible. The Innkeeper, sitting in his office, looked over the numbers of the midnight games. He wished he could say that the games were close, and the winner could not yet be determined, but that was far from the truth. While numerous worlds fought on countless battlefields, destroying the insect hordes that Sanguis Pluvia had bred across the years, some performed better than others. It was inevitable. Some fought only to gain points which could be used to upgrade their own powers and abilities, becoming stronger. Others fought to save their worlds. A bunch fought for money. Everyone had different reasons for fighting, and that often reflected in their effectiveness on the battlefield. None, however, were as effective as the Deathsworn family. A family, connected by oath and not blood, their numbers were not few. What was more important than their numbers, however, was their unparalleled combat prowess. They were not necessarily the most skilled fighters, or had the best techniques, but their fearlessness and combat synergy made it so that they were far more efficient in killing than anyone else. What's more, the fact that they could be supported by viewers, sent health and upgrade packages in critical moments, and received support, made their already superior combat abilities multiply manyfold. It was like someone took a tiger, an apex predator, and taught it how to use nuclear bombs. Oddly enough, despite fighting the most recklessly, they had the fewest deaths. That meant that over the course of the Midnight Games, their strength had increased drastically, pushing their lead even further. No one was even close to matching their effectiveness in combat. The Deathsworn family alone had cleared over 200 battlefields. Their victory was all but determined, but they never slowed down at all, as if they couldn't care less about victory. In truth, Lex knew that the Deathsworn family consisted of a bunch of people who had sworn revenge, and cared for nothing other than revenge. The family had been made by those people who had achieved their revenge, and then created a family to help others who had been wronged attain their revenge. The target of their revenge need not be the same. Some sought revenge against organizations such as the Sanguis Pluvia, who wrought untold death and destruction, while others sought vengeance against individuals or powers who weren't necessarily evil. The target didn't matter, only that they were a group of individuals who had been pushed to the brink of their tolerance. Now what to reward them? The Innkeeper mused as he looked through the system event panel. In truth, he had many rewards he could offer as the system generated the list on its own, but none of them seemed to match a family such as the Deathsworn. These rewards were more suited towards people who generally had some desires from life, whether it was a better life, the growth of their own families or organizations' powers, or anything along those lines. He wanted to give them something that would allow them to be self-sufficient in some regard, so as to be worthy of a reward from the inn. But the Deathsworn family, unlike other contenders, did not have a home planet, or a fixed base, or any kind of unified base. They were spread out across the Origin realm, for just as they sought out revenge, many targeted the Deathsworn family. Only by hiding effectively could they ensure their survival. Maybe he should give them something to help them hide more effectively. Unable to decide on a suitable reward, Lex continued to peruse the panel. Comparatively, it was much easier to decide on the reward for second place, and those that placed lower. "Lex, Orin has arrived as you requested," Mary said, appearing in front of him. "Excellent, send him in." Chapter 1539. I need something made. Orin I of the Vivatil Mines, the first dwarf born in the Midnight Realm, the Hammer deity, walked into the Innkeeper's office. Though the pressure outside the Innkeeper's office was great, so great that Orin felt like the weight of the underground kingdom had been placed solely upon his shoulders, he did not stumble nor did he slow down. From the very early days of the Midnight Realm itself, Orin had forged and mined the very mountains storing Vivatil ore itself. What weight had he not borne? What pressure had he not tolerated? When had he let the pressures and burdens of the world dictate him? Even the heavenly tree in its prime could not dictate Orin's actions. Of course, the heavenly tree and the Innkeeper were incomparable. Orin understood well that the pressure he felt was not a deterrent or some grand display by the Innkeeper. Instead, it was the Innkeeper's mercy. By allowing his guests to overcome such an incredible hurdle, even if it was only a speck of his power, he made them feel like they had truly earned the right of an audience with the Innkeeper. Such a feeling was very important. After all, if they did not feel like they earned the right of an audience, they may be overwhelmed by the grace of the Innkeeper meeting them. This was a burden of those in power, something he understood well, as the leader of an entire race. When Orin stepped into the Innkeeper's office, he wasn't sure what to expect, yet he certainly didn't expect to find the Innkeeper so welcoming. His very presence was warm and disarming, causing Orin to subconsciously lower the guard of formality he had donned. The Innkeeper turned to look at Orin, his handsome face wearing a soft smile. "Welcome, Orin, to my office. I hope you did not find it too troubling to visit me here. I have been looking forward to meeting you," he said, his tone and words so humble and Orin felt shaken to his core. Such humility was not what one would expect from a lord of an entire realm, a being of unimaginable power, capable of shaping the lands according to his will. "Nay, Innkeeper, it is my utmost honor to visit your office in person. It is only right that I come to you." "Please, there is no need to be formal. Relax. We can talk as friends here. Take a seat. I have some matters I would like to hear your thoughts about." Orin did not act pedantic. Since the Innkeeper had asked him to relax, the dwarf relaxed, leaning into the chair opposite to the Innkeeper's desk as if he was in a lounge. The dwarf couldn't help but instinctively wish that he had his usual mug of burnberry brew, and even before he completed the thought, a massive wooden mug wafting a familiar scent appeared right in his hand. Oren was surprised, and then ecstatic. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a big swig from the mug, allowing the froth of the brew to coat his beard. "Oh, now that hits the spot. This is true hospitality, Innkeeper. I see the reputation of the Midnight Inn is not in vain." "I'm glad you enjoy it. In fact, I'm especially glad you enjoy it for a very specific reason. You see, I wish to build a very special forge within the inn. I plan on gathering the resources of the inn and creating a massive forge, fueled by divine energy, heated by dragon fire, quenched in the waters of the Chaos Sea, carved out of the very laws of the realm. But while I want to make such a forge, I also need someone who can use the forge." The innkeeper looked at Oren for a moment, but did not directly offer the job, even though it was implied. Instead, he continued to elaborate on his plans. "You see, even though some of the dwarves of your clan have cooperated with the inn before, the scale of the projects I wish to take on next is entirely different. Each and everyone would use only the most powerful resources that are finite and cannot be sourced over and over again. Each project would take countless years to create, and each one would be unique, perhaps in the whole universe. Projects like these, I cannot assign to anyone I don't absolutely trust, and they also happen to be projects that absolutely cannot fail." "I understand what you're getting at, Innkeeper," said Oren with a genuinely troubled expression. "The offer is incredibly tempting. With every fiber of my being, I can feel the anticipation towards each project that would be on such a scale, and yet I have a duty to my own people that I cannot just overlook. I'm not just their leader, but also the deity who is at the center of their faith. Such responsibility, I cannot lightly give it up." "Oren, I think there is some kind of misunderstanding between you and I," said the innkeeper, his tone and demeanor still the same, not at all displeased by the dwarf's attempt to turn down the offer. "Working at the inn does not mean your previous life disappears. In fact, as far as being a deity and symbol of faith is concerned, the inn is actually actively developing a heaven so that deities may actively become a part of the inn without compromising their faith. If anything at all, joining the inn will allow you to grow to new heights for yourself and for your race and followers. But I do not want to pressure you or feel like you must join the inn. The decision ultimately is yours. The forge we will continue to make. It is just that the treasures we need to refine will have to wait until another worthy of such a task can be found." Oren looked troubled, still unsure of what to do, though the news of a heaven being formed inside the inn helped lighten his mood a lot. Can I ask what treasure you want to forge?" Oren asked hesitantly. The innkeeper nodded, though for once his expression turned incredibly solemn. "There are many I need forged, but the first one I want made is a karmic bead." The innkeeper showed Oren an image of a simple, black bead that looked like an ordinary go bead. Yet from the image Oren could feel a power he could not fathom even with his divinity. The dwarf's breathing quickened, and his eyes began to turn red. Chapter 1540, First Ingredient. Oren's eyes were glued onto the image, and only part of it was because the mere pressure from the image froze his body. In truth, he saw a lot more than just the surface of the image. He saw what it was meant to be. But the power in that bead, it was too great. It far surpassed Oren, and while theoretically he could create items and treasures stronger than himself, the difference could not be so great. Slowly, the image of the bead faded, and Oren turned his eyes to the innkeeper, who was observing him with amused eyes. That is too powerful. There is no way I can create something like that, not before I become much stronger." "No, that is your misconception," said the innkeeper warmly. "The power you were feeling from the projection, actually that aura itself was also a part of the projection. The bead does not have to have such power. Instead, it is a mere conduit for karma and thus should be able to tolerate such a strain. In truth, the bead itself will have no power. But the details of the project, well, it's better I only discuss it with whoever is in charge of actually producing it. Do not worry, Oren, I will not implicate you as far as my treasures are concerned. If you do not wish to join the inn, then that is your freedom." The innkeeper sounded entirely sincere, but that only made Oren more conflicted. He had his duty that he could not overlook, yet the temptation of creating such amazing treasures had grabbed his heart, and refused to let go. The innkeeper had even made it easier for him by letting him know that joining the inn would not conflict with performing his duties, though Oren could not help but feel that he was overlooking something. Indeed, he really was overlooking something very important. Every action a deity took was very significant, and had the chance to possibly influence their lore or faith, becoming a part of the stories told about a deity. It wasn't like it was impossible for a deity to serve another, but should that happen, it would become a part of that deity's gospel, and thus a measure of power and faith that was supposed to go to the deity was transferred to whoever they served. It was a big decision, not lightly taken. Yet Oren's brain at the moment wasn't working to full capacity, for even with the projection faded, all he saw with his eyes was that black bead. Meanwhile, Lex silently watched as Oren shepherded himself exactly to the decision Lex wanted from him. Lex had not been deceitful about why he wanted Oren, though perhaps he hadn't painted the full picture either. Since he was working on completing quests now, he decided to put more effort into all the quests, including the one about forming a heaven and a hell. Since divine energy would be needed to develop the heaven, it only made sense for Lex to hire some of the local deities to help out with its creation. Oren was one of the easier deities to persuade. The other deities within the Midnight Realm, while still deferential to the Innkeeper, had a bit of an attitude problem and would require more work to be convinced. Lex would naturally put that work in, but at a later date. Right now, he wanted to hire Oren for another, much more urgent reason. He did not like playing by the rules, and while he was limited to what he could do on the Go board, that is only how things appeared to be. Karma was a law of the universe so powerful that even his cultivation technique, as amazing as it was, could do nothing to it. More importantly, the Go board connected Lex and that other Nuz race member, forming a sort of contract between them. He did not believe that he couldn't use that to his favor somehow. Of course, at the moment Lex lacked the comprehensive understanding of karma required to somehow take advantage of it. That didn't mean he couldn't take advantage of it. Oren was a great blacksmith, but creating something worth his skill was not a product of a day or a week or a month. Besides the time taken to just gather the right materials, it would take years. Considering the fact that karma was such a difficult concept to properly grasp, to make a tool that could serve as a conduit for karma might even take decades or more. Hopefully, Lex would be able to resolve the Go board long before then. But if he wasn't able to do so, he'd rather get started on the solution right now rather than later. Oren gulped, wiped the sweat off his brow, finished chugging his burnberry brew, and then looked at the Innkeeper with an intense gaze. "You know what? I changed my mind," said the deity of hammers, slamming his mug down as he did. "I think joining the inn would be the best way to grow my strength, and thus the best way to benefit my people. I will join the Midnight Inn." The Innkeeper's smile widened as he took out a platinum key and handed it to Oren. "You must first take the test, but I have faith in you. Once you complete the test, we can begin planning on how to craft the karmic bead. Oh, but I'll give you one hint to motivate you. To set the foundation of the bead, I'll be using this." The Innkeeper held out his hand, opening it to reveal a small nugget of amber-colored resin. The dwarf's pupils dilated, and though he didn't know what he was looking at, his entire being was suddenly filled with an unquenchable thirst for that resin. He wanted to absorb it, as if doing so would elevate him to a whole new level of power. Yet greed did not blind him. Instead, it brought an immense amount of fear into his heart. He had no idea what he was looking at, but he finally understood why the Innkeeper needed to hire him before making him work. Who else could be trusted with such a secret? Chapter 1541, About Time. Oren crushed the platinum key and vanished, gone to take the test to join the Midnight Inn. Lex withdrew his projection of the amber chaos resin and leaned back in his chair. He didn't have many pieces of the resin left, and each one was beyond extremely valuable. The reason he was willing to use it for the creation of this bead was because Lex had taken a great interest in karma and intended on using it long-term. Unlike a raise, which had once served him very well but ultimately reached a plateau in terms of strength, he felt like he could use karma indefinitely. The reason arrays plateaued in strength, he eventually discovered, was because the characters that arrays were formed of were a sort of manifestation of certain aspects of specific laws. One could even say that using laws was an upgraded and more potent version of using arrays. But karma was karma. There was no upgraded or deteriorated version of it, and was so powerful that even Tao lords feared and respected it. Such a field was worth learning and investing in. A gleam flashed through Lex's eyes as he thought about his future plans. While he did not think that he was worth studying, the way Lycanderoth had claimed he would be studied, but it was true that Lex was perhaps at his best when he was planning some kind of revenge. What could he say? Vengeance was a motivator unlike any other. "Mary, send in the next appointment," he said, getting back into the Innkeeper persona. John walked into the Innkeeper's office, his expression neutral, though Lex could see enough to tell that he was pleased. John had slowly faded out of view from daily life at the inn after he lost his system. though after a chat with the innkeeper, he eventually found his drive to return to his former self. The problem he was facing was that even though his cultivation had fallen, his tenets had remained the same. That meant that even if he regained his cultivation, he would have to continue on the path that his system had set out for him. For a very long time, John had been training and cultivating, back from scratch. He had been sent to the temple of fasting the moment the inn opened back up so that he could get even better guidance than before. Now, finally, he had returned to his former peak cultivation, though without his system, his strength was not what it used to be. "How are you adjusting?" the innkeeper asked warmly. John looked at the innkeeper for a moment, and then sighed. "It's good to have my strength back, but I feel a little lost these days." "It's because you have spent too much time in isolation. What you need to do now is return to the inn, and allow yourself to rest as you interact with the inn workers and its guests. Your own assistant, Doe, has specifically stated that he wants to continue working with you, so should you reopen the battle axe, he will resume his old post." John hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "Do you feel ready to resume work properly?" the innkeeper asked, his tone becoming slightly more solemn. "Yes, that's the one thing I have no doubts about. Until I surpass my old self, I'll always feel incomplete. Working will help distract me from that." "Good. In that case, I'm going to be sending you to the 2 rhino centaurs. They're going to give you a device that will help you detect systems. Your new job, when you're not running the battle axe, will be to covertly search for system users in the Origin realm who are very liberal with their morals when using their systems." John's expression also turned solemn as his fists tightened. "You only have to find them and nothing else. This is what we're going to do." The innkeeper informed John about his role in an elaborate plan, where hardly anyone involved within actually knew what they were doing. In fact, even John himself did not know what the end goal for searching for system users was. All he knew was that from time to time, someone would forward him a list of leads from across the Origin realm. The Midnight Inn had already been connected to many random planets in the Origin realm, and Lex planned on increasing his reach by connecting to random planets across the galaxies. Once John had a lead, he would use the lifetime of experience in covert operations to secretly scan the target to detect if he was a system user, or not using the device given to him by the Rhino Centaurs. The innkeeper informed him up front that the chances of actually finding a system user was less than 1 in 1,000, but the task needed to be done even so. In truth, what Lex had planned was an elaborate scheme. Since the 2 Rhino Centaurs needed systems to upgrade their security clearance to get more information, Lex had more or less decided to get them a couple of weak systems. Of course, Lex was not a thief. He would not go around stealing systems from any random system user he came across. Lex had, in fact, let a few system users even go despite discovering them. However, if the system user was a criminal, or a generally scummy person such as the Nuz who had targeted Lex, then there was no harm in dealing with them. Up until now, he'd been reluctant to repair his system because the stronger it was, the more forceful it would be with his quests. Although the system stopped doing it, he couldn't forget what it felt like when the system had warned him that the punishment for failing a quest was death. Although by now the system didn't do stuff like that anymore, the arrival of the joint quest proved that mandatory quests were still a thing. It was best to be careful. Yet caught in the web of powerful organizations, Lex had no choice but to power up. Besides, it was better to know the location of a bunch of systems and not need them, than to need them and not be able to find them. He had tasked Roland with finding anomalous people and organizations, in any regard, all across the Origin realm. Such a general task was too difficult to quantify, for simply finding anomalous people was not enough. The anomaly factor had to be great enough for him to suspect the involvement of a system. He had come up with a complex mathematical formula to calculate how much a certain situation deviated from the norm. Only results that exceeded 250% of the norm could end up on the list of leads, which would then be forwarded to John. John would then verify their veracity and forward the list to the innkeeper. What to do with the list of confirmed system users after that was entirely up to Lex. Chapter 1542, Solving Minor Problems. Due to how effectively Lex was multitasking, he had one of the most productive times he'd ever had inside the inn. In fact, he realized that he should have been doing this from the start. Splitting his mind and carrying out a dozen different tasks using projections or weak clones basically caused him no strain, but what he achieved was significant. As the innkeeper, he was constantly having meetings one-on-one with many workers. Many of them had been with the inn from the start, and meeting them again allowed him to refresh their awe of the innkeeper. But even more of them had never actually met the innkeeper. With hundreds of thousands of workers at the inn, managing the millions of guests, it was obviously impossible to have a relationship with all of them in a short period of time. Yet now, by inviting them one at a time, Lex was slowly establishing that relationship between them and the innkeeper. He also either praised them on their work so far, or offered them some guidance on how they could do things better. While such a targeted interaction was not necessarily for the workers generated using the system, Lex had long since stopped doing that. He had been hiring more natural workers for years now, and while they caused the major issues, the difference between them was almost immediately perceptible. Much like the paladins and Diplo who had formed their operating bases within the inn, there was a tribe of elves who had more or less moved into the inn entirely. They sustained their expenses by working in the guild room, and then later on by having a large number of their members join the inn. Their history was a tragic one. Unlike most of their kin, they did not love nature, nor did they have a strong affinity for natural things. Instead, their zeal towards technology was so strong they practically worshipped it. They had mostly lived a nomadic life before coming to the inn, but the moment they came to the inn and saw the massive flying spaceship, they had turned this into their home. So far, none of this had caused any problems. As workers, they were skilled and obedient, and had their own strength to back themselves up. By joining the inn, they had immediately bolstered its strength and added some diversity. Although most of their stronger members were in the nascent realm, some of them were in the Earth Immortal realm, which back in the day was a great boost to the inn. The budding problem now, that Lex had detected before it became too big of an issue, was that as they were becoming more comfortable at the inn, and shedding their former submissive and fearful personalities caused by a lifetime of living on the run, they were beginning to turn more aggressive. The fear that had gripped their tribe for so long was now slowly morphing into hate and anger. With the feeling that they had now established themselves in a safe environment and found themselves a backer, they were beginning to become more bold in their thoughts and actions. Growth and change were inevitable, but as the innkeeper, he needed to ensure that his workers understood that they could not discriminate against his guests. For those of their tribe who had not joined as workers, he could do nothing. But they also needed to understand that having siblings, parents, or friends as workers at the inn did not give them leeway to breaking the inn's rules. Fortunately, since Lex had detected this problem before it exploded into something serious, a one-on-one meeting with the workers from the tribe with the innkeeper was enough to rein in their growing arrogance. One good thing that came out of the elves' presence was that the inn's ability to create high-tech gear or handle complicated machinery had increased manifold. Xeon, the Drake refiner who was a genius at creating spirit tech, had improved drastically after interacting with the elves, and they were already working on creating the inn's own spaceships. Much like with the elves, there were signs of budding problems all over the inn. Not a single one of them was too serious just yet, but if left unattended, had the potential to cause major issues down the road. One such potential problem was the high density of devils at the inn. They were, by far, the most respectful and law-abiding guests Lex had ever had at the inn. They were polite, friendly, and served to create a harmonious environment at the inn. But hidden beneath their friendly facade was an ulterior motive, and one that might actually be extremely sinister. Unfortunately for this, Lex saw no solution. After all, they never broke any rules. Just as the inn had the potential to link to any place in the universe, the realm Garvitz allowed the devils to teleport anywhere that they were summoned. The devils, taking advantage of their positive reputation at the inn, often made deals with various guests, teaching them the formations or rituals needed to summon them on their home planets. The thing was, once summoned, the devils did not cause problems or go on a rampage. No, they conducted business. Whoever summoned them often got what they wanted and were happy with their deals. But often it was because they didn't know the true value of what they were offering. Considering that this was consensual business, conducted legally outside the inn, Lex had no grounds to stop it. No one was actually being harmed either. The problem that Lex detected was that the devil's influence in the origin realm was growing at an exponential rate as a result of this. He wasn't sure what kind of problem this could cause, but for all their amiability, Lex never forgot that the devils used humans to farm their demons. They weren't quite as docile as they appeared. Unfortunately, for now, all he could do was keep an eye on them. Chapter 1543, Growing Crowd. 2 days passed quietly with Lex simultaneously cultivating, researching karma, having meetings and solving many of the accumulated problems of the inn. It seemed like a lot of work, but Lex discovered that he found himself enjoying the process. Compared to traveling the universe, facing constant dangers, and resolving the many conspiracies that filled every action of high-leveled cultivators, spending time at the inn was much more relaxing. Although he enjoyed the adrenaline rush and excitement he often faced, this was a different kind of enjoyment. It was so much so that Lex summoned 2 more clones, and had them take up 2 more jobs. Among the inner circle of the inn, for both guests and workers, it was more or less common knowledge now that Leo and Lex were the same people. But for the vast majority, they might know one or the other, but definitely not both. By now, many knew that Lex was a worker of the inn, even if they didn't know his specific job. Comparatively, the one more prominent Leo and owner of the Gamer's Den became someone very few knew about. However, now both Leo and Lex reappeared at the inn. The crowds at the inn were beginning to grow as 2 main events came close. The end of the Midnight Games had been announced, or, to be more specific, the conditions for the games to end. Almost all battlefields had already been cleared, with only a little over 30 planets still at war. Once all of those battles were concluded, the games would officially come to an end. Such an announcement brought even more attention to those last few battlefields, bringing in even more viewers and thereby more gifts for the warriors. Simultaneously, the inn's income also shot up, and Lex now finally had an opportunity to slowly accumulate a bit of a surplus so that he was not broke after the games ended. But much sooner than the end of the games was the death match between Emperor Jotun and the leader of the fiery mammoths. Such a clash brought in spectators from all powers and races, not just those 2 powers. It was not every day that celestial immortals fought a publicly viewable battle, and as such, it attracted the attention of countless major powers. Even those who still remained unaware of the Midnight Inn found out about it, while those who already knew about it took out time from their busy schedules to visit it. As the death match came closer, more and more from the Jotun Empire flocked to the inn, suddenly causing the number of guests in the inn to cross into the billions. All workers stopped taking holidays to handle the immense workload while Lex hired hundreds of millions of temporary workers from the event panel, draining the meager surplus he had managed to accumulate. But that drain was temporary. With so many guests, Lex expected to more than make up for his expenses. Among the many who had come to the inn to view the Emperor's fight, the family of Vegas Minima's governor were obviously included. Layla, the former leader of the Peacock Warriors, looked out at the Midnight Inn with complicated eyes, saying nothing, and merely reveling in her many childhood memories. Although, technically, she was still just a child. She could almost hear the voice of her former comrades as they rode peacocks and fought valiant battles. Now, though, she was separated by her friends by more than just a realm. The amount of time that had passed for them was 3 times more than had passed for her, and the landscape of the inn seemed both familiar and foreign to her, and just as many things remained the same, too many things had changed. "Come, lass, it's nice to live in a dream, but we also have to live in reality," said new Layla's grandmother. "Although Vegas Minima is no longer plagued by the zombie crisis, our people are still too weak, our foundations still too frail. Leadership is both a privilege and a burden. As your father's heir, you are destined to live a different life from the rest. This is a great networking opportunity for your father. Reclaiming the 3 Vegas planets is not enough. We must expand beyond the 3 planets and grow our foundations as much as possible. For that, we need both resources and political favor. As newcomers into the Jotun Empire, we must exert even greater effort than others to get anything done." "I understand, grandmother," Layla said, recomposing herself. The grandmother and grandchild moved on, heading towards the pavilion where the girls' parents were mingling with others of a similar station. They didn't notice that, from afar, 2 young men stood on a hill looking towards them. "Are they the ones you want me to help, little Jimmy?" One of them spoke fondly. "Yes, Uncle Will," Jimmy said. "And it's not just helping them out, it's attaining mutual benefits. Layla's family are not incompetent. If your Rose Society takes advantage of the fact that they are still developing and entrench yourself in their growing star system, you will also gain a powerful stronghold." "Ah, little Jimmy, why don't you go and help them out yourself? Besides acting as a leader of the Peacock Warriors, you have done well for yourself using the contacts you made. Helping out a mere star system is as easy as waving a hand for you. Although back in the day, there was a little misunderstanding between you and the girl's family, if you present yourself to them now, they will welcome you with open arms." Jimmy continued to look at Layla as she moved further away, and could read her like an open book. Though she tried to hide her emotions behind a mask of aloofness, it was of no use in front of someone like Jimmy, who had gained a lot of experience in dealing with people. Our childhood memories were nice, but that is all they were. Her parents were right, we are people from different worlds. They will be stuck to their star system while I have the whole universe to explore. Besides, she's just a little girl and I'm an adult now. We have nothing left in common. No, Uncle Will, the reason I told you to help them is because I know you can gain a lot of benefit from it. Nothing else. Will Bentham said nothing as he listened to Jimmy over-explain himself, but in his eyes there was a mischief that could not be hidden. He turned and looked back at the girl's family. He wondered what they would think now if they knew the little boy they turned away just a few years ago already had more power than their entire star system. The Peacock Warriors were not little kids anymore. Fortunately, he did not need to wonder. He could just go ahead and find out. Chapter 1544, Zombification. The governor of Vegas Minima and his family weren't the only ones from the Jotun Empire who had a history with the inn, and had returned. The inn had many new cities that had been established to cover for the increasing number of guests, and in a particular city called Los Nachos, there was a pyramid-shaped building, although certain guests argued that it was the shape of a tortilla chip. Regardless of the inspiration for its architecture, the building was actually the latest and largest branch of the gamer's den. The building was divided into levels starting from the base all the way to the tip, and to move from one level to the next, all a guest needed to do was have some level of success in any game. It was more of a gimmick than anything else, yet it was surprisingly successful. Of course, the higher up one wanted to go, the greater the achievement they needed. Starting from playing a game halfway through, the difficulty requirement for each level rose. Some of the higher levels required achievements like attaining a high kill streak in the popular game COD, Call of Donuts, a game in which the gamer was a baker who baked lethally delicious donuts and got points for how many heart attacks their donuts could cause. Another example of a ridiculously difficult achievement required for a higher level of the building was getting a number of successful rolls in Elden Rings, a game about a jeweler who made sentient wedding rings that would roll off the fingers of unfaithful spouses. Creating rings that could detect genuinely unfaithful spouses required an insanely high level of skill, to the extent that it caused many players to rage quit the game. Of course, to get to the highest level of the building, one had to attain 100% completion in the ultimate game called Crusader Kings III. The game was inspired by the Midnight Inn, and required players to host guests and deal with the immense difficulty of running an inn one. Despite the difficulty of reaching the very top, it was ultimately meant to be achievable, and so guests who often visited the gamer's den would sooner or later achieve it. Leo, the owner of the gamer's den, was personally overseeing this branch, as over 10,000 guests were currently in the building playing games. A large number of them were even participating in the ongoing LOL, Laugh Out Legends, tournament. Yet amidst the crowd, Leo suddenly spotted a familiar face, one he didn't expect to see at the gamer's den. Clarissa Jotun, sentient zombie, active member of the book club inside the inn, and daughter of Emperor Jotun, was sitting in one of the cubicles on the top floor, playing a cozy fishing game. Considering she was the daughter of the Emperor, Leo expected that she would be in a viewing booth, waiting to see her father's match. But as unbelievable as her presence was in the gamer's den, even more surprising was that accompanying her were her fiancé, General Ragnar Asulf of the Jotun army, as well as Charles Best, the inn's doctor who was up until recently in seclusion. Leo could not help but go over to personally see if they needed anything. "Dear guests, I hope everything is up to standard," he said, walking up to them. "Please let me know if there's anything additional you might need." Clarissa didn't even turn, her focus entirely on decorating her fishing ship in the cutest way, but Ragnar and Charles looked over. Under their gaze, Leo couldn't help but reminisce a little. Back when the system was new, Ragnar was so unbelievably powerful to Lex, he was practically a living legend. Nay, he was a walking, talking myth. Yet now, even though he hadn't caught up to him in realm, he could at least sense that they were close, at least in terms of realm. Lex was not so arrogant as to think he was the general's equal just yet. He had a feeling that just as Cornelius had been unexpectedly powerful, the general boasted incredible power he did not normally reveal. If that were not the case, he would not have been selected as a son-in-law by the emperor personally. "Thank you for your consideration," said the general politely. "We have everything we need for now. I'll let you know if there's anything we require." The general's expression when looking at Lex was like an adult, looking fondly down at a child. It could not be helped. After a lifetime of fighting demons, the general has a great fondness for humans and strongly hated demons and devils. "No, wait, actually, we might just need your help," said Charles, his eyes suddenly sparkling as he saw Leo. Before elaborating, Charles pressed a button on the gaming table, causing a wall to rise out of the ground, isolating the gaming cubicle, creating a perfect environment for high-intensity gaming. "General Leo is more than just the owner of the gaming den," Charles said, turning to the man. "He is also very resourceful and may be able to help out with your situation. Of course, whether to include him in this is your own decision. I can only recommend it." The general turned to look at Leo more intensely, his gaze trying to penetrate past his appearance, studying him deeply. Leo, in turn, studied the general. During the general's last public fight with a devil, he had been infected by the curse destined to turn him into an immortal-level zombie. His pale, dry skin and red eyes hinted at the fact that the process had already begun. But the process was not supposed to take this long. The fact that he had not yet turned into a zombie entirely meant that, somehow, he was fighting the curse. If that was the case, Leo could somewhat guess as to what the general's predicament might be. After all, besides the three of them, there was also Clarissa in this room. She was someone who had been entirely zombified, yet had not actually died or lost her personality in the process. She retained her entire self, even though she was no longer human. "Since Dr. Charles trusts you, I suppose it won't hurt to include you in this," finally said Ragnar. For those that don't know, this is a reference to a MOD inspired by the Innkeeper that was created by one of the readers in the game called King's Crusaders III. For those of you who play, do check it out and give it some support. Chapter 1545, Secret Even to Me. Lex suddenly got the feeling like he was about to get pulled into something huge, but for once he no longer resisted it. It was kind of pointless. Previously, Lex wanted to avoid additional problems because he wanted to retreat into the inn for as long as possible to raise his strength. He needed to end the inn's seal previously because he had to break through to the Earth Immortal realm, and that was not something he could do within the Midnight realm. But once that was done, he wanted to go back to sealing the inn, or at least isolating it as much as possible. Yet now, not only was the inn possibly being targeted by numerous organizations, Lex decided it was better to assume it was being targeted and take precautions than otherwise. The addition of the joint quest put him in a situation where he might be unable to avoid getting involved in problems. He didn't know for sure what a joint quest would look like, but the very fact that it was emphasized that it was mandatory told Lex that it was likely troublesome. Since trouble was unavoidable, then Lex decided that he would no longer go out of his way to avoid issues. "You don't need to worry about the nature of his issue," said Charles, explaining the situation to Lex. "This is completely within the purview of the inn. You see, the good general and his fiancée have come to the inn to relax a little, but aren't able to do so because they're suffering from a terrible curse. Now they are managing to resist the curse, but as a result, they can never really rest or go to sleep. Now that's interfering with their ability to enjoy any service at the inn which would cause them to rest or relax. Both the general and his fiancée here have not slept ever since they got cursed. Now, functionally, it is not impacting them since they don't really require sleep anymore. The good general was consulting with me for a way to temporarily disable the curse so that he may be able to rest. Now I've come up with a way that such a thing can be done, but the requirements for it are a little unusual. The necessary ingredients and items are missing and aren't available even at the inn. That's where I thought you might be able to help." Leo could tell that while Charles was telling the truth, he was not entirely forthcoming. But then again, it was not surprising since this was a sensitive matter. He didn't care either way. The fact that the inn's services were being impacted, however, was a matter of grave concern for him and not something he could overlook. If customer satisfaction fell, he would lose out on a lot of MP. "So just to be clear, you need my help with procurement of specific resources, not a way to contain the curse, right?" Leo asked, just to clarify. "I mean, if you can come up with an effective way to disable the curse, I won't reject it. But realistically speaking, I think you have a better chance of getting your hands on the resources we need." "It's not a problem. You can give me a list of whatever you need and I'll look into getting my hands on it. But first, just to be sure, do you mind if I try to see if I can come up with a way to contain this curse?" Charles looked at Ragnar, who merely shrugged. Clarissa couldn't be bothered at all, so there was no real harm in trying. "I suppose you can try," said Charles, though it was apparent that he didn't think it would work. He was right to doubt Leo. Neither Leo nor Lex were experts when it came to curses. However, it just so happened that Lex had an accessory which was quite knowledgeable on the subject. The real Lex, who was meditating within his room, sent his ring to Leo, who suddenly presented it to Ragnar. "General, could you please put this on for a moment?" Clarissa, who was in the middle of fishing up a big fish, suddenly looked away from the game and glared at Leo, who was presenting her fiancé with a ring. The general raised an eyebrow and picked it up. Do I sense the aura of Pelvilin Bahat Nagorjan from this ring?" the general asked, taking the full name of the dragon who had died to give birth to Pel Jr. It was no surprise that the general was familiar with the dragon. He had been an overlord of the Origin realm and a true celebrity in every sense of the word. As a heavenly immortal dragon, even celestial immortals took note of it, let alone a fellow heavenly immortal like Ragnar. "Partially," Leo confessed. "The treasure spirit of this ring was born from a portion of that dragon's soul, but Pelvilin is well and truly dead. This is Pel Jr." Ragnar put the ring on, not bothering to take his glove off first. Fortunately, the ring adapted to the size of his finger and expanded as he put it on. "Oh really? I'm really curious to know how Pelvilin actually died. His power and fame were quite well known, and many expected him to reach the celestial level sooner rather than later. His demise is a genuine surprise. Unfortunately, that is a secret that eludes both me and Pel Jr. Although I may or may not have visited his treasure hoard shortly after his demise, the actual cause of his demise remains a mystery to this day. Actually, I'm surprised the other dragons haven't looked into it." Lex realized that a lot of people probably attributed the death of the dragon to him, which was the real reason he earned the title of Dragonsbane. But the truth was, Pelvilin had been dead even before Lex arrived onto his planet. But while Pel Jr. does not have access to the memories of Pelvilin's death, he should be able to access Pelvilin's knowledge on curses. "Hey Pel, why don't you analyze the body of the person wearing your ring and tell me if you can think of a solution to his predicament?" Chapter 1546, Demonification. Everyone turned to look at the ring after Leo spoke, waiting for it to do something. Although Lex had been slowly allowing the ring to grow stronger as of late, that did not mean that the ring had the ability to manifest a projection or alter its form just yet. It may seem odd when compared to someone like Cowan, who not only was able to transform into a human shape, but was also on the verge of becoming a father. But if one took into consideration that Cowan had been alive for over 100,000 years and had slowly mastered his own strength, then it made sense why the ring spirit, despite originating from the soul of a dragon, could not yet manifest a body or projection. But the lack of a form other than that of a ring did not mean that the ring was powerless. A spirit sense emerged from the ring and spread out across the room, so that it could communicate with them all, even as the ring delved into Ragnar's body. "A demonification curse," the ring said, immediately identifying the problem. "Demonification curses are not without cure, especially if the process has not been completed like in your case. However, demonification is a generic term. In truth, what truly determines the rate of progress in demonification, as well as how to counter it, is the type of demon the target is being turned into. I can tell from your condition that you are being turned into a zombie, yet the process has been slowed down drastically. If I am not mistaken, then some kind of body cultivation method has been used to combat the zombification process." "That's correct," stated Ragnar. "Through the Henali, the Emperor acquired a method to prevent the zombification curse, but the problem is that the conditions to practice it are too strenuous and the resources are too rare. It is not something that can be implemented en masse. Our true purpose here is not to find a way to combat or prevent zombification, but to come up with a way to fight against it on a large scale, even by common people. The demon problem that the human race faces is a huge threat, and one we are not yet well equipped enough to entirely resist. Only by arming ourselves with the right tools and weapons to not only resist the devils, but the demonification curses themselves can we one day hope to cast off our destiny as victims of these devils." Let me see how this works first. Clearly, you have made some progress towards creating a body cultivation technique that can resist the demonification process, but it is not very effective. How can its efficiency be improved? While Pel Jr. began to ponder over his issue, Leo looked at the general oddly. He turned to look towards Charles as well, unsure if he should mention what he was thinking. Surely something so obvious had already been considered by the Empire. "But just to be sure, have you guys looked into Botlamdu?" Leo asked. "Just so you know, I was also infected by zombies once. A vial of Botlem dew was all it took to clear that right up. Of course, I know it's only effective for cultivators below the foundation realm, but considering you want to use it for the masses, it could be a good solution. Yes, we have, said Ragnar, not at all bothered by the obvious question. But like you just said, we want a solution for the masses, and while we buy a lot of Botlem dew from the inn, we cannot afford to buy hundreds of billions of bottles to combat the demonification going on across thousands of planets. It's not practical or even logistically possible. Yes, but have you tried looking into why Botlem dew works against demonification? I once saw an item called Botlem's Grace, and it too was a healing item but was much stronger. Apparently it contained the holy aura of an archangel. I'm not sure why it still had the name Botlem to it, but if holy aura can combat demonification, it can be a direction for us to look into. 1. I'm afraid not, said Ragnar, shaking his head. Holy aura and holy energy in general is unique to the angel race alone. When the angel race makes use of divine energy, their bodies slowly gain the ability to transform all other energies into holy energy. That's actually what causes them to be so attractive for many deities to have as subordinates. Leo couldn't help but frown. It appeared like they were hitting a dead end with holy energy and Botlem dew, but he had a feeling it wasn't so simple. I have a few ideas, but why don't you give me the list of items you need me to procure anyway? In the meantime, Pel Jr. can also analyze your situation and recommend some solutions. We can gather back here before the Emperor's match to share our progress. Charles handed Leo a list, having no qualms with the idea. The general offered to return the ring, but Leo was in no rush. Instead, he left, stating that he needed to work on the list. Technically, that was true, for Lex summoned another clone to reach out to his usual sources to try to find the items on the list. But Leo himself, instead, turned his attention towards searching for another prominent figure in the Midnight Inn. A simple scan revealed that the man was within the designated headquarters for his organization within the Midnight Inn. Soon Leo appeared outside a small village that had been rented out entirely by the Paladins, a group of human warriors far away from the Jotun Empire. From what Leo recalled, the Paladins too used the power of faith to wield energies eerily similar to divine energy and holy energy. He had never specifically looked into how their power system worked, but now might be the right time to do just that. Botlem Grace was bought by Lex in Chapter 843, for those interested in a refresher. Chapter 1547, Grandmaster Lovis. Normally, even if a small village was rented out, that did not mean that the area of the small village would become off limits to other guests. However, it remained within the renter's authority to make the area private, limiting the entrance of other guests. Considering the price of renting a small village was 15,000 MP per night, it was well within reason that the person who rented it out should be able to do such a thing. Leo stopped his thoughts from wandering as a man in heavy, silver-colored armor approached him. A massive shield latched onto his left arm, and an unnecessarily thick sword in its scabbard at his hip. The Village of Light is closed and can only be entered with appointment, the man said, his voice booming as if he was afraid that Leo might not be able to hear him. State your name and who you wish to meet. If you have an appointment, I will escort you to your designated conference room. Hello, I'm Leo, owner of the Gamer's Den. I don't really have an appointment, but I'm interested in meeting Lovis, the leader here. I'd really appreciate it if you could see if he's available. Or, if not, if you could let me know how to get an appointment, that would be great. Wait, are you a worker of the inn? The guard asked, doubt and confusion evident in his voice. Yes, I do work for the inn, that is correct. Is everything all right? Why would a worker from No, it's not my station to ask. Come, I will take you to meet Grandmaster Lovis. He had recently attained promotion from the rank of Paladin, as is expected from one such as him. Leo was not too familiar with the ranks among the Paladins, but he knew that their ranks also coincided with their cultivation realm. If Lovis, the leader of the Paladins within the inn, had increased in rank, then that meant that his cultivation had also increased. He had no doubt that the Midnight Games probably played a significant role in making that happen, because, of course, the Paladins had also taken part in it. The Paladins had really made their rented village their home. The decor of the area was completely different from an ordinary village, sporting many statues of notable warriors probably, with heavy emphasis on symbols and engravings depicting a large shield and sword. The color white was also prominent in the surroundings, followed only by silver and azure. Leo couldn't help but notice that every paladin within the village was fully armored, not resting for even a moment within the safety of the inn. None of them seemed too bothered by it, too. Many glanced towards Leo, a clear outsider, but did not pay him too much attention going about their day. Instead of taking Leo to a conference room, it seemed like the guard brought Leo directly to the Grandmaster's office, which had its door wide open. Lovis, a large, bulky man, wearing an even bulkier armor, was sitting at his desk brooding over some paperwork, his long, gold hair neatly tied behind his back. "Grandmaster, there is a worker from the inn here to see you," the guard exclaimed, his booming voice no doubt reverberating throughout the entire village. Yet Lovis seemed unbothered by it, and instead seemed more surprised to see Leo. "Twice in 1 week, this is a surprise. Welcome, welcome, please have a seat." Lovis was quite nimble for a man his size, though that was not surprising. A glance was all it took for Lex to realize that the man was an Earth immortal, though if he was curious he could have always just scanned him. These days, Lex hardly ran into someone whose cultivation a system scan couldn't reveal. The only people he hadn't tested it on were those who were demi-Dao lords or Dao lords, and at that point it hardly mattered. So the days of wondering what everyone's cultivation was were long gone, though by now he could tell personally as well. "Twice in 1 week, have you been visited by another inn worker?" Leo asked in surprise as he entered the office. "Yes, not too long ago I was visited by another worker who asked about our experience at the inn, and if we felt if anything was lacking. They wanted to discuss the Paladins officially declaring the Midnight Inn as a destination for some of our activities. As flattering as the offer was, it's something that we must discuss amongst our senior members before deciding. Keeping our actions relatively unknown serves us well." "Ah yes, I heard about that. The inn is making more of a push to better serve groups and organizations. Previously, all our focus was on guests as individuals. If you have any suggestions you wish to make to the inn, feel free to submit them, as now would be your best opportunity to see them fulfilled." "Yes, we will consider the matter carefully. Are you also here to discuss the same matter?" "Oh no, not at all. I'm here for another private matter. I hope you forgive me for intruding." "Not at all. We, the Paladins, take great pride in serving, and even greater pride in serving those who are truly deserving of it." For some reason, Leo couldn't shift the flow of the conversation to an informal one, for he constantly felt like Lovis was better in his element with a more formal tone. Although it did not suit his own personal preference, it wasn't as if he didn't know how to navigate such a conversation. "Well, to begin with, I hope to learn more about the Paladins and clear up some possible misconceptions I may have about them. It appears to me that Paladins make use of divine and holy energy, both extremely rare and powerful energies that almost no one in the universe can easily make use of. I find it almost unbelievable that you are able to do so, but thought it was better to go directly to the source rather than continue to speculate." Chapter 1548, David Paladin. Lovis did not immediately answer the question, but instead scrutinized Leo. Leo was much too used to being the one who was requested for favors, so it felt a little unusual being on the other side. That did not mean that he flinched or shied away. Leo maintained eye contact while Lovis studied him, though he did so with a polite smile. "None of this is really much of a secret," Lovis finally said. "Even so, I hope you don't mind me asking, for what reason do you pursue this knowledge? The Paladins stand for justice, fighting against tyranny and helping those in need. Many try to oppose us and are keen to discover our weaknesses." "If you fight against tyranny and evil, then our intentions are aligned," Leo said with a smile. "I cannot reveal the specific details, but I don't mind sharing my purpose with you. I don't know if you have encountered them, but there are demonic forces out there that specifically target humans and convert us into demons as well. I too was once afflicted by such a curse, but I was cured using Botlamdu, which is especially effective against demons. Now I am trying to understand why Botlamdu is effective against demons. The energy contained within, as far as I can gather, is similar to the holy aura used by angels. From what I recall, that is very similar to what the Paladins use. If what you use is effective against the demonification process, then it may alter the very fight against demons and devils that the human race fights." Lovis' expression hardened upon listening to Leo's words, and for a moment he seemed distracted. When he finally turned to look back at Leo, he seemed like he had made an important decision, though all Leo had done was ask a little about the Paladins' history. "The fight against demons. You may not know it, but the origins of the Paladins, the very core of who we are, is entrenched in the fight against demons. Follow me." Lovis got up from his chair, revealing his body, which was much larger, not only in height but also width, than a regular human. Lex suspected that their cultivation method, whatever it was, slowly grew their bodies larger as they progressed. Hefting his sword and shield, which were bigger than the ones used by other soldiers to remain large in proportion to Lovis. The man led the way out of the office and to the center of the village, where a particularly prominent statue was placed. This is David Paladin, the founder of our order, and the man who started it all with nothing more than the strength of his arm and the will to change the world. He was born a mortal in a world where cultivation was out of reach of most. If things had not gone askew, he would have lived out his life as a simple scholar, working in the local mayor's office. But just like you said, humanity is plagued by demons. One day, a portal opened up on his world leading to the underworld, and a horde of demons came spewing out, wreaking havoc across the lands. Empires collapsed, countries fell to ruin, and humanity was brought to the brink of extinction. As circumstances would have it, David became part of a small settlement with no hope for survival if the demons attacked. With his wife and child behind him, David took an oath, the first oath, and put his faith in his own hard work and ability. Every day, even when no demons attacked, he trained until he was on the very verge of death. Every day, he endured hardship, never shying away, never breaking from his oath. Such stalwart was his faith in himself that when the demons finally came, he faced them, a mortal man with no equipment or gear. In the face of death and destruction, with his back to his family, he demonstrated the core principles that form a paladin and ushered forth the holy light of our order. A wooden door, ripped from its hinges, became his shield. A stone pillar left without a roof to support became his sword. A lone man, he himself became the boundary wall that prevented mankind's extinctions. Your purpose is just, and so the halls of the paladins will be open to you. You may learn freely of our creed, of our history. You will find that the path of the paladins is the simplest in existence, and yet the hardest to walk. Should you ever visit the homeworld of the paladins, you will receive an open welcome to the halls of Arcades, where the swords and spirit of our heroes rest, until such a day that they are needed. Lovis led Leo to a library within the village where he was allowed to freely study the paladin's path. To his immense surprise, just as Lovis said, cultivating as a paladin was extremely easy. It required only an oath, and one's own faith in that oath, tested through real trial and tribulation. Yet despite its simplicity, to attain such faith in one's own self to give birth to the holy light, it seemed impossible. Lex was mesmerized as he read about a unique cultivation path, one that used faith to empower oneself rather than a foreign deity. This was some kind of offshoot from the path of becoming a deity, where only the faith of the person himself mattered. It gave birth to a power that was similar, but not exactly like divine energy. It had traits of the angel's holy power, and yet it was entirely unique. Leo's eyes widened as he read on, getting a feeling deep in his that there was a lot more to this cultivation path than even the paladins themselves realized. After all, it seemed to have many of the benefits of the path of a deity, without having any of the drawbacks. "I have a question," Leo asked a nearby librarian, though his eyes never left the book he was reading. "Whatever happened to David Paladin? It is not mentioned in the books I've seen." "It is a mystery even we do not know," the librarian confessed. "Much of the history of the early days is distorted, but while what happened to David is a mystery, his family line endures still, bringing honor to his name." Leo stopped listening at that point. He had another gut feeling, this one particularly strong, the kind he learned to not ignore, that finding out what happened to David would be critically important to him personally. Within his own apartment, Lex summoned yet another clone. This one focused all its attention solely on studying the paladin's cultivation path and figuring out a way it could be used to combat demonification. Chapter 1549, Melancholic. As Lex sat in the veranda of a wooden cabin halfway up Mount Midnight, sipping hot chocolate made from some magical cocoa tree that the turtle had somehow mutated, he could not help but reflect on life. Once just living two separate lives simultaneously had been an achievement for him. Now he was living a dozen lives simultaneously and chilling at the same time. Lex suddenly felt like he should create a service where the guest has a clone chilling all the time while they themselves work. It was oddly enjoyable. Of course, this was the kind of thing he could only do inside the inn. Lex still hadn't found a cloning technique that perfectly satisfied him, and all his clones were either really weak or had to stay within a certain distance of his main body. What happened with Jack was an accident he couldn't really replicate even if he wanted to. With the inn completely under his control, its entire region basically under his eye, it provided a safe environment for him to play around like this. Of course, if a serious situation were to occur that required him to focus all his attention, the clones would all either vanish or enter a dormant state depending on how they were made. "Hey, Mary, you ever had hot chocolate?" Lex asked as he continued to stare out into the distance. He had a couple of days to burn before work got serious, and he intended on spending it, just doing nothing. His previous vacation wasn't as restful as he thought it might be, so he wanted to just chill a little on his own. Although, technically, every other version of him was working, but there was no need to get technical on a vacation. Not really, no. Believe it or not, chocolate isn't really a universally existing thing. I didn't even know about its existence until the system merged with you. That's sad. How long till you get your body? Just thinking about the fact that you have to live so long without having chocolate is a little depressing. Well, based on our current rate of accumulating the necessary ingredients, if I maintain my current standard, then a few centuries. If I drop my standards a little, then as soon as you give me the phoenix feather, I'll be good to have my body be born. A few centuries, huh? Lex's thoughts drifted off once more, no longer speaking. Yet Mary, who had appeared for once in a simple shirt and jeans, stared at him for a while. "Are you feeling melancholic?" she asked in a somber tone. For immortals, it took a great to cause a shift in mood or emotion, especially towards anything negative, yet that did not mean it was impossible. It just so happened that out of the dozen or so parts Lex had split his mind into, the one controlling this body was feeling morose. It may have happened randomly, or it may have been something he carried around with him all the time, without ever showing it. "I guess," he responded, his gaze still out into the distance. "Talk to me. What's going through your mind?" she asked as she pulled up a chair and sat in the air right in his line of sight. Lex looked at her for a moment, then sighed. "I'm not sad or anything, if that's what you're thinking." "Then what is it?" "It's just my life is kind of awesome, you know." Lex smiled as he said that, a genuine smile, not a facade. "Back before the system, whenever I used to do anything fun or crazy, I used to call up a few friends, or even my family, and rub it in. I used to make my sisters jealous, and somehow it was just more fun like that. Well, my family is a mess, so let's not even get into that. But I just traveled to 2 different major realms, met a bunch of important people, possibly changed the course of the political climate for the entire angelic race, learned a bunch about karma, went out on a date with a terrorist, and, well, I don't really have anyone I can brag to at the moment. I'm not unappreciative about my life, and this doesn't mean I don't love every moment of it, but it's just—" Lex paused as if searching for the right words, but then eventually just sighed. "I don't know." Mary looked at Lex, and for the first time, despite spending so many years together, that maybe a part of him was lonely. "You have me. You can always talk to me about that stuff." Lex snorted and rolled his eyes. "Mary, you forget I can sense souls, and the 2 souls I can always sense, even in my sleep, are you and the system. I don't pry when you go off and do sneaky stuff because everyone deserves to have their privacy. But you gotta admit, it's hard to treat someone like one of the boys, if that someone is actually a remnant soul of a celestial Tao Lord who knows everything about you, has more knowledge about systems than possibly anyone else in the universe, is creating a body that surpasses her peak body in terms of potential, and could possibly steal your system from you the moment she returns." The up-until-now casual conversation suddenly turned incredibly serious, and Mary, for once, felt like she was standing on thin ice. "Is that what you think of me?" she asked. Lex snorted and shook his head. "Relax, I'm joking. Even if you do come back with a new body, I doubt it'll match up to me. I'll have you know, besides being notoriously handsome, I'm also incredibly talented." Mary rolled her eyes. Clearly, whatever mood had infected Lex had passed already, and he was back to being normal. "Listen, no matter what you think, you should know I'm eternally grateful for whatever help you're giving me. Ignoring the fact that I have no intentions of getting mixed up with systems anymore in the future, even if that were not true, I would never do anything to hurt you. Without your help, I have no hope of truly being free ever again. That's not the kind of thing I would overlook, ever." Lex looked at her for a moment, taking in her sincere expression. "Relax, I already said I was joking. What I meant was, I can't really treat you as one of the boys until you're truly free and not obligated by the system to be nice to me. When you regain your body and regain your freedom, then we can see about everything else. For now, I think I'm going to go chill in the lazy river." Lex jumped right off the mountain, but Mary stayed where she was, looking at Lex, leaving in the distance, with complicated emotions in her eyes. Chapter 1550, Final Hours. Splitting his workload over a dozen or so clones was all well and good, but in the hours leading up to Jotun's death match, the number of guests arriving at the inn exploded, leaving him not a moment to spare his attention for anything else. Lex had to dismiss all his other clones, leaving merely a projection of the Innkeeper in his office to supervise the inn. His main body had to don the mask of the invincible tyrant and appear in the inn, personally taking action. Over 100 billion guests had arrived at the inn, and these were not mortals or golden core cultivators that had shown up. No, these were all immortals, mainly either from the Jotun Empire or from the fiery Mammoth's galaxy. The problem with their arrival was that both the humans and the beasts had already suffered a lot during their short war, and tensions were incredibly high. They were ready to fight at the drop of a hat, and the venue for that fight would have been the Midnight Inn. What's more, the devils took the opportunity to flood into the inn as well, connecting and networking with as many new guests as possible. Many powerful and senior representatives from various powers across the Origin realm also showed up to watch the match. It seemed like almost suddenly there were over 1 million celestial immortals inside the inn, and over 1 billion heavenly immortals. No matter how strong Lex was personally, or the strength that the inn had accumulated, it was a drop in the ocean against such a massive crowd. The good thing was that with such a massive flood of guests came a massive amount of MP and MT. Without any hesitation, Lex spent over 10,000 MT, almost all the money he had, on security for the event. Yet he was faced with an unprecedented situation. Even the Reaving Dread mercenary fell short of qualified personnel to handle such a large event. But it was exactly in a moment like this that the power of the system shone through. Lex did not know who these people were that suddenly arrived at the inn, acting as security, or where the system found them. But for the cost of 10,000 MT, the largest sum he had ever made and spent, it summoned a proverbial army out of thin air. Alongside with the appearance of representatives from the Henali, 99% of the crowd calmed down. But even the remaining 1% consisted of over 1 billion immortals Lex needed to see to. He remembered to send a quick message to General Ragnar that due to the sudden influx of guests, he wouldn't be able to attend their meeting, but sent him an estimated time of arrival for the list of goods Charles had requested. This was an all-hands-on-deck moment, and he even had to expedite the return of Luther and call back every single inn worker inside the Temple of Fasting. It was only a few hours until the actual fight, yet to Lex, at that moment, at the rate that he was handling the countless issues popping up, it may as well have been years. Space. Within the Origin realm, a Celestial was having a boxing match with a Jorlam. The match was, of course, within a contained field prepared by the Henali, where they used Jorlam they had captured during their fights. Normally, a dozen or so celestial immortals fought the Jorlam together, using the rare opportunity to hone their fighting skills. But as this celestial fought the Jorlam alone, he seemed almost bored. He was in a unique situation where celestial immortals were too weak for him to fight, yet anything pertaining to the Tao was too high above his power level. There was literally nothing left in this realm to entertain him. A sound he had become all too familiar with suddenly rang in his ear, informing him of a new notification from his system. New quest, act as security for a prominent event. Quest limitation. All memories pertaining to the quest will be wiped upon completion of the event. Quest reward, unlock chain quests. Remarks, how fortunate for the guests at that event that they get to see you there. The Celestial raised an eyebrow, completely ignoring the Jorlam right in the middle of their fight. What's this? Won't you upgrade the quest like you normally do for me, system? He asked in a teasing voice. New notification, unable to upgrade quest. This is a special time-sensitive quest. Please accept it soon. Feeling bored, the Celestial turned to look at the Jorlam for a moment before turning away again. He accepted the quest, unaware that he was returning to the inn where he once acted as a bodyguard. How could he remember to begin with? Just like last time, accepting the quest meant all his memories of it would be wiped afterwards. Space. In the depths of the Origin realm was a prison, built exactly between two black holes, forming a precarious balance, falling into the pull of neither. Within that prison was a creature that had seen neither the light of day, nor felt the touch of anything save his chains for countless years. It was a creature best left forgotten, unknown even to the current rulers of the Origin realm. The creature was like a statue, entirely unmoving, lost in a meditation that had lasted longer than even it knew. Yet the creature suddenly woke from its slumber upon hearing a sound that it had not heard in a lifetime. New quest, kill those who step out of line while serving as security at an event. Quest limitation. All memories pertaining to the quest will be wiped upon completion of the event. Quest reward, continue to live. Quest failure punishment, soul degradation. Remarks just die already. A moment later, the creature vanished from his prison, and his absence caused the carefully calculated balance of his prison to crumble, destroying it entirely. Space. A Marzu prince was flying through the air, using neither his fabulous feathers nor his magical powers. Instead, he relied solely on the wooden broom upon which he sat. The prince suddenly heard a very familiar sound, causing his attention to divert. Although he did not need to use his eyes to read system notifications, as if by habit, he fixed his round spectacles, slightly revealing a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. New quest, an event has been infiltrated by evil spawn. Act as security and clear them out. Quest limitation. All memories pertaining to the quest will be wiped upon completion of the event. Quest reward, an upgrade to an existing spell. Quest remarks, for once try not to eat everyone. Chapter 1551, Decaf. Within the countless galaxies in the Origin Realm, a majority had no official rulers or owners. They usually consisted of multiple powers that were strong, but not technologically advanced enough to exert their control over the entire galaxy. Sometimes mastery of formations and spirit treasures was also sufficient to bridge the gap between the stars across the entire galaxy, but those were rare cases. That did not mean, however, that such galaxies were devoid of powerful beings. Even most heavenly immortal cultivators were unable to traverse the vast distances in space with their body alone in any reasonable frame of time. Something like that would require a celestial immortal. Within one such galaxy, there was a specific star system with a 4-star planet. It was rich in spiritual energy and abundant in resources. Yet such a planet, which should have been teeming with life, was practically barren, with very few, very specific life forms managing to survive. Cold winds carried thick yin energy even during the daytime, when the sun shone brightly on the surface of the planet. Desolate ruins dotted across the surface of the planet, revealing hints of a rich and vibrant past. Now, though, the planet told the same story no matter what part of it was visited: death, or to be more accurate, the undead. Though civilization seemed to have come to an end on this planet, it was not without activity. From small skeletal lizards climbing large rocks, to skeleton soldiers trudging across fields, to necrobirds and undead leviathans, this was a world belonging solely to the undead now. There was no distinction between races anymore, for whether the bones belonged to a human, a lion, or a shark, in death they were all equal members of the undead nation. The trillions of undead on the planet formed their own unique ecosystem, and so did the ecology. The abundance of undead caused all the energy on the planet to slowly turn into death and yin energy, and so only plants which thrived in such environments grew. As death energy became abundant, ghosts began to appear, feeding on the necrophiles within the undead, while the undead feasted on the ectoplasm of the ghosts. Simultaneously, ghosts also fed on other ghosts, and undead also devoured other undead, all of them trying to slowly become stronger. It was a never-ending cycle of devour and be devoured that affected the entire planet, save one single region where neither undead nor ghost dared to enter. It was a simple cabin by the side of a lake, scarcely filled with any items. A bed, a table, a picture frame, and a few other mundane items occupied the interior, though the most unique thing within that cabin, at least with respect to the rest of the planet, was that the cabin was occupied by the only remnant of the planet's past. The Lick opened his eyes when he heard a sound he had not heard since the planet had been cleansed. New quest, the living once again proved themselves a scourge, blaspheming the holy ritual of a death match. Shepherd into death those who break the peace at a special event. Quest limitation. All memories pertaining to the quest will be wiped upon completion of the event. Quest reward, phylactery upgrade. Quest remarks, life is a curse unto existence, death is the only salvation. A moment later, the Lick disappeared, and with it an army of the strongest undead that cursed that planet. Space. Within the Origin Realm, there weren't a lot of 5-star planets, and each one served a very important role. Some, such as the planet Zuri, were not under direct control of the Henali. Those were usually extreme and unusual cases, for example in the case of Zuri, wherein the planet was actually one of the bodies of Zuri, the 4-leaf clover. But generally, such as in the case of Dunya, these planets were all under direct control of the Henali, even if the residents didn't necessarily realize it. On one such planet, a Henali stood behind the counter of a simple coffee shop, welcoming guests as they came in. The Henali was, of course, not in his natural appearance. As a general rule, the beings within the origin realm did not respond well to seeing the seemingly bizarre appearance of the Henali, so he took on the appearance of an otter. This artisan coffee shop was the oldest on the planet, and had quite a reputation for the owner would specially hand brew each coffee that was ordered. It was not a quick process, sometimes even taking up to several hours to brew just a single cup of coffee. Yet the result was so fantastic that it was always worth it. What no one on the planet knew was that the owner of the coffee shop was actually also the planet's overseer. What no one save the owner, including all the other Henali, knew was that the coffee shop was actually a part of his cozy cafe system. Just as the owner was about to accept a new coffee request, he heard a notification sound. New quest, an event is taking place and it lacks good coffee. Go serve coffee at that event. Also, kill anyone who wants decaf. Okay, don't actually kill them, but give them coffee so hot it burns their tongue. Also, kill anyone who causes a ruckus, for reals this time. Quest limitation. All memories pertaining to the quest will be wiped upon completion of the event. Quest reward, void dough milk. Quest remarks, this is a large event on a timer, so for goodness sakes, serve more than 1 cup of coffee during the event. Sheesh. The owner stared at the notification for a long time, deciding whether he wanted to take part in the event or not. He wasn't a fan of being rushed, and didn't like the idea of mass-producing coffee. But then again, he'd never tried void dough milk either. With a sigh, the Henali took off his apron and looked towards his customers. Dear guests, I'm afraid there's a situation, so the shop will have to temporarily shut down. Please do excuse me. Chapter 1552. Don't embarrass me. This is your first and only warning, said the masked man, his hand gently pressed on the shoulder of a large wolf. It is against in rules to attack other guests. If you wish to fight someone, you can openly challenge them to a match, or go join the arena and participate in one of the many ongoing fights. But attacking other guests, no matter what your personal issues, is strictly prohibited. The man did not glare, nor did he try to intimidate with his presence, though the aura of the mask alone was enough to do that. He merely informed the misbehaving guest of the inn's policy, seemingly completely oblivious to the entire pack of wolves glaring at him with murder in their eyes. A pack of Earth immortal wolves was not something just anyone could cross, nor was it the kind of force that could easily be tamed. Each and every wolf waited. They waited for their pack leader, the one whose shoulder the human was pressing, to give the signal. They would fall upon him so quickly, and with such great ferocity that the human would never know what hit him. They kept waiting, but the aforementioned signal never came. That was because none other than the pack leader himself could feel the immense ferocity of the mere human. Although the pack leader was a heavenly immortal, and the human exuded an aura of a mere earth immortal, the danger packed within his body exceeded what the wolf could understand. It was like packed within that dashing suit was a creature more fearsome than a dragon, more powerful than a cataclysm, and more bloodthirsty than the most wild animal. The most absurd thing was that the pack leader could tell for certain that the human's strength was not limited to just his aura. Although he had merely placed his hand on the wolf's shoulder, the wolf's entire body was frozen under his grip. He could not circulate any energy within his body at all, and even his blood only flowed at the bare minimum level required to maintain health. As if that was not all, the wolf's soul was suppressed too, as was the very space his body occupied, and the boundaries of his thoughts. Literally, the wolf was unable to think about anything other than how fearsome the human was, mostly because of the pressure bearing down on his spirit. Yes, sir, the wolf finally managed to utter, and the masked tyrant finally withdrew his hand and disappeared, completely ignoring the entire pack. The pack leader suddenly trembled and looked around warily, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. The pack was confused, but the leader did not explain. Instead, he just led the entire pack into their private booth to watch the death match so that they no longer interacted with others. Lex, meanwhile, teleported to the next troublesome guest with no time to spare. One after another, he dissuaded guests from breaking rules, always ensuring that he went specifically to troublemakers he could personally handle. He was simultaneously handling the millions of other guards who had been hired, sending them exactly to troublemakers that were within their scope to handle. Despite the addition of numerous other guards, there just weren't enough to patrol the entire inn, and so had to be teleported exactly where they were needed. Fortunately, the mental strain of coordinating so many guards with all the troublemakers was getting easier with each passing second, as the inn kept welcoming more and more guards. From humans to devils, angels, Marzu, dragons, celestials, and a bunch of other races Lex had never seen before. The guards kept appearing, and all of them seemed to know exactly what to do. There was one particular guard whose very sight caused Lex to pause. He didn't have a distinct body shape or appearance. Rather, looking at it was like looking at every single fear and nightmare Lex had ever had. The guard was like the personification of every fear Lex had ever had, and caused Lex to instinctively feel repulsed. He almost had an urge to attack the guard and kill it himself, but he restrained himself. The moment he realized that he was under some kind of unusual external influence, it vanished, causing his mood to return to normal. Lex immediately realized what had happened, for he was too familiar with it. That particular guard was cursed, much in the way the fairies were cursed. The difference was that the curse affecting that guard, causing everyone and everything to hate it, was much stronger than the curse affecting fairies. Lex's eyes flashed, and he almost considered sending that guard away. But with his strength at the very peak of the celestial realm, he could probably take care of himself. Suddenly, a particular guard appeared with an army of heavenly immortal skeletal soldiers under his command, and the strain on the inn's security team immediately reduced. It was interesting because he was only the second Lick Lex had ever seen, and he was entirely unlike Anita. Nita, the pregnant Lick who worked for the inn, still looked entirely human and was so beautiful she was practically angelic. This Lick, on the other hand, looked exactly as one would expect. He had a skeletal body with the skeleton of a griffin, with a deep green fire burning within the bones. The aura around him was also extremely baleful, entirely unlike Anita. He wondered why there was such a huge difference between the two, but didn't have time to focus on that. Just as he was to teleport himself away one more time, a new guard appeared. This one was a Henali. He immediately applied to the innkeeper to make an announcement, and after hearing about the details of what he wanted to say, Lex gave him permission. The next moment, a massive projection of a Henali appeared over the inn. "All those from the Origin Realm behave," the projection of the Henali ordered, his voice carrying a soul-shaking fury. "If you break the rules of the Midnight Inn, you will be banished from the inn. Then I will personally lead a freaking army to wipe out your entire planet. Don't embarrass the Origin Realm on the universal stage." That seemed to solve the problem, at least for now. But Lex's expression turned unusual as he observed what the Henali guard started doing the moment the projection ended. Chapter 1553, The Worth of 10,000 MT. Within the group chat for System Hunters, the very one that the two Rhinocentaurs were basic members of, there were channels for very senior-level members. In the channel with the highest level of security, one of the oldest, most mysterious members of the group chat started to type. Although he said no words, just the symbol of him typing was enough to get the attention of all members who were paying attention. After all, every time he spoke, something major happened in the universe, and each time there was a system behind it. The last time this user had spoken, the entrance to the Nightmare Realm was discovered, leading to one of the most brutal wars in modern history. Everyone waited with bated breaths, wondering what secret he had learned now. When he finally sent a message, however, everyone was surprised. It went against the very purpose of the group chat. "Single Forever 55, there's a system convergence event happening right now. However, we must not try to locate it or try to infiltrate it. Ignore this warning at your own peril." Space. The Henali, who had donned the appearance of an otter, seemed extremely irritable. He seemed even more vexed than Lex at the misbehaving guests, though Lex began to suspect his reasons were not as noble as he portrayed them to be. In the projection, for which Lex needed to have a talk with him, he had said that the behavior of those from the Origin Realm was embarrassing the realm on the universal stage. Now, ordinarily, Lex would believe that to be true to a certain extent. Yet this otter seemed to have body language that was too easily readable. The otter was irritated that people had distracted it from what it really wanted to do. As for what that was, Lex watched oddly as the otter stepped into the patisserie and queued up in line, waiting anxiously while staring at the menu. A few moments later, when it was his turn, the otter ordered a cappuccino and a croissant, and then eagerly waited for his order to be completed. Lex sighed and then teleported over. He gave the otter the courtesy of having the conversation before his order arrived, so he wouldn't be distracted during it. "Hey, new guy," said Lex as he walked up to him, still wearing the invincible tyrant mask. "I'm going to warn you only once. Don't threaten innocent guests. That's not how we do things at the inn." The otter's expression instantly fouled, and he looked at Lex as if he had blasphemed against him. Yet to his immense surprise, he was greeted only with indifferent eyes. Neither his personal strength, nor his identity as a Hanali, nor his latest identity as a in-guard intimidated the masked man. "As a Hanali, it is within my rights to govern the residents of the Origin realm," he stated bluntly. "And as an employee of the Midnight Inn, it is my right to not give a shit. Do not threaten guests of the inn again. If they're breaking the rules, that's one thing. But if you threaten them just because you're too impatient, then go find another gig." The otter's expression turned incredibly solemn, staring at the masked man with a dangerous glare in his eyes. Unfortunately for the otter, it had chosen the wrong target. More importantly, no matter what kind of expression he made, he still just looked like a cute otter to Lex. The two entered into a standoff, and just as it seemed like it would turn into something much more serious, the otter's order was complete. "Fine, fine, I'll play nice," the otter immediately exclaimed and hopped on over to grab his order. He had to enjoy his treat while it was still fresh. Lex shook his head, certain that the otter hadn't actually taken his instructions seriously, and teleported away. He did not have the time to spare on spoiled kids. Fortunately, though, the situation at the inn had calmed down a lot after that projection, and as more and more guards began to appear, he finally had the time to focus on other things. Yet Lex did not rush to handle his other problems just yet. He had come to rely on the system many times, and he knew that the abilities it boasted were much too powerful for the meager amounts of MP he usually spent. Heck, he got himself a celestial-level bodyguard all those years ago, and he hadn't even spent much MP. Now, though, he had spent over 10,000 MT all at once, all on the event's security, no less. If all he got were guards, he would be seriously disappointed. The real reason he had spent so much all at once was not because he suddenly panicked. He was much too experienced to panic so easily. No, the reason he spent it all was because he was testing the limits of the system. A fight between two celestial immortals was enough to attract the attention of over 100 billion guests from across the Origin realm. But since one of those two fighters was actually someone who worked directly for the Hanali, Lex actually expected that a Dao Lord from the Hanali might show up. Never before had Lex thought to challenge a Dao Lord. In fact, he still didn't think of it, since his system had been pretty clear in stating that it was still weak in the face of the Dao. Even so, he wanted to see what it could do. At first, he almost felt disappointed. Nothing interesting or exciting was happening. But that's when his host attire attracted his attention towards something else entirely. The Midnight Realm was protected by a Destiny-level formation that isolated the realm entirely, and was something Lex had relied on for a long time. Now, though, that formation began to fuse into the realm itself, causing a mutation in the realm itself. As if that was not enough, he got another prompt from his attire, though this time it was so weak he almost couldn't feel it. Just as many new guards had been automatically summoned to the inn, a new kind of energy was summoned into the inn. A kind of energy Lex had never felt before, nor could he understand. As soon as it entered the inn, it began to dissipate and mix into the very fabric of the realm. Lex suddenly got the feeling that as long as that energy existed within the inn, if anyone tried to divine anything related to it, they would regret it. Lex's eyes flashed, and he suddenly teleported to his office, replacing the innkeeper's projection. He handed all security tasks to Gerard and Luther, and he himself began focusing on the changes happening to the inn. Some of them, he felt, were permanent, such as the fusion of the protective formation. Others, however, would probably only last as long as the ongoing event, which is usually what happened when Lex used the event panel. But Lex had a feeling that he needed to imprint every single change happening directly into his mind. He had wanted to study realms and how they operated, and the changes happening to the Midnight Realm in real time were so extraordinary that he doubted he could learn about them from anywhere else. After careful deliberation, Lex even activated his karmic vision, watching how the karma of all the beings within the inn changed as the realm underwent some changes. Lex had the right idea. Unfortunately for him, it was basically impossible for him to get the full picture of the changes happening to the realm, because the consequences of those changes weren't happening in the realm to begin with. Within a certain branch of the Versailles Bank, there was a meeting going on, and it had been going on since the moment Ripley revealed his suspicions about the Innkeeper's realm. Let alone a few weeks and months, even centuries would be too short a period to deliberate over an organization that potentially had a being above a Dao Lord, especially one who was so blatantly announcing his seat of power to the universe. Yet at this moment, many people in that room suddenly began to bleed from their eyes. Not all of them, no. Only those who had clones within the inn and were spying on it with malicious intent began to bleed. Then they collapsed, falling onto the floor, their bodies trembling as if they had seizures. Then everyone in that room suddenly started to feel as if they were suffocating. Fortunately, all they needed to do was stop trying to conspire against the inn for the feeling to elapse. Somewhere else in the universe, a member of the system group chat decided to ignore the sacred words of Single Forever 55 and tried to divine where the system convergence event was taking place. To be safe, the member used a perk he got from his own system. But in the face of Lex's 10,000 MT, there was no place that was safe, at least up to a certain level. Not only did the divination fail, he got hit with an emergency quest the likes of which would most certainly get him killed. Inside Eden, a group of angels were meeting to discuss how to politely convince Lex to give up on the favor Shireen had asked of him. But however polite their intentions may have been, the retribution of the system was definitely not polite. Their feathers started to fall out, and a certain dread suddenly gripped them. All across the universe, anyone who had even the slightest odor of malicious intention towards the Midnight Inn was made aware of just how bad of an idea it was to plot against it. Chapter 1554, Universes Playing Ground. There was a first time for everything, except, of course, time travel back in time. But excluding things that fundamentally altered the universe, there was a first time for everything. When Lex became an immortal, he hardly ever came across situations where his mental capacity was strained. Even simultaneously controlling a dozen clones, living out their lives did not make him as much as sweat. But as he activated every sense he had available, from spirit sense to soul sense, to the ability of his left eye to see through everything, to his karmic eye and even the ability of his tenet to detect laws, he felt strained. To be specific, it was not activating all those senses simultaneously that strained him, but trying to absorb all the information about how the realm was changing put him under an immense strain. What started out slowly and subtly was becoming fast and more obvious, to the extent that even some guests could tell that something was happening. They couldn't tell what was happening, but they could tell that something was happening. Of course, none of them were concerned, because the Midnight Inn was absolutely safe, and the changes somehow made them feel even safer. But none understood even a fraction of what was happening besides Lex. The Midnight Realm was undergoing a fundamental change, patching up flaws and security risks Lex did not even know existed. One would think that Lex would get tired of encountering problems he didn't even know existed. But to be fair, he was very young, and the universe was very old, so it was only fair that there was a lot of stuff he didn't know about. More importantly, even if he didn't know about them before, he was learning about them now. That was precisely why he felt so strained. The maturity level of a realm depended on how many of its laws had been formed or become concrete. Most of these laws formed naturally, or as a result of the trends of the realm. For example, the very existence of the Tree of Heaven for so long within the Midnight Realm, and the immense influence it exerted on the realm, resulted in laws necessitating the existence of such a tree. Now, in the very spot where the previous Tree of Heaven died, a new tree had already grown, primed to take over some of the climate and spiritual energy control that it used to do. Similarly, the existence of the Midnight Inn would, over the years, begin to shape the laws of the realm to adapt to its existence. Now, under the influence of the changes that the inn was causing, some of those laws began to form prematurely. Moreover, instead of forming randomly, they were being gently guided towards a specific direction. That intrigued Lex more than anything. The laws still formed naturally, as the formation of laws was an extremely complex process that even Tao Lords studied. But a subtle nudge here, a soft addition of a certain kind of energy there, and the end result seemed to complement the inn's needs perfectly. The greatest change that Lex could directly notice, which coincidentally also served the inn perfectly, was that the environment underwent the slightest change. Much in the way that the Seraphim Resort created an environment that kept everyone just slightly positive, the environment inside the inn changed ever so slightly so that residents were less likely to suffer infiltration from heart demons or internal demons. Considering that demons were very real and were under control of devils, making their infiltration less likely was closing a security flaw that Lex had never even considered really. At the same time, it made the environment inside the realm more comfortable, even if the residents didn't understand why. The greatest tragedy was that even though Lex could observe every change taking place, he couldn't even understand 10% of what was actually happening. In the hopes that it may one day help him, He tried to memorize all the changes so that one day when he was at a higher cultivation level, he could look back and learn from it. Yet trying to memorize what was happening in the realm was like trying to catch the wind with one's hands. Lex could, of course, do exactly that if he wished. But in this example, the person trying to catch the wind was a mortal, so it wasn't really possible. Yet even what he could observe was a mere fraction of the level of detail that the system was going into to protecting the inn during this event. Within the folklore realm, a rumor began to spread about an inn that was perfectly safe. Within the nightmare realm, all memory of the inn faded, as if no one in the universe could have a nightmare with the Midnight Inn in it at all. The record keeper in the realm of legends wrote down in his scroll that of all types of hospitality establishments, one was least likely to suffer harm inside an inn. The void around the Midnight Realm became more turbulent and difficult to traverse, and somehow became a deeper point of the void, seldom traveled. The influence of destiny on the inn weakened even further, and the connections of karma that the inn had across the universe no longer pointed to the realm, and instead pointed to the foundation of the universe itself. 100 such changes occurred every second, and 1,000 changes, even more abstract, occurred every moment. Of all the changes, Lex noticed one change that was most unusual and seemed to have nothing to do with protecting the inn at all. The curly fries being sold in all the restaurants across the realm suddenly became crunchier and more delicious. The deliciousness factor was entirely objective, and they would have appealed to any race regardless of their taste. He could not understand at all how that helped protect the inn at all, but he wasn't really going to complain about having delicious curly fries. For 40 short or exceedingly long based on who was asked, minutes Lex observed the changes that happened in the realm until they eventually stopped. With literal smoke coming out of his ears, Lex finally relaxed and allowed his body and mind to calm down. Even though he had been focusing on the realm, he kept a portion of his mind on the situation inside the inn, and it had all calmed down. The number of guests had somewhat stabilized around 140 billion, and the majority of them were behaving. A small portion of them still misbehaved, whether out of habit or some other ulterior motive, but the Midnight Inn now seemed to have a formidable number of guards keeping watch. Even the otter was behaving, so all things considered, this event was going really well. In fact, things were so under control that Lex even felt like he could relax and actually watch the death match. There was only an hour and 40 minutes left to the match itself, so just enough time to take care of things. Considering that the number of guests inside the inn was greater than ever before, it would be just right for the innkeeper to make an appearance. Although Lex didn't like the fact that the otter had threatened a majority of his guests, it was a fact that his statement had dissuaded most troublemakers. That was recognition. The Henali's strength was recognized and feared, while the innkeeper had a reputation among those who knew of him. Yet the majority of his guests, at least a majority of his guests today, had no idea about him. Now this wasn't to say that Lex would make a blatant display of power. No, he wouldn't do something so crass. He would just send a projection, maybe say a few welcoming words, make everyone feel welcome. If by pure happenstance during that process the guests felt his aura and were impressed, then that would just be a happy coincidence. Lex sat back in his chair, allowing his body to cool down and recover from his previous exertion as he planned his next steps. He had to admit, he felt a hint of anticipation for the upcoming match. As if in response to his anticipation, Lex heard a sound he was all too familiar with, but was not expecting at all. With a hint of confusion, he looked towards his system interface. New joint quest issued. New joint quest? On a battlefield of ancient powers, the Reaving Dread carve out a path towards salvation. Yet on their epic journey, all their allies fell, and none could offer them aid. Legends need none to offer them a hand in battle, but occasionally they need respite. Bring the Midnight Tavern to those who need rest and cannot leave their duties unfulfilled. Time to quest initiation, 1 hour. Remarks, welcome to the universe's playing ground. Once you enter, there's no going back, so make sure to use the bathroom before you leave. Chapter 1555, Exposed. Lex read the notification multiple times just to be sure he understood everything correctly. Honestly, considering how infrequently he received quests on a regular basis, he wasn't sure just how common joint quests would be. Of course, there were times when he would get a lot of quests, but the frequency was still intermittent. He summarized that the irregular quests were as a result of the system still being semi-broken. He had suspected, due to the very nature of joint quests, that their frequency wouldn't be determined by the broken state of his own system. One instance was not enough to determine the outcome. The problem now was that he wasn't sure what to expect. For example, the joint quest notification specified that the quest would be initiated in 1 hour. What did that mean? Would he be teleported elsewhere, or would the Midnight Tavern be teleported there? At the moment he had 2 taverns, one in the Crystal Realm and one in Arrakis. He wanted to move neither, nor was he sure that they would suit the needs of this specific joint quest either. So did that mean he had only 1 hour to make a new tavern if he didn't want to move those 2? Much more important than those 2 was another glaring issue. Through this quest, it had basically been confirmed to Lex that the Reaving Dread mercenaries were run by a system user. Similarly, the owner of the Reaving Dread would now know that the Midnight Inn was run by a system user. Considering the fact that one of the best ways to increase a system's rating was by absorbing other systems, this put him at grave risk, especially because the Midnight Inn was in no way, shape, or form able to compete with the Reaving Dread mercenary group. The only thing Lex could think of that might save him if the mercenary group decided to attack was a full-powered butter knife. Yet he had tried to goad the system into giving him another one of those multiple times, to no avail. This was a significant issue, but he was not panicking just yet. "Mary, I have questions about the joint quests. You should have information on them now, right?" The redhead assistant popped up wearing goggles and a full-body swimsuit, holding a surfing board in her hand. "I really like the new projection guest zone you've built," she said, not at all concerned about the pressure of the joint quest. "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself," said Lex, suppressing his lip from twitching. "But back to this thing about the joint quest. I have a few moderately important issues to discuss if you have the time to spare." Yeah, go ahead," she said, plopping down on a projection of a beach chair. "You're right, the system has shared a lot of information about joint quests with me that I can now tell you, so what are your questions?" "Let's start with the big bad question. Now that the Reaving Dread are aware that the Midnight Inn is run by a system user, what's to stop them from attacking the inn and taking over? It wouldn't even be that hard, considering a majority of our protection is handled by them to begin with." "A few things actually," Mary said. "You should already know that the systems are designed very holistically. Let's start with the fact that failing a joint quest automatically hits you with a penalty that causes your system to fall down in a grade. At lower grades, such as C and D, that might not be such a massive downgrade, but on higher levels it can practically cripple how a system operates. So right off the bat, any possible gain that Reaving Dread would stand to gain from targeting you would be counteracted by the loss he would suffer from failing the quest. This protection works both ways. After all, keep in mind that the owner of the Reaving Dread does not know that the Innkeeper isn't really a Tao Lord. No matter how many heavenly or celestial immortals he may have, they're all pointless in front of a Tao Lord. Unless he's certain of his ability to defeat the Innkeeper, attacking the Midnight Inn would be foolish. Instead, he would be worrying about the possibility of the Innkeeper absorbing his system instead. Lex nodded, feeling a certain amount of pressure reduced. The very specific consequence acted not only as motivation to complete the quest, but as protection from all those involved in quests. Of course, this wasn't foolproof. The 2 parties could still target each other after the quest, not to mention that if a system user wasn't necessarily certain about their odds, they could ally with others to attack. After all, the allies didn't need to know about the system. As long as they targeted the organization and helped him take down the system user of the opposing faction, all one would need to do is ensure they get their hands on the system at the end. But that wasn't a certainty, and like Mary said, it posed a risk. The Condottieri, the owner of the mercenaries, didn't know that the Innkeeper wasn't a Tao Lord. That alone should be enough of a deterrent for now. After all, it had been enough of a deterrent for the rest of the universe. But that's just the indirect form of protection. The more direct form of protection is that once you have a joint quest partner, it is unlikely for your partner to change easily. That means, for better or for worse, you're stuck together. In that case, having a powerful or competent partner is extremely important, because that would protect you from suffering devolutions in the future as well. If in the middle of a joint quest, one of the system users were to fall, that does not mean the quest would be finished. Instead, the remaining party would have to continue the quest on their own until they are assigned a new partner. Much more importantly, there is a huge benefit to having an alliance with another system user. That's in case you encounter a competitive quest. This is another thing I've never heard of before, but it's essentially a quest that multiple system users compete with one another for to complete. Now that is much more dangerous. Chapter 1556, No room for hesitation. Competitive quests? What do you mean? Lex asked, not liking one bit what Mary was telling him. Fortunately, that was a feature he hadn't unlocked yet, so it wasn't an immediate concern. I'm not sure. Information on that isn't shared yet. All I know is that apparently having a decent joint quest partner can potentially help during competitive quests. Lex did not immediately respond, and instead leaned back into his chair to think a bit. The information he had was too limited, so he wasn't sure about his speculations. Even so, an image started to appear in his mind about what joint quests and competitive quests could mean, and he wasn't liking it one bit. He could imagine that as systems and system users became stronger and entered onto the universal stage, the very existence of these two types of quests would dictate alliances and hostilities. He imagined, for example, if the Arctica race and the Versailles Bank were led by system users, these two types of quests alone could dictate the actions of these two behemoths, affecting the very way in which the universe develops. If that was the case, whoever was in control of the systems, deciding on joint quests or competitive quests, would automatically gain control and power over a large portion of the universe. They could use the systems to target whoever was not under their influence and slowly expand their control. If this were the case, he finally understood why it seemed like the system never wanted anything from him. That was because he himself, under the influence of these two types of quests, would become the resource. All this assumed that the systems were under someone's control, something he could neither confirm nor deny based on his given situation. More importantly, while he could bluff the rest of the universe with the Innkeeper, he could not bluff his system. But while such an explanation explained much, and unveiled an insidious plot, it also didn't make sense. Whoever could create the systems which had so much power didn't necessarily need others to help him attain power. Moreover, it would make more sense to give these systems to direct subordinates rather than random strangers across the universe, if such a thing was his goal. Lastly, none of this conjecture fit in with the system's seeming objective of making decisions based on entertainment potential. Lex diverted his attention away from these thoughts. He didn't have the time to focus on other things right now. All right, so the joint quests provide a certain level of protection for all parties involved, Lex said. Now let's move on to my other questions. I noticed a distinct lack of a quest reward mentioned in the notification. That's because the joint quest is like a double-edged sword. It is extremely dangerous, which is why it requires more than one system user in the first place. But it is also a great opportunity for those who can grasp it. You see, the objective of the quest itself can become your reward, not to mention that you are exposed to numerous other rare and valuable opportunities you cannot find elsewhere. You could even say that, just like your other quests, your reward is determined by your performance. The only difference is that you have to go get your rewards yourself. If you are weak or incompetent, then the existence of joint quests is like a scam. But if you can make the most of the opportunity it brings, you can not only gain many rewards, but you can make lasting alliances as well. Lex leaned back and thought about the situation a bit, tapping his finger on his chair as he did. But in reality, he did not have a lot of time to waste, so in just a few seconds he had already gathered his thoughts and continued to ask questions. The quest notification said that I need to bring the Midnight Tavern to the Reaving Dread mercenaries, and that I have 1 hour before the quest is initiated. What does that mean? Am I going to be forcibly teleported somewhere? On the contrary, I believe this is a quest you don't even necessarily need to do yourself if that's what you wish. I think you can assign staff members as the tavern of your choice to be sent when the quest is initiated. The specific details of the quest are still missing, and it is entirely possible that more restrictions come into place. For example, the quest might claim that no immortals can join, or that only immortals can go. The limitations can vary, all depending on the specific quest itself. The time limit is just so you can prepare as much as possible. But to answer your other question, I do believe that whoever you designate will be teleported to the site of the quest. I mean, since you have to bring the tavern to a specific location, obviously you're going to have to get there somehow. Not just somewhere. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to bring the tavern to a battlefield and protect the guests until they recover. I expect that there is going to be some kind of attack, or any number of attacks while they rest and recover. I also expect that I'll have to continuously protect them over this period of time. That doesn't sound like a question, said Mary. The question is, how do I know what level of enemies to expect? If I don't know that, how can I prepare? Mary just looked at Lex, although to be fair, she was probably checking in with the system. After a few seconds, she shook her head. You'll have to wait until the initiation to learn the details. My advice is preparing for the strongest enemies you can possibly contend against. Do your best, and think about whether you want to go yourself or if you want to send others in your place. Lex tapped his fingers on his desk for a few moments before coming to a decision. There was no hesitation or room for complaint in his mind. This was just one more obstacle in his path, and he would handle it like he always had. He couldn't help but think how unfortunate it was that Oren wasn't available right now. His help would have been ideal in designing a new tavern. But since he wasn't available, Lex had to make do with the next best option. His gaze suddenly turned towards a specific member of the Midnight and one who had taken things easy for way too long. He couldn't help but wonder if his idea would work. Chapter 1557, Beginning Work. There was a question Lex wondered which was equally philosophical and literal. If an object came to life, was it now a person or could still be treated like an object? As he stared at the massive spaceship, he got from the Cthulhu, the very one that had come to life and had developed a fear of heights, the one that had served as a daycare for so long, and wondered if he could still treat it as a spaceship, or if now counted as a worker of the inn. Considering his requirements, if he could treat this ship as a tavern, that would be perfect. The original purpose of this ship was life support. It had state-of-the-art healing technologies, which, when paired with the system's functions, would be perfect to help a group of mercenaries heal and recover from battle. The ship was also incredibly sturdy and could take a beating in case they were attacked. Given the short notice, this was perfect for a tavern. Alas, when he asked Mary to confirm whether he could treat the ship as a tavern, she stated that he could not. The condition to establish a new tavern is that you have to make it by hand and then submit it to the system for review. If it passes the review, it will become a new tavern that can be used. It's pretty much the same as you had to do with the Treehouse Tavern. Yeah, but the problem now is that I don't really have the time to make a new one, and I don't really want to use the old ones. I mean, that escape room down in the Treehouse Tavern is incredibly popular. People haven't left it since the day it was launched. It would be pretty sucky to just suddenly kick them out of the tavern and make the tavern disappear. They should at least get the chance to solve the escape room first. I think the fact that you can prioritize your guests' addiction to the escape room means you're not as worried about this as you're pretending to be, said Mary. Lex looked back at her, though he didn't respond. In truth, these days, the only thing that really troubled him were things connected to the Tao, for there was almost nothing he could do about them save bluff as the innkeeper. Everything else at least gave him plenty of options with how he could respond. So, to an extent, Mary was right. He was not entirely concerned because he already had multiple ideas for what he could do. He just hoped that whatever enemies he would have to face, they would be Earth Immortals or Heaven Immortals at most. Any stronger than that, and he had no chance of surviving this quest. Lex immediately contacted Pel Jr., his current cultivation mat, and gave him a rather harsh task. I need you to remove as many scales from your body as you can in perfect condition. You have 20 minutes. I'll send over some helpers to aid you in this task. Though the request was kind of harsh, Pel Jr. did not mind at all. The soul inhabiting the body was still much too weak, so anything at all that could be done to weaken the body he would do happily. This was especially because the heavily nourishing environment inside the inn was actually slowly strengthening the body. Even with Lex actively absorbing a lot of its power during his cultivation sessions, the progress was not enough to allow the soul to perfectly take control of the body. So while this task sounded harsh, it was actually the kind of thing he already did on a regular basis. In fact, Lex already had quite a stockpile of Heaven Immortal dragon scales, the perfect building materials for his latest tavern. He had a wooden tavern and a treehouse tavern. Now he was going to make a castle tavern. Wasting no more time, Lex immediately conjured over 20 clones of himself and sent them all to complete various tasks. One worked on the blueprint of the castle, another made his way to the Vivatil Forge in the dwarf city to heat it up for use, while another made his way to collect some mountain milk, while another yet went to gather a handful of the waters from the Chaos Sea. Over the years, the number of rare materials Lex had found inside the Midnight Realm were immense, and now he began gathering each and every one that was related to durability or toughness. That included getting his hand on some wood from a void stabilization sequoia tree, which he would use to build the skeletal structure of his castle. He immediately got to work on building the castle, which wasn't the issue. The issue he was actually concerned about was who he should bring along to manage the inn. The lack of information about the level of his enemy concerned him not because he was afraid for himself, but because he didn't want to expose his workers to an impossible enemy. In the end, instead of informing the workers about the upcoming mission, he just sent them a message informing them to stay ready, for there may be an unexpected mission coming up. Lex had a small hope that whoever assigned the joint quest wouldn't assign him a quest that was far too difficult for his level. But Lex didn't believe in relying on hope, so instead he focused more on improving the design of the castle. By creating an impressive tavern and integrating the most powerful formations and laws he could manage, Lex hoped to create a structure that would allow them to fight above their level. If there was truth that seemed to translate equally well between mortals and immortals, it was that sieges were tough, and the advantage was always with the defender. Just as Lex began working on the castle, Luthor returned to the Midnight Inn and submitted a report about everything that had happened on his mission. Lex skimmed through the parts about him harassing and blackmailing the living planet. Instead, he focused on two key things. First, Luthor had managed to upgrade his physique and thereby his fire. Also, he had a lead on Hells. All that was well and good, but the news about Luthor's new fire made Lex's eyes sparkle. He could use that in his castle. Chapter 1558. Forge the hell out of that castle. About 18 minutes after he started, Lex's main body arrived at the webnovel forge alongside Luthor. The dwarves had been evacuated this time, for Lex did not want a repeat of the 13,000 beard casualty incident. A monument to all the beards that were lost the last time he used the forge had been erected by the dwarves, and Lex couldn't bear the embarrassment if he repeated the situation. This was especially because now it was not just Lex's dragonfire that would be used in the forge. No, this time Luthor's newly acquired hellfire would also play a role. Now Lex was not too familiar with hellfire and how it differed from dragonfire, so he had to consult Luthor on the matter. It was a risk using something he was unfamiliar with, but it couldn't be helped. Although he could make the castle in the remaining time, if he could speed up the forging process even further, he could further enhance the castle's strength and durability. "Are you ready?" Lex asked Luthor, who had gone bald because hellfire burned all his hair off. The man claimed the baldness was temporary. For his sake, Lex hoped he was right. "Yes," Luthor responded, his eyes glowing with a deep red. Lex didn't ask him again, and directly started the forging process. He activated the ability in both his eyes, using his left eye to see exactly how the process was going, and his right eye to embed countless formations, arrays, and glyphs directly into the foundation of the castle itself. Lex was moving fast, bringing in thousands of tons of materials directly into the forge, and using his literal fists as hammers. Beside him, Luthor was pouring in deep red flames that seemed more liquid than fire as they emerged from his body. If dragonfire was raging and furious, then hellfire was controlled and incredibly lethal. Of course, even the combination of two would never be enough to melt the scales of a heaven immortal dragon. That is why the supporting materials were so important. They acted like cement while the scales were like the bricks. The heat was enough, however, to severely affect both Luthor and Lex. The situation was so drastic that both of them actually shed multiple drops of sweat during the process. Jokes aside, the temperature in the forge was unbearable, so the two had to block the heat using their bodies, so that everyone else involved in the forging process could tolerate the heat. Behind them stood Jace, who needed all the help he could get since he had not yet reached the immortal level. Jace was the inn worker who could control the earth. During his time in the Midnight Battalion, he had been responsible for creating fortifications using his powers, and it was something he had refined to a great extent since then. In fact, he was a budding architect and structural engineer specifically focused on battle fortification, and had spent a great deal of time within the Temple of Fasting increasing his knowledge. That is why, even though his power was insufficient, his skill and expertise were more than sufficient to aid in the construction of the castle tavern. Besides him, there were a number of other inn workers, all of whom had unique occupations or knowledge, and each of them contributed to the best of their abilities, expediting the castle's creation and enhancing its ability. Once it would be complete, the castle would only be the size of a small toy car that could fit in a person's hand. It was only once activated using spiritual energy that the castle would grow to its full size and potential. Something like this should have taken much longer to prepare. Weeks, if not months, or even years should have gone into its planning and construction, but there was limited time, so nothing could be done about it. Fortunately, due to the very nature of the ingredients going into the castle's creation, it could be upgraded in the future when Lex had time. The value of the ingredients would not be wasted. As the minutes ticked down, coming ever closer to the time of the quest initiation, Lex became more and more focused. It was a tragedy that Lex had not seen his ancestors fight, or else he would have realized the immense untapped potential of his flow state that he had been overlooking. In the absence of that knowledge, Lex did the best he could, utilizing every last bit of his focus. You need something to purify the malevolent influence of the hellfire, or it will forever taint the castle, Luther said. This was something he had already informed Lex beforehand, but seeing as how he had made no attempt at purifying it, he could not help but remind him. Forging was not something any of them were an expert in, and so they could not interfere with Lex's task at all. All they could do was assist him, and remind him where he seemed to be falling short. No, it does not need purification. It only needs to be controlled. Why would I waste something as valuable as the influence of hell? Lex asked as he activated his tenet, and began inscribing the laws of supremacy in the throne room of the castle. Just as the host attire let Lex control everything inside the inn, through the absolute command that sitting on the throne would avail him, through the absolute supremacy over every single aspect of the castle, he would be able to effectively control even the malevolent influences that were leaking into the castle through the hellfire. It would be yet another weapon for him to use against his enemies. After all, since he did not know what kind of foes to expect, he had to take a few drastic measures. One of Lex's clones stepped forward, holding in his cupped hand some of the liquid from the Chaos Sea. Within every single drop of that liquid was more energy than even Lex, as an Earth immortal, could absorb or easily control. Fortunately, he was not using it as a store of energy. Instead, he was using it to quench the molten joints of the castle and temper it on a cosmic scale. Although he could not achieve such a thing right now, ultimately Lex envisioned that this castle would be able to tolerate a siege from a Jorlam. Right now, he was just setting the foundation for it to reach such heights, eventually. Chapter 1559, Abaddon. With 4 minutes to spare, Lex finished his first version of the castle for the tavern and wiped the sweat off his brow. It was not the heat that made him sweat, although the fires were so hot that they started to destabilize space. Just like how Lex could use brute force to break space, if he used a bit of his space affinity or spatial laws to target the space, the accumulated heat in the forge reached such an intensity, not just in terms of temperature but also spirituality, that the Midnight Realm was unable to tolerate it. Lex had to actively strengthen the space around them to continue the forging process. Lex had thought that the small amount of diverted attention would have made the castle weaker by the smallest amount, yet it was while he supported space and simultaneously forged that he had an epiphany. He suddenly gained a tremendous amount of insight into how the various aspects of forging a treasure affected one another, and so he immediately summoned Fenrir. His most loyal pet and technically protector of the inn had been sulking a lot lately. The clone of his sister really bothered him, and as of late he had started to run out of cloning facilities he could find. To make things worse, he hadn't found any leads on his sister either. But sulking had not made the pup lazy. Instead, he started to train with a ferocity Lex had never seen in him. Although his cultivation level was still below Lex's, his strength had started to grow rapidly, unlocking more and more bloodline abilities. In fact, Lex had started to detect traces of divinity in him. But the traces of divinity were not like that of an actual deity. Rather, it was like an offspring of a deity, his body baptized and enhanced by divine energy. So the reason Lex had called him was to make use of his new abilities. It was not divinity that Lex was interested in, rather his latest ability. Just as the forging process was about to be completed, the pup unleashed his newest technique, Iceage. It was a formidable technique, using law manipulation that Fenrir would never be able to do on his own at his current level. That was the benefit of relying on bloodline techniques. With the finishing touches done, and the forging complete, Lex allowed the fires to dissipate and looked at his castle. Trapped in clear crystal with falling snowflakes, what appeared in front of Lex looked like a snow globe of a castle covered in fresh snow. In the final minutes for the quest was initiated, Lex submitted the snow globe to the system for analysis, and found it sufficient for a tavern. New notification, Castle Tavern unlocked. It was a simple notification, perhaps the shortest he had ever gotten, yet it was exactly what he needed at that moment. He dismissed everyone who had helped with the forging, just in time for a series of notifications to drop in. Joint quest initiating. Quest parameters establishing. Quest details. In the pits of Abaddon, lost in the desolation, protected inadvertently by the locust armies, lays the chalice of the abandoned, containing decillions of condemned souls. Yet one among those souls is undeserving of his torment. A million armies set off on a journey to rescue Xerxes, hero of the forgotten age, yet only one of them remains. The reaving dread have known no rest, have known no aid, have known no solace. Trapped in a part of the universe that should not exist, they must succeed or die trying. Quest objectives. Main objective: bring the Midnight Tavern to Abaddon, providing sanctuary to the army of mercenaries whenever they need. While they rest in the tavern, provide them with protection and ensure that their experience is up to the full standard of the Midnight Inn. Optional objectives: 1. Assist the reaving dread in rescuing Xerxes. 2. Discover the secrets of Abaddon's existence. 3. Discover the secrets of the Forgotten Age. 4. Discover the origin of the Chalice of the Abandoned. 5. Locate the Well of Forgotten Dreams. Additional information: Abaddon is a place that defies the logic of the universe, existing outside the laws that govern reality. From across the universe, a small percentage of dead souls are somehow attracted to Abaddon through means unknown, and then sent to the Chalice of the Abandoned, the Well of Forgotten Dreams, and potentially to numerous other unknown areas. All knowledge of Abaddon is forbidden, and exists only as long as those who witness it live. Should the members of the reaving dread die, all knowledge of Abaddon, including its name and even existence, be erased from the universe until it is discovered again. As such, a majority of its secrets remain unknown. Within Abaddon exists armies of abominations known as locusts, though they bear no resemblance to the insect species. They are infinite in number and exist at all power levels. Their most prominent trait is that they are only attracted to those souls within the same cultivation level as them. Hence, the only surviving members of the reaving dread are Earth immortals. To bring anyone stronger would be to invite stronger foes, and to invite anyone weaker would be to condemn them to eternal damnation. The locusts do not die, and they do not end. They are a plague without start or finish, a curse upon the living and a blight upon the dead. Quest requirements: 1. Midnight Tavern. 2. Midnight Battalion. 3. Minimum of 500 staff members. Lex read the most detailed quest outline he had ever received even as more information flooded into his mind. He was immediately faced with multiple difficult decisions, since he could feel that if he did not, the decisions would be made for him at random. Lex immediately selected the Castle Tavern to fill the requirements of the quest, informed Leonidas that his battalion of 300 soldiers was being deployed for an external mission, picked 500 staff members, as well as a few members of the inn he felt would be able to help a lot. The quest told him that he shouldn't take anyone weaker than an Earth immortal, but he also didn't have 500 immortals to take as staff. But, at the very least, he likely wouldn't be facing celestial immortals. The next moment, he disappeared from the Midnight Realm, and so did everyone else he selected. Chapter 1560, Ravenous Maw of Hell. The first thing Lex noticed was the red, hazy sky filled with clouds of black dust. To see where the red light was coming from was impossible, its source blocked off by the clouds, and yet it spread across the entire land, painting everything in a ruby hue. The second thing Lex noticed were the abominations. Just as the sky was covered in dust, the ground was covered by disgusting abominations, the stuff of nightmares and malevolent thoughts come to life. No two had the exact same body structure, with some of them being made out of bones, while others were made of rocks and dirt. In some random areas they had their guts exposed, pulsing with thick red blood which had a heavy stench even without spilling from their bodies. In other areas they had random limbs, either claws or wings or even scythe-like extensions, all for the purpose of slaughter. The locusts, for such a massive swarm within Abaddon could be nothing else, had no souls at least, as far as Lex could tell. Instead, the only thing that filled their living bodies was an unquenchable thirst for the very souls that they lacked. A glance was all Lex needed to see that their existence was outside of the norms of the universe. After all, within the universe, every living thing had a soul. Even the AI developed souls when they crossed the threshold for being lifeless code into something that was truly alive. But these things, which very much seemed like they were alive, lacked souls. Lex could then only conclude that instead of actual living things, they were semi-organic machines with a very prominent and specific directive. Yet the barbaric hunger evident within their eyes, at least for the ones that had eyes, made them appear like they were a twisted obscenity. In a split second, Lex took in the situation all around him, and discovered that they seemed to be within a canyon of some sort. A black, toxic river of sludge seemed to flow in a great torrent, snaking through the canyon base, forming natural barriers against the locusts who, despite being formidable in their own right, avoided the Black River. In one of the bends created by the river, Lex saw an army entrenched in a temporary fortress created through a deployable formation. There were a few thousand immortal soldiers holding out against the tide of locusts that had surrounded them entirely, yet how long they could maintain such a situation was anybody's guess. There was a lethargy in their actions, as if fatigue had a hold on them that it would not give up. Their energy was waning, their sharpness dulled, and the speed drastically slowed down. In fact, it was quite clear that not only were they exhausted, they were wounded as well. If it weren't for the formation protecting them, they may have already perished. Lex looked from afar and judged that the army was being led by a magma lion, but even his flames seemed to be waning. The army needed immediate help, which is probably why the timing for his quest had been so urgent. The party from the Midnight Inn, too, did not have much time left to react, for the locusts had already noticed their arrival, and similar swarms were already rushing towards them. "Z, do you want to take the lead on this?" Lex asked as he scrutinized the locusts. Each one of them was at the very peak of the Earth immortal realm, wielding strange powers the likes of which Lex had never felt before. Any single one of them would have been a formidable foe, let alone a nearly infinite army of them. Yet Lex was entirely relaxed. If there was one thing Lex had absolute confidence in, it was in his defense and his ability to defend. "Shouldn't Leonidas be taking the lead, or Luther?" Z asked hesitantly, looking at the two men standing beside them. "They can handle it, of course, but this is a great learning opportunity for you. It's good to get some decent, real-world experience." Fenrir, who had accompanied the group, barked, as if agreeing with what Lex said. "Okay, I guess I can try to take care of things. What do we have to do?" "I'll take us to them," Lex said, pointing towards the mercenary army, ignoring the sweeping tide of monsters between them. "Once there, I'll deploy the castle tavern. From there, all you need to do is protect the tavern and keep any locust from coming inside. How simple is that?" The army of locusts was almost upon them, yet none of the group seemed to acknowledge their presence, or even prepare to face them. This close, the acrid stench of their blood permeated through their bodies and swept over the group from the Midnight Inn, trying to poison them. "I suppose that sounds simple enough," said Z. "Good," said Lex. "Let's go." Lex spread his energy over the entire group, and suddenly they teleported away just seconds before the swarm of locusts reached them. They reappeared within the protective formation of the mercenary army, ignoring the barrier that was keeping the army alive as if it did not exist at all, startling the mercenary soldiers. Many of them, out of sheer instinct, attacked the group, yet Lex only had to raise his hand forward and all the attacks stopped, as if the very space around them had frozen. "Welcome, guests of the Reaving Dread mercenary group," Lex said out loud, his voice calm yet pleasant, as if they were not within an infernal abyss. "We are from the Midnight Inn, where guests come to rest and relax from across the universe. Yet when certain guests cannot make it to the inn, we bring the Midnight Tavern to them. It is our utmost pleasure to host you in our humble abode." Lex flung out a snow globe which immediately broke as soon as it touched the ground, exploding into a massive, sprawling castle with boundary walls 100 feet high. The dazzling sight of a castle made from dragon scales stunned the exhausted mercenaries, and it almost seemed like it stunned the locusts too. But no, that was just the suppressive effect of the castle, which would be warm and welcoming to its guests, and like ravenous maws of hell to those who would dare to challenge the strength of its walls. Chapter 1561, Don't Underestimate the Enemy. Keeman, the magma lion, stared up in disbelief. Whether it was the immense mental exhaustion or the incredible physical fatigue, both were affecting him seriously, making him doubt the reality of what was happening. Their protective formation was a top-of-the-line product of Reaving Dread, used by their many armies, specifically designed to be the best in their level. It had literally saved their lives by resisting the hordes of behemoths, chimeras, and even locusts. The reason the formation was on the verge of failing was not through a shortcoming of the formation itself, but because of the exhaustion of the mercenary army. How, then, could it so easily have been penetrated? Keeman had been expecting reinforcements, true, though he didn't know who to expect. However, he never expected his reinforcements to make such an entrance. Moreover, he had heard of the Midnight Inn. The Reaving Dread covered security for the inn, so he did not expect the inn to have any formidable forces. If they did, they would not have needed to rely on them to begin with, not that there was anything wrong with that. Yet as the hundreds of humans easily slipped into their formation and summoned a castle from what looked like a poke-orb. The most absurd thing was that only after they were surrounded by the large, secure-looking walls of the castle did Keeman focus on a message sent to him by the condottieri, informing him about reinforcements from the Midnight Inn. Keeman was dazed, and as he turned away from the message and looked at the castle once more, he had a sneaking suspicion that the bricks of the castle were designed to look like dragon scales. The design choice was very reassuring, not to mention they also gave off a very warm and secure feeling, almost as if they could bear a siege against the universe itself. It was almost like they were actually being protected by a dragon. Keeman lifted his paw and touched the warm scale and felt the slight tremble in his bloodline, the very one caused by a suppression when facing a superior race, confirming that what he was touching was real dragon scale. Keeman didn't remember when his jaw dropped, but it certainly happened because he remembered closing it when he took a deep gulp as he looked up at the human floating above them all. Lex, meanwhile, hovered in the air, looking down on the mercenary army. The 500 staff members divided themselves into groups, some of them rushing into the castle to prepare it to welcome guests, while others immediately approached the injured soldiers to help them into the castle itself. Leonidas and his battalion of 300 soldiers, many of whom but not all had reached the earth-immortal realm, gathered on the boundary walls of the castle and prepared to defend it. Of course, since Z was taking the lead in the defense, they would wait to see how he commanded them. Lex, meanwhile, studied their situation himself. Breaking into their formation was incredibly easy for him. It wasn't because Lex was a master of formations, though having an eye that could see through the truth of the world, while another that could create formations on a whim certainly helped him spot the flaws and weaknesses in most formations. No, it was his in-depth understanding of defense that allowed him to see the weaknesses it had and easily slip through them. Even then, Lex was not unveiling all his strength, nor was he making extra effort to take any large or drastic measures. His primary quest was to provide sanctuary and protection to the mercenaries, and he intended on completing that first. But even then, one of the reasons he wanted to let Z take the lead was because he wanted to focus on studying and understanding Abaddon as much as possible. The system prompt for the quest had made it quite clear to Lex that this place was extremely abnormal, and he wasn't going to let overconfidence affect his decision-making. Once he understood the depth of the enemy's strength, their strategies, and the way that this place functioned, he could then plan on fulfilling all the additional quests. Besides being dangerous, the very existence of this place intrigued Lex, giving him some dangerous ideas. Lex had long been looking for a place to build his midnight castle. The requirements for a location to build his castle was that it needed to be extremely hidden and hard to find. Once he could locate such a place, he would build his castle there and hide his chamber of rebirth with a drop of blood in there as a backup for him to survive. Yet he would obviously not do something like that in a place where survival itself was impossible. However, if he could master the rules of this place, such an endeavor wasn't impossible. Besides just his own observations, he could rely on the knowledge accumulated by the Reaving Dread. No matter how he looked at it, this quest would last a long time unless they worked together. Even if they did work together, it might take a long time to find the chalice and save Xerxes from within it. "Do not let your guard down. The locusts are not so easily dealt with," said the magma lion once he recovered from his shock. He flew up to Lex and looked out at the army outside the walls. Physical attacks do them next to no harm, while spiritual and soul attacks are all but useless. The only concrete way to destroy a locust is to eliminate the hunger within their being. For that, we've been using the laws of absolute destruction. If you want, I can show you how we did it. Thank you for the advice. I will definitely take you up on your offer, but first I'd like to see how they react to the means of our forces. Don't take their threat lightly, Keeman advised with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Too many of our allies have died because they underestimated the enemies here in Abaddon. It's best to use your full strength right from the start. Lex raised an eyebrow and looked at the magma lion. Initially he was going to let Z take the lead, but it wouldn't hurt to get confirmation about his own lethality against the locusts first. He pointed a finger towards a certain direction and shot out a bolt of silver sword intent. That was not his strongest attack, but it was certainly a highly destructive one. The lion and Lex both, alongside many of the battalion members as well as Z, turned to look at the attack, waiting to see how effective it was. They didn't have to wait long. Chapter 1562, Keeman fainted. The short, silver beam of sword intent cut into a particularly large locust that had just recovered from the shock it faced on the appearance of the castle. The beam of sword intent cut a most precise incision in the locust, and then entered its body without so much as causing the slightest disturbance otherwise. Then nothing. It was like a pebble had been dropped into a dark abyss, all evidence of its existence lost. Lex showed no reaction, though Keeman turned to look at Lex as if he expected as much. "Like I said, you need to," the magma lion began to speak, but was interrupted by a thunderous sound. When he turned to look, he saw the locust had fallen over, though he was very much still alive. "Interesting, let me try something else," muttered Lex, and shot out another beam of sword intent at the very same locust. Just like the previous one, the sword intent seemed to vanish into his body without causing any obvious reaction. Yet a few seconds later, thousands of other locusts all around it also collapsed on the ground, still alive, if they could even be called that, but entirely unable to move. "I think I have a gist of the lethality of the locusts," Lex said, looking over the sight of countless abominations lying limp on the ground. "You need not worry, and can enjoy your rest assured that we have the situation well in hand." What did you do?" Keeman asked in shock. Perhaps if his state were not so overextended, he would have been able to determine on his own what Lex had done. But in his current state, he was barely staying awake. "Quite simple, actually. My sword intent is very sharp, and I've been training it to cut ethereal things so that one day I can use it to cut laws. Well, for now, it's nowhere near that level, so I used it to cut the connection between the hunger within that creature and its body. Considering it lacks a soul, I figured that the hunger acts as a replacement for the soul. The hunger, or whatever it really is, isn't as deeply integrated with the body as a real soul, so it was fairly easy to sever the connection between the two, especially since I'm fairly good at dealing with souls anyway. Once I was sure it worked, I had the urge to try something else. I'm not sure if you know this, but the Innkeeper is really famous for his mastery of karma, so I've been experimenting with that. Basically, I targeted the other locusts who had a strong karmic connection with the one I attacked, severing their hunger as well. Unfortunately, my own mastery of karma is quite weak, which is why I only had a 0.01% success rate, thus only affecting a few thousand. Anyway, I've gotten an understanding of what the locusts are capable of. We should have no trouble holding them off, so you can rest easy. Lex waved at Z, letting him know that he could take over the defenses now. Lex himself led the bewildered magma lion into the castle to help it get some sleep. The flabbergasted expression on the lion's face, and its inability to articulate anything convinced Lex that the poor mercenaries had really been through too much. Z, on the other hand, simply nodded towards Lex, and then turned back towards the locusts, who had by now recovered enough to try and attack the walls. He saw how easily Lex took down thousands of locusts, but did not take that to mean that the enemies were easy. Instead, he treated them even more seriously. If Lex, who he was convinced was a demi-Dao lord in disguise, could only kill a few thousand locusts from a casual strike at the Earth Immortal level, then the locusts must be a terribly powerful foe. "Everyone get in position and respond to my commands," said Z as he took to the air, flying right in front of the castle walls. From within his hoodie's pocket, Z withdrew a slim, black stick which confused many. Some who were familiar with the Marzu mistook it for a wand, and wondered since when Z had taken up magic. Yet as he slowly raised his hand, and the very space in Abaddon vibrated under the direction of his baton, they realized it was not a wand. Instead, it was his choice of weapon. Z had taken the art of establishing background music for his fights to the next level, so much so that he had yet to encounter enemies who could tolerate the presence of the background music itself, let alone hang around long enough to actually fight. In directing the fight against the locusts, Z stepped into his role as a conductor, and the Midnight Battalion would be his orchestra. Midst the deeply grave situation, a flicker of excitement and anticipation flashed through Z's heart. Maybe he'd finally be able to face enemies who could survive long enough for the bass drop of his custom background music for fights. Z's trembling hand reached a crescendo, and with it the surrounding space in Abaddon seemed to have reached some kind of zenith as well. The trembling space in itself was enough to rip the locust bodies to shreds, but the nearly immortal nature of their existence meant that they began recovering the very next moment, only to be once again ripped apart by the trembling space. For one whole second, Z maintained his hands at their peak, holding the baton in a fixed position, keeping the pressure exactly where it was. Then, with a flourishing wave, Z dropped his hands in an arc and began conducting. Unfortunately, today would not be the day he found a worthy opponent, nor would it be the day he led the Midnight Battalion in battle. Keeman, right before he entered the castle, turned once more to look at the situation on the battlefield just in time to watch Z unleash the law of pure epicness, erasing from existence all that which could not tolerate the arrival of the protagonist. Z had learned a new term from the latest anime he was watching, which was aura farming. Unfortunately, the abominations of Abaddon were not abominable enough for him to farm aura, at least the ones he was facing so far. Keeman fainted. Chapter 1563, Strange Local Customs. For several miles around the castle, the canyon was clear of all locusts. With the curve of the Black River forming a natural barrier on 3 sides of the castle, Z really only needed to focus on defending the front of the castle once he cleared the sides. As it turned out, clearing the locusts wasn't as hard as he had imagined. He literally had only begun the intro to his custom background music, and they all died. Yet Z would never believe that the trial in front of him was so simple. His devilish boss would never miss out an opportunity to make him work, and since Lex wanted him to get some real-world experience, there was no way that the scourge of locusts would be so easily dealt with. The very fact that Z could not determine what trouble it was that Lex expected him to face itself revealed that he was lacking in experience. He analyzed the situation in a little more depth. He recalled the mercenaries they had brought the inn to and their condition. This was the first time Z had ever heard of the inn specifically bringing its tavern to a specific group of guests. That probably meant that these guests weren't ordinary. Either their identity was special, they had a very high in prestige ranking, or their relationship with the inn was unordinary. In either of those cases, that meant that these people were entirely unordinary. If in that case, even they had been beat to such a severe extent by enemies as weak and fragile as the locusts, then that must mean that there were other enemies they had not faced yet. Or, very simply, that the weak and pathetic locusts had just overwhelmed them with their unending numbers. Z's eyes brightened as he felt he got a hint. This was not a sprint, it was a marathon. None of them knew how long they would be here wherever here was. In that case, if they faced endless hordes of enemies without rest, even they would get exhausted. That meant that the key to surviving this challenge was pacing themselves, and ensuring they could last as long as possible. With the new strategy decided, Z instantly began to make changes to his plans, and just in time, too. He could already see more locusts right towards them. Feeling like he had cracked the code, Z could not help but feel a little smug. Lex probably wanted to see him overexert himself and then get exhausted, only to get an opportunity to show off a little. Well, Z decided to fight in the most efficient manner possible without compromising security, not giving Lex the opportunity to show off at all. New strategy, guys. We're going to form an energy distribution formation and coordinate our defense now. This is how it's going to go. Standing atop the wall, Luther watched in silence as Z handled the defense and said nothing. It was good to let them handle as much of the invading forces as they could. If things got out of hand, then Luther could step in. After all, with his anachronistic ignition bloodline, he would never run out of energy. Moreover, the more he used his bloodline, the more he could study how it used the law of time so effectively. If Luther ever managed to learn how to control the law of time on his own, his strength would increase exponentially. Although they were out here on a mission, each one of them had their own thoughts going through their heads. Within the castle, the mercenaries were still on edge. The transition from fighting for their lives to suddenly being transported to a warm, safe tavern, filled to the brim with wonderful food and excellent hospitality, was too quick. They could scarcely believe what was happening. After all, how many years had they been fighting without seeing so much as a speck of warmth and safety? The truth was, even they themselves did not remember, who kept track of such things when in hell. Over the years, while they survived, and yet all their allies kept dying, one of the reasons they had survived was because they never let down their guard, and treated each situation with the utmost seriousness. That is why when a human dressed in a rather handsome suit walked up to one of them, and offered a refreshing drink on a tray he was carrying, the mercenary who was offered the drink responded by retreating swiftly and raising his shield. Truthfully, the smiling faces and the comforting ambience of the tavern was more stressful than the battlefield they had just left. Each and every one of them was wondering if they were actually trapped in some kind of illusion or spell. It couldn't be helped. The only one of them who had gotten news about the arrival of the Midnight Inn was Keeman, who had been too stunned to share the news with his men. Confused, unaware of what was really happening, and delirious from fighting non-stop against enemies who refused to die, the mercenaries had not resisted when they were ushered into the castle, yet they were too cautious to take advantage of the amenities they were being offered. If you are not in the mood for refreshments, then would you like to follow me to the medical wing of the tavern? Our staff are getting things running, but even then, just entering a recovery room should be more than enough to begin healing your wounded bodies, said one of the workers to a group of mercenaries. How do you know about our wounds? Asked the beast, covered from head to toe in blood with large gashes evident all across his body. Your devils who have infiltrated our minds, don't believe them, brothers. What castle would smell like fresh linen sheets? This is a deception I tell you. The workers looked at each other, unsure how to calm down their guests. The mercenaries huddled together for warmth and protection. Just as it seemed there would be no progress, the castle doors opened once more, and Lex walked in carrying an unconscious Keyman. Everyone suddenly turned to look at him, causing Lex to freeze. Using his exceptional social skills, he was able to pick up on the subtle cues that let him know that there was something wrong with the situation. One example of such a subtle hint was the razor-sharp sword pointed towards him by his very guests. Someone less experienced than him might have missed such a clue, and likely would have attributed it to strange local customs among mercenaries. Chapter 1564, Heart Demon. Be at ease, Lex said, noticing the rising tension. Your commander simply fainted due to shock. Here, allow me to wake him up. He will confirm for you all that we are the reinforcements you have all been expecting. Lex used one of his healing techniques to lightly stimulate the magma lion, providing it with just enough energy to rouse it. Keyman struggled to open his eyes, drowsiness weighing down his eyelids. He was more than just exhausted, yet as an immortal he was quite resilient, so the moment his brain started to work even the slightest, he woke with a start, lurching out of Lex's hold. The magma lion quickly took stock of his situation before taking a deep sigh of relief when he realized reinforcements had actually come, and he hadn't been dreaming. Your soldiers are a little tense, Commander. Why don't you calm them down so that we can see to getting you all healed and rested up? The lion looked about and saw the look of doubt and hesitation on the mercenaries' faces, and knew that things were not far off from taking a drastic turn. What are you all doing? Stand down. I already have news from the condottieri. The Midnight Inn has come here to reinforce us. The Midnight Inn? I've never heard of an army called the Midnight Inn, said one of the beasts, a hint of doubt and hesitation evident in his voice. The lion looked towards Lex, as if wanting him to explain. In truth, even Keyman was confused about why the inn would be the one coming to help them when they themselves bought protection through them. With that said, he could not forget so easily that Human had wiped out those locusts. That was not the act of a mere innkeeper. The Midnight Inn is, naturally, not an army. Instead, we are an inn, providing hospitality, safety, and many other services to our guests. We also have taverns that we bring to guests who cannot come to the inn, such as in your case. We have been tasked to bring a tavern to you and assist you in your quest. You do not need to worry about your safety. Within the walls of this tavern, you are absolutely safe and can allow yourself to rejuvenate. We have an incredible medical wing where you can heal. We have food that will allow you to recover all your strength and other services that can allow you to relax and let go of the stress you've accumulated. Lex spoke with great vigor and conviction in his voice, reassuring his guests that they had nothing to fear. He could tell that most of them, upon hearing the lion's words, had calmed down and finally allowed themselves to feel relief. Some, he could tell, were still doubtful, but he was certain that sooner or later they would come around. I take it you are in command of this tavern, Keyman said, looking at Lex. Yes, you may call me Lex. I'm Keyman of the Dagon Lava Fields and commander of the Reaving Dread's forces here in Abaddon. My men need rest and healing. Why don't you have your staff guide them to where they can get either of the two? In the meantime, I think it's best we talk. There are things we need to discuss and clarifications that need to be made. Yes, that would be for the best, said Lex, though he did not need to inform the workers of anything. They were highly trained, the best of the best, so they naturally knew how to attend to their guests' needs. A majority of the services ran automatically, thanks to the system, but much of the tavern needed to be attended to manually, and so the staff had already divided themselves into groups. A majority had dispersed across the castle, ensuring that all the services were up and running. Even if the service itself was automatic, it still needed someone to actually operate it. The rest took it upon themselves to look after the guests, all of whom were particularly touchy. Though such a thing was to be expected from soldiers on the battlefield, and they were professional enough to handle it. As Lex and the still bleeding Keeman separated from the group, going somewhere they could talk comfortably, a small group of soldiers watched them leave with wary eyes. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" one of them asked as he looked at the others. "It's obvious," responded another. "We've all encountered some kind of mass or shared heart demon. On the battlefield for years without hope of seeing home or resting or eating good food, we've all snapped mentally. Or maybe we've finally encountered a new kind of foe within a baton, the kind that can twist our minds and show us illusions." "Obviously," said a third, as if there were no other explanation. "But what you failed to notice is the special attention they're paying to Keeman. As long as the commander is convinced, he can convince the others that this is all real, and soon we will all fall. So we all know what we must do. Naturally, we have to awaken the others to the reality of the situation, but do so without arousing suspicion. If we try to rescue the commander, we'll be caught, since they are paying extra attention to him. Instead, we must first convince the others that this is all an illusion. It won't be an easy task. All of this feels too real." "Of course it won't be easy, but heroes never get the easy tasks. For the sake of our comrades, we mustn't give up." "Yes, for our comrades. We must pretend to give in to the illusion, but secretly resist it while awakening others to the truth." With grim determination, the group dispersed so as to not arouse any suspicions, off to carry out their holy duty. Fenrir, who had been standing right beside them the whole time, only shook his head derisively. But just as it was about to leave, he had a random thought. It had been a long time since Fenrir had done anything else but sulk, yet now finally it was tempted to do something else. Maybe it was because Fenrir was stuck here, alongside two other friends. Eventually, he could not resist. Fenrir quickly ran outside to the wall, where little Blue and Sunny were pretending to be soldiers, taking their first ever outing from the inn very seriously. Chapter 1565, Circles. Within the castle tavern, Lex did not have an office, but there was a great hall. Located within the great hall was a seat of power, designed using Lex's tenet of supremacy. Anyone who sat on that chair and had the authority over the tavern as dictated by the innkeeper would gain complete control over the tavern. That control was not as simple as being aware of all the services within the tavern or controlling its layout, although those were also possible. Lex had created the castle with the express intention of being able to survive the most dangerous of sieges, making it the toughest and most durable tavern yet. Control over the castle meant that one could supply it with more energy, making it even more durable, or changing the way the defenses work, allowing it to survive various kinds of attacks. Of course, it also allowed one to make use of the weapons Lex had fit into the tavern itself. Most likely before this expedition in Abaddon was over, he would make use of those weapons and features heavily. For now, though, the Great Hall just served as the venue where he and Keeman could talk. By now, the magma lion had stopped its bleeding, which meant it no longer dripped a boiling liquid, hot enough to boil an ocean, all over the tavern floor. It was for the best, really, since the smell of blood was not really as pleasant as the aroma wafting through the castle. Originally, Lex had meant to make the tavern smell like lilies. Instead, he had made it smell like fresh linen. It was not a mistake, just a random whim. He could change the smell whenever he wanted. "Can you tell me how long your tavern is going to be here?" the lion asked. "And are you certain it can survive the onslaught of the locusts? The walls of your castle prevent my spirit sense from extending outwards, so I'm not so certain what's happening outside." "The walls are impermeable to ensure our guests' privacy," said Lex. "But rest assured, I am completely aware of the situation outside. The castle has many contingencies, so it will not fall so easily. Of course, if there are other threats out here in Abaddon that I am not yet aware of, then do let me know. The more we know about what to expect, the better we'll be able to handle it. The first and greatest mistake you can make here is thinking you fully understand your enemy. If you begin to expect them to behave in a certain way, then you are setting yourself up to fail. I will, however, tell you what I know. But that is a long conversation. First, I need to understand a few things on my own." "Right, you asked about the tavern. The tavern will stay here until you complete your mission and rescue a soul from the chalice of the abandoned. But here does not literally mean this position. The tavern can move, so the decision that needs to be made is whether we will travel with you once you leave the tavern, or teleport directly to you once you stop. The problem with accompanying you is that we have countless workers who are not equipped to fight and survive in such a terrain. Staying within the tavern would be the best option for them. However, if we accompany you, then our mutual strength will allow us to travel further and hasten our quest." I'm afraid you do not have as much of a choice as you think, Keeman said gravely. If the distance between our groups becomes so great that you lose sight of us, even for a moment, then we will become separated not only by an immense space, but also by an irregular flow of time. It will be almost impossible to find each other again. Lex frowned. He was not about to disregard Keeman's advice, for he had literally put his life on the line to accumulate experience. That did not mean, however, that he would take him at his word either. The difference in their abilities and experiences meant that they would approach a situation differently and might come out at different results. For example, Keeman had used a very powerful law to fight the locusts, but the drawback of using powerful laws was the strain of using them. Comparatively, Lex used a simpler law more creatively to achieve a desirable result. That did not mean Lex was stronger than Keeman. He certainly wouldn't underestimate someone supported by a system specifically designed for mercenaries. In fact, he was certain that the Reaving Dread had some hidden advantages over others, which is what had allowed them to survive for so long. Lex silently summoned a few clones of himself and sent them out of the tavern using stealth. His clones weren't strong enough to put up a decent fight, but they could be used to accumulate information. If that's the case, then we'll likely accompany you when you depart. You need not worry about protecting us. The inn has its own ways of ensuring that its staff comes to no harm. This does put us in a favorable position to explore Abaddon faster, though. While my main mission is to provide you with sanctuary until you complete your own quest, I have also been tasked with learning as much about Abaddon and its history as possible. Traveling through the lands will help with those aspects of my mission. You are taking this too lightly. Your first priority should be trying to figure out how to survive in this place as long as possible. We've been here for years, and likely will be here for years more. If we complete our mission or learn anything about this place, it will be incidental and will be done while we try our best to survive. Lex studied Keeman. The lion was clearly suffering from PTSD and was severely demoralized. If he did not adjust his mentality, then the chances of them completing this mission anytime soon would really be minuscule. Simultaneously, the lion studied Lex and could tell that the human wasn't taking their situation as seriously as he should have. If he did not wise up, he would not survive long in Abaddon. I assure you I would not do anything that would besmirch the Midnight name, Lex said, placating the lion. Even if you don't believe that I'm taking this situation seriously, believe that I would never joke with the reputation of the inn. You think I am not taking this seriously only because you have not seen the capabilities of the inn. Once you heal a little, I encourage you to tour the castle walls. You'll get a better idea of what we're capable of. Those words seemed to appease the lion somewhat, for he really believed that Lex would not take lightly the reputation of the inn. You said you can move the tavern. Does that mean we can just stay within and use the tavern to traverse these lands? If the castle's defenses really are as incredible as you say, it would become our best chance at surviving. The tavern can be deployed anywhere, that is correct, but the tavern is not actually mobile, even as he imagined himself running a wandering tavern. Deploying in a fixed position is actually a requirement for many of its protective formations which rely on its surrounding terrain. In that case, we will need to discuss in detail how exactly you plan on following us. I need to know everything in as great detail as you can share. There isn't always strength in numbers. If you mess up and don't act appropriately, you may even put us at risk. We're going in circles, Lex said. You keep asking us for information, and I keep asking you to tell me about what dangers Abaddon has. Without knowing at least some of what to expect, how can I decide on our formations? We need to start at the beginning. Let me get you some food and some medicine, and why don't you start telling me about Abaddon right from the start? The lion sighed upon hearing Lex's words, and finally allowed himself to relax a little. The truth was, he himself was still too tense, unable to completely adapt to the situation. I suppose I really could use some rest, he lamented. Wait, I have an idea. Follow me, I'll have someone bring the food directly to us, said Lex as he led Keeman to a hot tub room. Except this hot tub room was not ordinary. Instead of hot water, the tub was filled to the brim with red-hot lava. The lava was not of any special flame, such as dragonfire or hellfire, but that did not mean it wasn't absolutely blistering. Moreover, since it was in the hot tub, it had all the relaxing and naturally healing qualities that a normal hot tub from the system would have. Come on, this should help you loosen up, said Lex as he jumped in the flames. He was no longer afraid of lava. Instead, he used it to relax. Chapter 1566, Graveyard of Secrets. Keeman hesitated, but eventually relented and got in the lava hot tub, letting out a deep groan as he did. Just because he was a magma lion did not mean that fire or lava would heal him. They would, at most, allow him to feel comfortable as he returned to his natural habitat. Yet how could the lava in the Midnightin's hot tub be normal lava? Keeman felt as if a million warm hands were massaging his body and releasing a soothing energy into his body, allowing it to heal itself better. As an immortal, Keeman's body's natural healing ability was phenomenal. But the locusts similarly had a very strong ravenous intent infused throughout their body, which would infect the body of their victims. Removing that intent from within his body wasn't exactly easy, for it needed to either be combated with an equally powerful intent, or slowly whittled out of his body. An immortal without at least some kind of intent was practically impossible to find, and Keeman too had a powerful intent. In fact, his fire intent was at the 4th level of transformation, which was already above average for the average Earth immortal. In comparison, Lex's sword intent was actually only at the 3rd level. Admittedly, the lower level was because he usually focused on growing in other aspects, such as improving his physical strength as well as his domination. Those 2 aspects of his were the strongest, besides his defense, of course. Yet the reason why Lex's intent seemed more effective than Keeman's was because Lex was much too used to fighting above his level. His insight into laws was surprisingly deep in aspects that other immortals lacked in, despite his short time within this realm. Most importantly, his diverse skill set did not actually make him weaker. Instead, each new skill he learned and picked up supplemented his power as a whole, allowing him to achieve unexpected and unanticipated feats, such as using sword intent to target the soul, as well as karma together. Something like this could not be achieved by someone who focused solely on a single skill, for they would need mastery over multiple difficult fields. In essence, despite having a stronger intent than Lex, the reason why Keeman could not remove the ravenous intent filling his body was because his application of his intent was limited, though he couldn't be blamed for that. By normal standards, he was already incredible enough for keeping the ravenous intent from sweeping through his body and devouring his soul. The soothing lava from the hot tub did not eliminate the foreign intent, at least, it didn't do so promptly. However, it had begun work on purifying his body, and included in that purification was all foreign intents. "I miss the smell of fresh lava," Keeman groaned with his eyes closed, all his fatigue and tension beginning to slip away. "Yet I have some fond memories with lava too," said Lex, recalling that one time he had accidentally fallen into a lava pool back in the crystal realm when he was underground. He was nearly cooked alive back then, and only survived because of how durable Regal Embrace had made him. Good times. For a few minutes the two of them sat in silence, but even as Keeman let go of some of his worries, he could never truly relax, so he quickly sobered up and began his story. "We arrived in Abaddon just 7 years ago, despite it feeling like centuries," he said, looking out into the distance, as if he could see his own arrival in these accursed lands play out in front of him. "Back then we arrived here with another force called Superstore in the Apocalypse. To be honest, they weren't all that strong, but the leader of the force was quite formidable. They managed to survive the longest of any of the reinforcements we got, though I'm getting carried away." Lex didn't reveal his thoughts with his expression, but he couldn't help but think about the Superstore in the Apocalypse system, which is most certainly what it would have been called. It was such an original and entirely entertaining idea. It wasn't like there were literally a bunch of videos about people surviving in superstores for a month or so on the internet with millions of views. We had our orders from day one, and they haven't changed yet. Back then, the condottieri had stumbled upon this place personally, but couldn't stay because his presence attracted far more dangerous enemies. He shared what little he knew about this place before leaving. Apparently, Abaddon is a place that has existed for a very long time, but exactly how long it has existed, no one actually knows. He told us to collect as much information about this place and its history as we could, and that he'd try to ensure we always had some allies to help us along, but that we wouldn't be able to leave until the mission was complete. In the beginning, things were fine. Just like we are being attacked by locusts right now, we were being targeted by locusts back then. For a few months, we managed to avoid getting slaughtered. Although the folks from the Superstore weren't great fighters, they had incredible tools and resources, and they kept us well fed. Morale was high. Then we encountered a Locust King, and the owner of the Superstore couldn't quite survive that. Since then, true to his word, the condottieri kept sending us reinforcements, although, for some reason, they were never more fighters. It seems like we were always meant to be the main fighting force, while the others would fall into some kind of supplementary role. Lex silently wondered if all those reinforcements that Keeman had gotten had all unlocked their joint quests through access to primordial energy, too. It seemed unlikely, since primordial energy shouldn't have been so common, and these people who could so easily be wiped out didn't seem strong enough to go look for it out in the universe. During this time, we learned a bit about Abaddon. We encountered ruins of civilizations that seemed eerily well preserved, though we couldn't understand why. As if that was not enough, all of those ruins seemed to have murals depicting critical events, cluing us in on the history of this place. It seems that the very existence of this place is to punish condemned souls, much like hells are depicted in many faiths. But I think that there's a lot more to it than that. I have no proof, but I think Abaddon's very existence relies on absorbing the energy from multiple souls. You think the locusts are like puppets controlled by this place? Lex asked. Like puppets with which Abaddon absorbs souls. Keeman shook his head gravely. No, I think the locusts are more like parasites than anything else. Abaddon is far more terrifying than anything I care to imagine. A couple of times, we've seen the souls of the deceased get absorbed into this place before they disappear. I dare not even think about what I sensed in those times. All I can say is that I was probably under some kind of illusion because I could have sworn I felt auras containing Tao in some of the souls that were pulled in. The lion trembled at the mere thought, but Lex only frowned. Don't take your senses too seriously, he said. If you really sense the Tao, even from a deceased soul, then you'd likely already be dead or overwhelmed by the contamination of that aura. Probably, Keeman muttered, though he didn't sound convinced. The mysteries of this place are far too many for me to tell. Many of them are because I'm simply unable to recall them. Each time we visit a set of ruins, we end up encountering a challenge. If we are unable to complete the challenge, everything we learn from the murals get erased from our memories over time. The problem is that we don't have the time or the energy to spare to complete an additional challenge, so to date, we have only completed a single challenge, and even that was by accident. But of the things we ended up learning, I don't think we can actually believe even a single one of them. They are much too fantastical to be true. What did you learn? Too many fragmented things. Everyone knows that the Dawn era has had 3 ages, but one of the first things we learned is that there may have been an entire age that the entire universe has completely forgotten about, known as the Forgotten Age. Even evidence of that age's existence was wiped out of the entire universe. You can see why I would hesitate in believing something like that. It is more likely a child's fable than reality, and yet it's enough to plant seeds of doubt. This place has too many secrets. One might even say that Abaddon is a graveyard for secrets, all of them buried and left to be entirely forgotten. Chapter 1567, Catastrophe. An entire age that the whole universe forgot about. Yeah, I can't even imagine what it would take to do something like that, Lex said, more intrigued by the claim than anything else. I don't think there are enough Tao Lords in the universe to accomplish something like that even if they worked together. Exactly, which is why it is only common sense to ignore something like that. But I think that knowledge here contains some kind of, I'm not sure how to put it, contamination, or maybe some kind of deep causality might be accurate. Even though with my mind I can conclude that such information is false, my soul bears the weight of it as if I have learned a great secret of the universe. As if that is not enough, even for the ruins where we completed no challenges and forgot the knowledge we learned, a fraction of the weight continues to exist, as if it will haunt us for the rest of our lives. Lex frowned and then studied Keeman using all of his senses, even going as far as checking his karma. He could not see anything amiss. That's odd, because I don't feel anything even after you told me about the Forgotten Age. You have to visit the ruins to get the full effect, Keeman said. But that makes me unsure if such knowledge is a curse or a gift. My experience tells me that the weight of this knowledge can benefit me somehow. I just need to figure it out how. What else did you learn there besides the Forgotten Age? All the knowledge had to be deciphered, for it was recorded in murals, not words. There are things we could misunderstand, but we did our best. The Forgotten Age seemed verily linked to Abaddon, though the exact details can only be speculated on. It seemed like Abaddon was a special region where powerful artifacts were stored, or maybe they were created here. Ancient powers once seemed to gather during that age for some reason, as driven together with a unified purpose. It was through those murals that we actually learned the details about our objective, the Chalice of the Abandoned. It seemed that, during the Forgotten Age, a catastrophe had struck, one unlike anything the ancient powers had ever faced or even anticipated. The arrival of external threats brought about internal fractures, and war ensued. Seeing the unity break, the strongest of the ancient powers abandoned the rest, and that is where the chalice of the abandoned was created from. Using the death of countless powers, utilizing the suffering of their souls as fuel and their bodies as resources, a chalice was forged, its purpose uncertain. Just as some used insidious means to create a terrible artifact, others used the method of self-sacrifice, giving up portions of their own minds, willfully contributing it to the creation of an entirely different artifact called the Well of Forgotten Dreams. These two artifacts together should have protected the bearers from destruction. Should have, because with the arrival of the catastrophe, nothing remained. The land was scorched, and all life ceased to exist. I'm not sure if all life ceased to exist in a major realm or some other space, but the mural seemed to strongly signify that the catastrophe initiated the reign of death over the universe. The last picture of the mural just showed a solitary figure, looking out over a massive graveyard, as if it was meant to signify the burial of the whole universe. I do not know why I kept coming to that conclusion. It was almost as if everyone who looked at it could imagine nothing else. In the end, I could not help but think of a terrible idea. What if the Forgotten Age predated even the Primordial Age? What if the reason why no one recalled that age was because all life in the universe had been wiped out, and it was only after the passing of the catastrophe that the Primordial Age began? Who's to say what happened back then? After all, little to nothing is known about even the Primordial Age itself. "You're letting speculation get the better of you," Lex said gravely. "I don't know much about what you've been through here. I mean, you literally just started the story. But I can tell that the weight of these thoughts is seriously affecting you. If you don't get a hold of yourself, you're going to fall into cultivation deviation or develop a heart demon. I mean, what does it matter if there was a secret age or not? Why does it matter if all life died or not? What happened back then may have historical significance, but on your daily life right now, it has no great impact. Maybe one day down the line such knowledge will become relevant, but if you don't get a hold of yourself, you'll be long dead by something entirely unrelated, like a locust or some other threat here in Abaddon." Keeman stared deeply at Lex for a while, unspeaking, but eventually only sighed. "I know, I too wish to move away from such thoughts, but the weight of this knowledge is very real, and it won't go away. I am incapable of not thinking about it, or being affected by it. That's why I said that the knowledge here is contaminated. It wasn't just the locusts that killed our many reinforcements. Just learning about Abaddon itself makes one more likely to die." Lex began to ponder Keeman's words, as he himself fell into another bout of silence, thinking about all he had been through. His side quests had been to gain knowledge about Abaddon and the things that happened here, as well as about the Well of Forgotten Dreams as well as the Chalice of the Abandoned. He had noticed how the system, too, only gave him quests related to things Keeman already knew the existence of, as if even the system itself could not peek through the secrets of Abaddon. If that was true, it was both reassuring, since it meant that the system wasn't entirely omnipotent, but it was also terrifying. The system was far more powerful than Lex could currently even imagine, so what exactly about Abaddon had stumped even the system? Chapter 1568, The Black Knight. While contemplating the limits of the system's power, as well as the mysteries of Abaddon, he also gleaned a hint into the rationale behind joint quests, or competitive quests as Mary had mentioned. It seemed that whatever power governed the systems across the universe was not all-powerful, and there were limits even to its power and knowledge. Yet the system users themselves became a tool to expand its power. For now, Lex was still unable to decide what or who he thought controlled the systems. He didn't want to make any guesses, for he felt that it might paint his perspective towards his guess. Even so, if he had to guess, Lex felt like all the systems were controlled by, or at least somehow connected to, a central system of sorts. At the moment, however, none of that mattered. He turned to Keeman, who seemed ready to continue his story. "Like I previously said, the dangers of Abaddon are not just a few. After the owner of the superstore died, we received reinforcements from many forces, but they all seemed to die pretty quickly, right up until the arrival of a force simply called the bookstore. They were frighteningly powerful, so much so that they performed even better than us. But this place, it seems the very existence of hope causes Abaddon itself to conspire against you. The forces from the bookstore were too strong to take down normally, so that caused us to face a different kind of foe from the locusts for the first time. We encountered the wraiths. Incorporeal beings swathed in shadow, filled with suffering, they were harder to kill than even the locusts, and harder to defend against too. Unlike the locusts, who lusted for the soul, wraiths hungered after powerful bodies, and possessed their targets if not successfully fended off. It was tough to survive their existence at first, but we managed, which brought about the arrival of the chimeras. The chimeras were, and still are, the most formidable enemy we have faced within Abaddon to date, and are practically unkillable. It is easier to escape from them than to face them in battle, so that is what we were forced to do. Unfortunately, our desperate escape led us not to a ruin, but to a citadel of sorts. Just like the ruins, the citadel contained murals, and just like the ruins, it contained a challenge. We, with our prior experience, avoided the challenge, but those from the bookstore did not. I don't know what they learned there. Maybe I did, but I already forgot. Either way, whatever they learned in the citadel affected the forces from the bookstore far more than any enemy we faced so far. I don't know how they did it, but they paid a great price then to exit Abaddon and forfeit on this task. The condottieri was extremely infuriated by their actions, and even tried to retaliate against them. Ever since then, we have been incredibly careful to avoid ruins and citadels, lest it affect our reinforcements or even us. But even without the threat of cursed knowledge, Abaddon is no playground. It never fails to bring out new threats and surprises. The Black River, right behind your castle, for example, is a prime example of a threat. Do not take for granted that it won't move. Who's to say that the river won't suddenly come to life and attack your castle? Certainly not I. Keeman continued his story, slowly revealing to Lex the depths of the horrors they had faced in the last 7 years. Even his casual hint about how the condottieri might react if they tried to leave had been slipped in seemingly as a casual tidbit amidst all the other pieces of information he shared. Lex, meanwhile, continued to listen and come up with his own conclusions about the situation. By then, one of Lex's clones had gotten far enough away from the castle that it was nearly out of sight. After turning back to look at the castle once, the clone jumped forward down a small hill, finally removing the castle from direct view. The clone did not feel like it was teleported, nor was its connection to Lex's main body severed, so he climbed back up the hill to take a look. Yet instead of the familiar landscape it had just come from, what lay beyond the hill waiting for it was a lone man, wearing black metallic armor. "Your soul smells special," the man said as it moved forward and gripped Lex's clone. The clone tried to resist, but retaining only a fraction of Lex's strength, it failed miserably. Lex had a strong feeling that getting caught by the armored man would be bad for him, so he immediately dismissed the clone, causing it to disappear just before the armored man would have caught it. Simultaneously, all of Lex's other clones seemed to encounter the exact same armored man, who seemed even more desperate to get his hands on Lex. One by one, he dismissed all his clones, his expression turning serious. There was something seriously wrong with that armored man. Yet before he had a chance to think about what to do, the armored man appeared on the very periphery of his spirit senses, within sight of the castle tavern. "Follow me," Lex suddenly cut Keeman off and stood up, the aura around his body suddenly changing. Lex didn't explain much. He simply put on a double-breasted suit and walked out of the castle and approached the rampart where the Midnight Battalion was fighting against an endless tide of locusts. "There's a new enemy," Lex said as he looked out, and spotted the armored man even from a distance. "Yes, we already spotted him," said Luther, who stood on the walls with his arms folded. "Should we take extra precautions?" Lex stared at the approaching figure, and then at Keeman, who seemed bewildered at what he saw. "No, just tell Z to catch him alive. We need to interrogate him to learn more about this place." At that, Luther smiled. There was nothing he enjoyed more than interrogating the enemies of the inn. Nothing. Chapter 1569, cliché. "Interrogate? What are you talking about?" Keeman asked as he looked out at the Black Knight wading through the locusts. "I sent clones out of the castle to explore the surrounding area and understand more about Abaddon," Lex explained. "They left under stealth, and I'll have you know my stealth isn't the greatest, but it's still pretty effective. Everything was going fine until they encountered that Black Knight. Even though all of my clones were in different areas, that Black Knight found them all in a matter of seconds. He said something about my soul being special. Since he couldn't get his hands on my soul through my clones, I'm pretty sure he came here to find my real body. Unfortunately for it, my real body is nowhere near as weak as my clones, not to mention everyone else here is no pushover." Keeman's expression turned solemn as he stared at the knight. If that thing spoke, then it should be somewhere on the same power level as the chimeras. Be incredibly careful, chimeras are practically indestructible in their own level. There's even a possibility it's stronger than a chimera since I've never seen a knight before. Lex did not respond immediately, and waited for Luther to go past Lex's instructions to Z in the back of his mind. Lex remembered that he still had to ask Luther about the lead he got on creating a hell, but now wasn't the time for that. "Keeman, do you have much experience with humans?" he finally asked, Lex's gaze locked onto the night. "Do you know what makes them special when compared to other races?" Keeman frowned and thought about it. In truth, the only interaction he had had with humans were with those in Reaving Dread. Compared to beasts, or even other races, they were not as resilient, not as strong, did not have many innate affinities or special abilities. Besides their above-average intellect and their adaptability, nothing about them really stood out to him. "Not really, no," he said. "It's instinct," Lex confided. "It may not sound too impressive, but humans have a stronger instinct than other races. It's just that, due to our relatively low position on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, our instincts have weakened and need to be trained. But once it's trained well enough, it's effective to the point of almost becoming like divination." "So are you saying that your instincts are telling you of how dangerous that thing is?" Keeman asked. "Exceedingly dangerous," Lex confirmed. "Compared to the locusts, it is more powerful by order of magnitudes. In fact, I am not sure if Z alone can handle it. But it has been a long time since Z has had to exert his full power. It'll be good for him to stretch his muscles a little." In truth, Lex didn't think Z would be able to handle the night. But with Lex there to step in the moment something went wrong, this would be the perfect opportunity for Z to polish up his combat ability. He had even received some ancient legacies, and unless he put them to practice, he'd never reach the absolute limit of his ability. There's also the fact that Z himself should have pretty strong instincts too. That should make things more interesting. And before you begin, don't think I'm not taking this seriously. I'm taking this very seriously. You will understand shortly. Without any further explanation, Lex turned to look towards Z despite his demeanor seeming like he was relaxed. Lex had all his attention focused on Z should anything happen. Not only would Lex be able to teleport to him in an instant, he could also remotely erect protective barriers around Z. Speaking of protective barriers, it had been a long time since Lex actively focused on improving his understanding of defense. He should have a clone meditate on that topic, lest he lose all the progress he got from Regal Embrace as he moved up in level. Z, meanwhile, was standing on the rampart, coordinating the defense in a highly efficient manner. He let the locusts come close to the walls so that the attacks wouldn't have to travel far, and time wouldn't be wasted in aiming. He also used the least amount of energy to keep the locusts at bay, ensuring that they would be able to maintain their defense for decades without interruption. But he had only just established the defensive line when Luther informed him of a change. Z looked out into the distance and felt his mind buzz when he laid eyes on the knight in black armor. Lex Keeman and even Luther had suffered no backlash when they saw the knight, for they were all highly experienced cultivators, who had endured countless trials and tribulations. Z, on the other hand, despite training harshly and taking on immense responsibility, did not have quite the same level of experience as those three. Thus, the very sight of the enemy was like a spiritual attack, one he had been unprepared for. Lex had wanted Z to fight the knight because he wanted him to hone the legacy he had received from the human king, but what Lex hadn't taken into account was that Z was someone who had been raised on anime. Most anime protagonists did not use swords, but the king's legacy had to do with swords. As such, all Z had really done was take inspiration from those legacies to create his own skills. The baton appeared in Z's hand once more. Setting the stage for an epic fight didn't go well with fighting efficiently, but he also couldn't afford to hold back. After all, Z had already seen through Lex's intentions. Bringing him here to Abaddon, some strange, forsaken place, to fulfill some secret mission and fight off countless enemies. Discover secrets hidden from the entire universe. Uncover a conspiracy that spanned the universe and threatened to destroy all life as we know it. Oh please, that was the most cliché plot Lex could have come up with. That was all just an excuse. In truth, Z was certain that Lex already knew how to complete his mission in this place, but wasn't revealing it because this was just the beginning of Z's training arc montage, where he would face countless powerful enemies one after another. Since that was the case, if he didn't overcome his limits and surpass his current strength, he was afraid Lex would end up telling him to manage even more stores. He would never do that. The very canyon shook from the bass of Z's music as he whipped his baton through the air, crushing the locusts into paste. The knight, however, had survived because of course he had. "Let the training arc begin," he whispered. Chapter 1570, If Looks Could Kill. The Reaving Dread was a mercenary group, but describing them as such would be quite inadequate. They were not mere mercenaries. They were the best of the best, the most ferocious and capable fighters, able to outperform anyone within their rank. It was quite common for members of their mercenary group to fight above their level, and with the special augmentations provided by the condottieri, they were also especially difficult to kill. It was exactly those features of theirs that allowed them to survive for so long in Abaddon, while everyone else who tried to accompany them died. That was not to say the reinforcements were weak or didn't help. They were quite strong and relieved a tremendous amount of pressure off of them, but ultimately they all fell short. Now, though, Keeman was really questioning whether they really were the best of the best. He always knew that they were destined to never get the elitist fighters in the realms, for they usually did not become mercenaries. They usually had organizations to back them up or powers of their own to rule. But the difference should not have been great. It should not have been. Really, the Reaving Dread were supposed to be awesome. Yet as Keeman looked upon the human who had once again begun to fly above the rampart with baton in hand, killing an army of locusts with a wave of his hand, he could not help but feel inferior. In truth, it wasn't Keeman's fault. If after being baptized by numerous star realm changes and the energy from a newborn realm and receiving the inheritance of a human king, as well as the numerous other advantages the inn offered him, if Z couldn't even do this much, then it would be a real waste. It wasn't for nothing that the Midnight Inn had become recognized as the spot with the humans with the greatest potential in all the universe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that in the future, if the human race ever got Tao Lords, there was over a 90% chance that they would come from the Midnight Inn. A cape made of orange energy began to emerge from behind Z as he continued to wave his baton, slowly raising the tempo of the music reverberating through the canyon with each wave. Clouds began to gather in the red sky above Abaddon, and an ominous pressure began to build, as if a destined showdown was about to begin. As Lex watched Z build up his momentum for his battle, something unexpected happened. He gained a new black bead. Lex was slightly confused about why watching Z fight would get him a bead, but he didn't waste time thinking about it. Instead, he deployed all the beads he had gathered so far, choosing to completely surround one of the lone white beads. As soon as he was done, Lex began to receive feedback from the board, slowly learning more about the game, and finally got a hint as to how he could retaliate. His latest bead, the one he got from watching Z, was placed directly over the surrounded white piece, crushing it much like the rook piece crushed his beads. Lex felt a sliver of a cool energy flow into his body and disappear. He had no idea what that energy was, but he got the feeling that he had stolen a hint of his opponent's destiny. 2 battles were taking place, one silent and hidden and one out in the open. Just as the Black Knight was about to reach the castle walls, the music reached its zenith, filling Z with a level of excitement he hadn't felt in a long time. "Behold the beat drop," Z exclaimed, and waved his baton downwards, causing it to disintegrate and mix in with the music that had filled the canyon. Just as the name implied, the beat dropped, and with it, Z dropped onto the black with his first punch. Just like that, the battle began. Thunder roared in the clouds above as purple lightning snaked through the black clouds that had gathered. The ground trembled continuously, as if shaking in fear. The very air was sharp with anticipation, a result of the unique intent that Z had mastered. But those were just the more obvious repercussions of their first clash. Through Lex's eyes, the world had turned into a jungle of chains as Z manipulated the laws with his tenets. The Black Knight, similarly, caused a reaction in laws as well. He was not using tenets, as far as Lex could tell. Rather, his very armor contained the power of laws, as a result of which his every move caused a ripple through the laws. Lex could see that Z's combat strategy involved gaining momentum, and everything he did served to raise it. From the music, to his attacks, even to defending against attacks, everything Z did continued to raise his momentum, empowering him. The Black Knight, on the other hand, was a force of destruction. As he attacked, he not only targeted Z directly, but also targeted his momentum, reducing it as much as he could. Unfortunately for Z, the Black Knight was inherently much more powerful than him, so whether it was in their direct fight, or in their fight to manipulate laws, the Knight was winning. "He is not as strong as the Chimeras," Keeman said, surprising Lex with his words. "But his ability to manipulate laws is greater. I suspect he is also more intelligent than the Chimeras, making him a huge threat." As if to emphasize on that very fact, the Black Knight landed a vicious kick right on Z's face, throwing him back and causing his body to crash into the castle walls. "You don't have time for a long fight," Lex said calmly, his voice reaching Z down below. Your strategy of momentum gain is a good one, but it doesn't suit a battlefield. More enemies are on the way, you need to think of something else. Z opened his eyes, ignoring the blood dripping down his forehead, and looked at the Black Knight the way he wanted to look at his boss every time he had to work an extra shift. If looks could kill, the knight would already be dead. Chapter 1571. Z is always right. As Z picked himself up off the ground, dirt and rocks falling off his body, the background music started to change. It went from fast-paced and energetic to solemn and powerful. Inspired by anime, Z had decided his path to power long ago. Unlike Lex, who took the best of every opportunity he faced and absorbed it to make it his own, Z merely took inspiration from all external sources and instead focused on refining himself to the utmost. So while Lex developed a dragon's heart, Z made his own stronger. While Lex learned the sword technique given to him by a Tao Lord, Z only took inspiration from the legacy of the human king. While Lex. The list went on, but in essence, Z walked his own individual path. It could not be said that any one path was better than the other, just that they were different. Having taken inspiration from anime, as well as the devils who spent the most time inside the inn, Z decided that he needed to have many forms, each stronger than the one before. Yet one could not just have another form because they wanted to. So he devised a way in which he could. Gathering momentum was the first step. Using that momentum to transform was the next. Obviously, if he had more time to gather momentum, the transformation would be even greater. In truth, this was not technically a flaw in Z's technique. After all, fights between immortals could go on for days if not weeks or months. A fight that lasted just a few minutes was exceptionally rare, for they would have incredible vitality that was not easy to get rid of, not to mention the vast amounts of power. Lex's fights with immortals were the exception, not the norm among immortal fights. The locusts, who were mindless creatures that could not wield laws with any level of expertise, were still easier to kill despite their innate qualities. The Dark Knight, however, not only had formidable strength, his very armor influenced the laws, allowing him to wield a limited number of laws with greater expertise than Z ordinarily. Against such an opponent, a long fight would be required. But as Lex pointed out, the situation didn't allow for a drawn-out fight. Z would have to use some extreme measures. There could be no growth without discomfort. Unlike Lex and Velma, Z didn't only have just one tenet. Instead, he had a number of tenets, yet their essence was fairly simple. It was, perhaps, an idea even more bold than Lex's tenet for supremacy. Z's tenets revolved around the idea that whatever he did was the right and correct way of doing things. That is why when he started to use hand symbols, inspired by an anime about ninja that he saw, his tenets began to work, and the laws were being influenced. Technically, using one's tenet did not require any physical movement or change, but since Z believed that using his hand signs improved the power of his tenets, and whatever he did was clearly right, that's exactly what they did. As the music reached a crescendo, a purple lightning bolt fell from the sky and slammed into Z. Yet instead of suffering as a result of the lightning strike, a purple aura became visible around Z, and his long blonde hair stood up straight. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes as he looked at the Black Knight, and like a flash of lightning, Z disappeared. He was so fast even Lex lost track of him, an incredible feat. But a loud, thunderous boom quickly informed everyone of Z's location. He had appeared right before the Black Knight, punching him straight in the face. Space rippled from the enormity of the power unleashed, and the ground erupted underneath the Black Knight. Yet that was not even where the real strength of his punch was focused. The real battle was between the laws that Z was using, and the laws within the knight's black armor. Laws made up everything that existed within the universe, and immortals could influence those laws to behave as they wished. At the Earth immortal level, it was still only influence, and never completely control. The true clash between the Dark Knight and the now clad in purple aura Z was directly between their laws. Z was trying to break the influence that the armor had on laws, which was much harder than it seemed. With every attack, with every technique, Z tried to whittle down the armor's influence on the laws, while the Dark Knight tried to shatter Z's tenets. It was an incredibly dangerous way to fight, and not usually how immortals fought. It was too risky. Lex, who was observing the fight, suddenly gained enlightenment about how he could improve his defense by imbuing it with laws, just like that armor. The laws need not be relevant to defense at all. They need not even be used. Their very existence will make the defense much harder to break due to how stable laws themselves were. Conversely, it would similarly be difficult to imbue those laws to begin with. A new bead appeared above the Go board, but this one was not the normal round bead that Lex usually summoned. Instead, it was in the shape of a shield, and Lex instinctively knew that the 10 tiles around this bead could never be attacked by the rook piece or any other piece. He immediately placed it near the few beads he had placed on the board, protecting them and gaining new insight into the fight he was having in his mind. But he didn't have time to dwell on that. "Luther, we have more guests. Make sure they don't disturb Z. Go to the Great Hall and try out the weapons that were installed in the walls." From afar, he could see a new tide of locusts appear, and leading them seemed to be what Keeman called a king locust. They were the perfect opponents to test out exactly how strong the castle really was. Chapter 1572, 3 Armies. Even if Lex told Z to hurry up, it was basically impossible for Z to quickly finish up a fight Lex didn't even think he could win in the first place. That didn't mean that Lex would interrupt the fight before it was needed. Simultaneously, Z's fight could not be disturbed. Although Z's music was lethal to the locusts, under the protection of their king, they could pretty much ignore its influence and march right up to him. In truth, if they didn't rely on their passive ability and actively resisted the music, they'd be able to survive. But even in their mindless form, they were too difficult a foe for most, let alone if they gained a measure of intelligence. Lex simply watched from the rampart as an ever-increasingly nervous Keeman stood by the sides. He was nervous not because he feared the Locust King. Rather, he did not want the Midnight Tavern to fall before he and his men returned to top form. While he had some reservations about Lex's attitude towards Abaddon, he could not deny that as a host and as a tavern keeper, he was doing a first-class job. "I'm not going to tell you what to do," finally Keeman said, unable to hold himself back. "All I suggest is that you stay fully prepared in case your defense doesn't hold as you expect it to. A Locust King is not a weakling." Lex nodded, and as if to reassure Keeman, told Leonidas to be prepared to venture forth at a moment's notice. The entire battalion was battle-ready. All they needed was the command, and they'd be deployed on the field. Lex himself did not move, however. He stayed in the perfect position to monitor the situation. Back when Luther had been helping him craft the castle, he had warned Lex that he needed to purify the malevolent influence of hellfire, or it would taint the castle. Lex took another approach instead. As Luther sat down on the throne in the Great Hall and gained complete control over the tavern, he finally gained an understanding of what Lex had done, and marveled at how he had managed to tame the very influence of hell itself. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Lex could control divine energy, so it would only be normal for him to be able to control malevolent energy. If anyone else in the universe heard Luther's rationale, they would first laugh at him. Then they would kill Lex. A force capable of controlling the energies of both hell and heaven was something the devils and angels had been conspiring to achieve for billions of years, facing strong opposition. Now, Lex was on the verge of achieving it himself unbeknownst to anyone. The only reason he would be able to do such a thing was his cultivation technique. However, Lex had not actually done that. In fact, Lex had never even tried to use malevolent energy, and instead used supremacy to bind the malevolent influence of hell to the castle so that it could be unleashed in a tamed manner. Perhaps that is also why no one in the universe had yet noticed how close he was to achieving the dream of two powerful races by accident. The castle walls trembled, and countless machicolations revealed themselves on the outer walls through which liquid fire started to pour out. Liquid fire was not the same as lava, it was something far more sinister. Just as the fire was about to touch the ground, it morphed, taking on the shape of a hellhound made entirely of flames. As the fire poured out of the castle walls, more and more hounds began to appear, each one just as crazed and hungry as the locusts themselves. Within the span of a few seconds, an army of hellhounds stood at the base of the castle walls, and all it would take was a single command from Luther for them to attack. But the command didn't come. The castle had one more weapon Lex had prepared, so Luther wanted to test that out too. While fires flowed out of the walls, thick white clouds began to flow out of the tower windows. White clouds were not unusual, except that the clouds were emitting a chill so piercing just looking at them was enough to give frostbite. As the white clouds rose high, they eventually began to morph, taking on the shape of many wyverns. With icy wyverns up above and fiery hellhounds down below, the two weapons of the tavern castle had been deployed in full force. Oftentimes, when one thought of a hell, they usually thought of fire and burning, but in truth many hells were also icy, and equally as terrifying and malevolent. Using Fenrir's Ice Age attack as a foundation, Lex had allowed the malevolent energy that tainted the castle to manifest in two different ways. The sight was intimidating, for not only had two armies been summoned virtually out of thin air, they radiated a ferocious aura of hell, intimidating anyone who felt it. In truth, the number of these creatures that could be summoned was not limitless, and would require an external energy source. Similarly, the malevolent energy that was used to create them could be temporarily exhausted. That was why Lex sent Luthor to summon them. While the energy source could be any number of things, from spirit stones, to individuals, to power plants of some kind, Luthor's hellfire was an important ingredient in resupplying the tavern with malevolent energy, enabling him to summon a lot more of them than anyone else. The most insidious thing about these conjurations summoned using malevolence was that as they fought and killed and ate their enemies, they would grow stronger. Just as the locusts were about to near Z, Luthor sent the command, and the armies leapt forward, eager to meet their foes. The three armies clashed headfirst without slowing down whatsoever, causing a massive explosion filled with fire and ice. The locusts, whose very bodies were fused with strange laws that caused them to live without souls and recover without end, soon began to be devoured by the hellhounds and wyverns, while the hellhounds and wyverns started to grow larger in size every time they killed a foe. Chapter 1573. I watch anime too. Before Lex was a land covered in total chaos. Armies carrying the malevolent aura of hell clashed against the abominable armies of Abaddon. The Locust King was far superior to the level of the armies, and at first caused incredible destruction with every wave of his hand. Lex even considered personally making a move to constrict him for a while, but it turned out to be unnecessary. The hellhounds and wyverns grew stronger with each kill, and were like soldiers under Luthor's command. The weaklings distracted the king, while those who grew strong devoured even more locusts, speeding up their growth. It was a race to see if the king could kill enough of the tavern's armies, or if the two conjured armies could strengthen enough of its members to take on the king. Either way, a stalemate of sorts seemed to be reached far away from Z, allowing him to continue his fight in peace, if that made any sense. But there was no peace to be had. Even though Z was punching the knight with everything he had, even though he was trying to affect its armor, even though he had an awesome cape, and even though he had entered his first transformation, he was losing. Z could feel it deep within his bones, he was losing. His attacks weren't strong enough, his defenses not tough enough, and his transformation not transformed enough. Given the unfavorable conditions, this was the best he could do, yet it was not good enough. Not only would this not speed up the end of the fight enough, he could tell that unless something changed, within 6 to 8 hours, Z would be the one to falter. Now faltering and being defeated were far from the same, but in Z's case it might as well be the same thing. Faltering would mean losing his momentum, and that was akin to death. This was his current limit as long as he fought in a stable, risk-free manner. Yet how could it be a training arc if he only fought stably? What he had to do now was use the techniques he had been pondering, but either he had not fully mastered yet, or not fully created yet. The reason they were still in the experimental stage was because they were vastly more powerful, and thus required a lot more thought and planning before they could be used without harming his body. Do you know who the coolest character is in an anime? Z asked the Black Knight, though he was not expecting an answer. It is those who dress in black, the knight responded, as if he was well familiar with anime. Wrong, it's neither those who dress in black, nor is it the main character. Instead, it's the main character's friend or teacher who has a badass eye technique that's a super powerful attack. The purple lightning within Z's eye converged into his pupils and shot out of his eye like a blast of laser. This happened at the speed of light, leaving the armored knight no time to respond. The purple lightning struck the black armor and caused it to cave in, resulting in a massive dent in the chest. In fact, there was even a small rip in the very center of the dent, revealing a hint of the creature's skin below. The most important thing was that the structure of the armor was significantly important to maintaining the laws within. Once the armor was deformed, a significant amount of its ability to manipulate laws deteriorated. With a single attack, the knight became weaker, but Z2 did not escape without harm. He had to close both eyes as streams of blood dripped down his eyes, as if he were crying blood. The fact that he had been able to attack without rupturing his eyes was a miracle, but they did not escape unharmed. Unless they were treated, they would not be usable anymore. Even his body's natural healing would be insufficient to heal them, for that purple lightning contained an immense amount of destructive power influenced by the law of lightning. But the loss of his eyes did not blind him. Instead, Z took advantage of the opening he created, as well as the armor's tier, and dashed forward. All the purple aura that was surrounding his body concentrated around his right index finger, causing it to carry all his energy and momentum. Having already suffered from an unexpectedly strong attack, the knight tried to dodge the attack, but just wasn't fast enough. Z's finger tore through the opening in the armor and stabbed into the creature's body, causing a massive explosion contained within the remaining armor. Sensing both the declining state of his body and the weakening power of the creature, Z didn't hesitate to continue the onslaught. Showing a grave expression as if he had made a very serious decision, Z asked the Black Knight another question. "Do you know what's a cool way to end a boss fight?" he asked. "A one-hit kill," the Black Knight responded, giving Z pause. "Well, I can't deny you're wrong, but in the absence of the ability to one-hit kill, you use a special move or technique that you have been training for a long time." This time the Black Knight did not give Z the chance to attack. Instead, he unleashed a devastating strike of his own, attacking from an unexpected angle, taking Z by surprise. There was no time to dodge and no time to set up a defense. An armored glove connected with Z's face, causing an enormous explosion. The canyon floor tumbled as a massive dust cloud filled the air and blew away the dark clouds that had gathered up above, revealing once more the red sky. Keeman's expression fell, though Lex only turned his head oddly. Why did it seem to him like Z was playing a video game? There was the sound of another strike, and a heavy gust of wind blew away the dust, revealing what was happening inside. Chapter 1574. I watch anime too, I. Z was standing above a kneeling armored knight, this time a red aura around his body, and a small dagger in his hand. From afar, it almost looked like a like a steak knife. "Have you been holding back this entire time?" the Black Knight asked, looking at Z oddly. "Not really. Using my second form means I'll exhausted all my energy and need to go to a recovery pod for days. I didn't want to use it, but I had no choice." "Should I act like a defeated villain and ask how you did it?" the knight asked. His voice was strained, yet oddly lacking the kind of emotions one would expect from someone about to be defeated. "I have a powerful bloodline called Regalia Bloom. It allows me to manipulate energy through my weapons. But that doesn't really suit my style, so I've been working on a way to manipulate energy through my body instead, unlocking my second form. Unfortunately, my body isn't strong enough to tolerate the laws that allow my bloodline to so easily take control of external energy, nor can I rely solely on my body, hence the knife. But even in its incomplete state, my second form allows me to use all the energy around me to my will, making me as strong as I want to be. For you, unfortunately, that means that the power of your attacks only serves as my fuel. Do you have any last words?" The knight looked at Z for a while, then turned to look at the castle in the distance. "Before I died, I too was from Earth. I sensed the aura of Earth on another and came to see my fellow planet made. Unfortunately for me, it seems I won't be able to see him just yet. Unfortunately for you, I also grew up watching anime." Z suddenly felt an immense danger and rushed to strike the knight with his knife, but it was too late. A beam of black light, if such a thing were possible, shot out of the armor before the armor exploded in its entirety. Z was neither able to attack the knight in time, nor could he block the attack. Instead, he was forced to divert all the energy from the explosion away from himself. His transformation allowed him to handle a lot more energy than he could have just simply using Regalia Bloom. But the downside was that the more energy he converted, the more damage his body would take. Diverting away the energy from an attack that would otherwise kill him only caused him a grave injury. The trade wasn't bad, but Z grimaced even so. He could tell that the Dark Knight wasn't dead and that he would be back. It seemed he had himself an adversary. The red aura around Z began to fade away, and weakness quickly began to replace the strength he had, causing him to stumble. Yet before he could catch himself, Lex appeared beside him and held him steady. "That was not bad. You did better than I expected," he said honestly. Yet the praise stung Z, for this was the first time he had received praise for failing. "He's not dead, he'll be back. I failed to catch him for interrogation." "Yeah, Luther's sulking in the Great Hall now that he has no one to interrogate," Lex said with a chuckle. "But don't be too hard on yourself. You did well against a stronger opponent. Next time you'll do better." "It's going to take me weeks in the recovery pod to come back to fighting condition. It's likely the Black Knight will be back long before then." Well, you're right about the fact that the Black Knight will probably be back sooner than that, said Lex. But you're wrong about your recovery time. You think I'm holding your shoulder for what balance? Z, startled, turned his attention towards his shoulder where Lex had grabbed him from, and noticed that his body was already visibly recovering. There was no warm aura, no cooling effect or anything like that. Lex was simply directly healing him. What's more, there were various intents hidden in his body, yet under Lex's influence they seemed to melt away. Shocked, Z looked back at Lex, then just rolled his eyes. Of course he shouldn't be shocked. It made total sense. The Earth-immortal human who could fight heavenly immortals, probably, and gave death threats to demi-Dao lords on the weekends, of course, knew how to heal as well. He probably learned in one weekend when he was off saving a galaxy or something. Z bet Lex could heal souls and spirits too, because why wouldn't he be able to do that? Just because it was one of the most difficult things to do? No, that was no barrier to Lex. Not content with rolling his eyes once, Z rolled his eyes again. He wouldn't be surprised if Lex learned to heal just so that Z couldn't take sick days. He would be forced to work always. How was anyone with a sane mind supposed to believe Lex was just an Earth immortal? Honestly, he should have worked more on his disguise, like riding in on a Jorlam. That would probably be less conspicuous. By the way, I'm going to fuse a drop of Jorlam Heart's blood into your body. It will make you much stronger and much more resilient to the effects of laws on your body and soul, said Lex, as if it was the most casual thing in the universe. Z would have rolled his eyes a third time, but Lex was currently healing his eyes, so he had to make do with a groan. Also, I like your transformations, but you're wasting your aura by just making it visible. Instead, why don't you also imbue it with certain powers? Let me give you a few ideas. Lex began to improve Z's techniques on the fly, because that was totally so normal. He felt Lex was just showing off at this point, but that didn't stop him from listening to the advice. It was good. Chapter 1575. The hero is the bad guy's brother. While the battle in front of the castle raged on, within the tavern the Reaving Dread were receiving some well-deserved care and attention. Almost 90% of them had laid down in recovery pods, and many of those had even fallen asleep. This behavior was as a result on the ingrained instincts of a soldier. Any time they received even the slightest hint of free time, they would either sleep, eat, or heal themselves. This was not because they were lazy or had bad habits. Instead, all three of those helped them recover to their most battle-ready state possible. Within recovery pods, they could both sleep and heal, which was a 2-for-1 they would never waste. If they could somehow fit eating into that as well, they certainly would have. The reason, then, that the number in the recovery pod was only 90%, and not 99.99% excluding only keymen, was because of another rule that the soldiers abided by. On a mission, regardless of the circumstances, they never fully lowered their guard. So while the most critically injured recovered and rested, those who were less injured stayed nearby to keep guard. Of course, they did not make their intentions obvious, and even spread out so that it looked like they were actually enjoying the tavern's services. This could simultaneously be considered intel gathering. Such professionalism, despite being pushed to their physical and mental limits, is exactly what made them the best of the best. Of the services that the remaining members enjoyed, the one that got the most attention was, naturally, the bar. Regardless of race, regardless of gender, regardless of cultivation level, it was practically a law of the universe that soldiers loved their drinks. Compared to the rest of the castle, the bar was only dimly lit, with blinds covering the windows, limiting the red light coming in from outside. The thick scent of void agarwood filled the room, and there was actually a fairy in the corner playing the flute. This fairy had originally been a music player within the first tavern Lex had built, back in the Crystal Realm. Later on, he joined the inn and became a full-fledged worker, though what he liked most was playing music. The sounds of hustle and bustle, of relieved laughter and excited chatter covered the gentle melody, yet the fairy didn't mind. In fact, it felt that the sounds of enjoyment were the ultimate complement to its music. Yet on a table on the far side of the room sat a small group, eyeing everyone suspiciously even as they drank warm vanilla-flavored milk from their giant mugs. "Don't be ridiculous, Malfoy," said a bull, a milk mustache clearly evident on its face. "How can this be an illusion? We've received reinforcements before. The tavern fits the style of all the strange reinforcements we've gotten before. Heck, it certainly beats that group of cobblers who suddenly appeared to back us up. Though I'll admit, they made good shoes when they weren't busy dying. Trust me, Moo, this is one of Abaddon's tricks. Since it couldn't beat us in a fight, it's beating us by breaking us from within. The reason we can even talk like this is because they're focused more on Keeman than us. That's why he's been separated from us. Trust me, if you try to meet him, they'll prevent you from doing it. We have to find a way of informing the others and mounting a rescue. I don't know. It seems pretty silly to try to defeat us by healing our wounds and restoring our strength, said Moo with a look of hesitation. Yet Malfoy was insistent. Do you have any proof? Asked a third member on the table. As the three discussed amongst ourselves, they didn't notice that sitting right beside them was a wolf, a Kun Peng, and a Saul bird. Covered by Fenrir's stealth technique, the three of them were entirely undetectable unless someone could see through Fenrir's bloodline ability. The three beasts exchanged glances with each other and communicated through a series of howls, grunts, and shrill calls. Despite Fenrir and Little Blue reaching the Earth Immortal level, they still could not talk. Though at this point, Lex was certain that it wasn't that they couldn't talk, but that they refused to talk. Not that it mattered. Among immortals, verbal communication was one of the least efficient forms of speaking, and an exchange in spirit sense was more than enough to communicate. After a round of chatting amongst themselves, they seemed like they came to a conclusion of what they were going to do. The three of them vanished from where they sat, as if they were never there in the first place. Malfoy grit his teeth and was about to reveal the ultimate truth when he suddenly felt something. He felt like he was being observed. He turned around quickly and saw a bird perched on the windowsill, staring at him ominously. "I think we've been discovered," he exclaimed, yet the moment he brought everyone's attention to the window, the bird was gone. Chills spread down Malfoy's back as he realized that he had been discovered and had been warned. The others were still unconvinced, yet he was no longer in the mood to convince them. "Excuse me for a moment," he said with a trembling voice, and quickly scurried out of the bar, his mind racing. Yet just as he was about to leave, he felt the same sensation. He turned around, and once again on the same windowsill the bird sat there, watching only him. "I must warn the others," he muttered and ran out. Yet no matter where he went or who he crossed, the feeling like someone was watching him wouldn't go away. In fact, he practically felt like there was someone right behind him, breathing down his neck. Yet whenever he turned to look, he was alone. Startled, frightened, and distraught, Malfoy went into the bathroom and washed his face. Even if he was being watched, at least no one was doing anything to him, yet that meant he still had time. As he was trying to come up with a strategy in his mind on how to tackle the situation, he heard a knocking sound. He looked up, and in the mirror he saw, instead of his reflection, a frozen statue of himself, crying out in despair, surrounded by a deep darkness. Within that darkness, he could see a pair of wolf's eyes staring right into his soul. Chapter 1576. The hero is the bad guy's brother, aye. Malfoy was startled and nearly fell back, but he was a soldier at heart. Even if he was scared, he would fight, not run. Since he was exposed, he attacked the mirror, yet his attack bounced off it like it was nothing. The next second, everything returned to normal. Malfoy was standing in the bathroom, and his reflection was absolutely normal. There was no frozen statue, and there was no shadowy wolf staring at him. Malfoy snorted, and was about to turn away when he noticed something in the reflection. There was a window showing the outside of the castle, and outside he saw Keeman standing on the ramparts, watching three armies fight. An idea flashed in his eyes, and he quickly approached the window and propped it open. After looking left and right, making sure that there were no problems, Malfoy leaped from the window, intent on reaching Keeman. Yet the moment he jumped, a familiar feeling returned. From the windowsill of the bathroom window, a bird was watching him. Its gaze alone was enough to unnerve him, as if it carried within its body a star. That brief distraction caused Malfoy to miss his target, and instead of jumping towards the ramparts, he leaped towards a rooftop greenhouse built atop a tower. Oddly enough, the glass of the greenhouse did not obstruct Malfoy and allowed him to fall within. Yet Malfoy was not relieved. Instead, he pulled out his weapons and prepared to face a formidable adversary. At a glance, the greenhouse seemed empty, the many trees, bushes, and small potted plants placed neatly in rows on the ground or on shelves. A large island of dirt in the center of the room housed many especially rare herbs that could attract the greed of even Earth immortals, yet Malfoy paid attention to none of that. The eerie silence in the greenhouse did not match the environment of the rest of the tavern, and it was clear that something terrible was about to happen. Just as he had that thought, a familiar feeling returned. A bird was watching him from somewhere, but Malfoy didn't have time to search, for a giant wolf suddenly appeared, staring at him as it passed the trees. With each step the wolf took, Its aura rose, so much so that its mere presence alone began to press on Malfoy. Yet the intimidating pressure only strengthened Malfoy's grip on his weapon. He had not taken a single step in retreat when he faced the horrors of Abaddon, and he would not retreat now. For a few moments the wolf kept staring at Malfoy, the pressure increasing still. Then, without any prior warning, it pounced. Malfoy raised his weapon, ready to fight back. Yet the destined clash never came. A sonorous howl bellowed through the hall, shaking the very ground and the sky, startling the wolf. It gave Malfoy one last, malicious look before disappearing, alongside the staring bird, as if they were running from something. At the same time, Malfoy felt the arrival of a heroic aura, pushing away all that was foul, as if coming to his rescue. From the skies arrived a being of magnificent grace, its wings more pure than that of angels, its body a testament to power and grace combined. The flying Leviathan, no, the Kun Peng, appeared right before Malfoy, its aura driving away all the impurity and insidiousness that this place hid. For some reason, Malfoy felt incredibly safe around it, as if he had been rescued. As Malfoy marveled at the sight of a legendary creature, nearly extinct in the whole universe, the Kun Peng searched the greenhouse for any signs of its enemies, yet did not find them. Finally, the Kun Peng turned to Malfoy, and connected its spirit sense to his. "Are you injured, child?" A cute little voice, clearly trying to sound deep, asked Malfoy. The immortal, who was well over 1,000 years old, looked at the young Kun Peng with an odd expression. "No, it takes more than just that to harm me. We hadn't even begun to fight yet," Malfoy said, for some reason feeling incredibly trustful of the Kun Peng. "You are lucky I arrived in time," the adorable voice said, trying to sound serious. "You have somehow attracted the attention of the twin evils. If they managed to get to you, it would not be death you would face, but corruption." "Are you also trapped here in this evil tavern?" Malfoy asked. "No, I am not trapped. I am this tavern's protector. The twin evils you saw, Sunny and Fenrir, were once protectors too. But a truly insidious evil got to them and infected them, causing them to try and ruin this place. Yet, as long as I am here, they will never succeed." A light suddenly shone down from the sky, as if giving the turtle a spotlight. Malfoy couldn't even see a source for the light. It was as if it just appeared. "Can you tell me what happened? How did they get infected? My army is staying at the tavern, and they're in danger." "Fret not, child. As long as I am here, I will never let your friends come to harm. It is my responsibility. After all, once upon a time, the twin evils were my twin brothers." The Kun Peng said the last line extremely dramatically, as if revealing a great secret. "The wolf and the bird were your twin brothers?" Malfoy asked, highly confused. "Yes, we three were all born each other's twins," Little Blue said firmly. "Wouldn't that make you triplets?" "Yes, exactly. We three are twin brothers," Little Blue said, ignoring Malfoy's question as it tried to recall its lines as it began its monologue. "You see, we three were all protectors of this place once, but then the unthinkable happened. My brothers discovered Reddit, and they were never the same again." In an incredibly precious yet solemn voice, Little Blue began to recite the lines Fenrir had prepared for it. The parts he couldn't remember, he filled in on his own. It was a highly convincing performance. Chapter 1577. Meanwhile While the armies of the castle tavern fought, while Z learned from Lex how to be more unreasonable, while the three beast twins played around with the mercenaries, the universe had not come to a halt. In fact, Lex was aware of the fact that the flow of time within Abaddon was unusual and variable. From one second to the next, the flow of time in Abaddon could change compared to the rest of the universe without rhyme or reason. One moment it could be slower than the Midnight Realm, and the next second it could be double the speed of the Midnight Realm. That made it incredibly confusing to keep track and very unpredictable. Fortunately, Lex's immortal mind could keep track. Within the Midnight Realm, at that time, the death match between Jotun and the ruler of the fiery mammoths had begun. As per the Henali Convention, this was how battle between galactic civilizations, meaning civilizations where travel between galaxies was possible, was to be conducted. Such fights put the burden of conquest on the top few of both civilizations instead of the bottom many, and allowed the outcome to be determined with minimal damage to the galaxies and star systems. So far, there had been 24 death matches. 8 of those fights were between heavenly immortal generals of Jotun and similarly ranked beasts. 16 of those matches had been between Earth immortals. The last fight was to be between celestial immortals. The Jotun Empire had won 13 of the previous 24 fights, but lost 11. Considering that these were death matches held within the inn, such a ratio meant that both forces had suffered greatly. If any one of the civilizations had won 70% of the matches, then the final match between the rulers would not have taken place. However, since it did not, the fight had now begun. The reason that the Henali Convention was organized in this way was to dissuade fights between civilizations. They wanted the origin realm to prosper, not get involved in unnecessary fights. Unfortunately, sometimes, these fights were unavoidable. Emperor Jotun appeared on a barren stretch of land that seemed to go on forever, with a pitch-black sky above him. There was vast amounts of nothingness all around, which was fine because if anything existed within that space, it would have been destroyed anyway. The ruler of the fiery mammoth stood before Jotun, its body an enormous well of power, the mere sight of which could destroy an ordinary heavenly immortal. It was not without reason that, with only a single galaxy at their disposal, they had managed to confront the Jotun Empire which had so many galaxies. The fact that they had been able to produce so many heavenly immortals using the resources of a single galaxy was, in truth, even more formidable than the spread of the Jotun Empire. Most galaxies in the origin lacked a single heaven immortal altogether. This wasn't because of lack of talent, or even lack of resources. Instead, it was because even a single galaxy was an incredibly vast space to search for immortals. In truth, enough resources existed to promote numerous Earth immortals to heaven immortals, yet in most cases those resources could never be found, or their worth was unidentified. Relatively speaking, it was easier to simply occupy another galaxy where heaven immortal grade resources had already been found than to look for them within one's own galaxy. Of course, there were incredibly complex ways to induce the birth of such resources, or attract them over large distances, but that was not something just anyone could do. Taoist Burhan, you should have never crossed the Jotun Empire, Jotun said as he summoned a large gold axe. Why not? It will soon be my domain, and humans will have to assume their rightful place as slaves, Burhan, the mammoth ruler stated, not a shred of doubt in his voice. Jotun merely shook his head. You may think that I was chosen as a representative of the Henali due to my dashing good looks, but actually it's because of something else. Let me show you. Jotun began to casually step forward, his skin turning obsidian in color as his body changed from organic into something else entirely. What Jotun was displaying was the unique bloodline he had created. He called it Black Hole. I thank you in advance for contributing to my rising cultivation, he muttered, his voice alone carrying with it the power of firmament, one of the 8 ruling laws of the universe. The mammoth was not afraid, and turned his body into star fire. In that moment, his mere body alone could replace a star in a functional star system without issue. A hush fell over the Midnight Inn, as everyone could feel the auras of the 2 celestial beings without being suppressed by it. All eyes were on the screen, as a fight between celestial immortals was not something seen every day. In fact, even a number of heavenly immortal dragons, and one particularly obese celestial immortal dragon had also shown up to the inn to watch the fight. Besides them, a number of extremely prominent and powerful races had made their way to the inn, including Zarkon, the previous winner of the Henali tourney, and a Jinn, one of the rarest races in the universe. It was because all eyes were on the match, or on the arrival of the truly famous guests, that no one seemed to notice that in a corner of the inn, the latest Lick guard was standing before Anita, the inn's very own Lick. The two said nothing, but had a silent confrontation nevertheless. The guard was a celestial immortal and a traditional Lick, while Anita was the very personification of beauty and holiness. Not only was her very appearance counter to a normal Lick's appearance, she was even giving birth to a non-undead entity which was highly controversial. Lastly, she seemed to lack a phylactery, which just didn't make sense for a Lick. Despite her many oddities, she was definitely a Lick, for the guard could feel a certain threat from her that only a Lick could produce. She could, if the circumstances were right, steal control of his many undead soldiers. Chapter 1578. Meanwhile, I. No words were exchanged between the two, and yet they came to a certain conclusion. The Lick guard was much stronger, but in Anita's opinion, it was an inferior grade of Lick. Such a conclusion naturally enraged the Lick, and he nearly attacked her right then and there, but a prompt from his system brought him back to reality. Oh, also his senses telling him that should he try anything funny at the moment, he would instantly be converted into fertilizer. If you want to learn to be better, don't act like a toddler. Locking yourself in your room won't help you make any friends either, Anita scolded. Weak thing, are you really in any position to tell me what to do? You are a speck of dirt in front of me. Yes, an attitude like that won't help you make friends either. Come back to me when you're ready to talk like a grown-up. Anita simply turned around and walked away without a care. The Cthulhu baby, who could now control its size and had shrunk adequately so that it could be carried by Anita, simply stared at the lick. Eventually, it did the Cthulhu equivalent of sticking out its tongue, which was to wave its many tentacles at the lick. The celestial lick was provoked once more, but it could feel itself being observed by some powerful entity and subject to some great causality. It dared not cause a problem. The security of the inn was great, even without his addition, he knew that much. In the end, he could do nothing but watch the woman leave. Elsewhere inside the inn, something was happening that Lex had not expected for another few thousand years at the very least. Liz's fusion with Nemo was coming to an end. Liz's eyes flickered, and she woke up to find herself in an unfamiliar environment. But her mind was not slow to recall what had happened, and she quickly checked on her condition. "Good morning, sunshine," said Nemo as it swam on her skin in the form of a small goldfish tattoo. "Are you ready for an adventure?" "What's going on? I feel like our fusion went a lot faster than it should have," Liz said, feeling bewildered. She was struggling to come to terms with the incredible power she was feeling within her body. She felt like she could arm wrestle a dragon. What's more, her cultivation had dropped, and she was back to being in the chi training realm, but she didn't mind at all. She could tell that she needed to cultivate in a unique way now. More importantly, she had unlocked her fusion form. She could now fuse with Nemo to demonstrate an immense amount of power that she couldn't even fathom. "Well, yes, that's right. And I was enjoying the little nap that the fusion caused, but there's a lot of fun little fellows at the inn right now, and I feel like we could have a lot of fun with them, so I finished up the fusion quicker. Now we can go on an adventure." But that's now how it's supposed to work," muttered a bewildered Liz. It couldn't be helped. She would soon learn that how it was supposed to work was exactly according to the whims of a sovereign. While these relatively small-scale events were occurring, it just so happened that another major event was happening at the same time that would rock the entire universe. It was just that the people involved hadn't realized it yet. Within the Arctica realm, the Arctica race Tao Lords were overseeing the ongoing New Age Expo. Despite their firm control over their realm, they encountered countless issues as a result of the many guests that they welcomed, ranging from personal issues of important delegates to political issues that threatened to turn into potential rivalries. While the Arctica race were steadfast in their beliefs of right and wrong, they were not foolish enough to needlessly provoke the whole universe. They understood that practicing morality came from a position of strength, or at least, that's how they did it. They also had to deal with the fact that after their realm matured, it underwent many unexpected changes. They were all too familiar with their realm, and yet so much had changed. It was not just the levels specifically for Tao Lords that was the issue. So many new materials, new environments, new rules appeared once the realm matured. That was because the birth of certain materials required a stability in the form of energy, environment, and rules that only mature realms could provide. It was as a result of this rule itself that many were looking forward to the next coming era. "I've just got word. We have received a letter of intent from the 7 deadly brothers. They wish to enter the realm, and the realm lord has accepted. Many of the forces feel uneasy about our decision," said one of the Arctica Tao Lords. "It is good to make alliances with powerful individuals. They're more easy to predict and understand than powerful organizations. There's too much internal politics with organizations. Even so, go ahead and prepare a space for them lest there be any issues. I expect they will be bringing an extensive entourage as well, so try to ensure that the entourage ends up together, whichever level of the realm they end up in." "Got it. I'm getting another report about a new ore that was discovered. It's similar to a spirit stone, but it's exuding divine energy instead of spirit energy. A number of Tao Lords have reported that they sense its existence is ominous, but they can't tell why. Well, hurry up and have the Library of Heaven enter the Arctica realm. If we can access their repository of information, we won't need to rely on these organizations for all our data. They keep too much information hidden." "I'll work on it, but the library does as it wishes. Instead of responding to our invitation, I heard it cataloged the invite inside a history book." "Well, find some other way to look this up. We have more important things to worry about than some new ore." They did not. They really did not have anything more important to worry about than that ore. They just didn't know that. Chapter 1579. Meanwhile, I. Do you know of the butterfly effect? The man asked as he looked out at the dark horizon. If there were others in his company, there was no evidence of it, for no one responded to him. The butterfly effect suggests that small changes in initial conditions can lead to vastly different outcomes. For example, a flap of a butterfly's wing in one galaxy can cause a cup of hot chocolate to cool down quicker in another. I'm not sure that's how that's supposed to go, someone finally said, the doubt in their voice easily identifiable. That's not the point. The point is, we're in this situation, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, but I realize that there really is no better option. It's frustrating. We've been given the ultimate gift, but it's dangling right in front of us, yet we can't take it. No one else in the room spoke. Not all of them agreed with the man in this particular circumstance, but they didn't know how to voice their opinions. The man kept looking into the distance as if some answer would come from afar, riding on a white horse and solve his problems. But that wasn't how things worked. He would have to solve his own problems. When we came to the Midnight Inn as refugees, when the Earth was invaded and we were left with nothing, it was an immense loss. It was a loss we have not recovered from to this day. Yet it was also the greatest opportunity we have ever gotten. A land filled with spirit energy, access to amazing cultivation techniques, rare resources growing on the trees right in our backyards, exposure to the greatest powers and civilizations in the Origin realm. We got it all. It was a huge price we paid for it, but we got it all. Vigor filled the man's voice as he monologued, yet as he approached the end of his sentence, his energy seemed to fade. But what's the point? He asked helplessly. Every civilization we meet, humans are weak and pathetic. They have clear disadvantages in their cultivation, and they have to do double the work, use double the resources only to achieve the same results. Only the Jotun Empire is different, yet even they are nothing but puppets for another. It is a failure of an empire. In this universe, the human race has nowhere where they can claim to have an advantage, nowhere but the Midnight Inn. Slowly a flicker of some deep emotion passed through the man's eyes, and he turned to look at the people in the room. In the Midnight Inn, humans are not weak. In the Midnight Inn, humans grow stronger faster than anyone else. They have the backing, the resources, the potential, they have everything. Everything except the will to do anything with that power. They just want to serve others. The man said the last sentence with distaste, as if it was the most disgusting thing he'd ever heard. Look, boss, there's nothing we can do about it. Just living in a minor realm connected to the inn is a huge boon. Why don't you just nothing, the man roared. These goddamn peace hippies don't know the treasure they have. If instead of an inn they just mobilized an army, they could be the strongest human force in the realm. Heck, they could start setting the foundation for expansion, take over more realms. Instead, they just smile and greet peasants weaker than them. It's disgusting. Everyone in the room just exchanged glances but said nothing. Their boss, he was a man who wanted conquest but was trapped in a place he could do nothing. For anyone who wanted a peaceful life, the inn was an absolute paradise. They could cultivate, they could grow stronger, live however they wanted, and no one would persecute them. But for those who had ambition, it was like the fiercest prison. They had not the strength to face the inn, nor could they live in it, yet they also lacked the courage to leave it behind. But I have a plan, the man said, quickly calming down. We're going to infiltrate the inn. We're going to get jobs there and become a part of their what's this? The man suddenly paused his speech and moved his hand in the air in front of him, as if he was interacting with something. Of course I have grand ambitions, the man said, as if responding to a question no one else heard. Before anyone could ask him what he was talking about, the man disappeared, startling the group. They tried to look for him, call him, send him a message, or contact him in any way, yet they only received silence in response. Suddenly they felt afraid, as if the inn had punished their boss. The days passed and they never heard from their boss again, nor did they ever mention him either. It was an event that went mostly unnoticed, like a single flap of a butterfly's wing. Through some strange coincidence, no one realized that similarly, all across the Origin realm, many ambitious people disappeared. Yet being ambitious was not enough. Everyone who disappeared just happened to be in a position where no one would notice their absence. No one noticed the slight silent shift in the realm's destiny. The karma of the whole realm remained relatively unaffected, so there were no traces for anyone to detect. For all intents and purposes, such an event never happened. As such, no one noticed when a relatively mundane realm in the universe, one that was destined to never reach full maturity, suddenly gained 100 trillion new living beings. All of them had the grand conquest system, and all of them had 100 followers to begin developing their territories. and set off on a conquest to establish the strongest civilization. The boss, who had just been complaining about the wasted potential of the inn, began to smile as he understood more and more about his situation. After all, alongside the system, the territory, and the 100 followers, he'd also unlocked the ability to refine anything he touched into its purified form. That, especially for a cultivator, was a very strong ability. Chapter 1580, Return My Flower. Lastly, just manipulating laws is actually the wrong way to go about things, Lex told Z, his lecture so far detailed and educational. Directly using laws might sometimes be appropriate, but for the most part is a telltale sign of a new immortal. The correct thing to do is increase your understanding of laws enough to create lawcrafts. All around them was silence. The armies that the castle had summoned had disappeared, and there were no locusts in sight. This was because once Lex was satisfied with his test for the castle's weapons, Lex told Luther to stop, and began testing out the other means at his disposal. That meant the Midnight Battalion was deployed, who did a very decent job at killing the Locust King and the hordes of enemies. Still, that was not enough to cease the onslaught. According to Keeman, though there were many enemies in Abaddon, they did cease attacking after a time. Usually it was better to just run away, though. Naturally, that is not what the tavern did. Instead, Lex asked Luther to attack. Now, Lex wasn't expecting Luther to just go ahead and end the fight. In truth, he was just testing out the powers and abilities at his disposal so he knew what to do when the time came. Lo and behold, Luther did something that Z had been trying to do and transformed. He used his Hellfire, which granted him an ability similar to the Devil's, which allowed them to assume their devil form. Devil transformations usually allowed them to take on a shape similar to Hellions. That included famous Hellion races such as Ifrits, Iblis, Hellspawns, and so forth. What Luther transformed into was similar to an Usura, the universally known race for having anger management issues and the strength to back it up. Back up the reputation of Usuras he did. As it turned out, Luther had gained special expertise in fighting against large groups of enemies while he worked in the dungeons with Ereboth. Combined with his bloodline that granted him near-limitless power, Luther just went out and wiped out all the locusts. There hadn't been a single one for a while now, which allowed Lex to educate Z in detail. Luther, on the other hand, retreated to the recovery pod. Using his bloodline was like borrowing power from his future self. Whenever he wasn't fighting, he liked to pay off his bloodline debts as quickly as possible. Maintaining them meant that he had to continue using his bloodline, which in itself was draining, requiring him to take on more debt. So whenever he ended a fight, he would go into a recovery pod and expedite his recovery while paying back the largest amounts of energy as quickly as possible without crippling himself. Just as when you began cultivation, you had access to chi instead of spiritual energy. Becoming an immortal means getting access to laws. The way chi training cultivators fight is to use chi to empower themselves, but the proper, more effective way to fight is to use spiritual techniques. Similarly, lawcraft is using a law or multiple laws to create a unique set of rules or effects. Think of it as a spiritual technique on steroids. Learning another's lawcraft is extremely difficult, for it would require gaining a minimum level of understanding of specific laws equal to that of the person who created the lawcraft. Considering how tenets make everyone perceive laws differently, it's almost impossible to gain the same understanding of laws as someone else. That is why it is important to create your own lawcraft. Yeah, but I can't just craft a new lawcraft out of nowhere, Z stated. Even the techniques I use, each transformation I show, all of it requires hours, days, or weeks of testing, theorizing, studying, and even then my techniques are flawed. I can't make one up on the go. Lex looked at Z and tried to hide the look of pity in his eyes. When you go back to the inn, you can go meditate on the new brimming Dream Lotus. A special meditation room is being designed just for it to inspire enlightenment in whoever uses it. That should help you create your techniques. Until then, do as much research and learn as much as possible so that when you encounter your enlightenment, you have enough material to complete your technique. While Lex tried to hold back the pity in his eyes, Z tried to hold back the irritation. Lex was talking about enlightenment like it was a beverage he bought in a cafe on the weekends. Actually, finding enlightenment within Abaddon is quite easy, said Keeman as he walked up to the two. There's a black flower that grows in the wild here, and eating one of its petals causes instant enlightenment. Eating 2 petals causes extended law comprehension. If someone eats the whole flower, their entire spirit will be purified, such that their ordinary thoughts become akin to a low-level, weak enlightenment. Z and Lex both suddenly stared at Keeman with intense eyes, filled with an intense hunger and also anger. Keeman, why don't you tell me what other valuable opportunities can be found in Abaddon? Lex asked, straining to keep his tone civilized. No wonder a joint quest didn't offer any rewards. In fact, Lex was increasingly feeling like coming to Abaddon itself was a huge reward. He was planning on spending the next century or so in the Earth Immortal realm to maximize his strength and enhance his understanding of the realm. However, if he could get his hands on a couple of those black flowers, and whatever else Abaddon might have to offer, then the heavenly immortal realm might be just on the horizon for him. Hey, just because it exists doesn't mean it's easy to get. The flower is protected by... Listen, Keeman, you don't understand, said Z very seriously. It's very rude to burden others. If someone out there is straining themselves protecting my flower, then it's only right that I should make haste to relieve them of that burden. You don't need to worry about how they'll react, for you see, Lex is very convincing when he talks to others. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to return my flower to me once he has a chat with them. Chapter 1581 Anklet of Narn. Keeman looked oddly at Z, his flower. Since when did the black flower become Z's? Come now, Keeman, you can see how distraught little Z is over his lost flower. Don't hesitate to share the details. You know what they say. Helping others is accumulating good karma. You never know when it might come in handy. While we're on the topic, I forgot to mention I also lost a few of my items on the way over here. Why don't you tell me about all the opportunities you've encountered while here so I can tell if some of them might be mine? Up until that very moment, Keeman had a pretty good impression of Lex. Although he did not seem to take the danger of Abaddon seriously, he was not without his own merits. Yet such blatant display of shamelessness gave him new insight into his human host. He was honestly impressed, and decided that a friendship with Lex would be very beneficial. We've encountered both great treasures and incredible horrors. For example, the black river that's flowing right behind the castle is actually the blood of a dead defiler. Such a thing cannot be considered a treasure, yet it can be considered one of the most ruthless poisons in the universe. Getting your hands on a single drop of it would normally be hard. Unfortunately, this blood is so particularly potent that we cannot find a container strong enough to actually contain it. Lex looked towards the water and studied it for a moment. He did not need to test it out. He could tell, even from afar, that touching even a drop of the river would not only poison him, it might even be lethal, giving him very little time to react. In fact, in its current state, even the castle tavern might not survive the corrosion of that blood. Fortunately, the river had dug deep into the land, forming natural walls around its path, ensuring that it wouldn't spill over. For a moment, Lex thought about how he might be able to buy something from the system interface to store that poison. He had a few ideas, but for that he'd need to upgrade his gift shop. Currently, it seemed that he had hit kind of a plateau with what he could purchase for the gift shop, and it really wasn't very attractive towards a mortal. Lex suspected that if he upgraded his system functionality, he might be able to get better rewards. Previously, he did not want to upgrade his system because he didn't want to get pulled into any trouble above his level that it might throw at him. But the very existence of joint quests, which could not be denied, as well as competitive quests, and Lord only knew what else, meant that reason was no longer valid. The system was pushing him towards danger regardless of what he did, so he needed to adjust his strategy. Now he needed to grow stronger personally, as well as strengthen his system faster than the problems he faced so that he never lost his advantage. Keeman, I'll be frank with you. This place is filled with dangers, but it's also filled with opportunities that we won't find anywhere else. I think you'll soon learn that unlike the previous reinforcements you have received, those from the inn are not so weak. I think, while searching for the chalice to complete your quest, if we join hands and harvest some of the dangerous opportunities to be found in these lands, it will benefit us all. Keeman's instincts were to reject Lex, but then he paused and looked at the empty lands around them. He especially took a long time to study Luther, who looked depressed that the Black Knight hadn't been caught. It wasn't like the Reaving Dread mercenaries hadn't been able to kill locusts or locust kings. If that were the case, they wouldn't have survived 7 years here. In fact, they had even gone head-to-head against the chimeras, who were arguably much more powerful than anything the inn had faced. Even so, he had to admit, the creativity of those from the inn allowed them to kill with much more ease than the mercenaries. It seemed he needed no argument greater to convince him of the inn's might than the empty lands around the castle. I will prepare a list of things we've found here in the past 7 years. There is, however, a single item that I want to bring to your attention. I saw it once from far away, yet the very sight of it granted me knowledge of what it contained. If we can get our hands on that, I believe both the condottieri and the innkeeper will appreciate it. What is it? Lex asked with clear intrigue in his voice. Keeman's eyes suddenly became intense, and his breathing became heavy as he recalled what he had seen. It was 4 years ago, and I saw it flying away in the distance, too far out of reach. It was being chased by a ferocious creature the likes of which we cannot even hope to face. It was at the very peak of the celestial realm. So long as that creature is still chasing that item, we cannot get it. But if an opportunity presents itself. Keeman became silent, just the thought of it captivating him. What was the item? Z asked, clearly not a fan of the suspense. Keeman looked towards Z for a moment, and then spoke. It was called the Anklet of Narn. Contained within the anklet was an entire galaxy. Lex's eyes widened in surprise, though not because of the reason Keeman expected. Anklet. Lex already knew about the Bangle of Narn and thought it was a unique item. In fact, it was a unique item in the universe, considering it showed up in the list of options when he used his unique opportunity token. But now there was an anklet as well. Clearly there was a lot more to this than there appeared to be. More than the accessories, Lex began to wonder about Narn. What was Narn? Or perhaps he should be asking who was Narn and why did all his jewelry contain galaxies? Chapter 1582, Secrets of Death. You're absolutely right. Getting our hands on such a thing would probably make both of them very happy, but I don't see myself being able to fight off a celestial immortal, Lex said, not expressing his thoughts on the anklet itself. Z rolled his eyes, as if he didn't believe Lex at all. The man got a living heavenly immortal dragon body as his cultivation mat long before he became an immortal himself. Now that he was approaching the heavenly immortal realm, Z wouldn't be surprised if Lex got himself a celestial-level cultivation mat. In fact, Z quickly pulled out a notebook and wrote down celestial-level cultivation mat before becoming a heavenly immortal on it. The book was filled with countless other outrageous things Z and some of the other workers at the inn theorized Lex would do. At the top of the list was Kiss a Tao Lord, which was a surprisingly popular guess among the workers. There was another one that guessed he would refine his body cultivation inside the core of a star, and another that stated that he would master a brand new intent to the 5th level in a single day. Though Lex did not specifically look at the book in Z's hand, Lex was aware of everything that concerned him within a certain region. As such, not only did he know the contents of the book, he even knew Z's thoughts. He chose to ignore them for now. Abaddon is nothing if not unpredictable, Keeman said, probably for the 100th time. Never assume that you know what to expect and never get complacent. Lex nodded. Come, Keeman, let's return to the tavern. There's much we need to talk about, but I think it's best you use this time to recover first. We can discuss things in greater detail once you're in good health. I can't help but notice a couple spots on your back that look like they might have been attached to wings or something. If you've lost limbs, then the tavern has a reconstruction room that you should check out. As they returned to the tavern, Lex couldn't help but notice that the horizon in the distance was beginning to darken. Night, if such a thing existed in Abaddon, was coming, and Lex had an ominous feeling about that. According to his estimation, at the rate that the sky was darkening, it would take about 50 hours for night to completely descend. He needed to find out if there was anything specific to expect before then. Not really, said Keeman when Lex asked. The night and day cycle is several months long, and a single night lasts 6 weeks while daytime lasts about 8 weeks. While the night is not safe or anything like that, it's not particularly anything special either. At least, we've never encountered any special dangers related to the night before. Lex, however, was certain that things would not be so simple for them. Maybe it had to do with the Dark Knight who had tried to target him. Z, you talked to the Knight during your fight. Did you learn anything from him? Yes, he said he was also from Earth before he died, though I don't know if I should believe him. Before he died, Lex repeated. His words exactly, Z confirmed, which caused Lex to stop in his tracks and wear a visible frown. Lex had long become used to controlling his expressions and revealing only what he wanted to reveal. But sometimes, he did not need to hide how he actually felt. The secrets of life and death were some of the most elusive secrets in the universe. No one he knew ever even hinted at knowing the truth of what happened after death, or how a soul was formed. Sure, many had mastered the way to induce the formation of a soul within a vessel of some sort, whether it was organic or inorganic. Heck, even cloning could induce the birth of a soul. But the exact nature or origin of a soul remained a mystery. Sure, some deities could protect and collect the souls of their devout worshippers. Lex had, for a time, thought that there was something to their power. Later, he learned that deities basically transformed the soul into something akin to spirits. Regardless, No one knew what happened after death. Now, Abaddon had someone who claimed to have died, not to mention that the description of Abaddon itself mentioned that dead souls are attracted to it. Lex still found it unlikely that he could just stumble onto the secret of life and death so easily, but his curiosity had been piqued. Z, you must capture that knight. I feel like he's hiding a great secret that will be useful for us to know, Lex said, his voice unexpectedly solemn. Normally, Z would have just rolled his eyes and taken this as one of Lex's many setups to show off later on. However, even he could feel that with the coming of night, a grave danger was steadily approaching. Lex himself could have tried to capture the knight, but since he had already given the task to Z, he didn't want to step in unless needed. Lex took one more look at the darkened horizon before turning back towards the castle. Tell me, Keeman, have you ever had ice cream? I know you flame affinity beings avoid cold things, but I find mixing cold and hot provides an enjoyable experience when it comes to desserts. Ice cream? I am not familiar with this, Keeman said with a hint of doubt, unsure what that had to do with the solemn topics they were just talking about. Well, it's a great time for you to learn about them. Now, normally I'd say you start your introduction to ice cream with simple, classic vanilla. However, I feel like we can take things a step further. An ice cream milkshake sounds just like the thing that will help you with your recovery. Okay. Chapter 1583, Sleepover Vibe. Lex gave one last look to the empty lands of Abaddon before turning back towards the castle. Put the castle in high alert mode, Lex sent a message to Luther. During the night, don't let anyone go beyond the walls. I have a bad feeling about the darkness. For this mission, a chain of command had been established by Lex since he didn't want to get bogged down with defense. Leonidas would manage the battalion, but that was all. Whether the battalion would fight from the walls or go out into the field would be determined by Z, who was overseeing the defenses. Above Z was Luther, who would be controlling the entire castle from the Great Hall and would make adjustments where needed. The castle had 2 weapons that could be used, true, but it also had a number of defensive formations and abilities which required someone to use them from within the Great Hall. Lex, meanwhile, would oversee the guests while the tavern was deployed. He wanted minimal involvement with the defenses, and would only get involved if the others were unable to handle things. While the castle was withdrawn, and the inn staff had to traverse the lands of Abaddon alongside the Reaving Dread, Lex would play a much more active role in the defenses. But until then, he wanted to take this opportunity to allow the inn workers to gain some much-needed experience. He relied on them heavily when it came to actually running the inn, yet there were a lot of areas in which they could improve their skills and capabilities. As they once again entered the walls of the castle, secure behind its giant, sturdy walls, the many defensive formations of the castle activated. The castle took advantage of its location to fuse its energy reserves with that of the energy within the land, gaining a much greater bank of energy. A powerful aura, similar to, but not quite as powerful as dragons might, began to exude from the walls. Many layers of invisible defenses were erected, protecting the tavern from many unconventional threats, a trick Lex learnt from watching how the system had strengthened the Midnight Realm itself. Countless lights were also lit up, even though the night had not yet fallen. Within the darkness, the castle would become a beacon of light, visible from all around, making it an obvious target. However, Lex knew all too well how powerful darkness could be. He would rather become a target than risk allowing the influence of darkness enter his tavern. The armies of hellhounds and wyverns filled the grounds of the tavern, just in case some enemies somehow managed to sneak into the castle, bypassing the walls. Even though it was unlikely, with the warnings Keeman had given against and again, as well as the threat Lex felt approaching, they decided to take no risks. Within the castle itself, the mood was light and easy. The staff workers all saw to the mercenaries with a smile on their faces and a relaxed demeanor. It was as if everything was well in hand. None of the seriousness and severity that filled the grounds of the castle could be detected within. Yet Keeman had already detected the difference. He had seen how nonchalant Lex had been no matter how much Keeman told him to be serious, and he could see how seriously he treated the arrival of night. When he kept in mind what Lex had said about human instincts, he felt like they were in for a rough night. As such, not only did he immediately go into a recovery pod and actively work towards healing as quickly as possible, he sent down orders for the entire mercenary group to return to their top form before night fell. Although they would not be needing to fight, an assurance those from the tavern had given them time and time again, Keeman preferred if his men were at least in fighting condition even if it wasn't needed. As such, in the hours leading up to the arrival of nightfall, the tavern became mostly silent. A small number of mercenaries still filled the halls, and Lex saw little Blue, Fenrir, and Sunny play with those mercenaries, so they probably didn't need healing. 50 hours seemed to pass by much quicker than Lex anticipated, even though they suffered no more attacks from Locust armies. From the highest tower in the castle, Lex observed Abaddon. The darkness of night here was not total. Instead, the sky was filled with a deep, dark red hue. The temperature had dropped rapidly, and an eerie silence had fallen over the land. Even the river of black blood became stationary at night, no longer daring to flow lest its noise attract something dangerous. Keeman had said that they never encountered any additional dangers at night, but Lex could tell that the same would not be true for them. He could feel it. It was out there, somewhere in the darkness, studying the castle. He could feel its gaze, but could not tell where it came from. Whatever it was dastardly dangerous, an unknown horror, targeting them for unknown reasons. There was at least one thing Lex could confirm. While he had originally thought that the danger from the night was due to the black-armored knight, he could now more or less confirm it wasn't due to him. "Come break your bones on my castle walls," Lex said softly into the darkness. "Test your claws against our swords, send your gravest horrors. Darkness does not scare those named after midnight. After all, within our walls reside the true nightmares." Lex's voice was low, barely loud enough to travel to the end of the room, yet something outside the walls seemed to have heard him nonetheless, and accepted the challenge. From within the ground around the castle, shadowy figures rose, as if ghosts and wraiths emerging from the underworld. Red clouds filled their ruthless eyes, and the wails of anguish of countless souls formed their armor. Their weapons were curses physically manifested, and their power was that befitting an immortal nightmare. Yet for all the bravado of their appearance, not a single hint of fear flashed through the hearts of those manning the castle walls. There was no war cry, no preamble. The fight began suddenly, the sound of the first clash booming through the sky like in a stormy sky. The sound traveled within the walls of the castle itself, but instead of evoking fear or doubt, it made the atmosphere even cozier. A crackling bonfire had been lit inside the tavern bar, and the fairy played a cozy tune. Warm drinks were served during the chilly night, and the sounds of soft laughter traveled through the halls. "I love the sound of thunder," said the bartender as he mixed a drink for a particularly cute mercenary. "It's even better if it starts to rain. It makes the perfect environment to sleep in." As if in response to the bartender's words, soft yet distant pitter-pattering blended in with the murmur of the room. "Well, what do you know, the mood is basically setting itself up. In that case, here's your drink. That ought to help you take a deep nap." The koala beast grabbed the mug of warm milk that was bigger than its body, nodded to the bartender, and quickly moved to the side. "Guys, one of the staff members from the tavern had the idea to roast marshmallows of Keeman's smoldering flames," someone in the bar suddenly yelled. "Can you believe that? The castle actually has marshmallows. Don't fight me, I want the first round." A round of laughter erupted in the room, until they realized the man who spoke was being serious. Then they got up and started to run. From another room, a number of iguana beasts stepped in. But instead of their usual armor, they were wearing night suits that looked like they came out of the 1960s. "Guys, check this out," one of the iguanas said. "There's a tailor in the castle who makes these cloth armors that are stronger than our traditional armors." As if attracted by the idea of stronger armor, all the mercenaries followed the iguanas, but the line for the tailor's shop was already long. After every 20 minutes a beast would step out, either wearing a suit, a kimono, a dress, or any number of distinctly styled dresses. The tailor had a wide selection of styles available now, and what each mercenary wanted, they got. There was a parrot beast who dressed up like a pirate, and eye-not protective eyewear in the form of see-through eye patches. Within the castle, the mood was as cozy and relaxed as it could possibly be. Only Keeman seemed unable to relax, as if he was expecting something bad to happen. Outside, the pitter-patter that was heard inside the castle could much more clearly be heard. It was not rain that fell, but the blood of those who invaded the midnight castle. Yet just as Lex said, all they could do is break their bones against the castle walls and die outside looking in. Chapter 1584. Warning. Lex continued to observe the battle without a single shift in his expression. It was as if the death of those countless spirits did not affect him at all. Nor did he respond to the fact that, with every single kill, the aura of the members of the Midnight Battalion increased ever so slightly. It was as if, As they killed the spirits, the universe itself was rewarding them, imparting onto them a fleeting trace of good karma. Since they did not know how to utilize karma, their bodies instinctively absorbed it and transformed it into cultivation. The only reason Lex could tell all this at all was because of the new ability he gained to see karma. Yet the truth was, even if he himself received that karma, he was unsure about how else it could be used. He also pondered on the fact that something as illusory as karma could directly be converted into something tangible, such as cultivation level. This was something he needed to look into. But more importantly, he wanted to understand why killing those things could reward positive karma. The same had not happened when the locusts were killed. As he continued to study the scene, Lex tried to use a system ability he had not used in a long time. He tried to activate realm law replication. Regrettably, the ability failed to work, though Lex already expected as much to a certain degree. New notification: realm law replication failed. According to the system's analysis, the ability has failed for the following reasons. Host is not inside a realm. Laws in the region are not fixed, and thus cannot be replicated. The presence of universal rejection is detected. Quest update, optional objective, discover the secrets of Abaddon partially updated. The existence of universal rejection has been detected within Abaddon. Discover the reasons behind universal rejection. Discover more secrets of Abaddon. New notification: universal rejection is a phenomenon where a being, item, phenomenon, energy, or other have their existence rejected by the universe, but for reasons unknown continue to exist within the universe. Helping correct universal rejection results is increased positive karma and/or universal affinity. New warning: the system hereby affirm and warrant that they are in full and strict compliance with the universal mandate as it exists within the primary realm. Furthermore, the system shall not engage with, provide support to, or operate in association with any host who are, for any reason whatsoever, subject to universal rejection. Such host shall be deemed incompatible, and any affiliation, direct or indirect, is expressly prohibited henceforth. Lex raised both his eyebrows in shock as he read the warning, not only because it was the first warning he'd ever gotten, it was also because of the mention of the universal mandate. Lex remembered that the Versailles Bank, in their mission statement, mentioned that they always adhere to the rules of the universal mandate. Back then, Lex had not taken it too seriously because he thought it was some matter of morality or law set up by some organization or power. Yet now even his system was taking the matter of the mandate very seriously. It seemed that the phenomenon of universal rejection had something to do with the mandate. It was possible that going against the mandate resulted in the rejection, but following the mandate was hard when he did not even know what the mandate was. In fact, even Mary did not know the mandates despite having been a Tao Lord previously. He also took note of how seriously the system took the matter of universal rejection, as if it was afraid of it. Why was the system afraid of that rejection, while the wraiths attacking the castle seemed perfectly fine existing with that rejection? He also found it interesting that Abaddon did not qualify as a realm, or that the laws that governed this place weren't fixed. Maybe the reason why Abaddon seemed so bizarre was because the laws of this palace kept changing, resulting in unusual events. Lastly, what the hell was universal affinity? Lex narrowed his eyes, feeling like this was probably one of the most important secrets he had stumbled onto. "Hey Mary, do you have any idea what universal affinity is?" he asked. "It's the name of a popular spa back in the Celestial Court," she said, appearing on his shoulder. The tagline was something along the lines of, "After a treatment from here, you'll be shining like the universe's favorite idol." I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember the actual line. Lex was silent for a moment before responding. "Somehow, I don't think that's the universal affinity I'm asking about." Mary shrugged her shoulders, as if she couldn't help with the matter. "Just because I was a Tao Lord does not mean I know every secret of the universe. You know, I had my own things going on as well." "What were those things, if you don't mind sharing?" Lex asked once he knew he wouldn't be getting an answer. He was used to encountering mysteries without getting answers. "Can't say," she said, shrugging once more. "Girls' stuff, boys aren't allowed to know." Lex rolled his eyes. What she really meant was that the system was forbidding her from telling. Lex continued to chat with Mary as he observed both the fight outside and the guests within the tavern. Now that there was nothing specifically for him to do, he summoned a bunch of clones, all of which began studying, meditating, or working on the many tasks that he had piled up. The majority of his focus, besides the tavern and the fight, was on studying and pondering karma. Since he could see karma, his comprehension of it had increased drastically, even though he didn't understand it just yet. The more he pondered on it, the greater he would understand. The next thing that took up most of his attention was lawcrafting. Lex's understanding of numerous individual laws was good enough, so now he needed to combine them in a way that best made use of them. He could not help but think back to his fight with Cornelius, the man who introduced the concept of lawcrafting to Lex. He used that fight as a reference to try and develop his own lawcraft. In this moment, besides adhering to his responsibilities, Lex was doing his utmost to grow far stronger than he already was. Clearly there was too much he didn't know about Abaddon, but he understood now that the ominous feeling he had been getting was from it which observed him from the darkness. He had a feeling that it was facing far greater universal rejection than the Wraiths, and that it would be a great obstacle for him. Under his gaze, the hours continued to pass by. As the castle continued to withstand the invasion from outside, the mercenaries within restored their strength and recovered from their wounds. The hours turned to days, and then weeks. For those in the Midnight Tavern, everything was normal, but for the Reaving Dread mercenaries, a miracle was happening. For the first time since they arrived in Abaddon, they began to see hope even though their experiences told them that they should dare not hope. Like that, 6 weeks passed, and the darkness slowly turned to light, revealing a bright red sky once more. What interested Lex was that, as the run rose, he discovered that they were no longer in the canyon. Instead, the castle was now situated atop an island surrounded by a deep purple liquid, filled with aquatic locusts. Keeman was confused by their teleportation, for it had never experienced such a thing before. At the same time, he was not surprised at all, because of course Abaddon would do something new. He merely told Lex that after one more week, the Reaving Dread would be as recovered as they could be in a short period of time, and so they would resume their journey. To recover completely, they would have to spend years within recovery pods, which was impractical. While so much time had passed within Abaddon, mere days had passed within the Midnight Realm. In that exact moment, however, a silence had spread over the Midnight Realm unlike any other. It was not just the living beings who were quiet. Even the wind dared not blow, the ground dared not rumble, the sky dared not move. It was as if, across the entire realm, an incredibly solemn aura had spread out, demanding the respect of all that existed. Back on Earth, while it was still in a dead zone, the death of a golden core cultivator used to cause a phenomenon where the sky turned red. That was actually as a result of the planet absorbing the concentrated and pure spiritual energy released from the body of a dead golden core cultivator, which was actually purer than ambient spiritual energy. In that moment, a similar scene was about to unfold in the Midnight Realm, as a celestial immortal was about to die, and fertilize the realm with his blood. Chapter 1585, Stable Realm. Taoist Barhin, I regret that this will be the last time we meet, Jotun said, ignoring the blood dripping from his forehead into his eyes. That was the sole injury on his body, mainly because the rest of the injuries were on his tenets and on his soul. He was not nearly as unharmed as he appeared to be, yet compared to the fiery mammoth who was sprawled on the ground in front of him, he was doing much better. You cannot be human, Barhin said hoarsely, a delayed sense of horror gripping his very being. It was unfortunate that only now did he begin to feel fear. If he had even an inkling of what a monster Jotun was, he would have never agreed to this war. Oh, but I am, Barhin. I am very much human. It's just that the universe has forgotten what a human can really do. After all, we are one of the most adaptable races in the universe. Jotun stepped forward towards Barhin's fully grown body, appearing like an ant in front of an elephant. Yet appearances meant little, for in this situation, it was the ant that was the victor. He placed one foot onto Barhin's body, and then bent down to place his hand as well. Farewell, Barhin, and thank you for the gift, he muttered before activating Black Hole. The fiery mammoth's body did not move. It did not shrink, nor did anything appear to change, save that the fire that covered its body was being sucked into Jotun's hand. Jotun closed his eyes, almost as if lost in a trance, and continued to use his ability till all the fire was consumed, and Barhin fell limp on the ground, causing an earthquake. Oddly enough, the quake carried beyond the arena of the death match, and entered the Midnight Realm. A furious clap of thunder roared across the realm, threatening to destroy everything with pure sound alone, as the sky turned a deep shade of red, almost mimicking Abaddon. Jotun slowly opened his eyes, his pupils unfocused, as if recovering from a haze. Slowly he raised his hand and whispered, "Ember." A small orange flame appeared in his hand, a far cry from the roaring starfire he had absorbed from Barhin. Yet this orange flame was so much more devastating, for it was another of the 8 ruling laws of the universe, Ember. With this, Jotun now had mastery over 3 of the 8 ruling laws, and so was ready to enter the 4th level of the celestial immortal realm. With a tribulation awaiting him, Jotun no longer cared about Barhin's corpse or the fight between galaxies or anything else. He departed from the Midnight Realm. When he returned, he would be even stronger. The once silent Midnight Realm was now embroiled in a tumultuous uproar. It was not the people of the realm causing the noise, but the realm itself. The death of a celestial immortal was, by no means, an insignificant matter. Their existence was connected to the deepest, most fundamental laws of the universe. They could influence everything beneath the Tao, and as a result, they were also containers for the universe's most powerful laws. An immortal, whether they were earth, heaven, or celestial, got their immortality not from themselves, but from the universe itself. They were technically not immortal. It was just that their life was as long as the universe's, which might as well be the same thing. This was because, by becoming strong enough to get in touch with the laws and some of the secrets of the realm, they also acted as an anchor for the universe's stability. These were secrets few knew, for it hardly even mattered. The point, however, was that the reserve of power within a celestial immortal would be released upon their death. Yet the Midnight Realm was too low level to contain the power of the 8 ruling laws, which was unleashed upon Barhin's death. Though for some reason, the amount of energy released was far less than expected, not that it mattered. Unlike an ordinary realm, which would strain and even fracture under the duress of such power, the Midnight Realm was reinforced by the system, and made stable by the actions of the galactic sovereign turtle. The Midnight Realm itself had a special law that allowed a heavenly tree to control the energy of the realm. Yet the law was not complete, so as the realm came under stress, the laws began to rapidly advance. Instead of a single tree managing the energy of the realm, the law adapted to allow any mythical or sufficiently powerful tree to carry out the necessary actions. The void stabilization sequoia trees that the turtle had planted throughout the realm kept its space stable, and did not allow a single crack to form. The Bodhi tree sapling, which he may or may not have stolen when he turned Zuri into the Bodhi tree, began to grow by absorbing the ruling laws. The Bodhi tree could grant enlightenment even to immortals, yet as it grew, it granted enlightenment to the lotus who had fused with Menara, the continent on which the Midnight Inn was built. As the lotus entered enlightenment, it too began to absorb some of those additional energies running amok in the realm. The peach tree of immortality, the seeds of which it had taken from some mischievous monkey, began to sprout suddenly. While the turtle had not managed to get its hand on the saplings for the other trees of heaven, it had created the perfect conditions for those seeds to spontaneously form on their own. So a Yggdrasil sapling suddenly appeared, given birth to by the quickly growing realm. Yet the changes lasted only for a few seconds, for the energy from the celestial body was too little for the whole realm to absorb, since most of it was missing. None of the guests noticed the changes at all. At most, they felt like the laws of the realm were a little stronger. Chapter 1586. Is she bipolar? The avarice of man will be their downfall, whispered Levi, looking at Jotun absorbing the ruling law from the still living body of Barhin. That human had the gall to try and master all 8 laws, as if that would somehow help him step onto the path of a Tao Lord. Unfortunately for him, unbeknownst to himself, he was setting the foundation of his own demise. After all, there was an open secret shared among those at the very peak of the celestial immortal realm, a secret so heart-wrenching that it practically forcefully ended the cultivation path for almost every being in existence. The secret about achieving the Tao was that, "Actually, I think dragons are a whole lot more greedy than humans, and they're doing fine," said Liz, who was sitting right next to Levi, staring up at the big screen and watching the fight. In her hand, she held a hot dog. The Midnight Inn was magical. All she needed to do was wish for another hot dog, and it would appear in her hand like magic. She would never again be left unsatisfied by the measly amount of food these public events served. Liz reluctantly admitted that the inn Lex worked for was pretty cool. "How did you hear me?" Levi gasped in shock as she stared at the mortal beside her. Levi, the Princess of Despair, was at the very peak of the celestial realm, a breath away from achieving the Tao. All she needed was a single push, one that had eluded her for centuries already. Since she did not trust the inn, or anyone at all for that matter, she relied on her own ability to erect walls around her. She stood in public, but she was supposed to be hidden both from view and from spirit senses. The little human girl besides her, though, did not seem affected at all by her ability, as if she did not care whether her barriers existed at all or not. "With my ears," Liz answered mischievously as she turned to look at Levi. Ever since she had completed her fusion with Nemo, Liz was feeling great. She was feeling better than great. She was feeling the best she had ever felt in her life. She could finally cultivate properly, and it was all because she had finally bonded with a beast. To top it off, that beast was a sovereign. The ability feedback Liz got from being bonded to a sovereign was so immense that, basically, it was impossible for her to control the ability she gained at all. At least it gave her a cool passive, the ability to ignore any barrier below the Tao realm as long as she wished for it. Her passive was a smidgen of the true power a sovereign held, but that smidgen was the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard. Unfortunately, she had not yet learned how to control that passive ability for now. As it seemed at the moment, she wished for all barriers constricting her to fade away. The ability also worked on some emotional or metaphysical level, for it allowed her to ignore the emotional barrier she had erected around herself as a form of protection. It allowed her to see that when she had reunited with Lex, he had treated her like her brother, despite everything, and she had treated him like an ass. She felt guilty about that, a feeling she was unfamiliar with, so for now she just focused on other things. Not like Lex was here right now for her to apologize anyway. "That's not what I mean, and you know it," Levi exclaimed, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. Liz turned and looked down at the sentient stuffed toy that had somehow attained unimaginable power. "Okay, fine. In truth, barriers don't work on me. There, now I've shared my utmost, deepest secret with you. If anyone finds out, they'll hunt me to the ends of the universe to capture my power. How will you compensate me for revealing such a secret?" Levi was flabbergasted, her immortal mind coming to a freeze as she contemplated what the human in front of her had said. If it were true, then she really had revealed a massive secret to her. Such trust. "All right, I'll accept hugging you as compensation," Liz said as she picked up the stuffed toy and gave her a hug. Right then and there, she felt invincible. It wasn't as if the universe would bend to her will, but at least she gained a bit of insight into the consequences of what she would do. For example, she could see that as long as she never lied to the stuffed toy and treated her fairly, Liz could hug her as much as she wanted. "No fair, I want a hug too," Nemo complained as he swam onto Liz's cheek. "What the hell is going on?" Levi asked, even as she positioned herself to be more comfortable in the hug. Liz laughed, took a huge bite out of her hot dog, and moved forward. She really felt like she was on top of the world. "Fear not, little girl. For revealing your secret, I will offer you protection for a period of 5 years. Beyond that, I have commitments, so I will not be able to accompany you any longer," Levi said. "Okay," Liz said, as if she was completely uninterested. "Hey, if you don't mind me asking, how does a stuffed toy come to life?" "I am not a stuffed toy," Levi said firmly. "I am a member of the Rosy Bear race. We are champions of the path of order and protectors of the universe." "Sounds cool. What's the path of order?" Liz asked as she hunted for more delicious food. Lex had given her a lot of MP that she could use, and she was going to spend it all on food. Just thinking about having to apologize to Lex made her work up an appetite. From within Abaddon, Lex watched Liz with a strange expression, wondering if his sister was bipolar. Chapter 1587, Levels of Intent. "Is everything all right?" Keeman asked as he noticed the odd expression on Lex's face. "Yeah, everything is fine. I just saw someone really stupid being stupid. I should not be too surprised. I don't know why I am." Of course, as an older brother, he thought his younger siblings were stupid, and his older sister had severe anger management issues. He felt pity for whoever dated her in the future. "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" Keeman said. "Go ahead." "I see that your forces are quite versatile in their means," Keeman said as he watched the Midnight Battalion hold back the latest push from the Locusts. As the morning light came, the wraiths with the universal rejection disappeared, and the Locusts returned, dragging themselves out of the water and quickly morphing into a shape suitable for land. Many of them have mastered unique and powerful intents, yet their use of intent is very amateurish at most, if you don't mind me saying. Why is that? Have you never focused on intent? For a moment Lex did not comment, only studying how the battalion used intent. They seemed fine to him. But then again, Keeman was a professional mercenary, so he was probably more informed in things related to combat than him. "We are, after all, an inn. Although we have a security team and a battalion to fight, they have barely been training for a few years. I'm sure with time their training will eventually address that as well. But for now, if you see any ways in which you can offer guidance, I'd be glad to take it. Admittedly, I myself have not focused too much on my intent. I don't think you of all people can claim to not have trained your intent, Keeman said. I recall how you used your intent to cut the connection between the locusts' fake souls and their bodies. But it is true that, while your application of intent is genius, your actual intent is surprisingly not at the level I would have expected. I mean, I think my intent is pretty powerful, Lex said, recalling how he had to raise the level of his intent high enough to destroy that sword hiding in his soul. Keeman gave Lex a look that quite clearly meant that he did not want to disagree with Lex, but he couldn't agree with him either. I think that you're very powerful. However, your intent could be stronger. It's more or less the same with every one of the other in-workers I've come across. All right, enlighten me. Teach me about intents and teach me how I can improve them. Keeman paused for a moment, as it considered what to say before it began. Let's start with the basics. What is intent? Intent is formed when a being gains extreme mastery over a particular field, any field at all. Their mastery causes a resonance, or a reaction of some kind with spiritual energy, which manifests the level of their mastery in the form as a force. A cultivator's internal spiritual energy causes the intent to be formed, and the external energy can power and fuel it. Of course, in the case that a cultivator is in a barren place, their own spiritual energy can be used to power the intent, but that is besides the point. The thing to focus on is that intent is dictated by two things: the level of mastery and the cultivator's internal energy which causes it to form. Theoretically, it's entirely possible to form intent above one's cultivation level. It's just that maintaining it will be a strain. However, regardless of the cultivation level, without sufficient mastery, the intent will never grow. Now let's start with levels. Intent goes from level 1 to level 9, though there are legends about even higher levels. We'll discuss that in a moment, but first we need to look at the first few levels. From level 1 to level 4, mastering intent is relatively easy, and simply requires sufficient hard work and focus. For reference, your sword intent is at level 3, and my fire intent is at level 4. As you can imagine, with each level, the intent grows stronger and gains newer aspects of itself. Think of it like cultivation. The focus of each level is preparation for the subsequent level. Intents from level 5 to level 9 become much harder to master, because at those levels, intent is influenced by, or influences laws. The exact nature of the relationship is determined by the user and use case, but either way, the integration and application of laws make them much harder to master. At the same time, they are much harder to learn. The reason why I say that none of the in-workers seem to focus on intent is because while many have intent, and some even actively use it, almost none have gone past level 3. In fact, most of them are at level 2. Considering that sufficient practice and dedication can, at least, bring them to level 4, the fact that a majority of them are at level 2 is very telling of how much they prioritize intent. Lex nodded as he understood Keeman's point. He still didn't think they did anything wrong, as there was no telling what sufficient effort quantified. More importantly, while many mastered intent, almost none of them relied on intent as their main form of combat. It was more of an augmentation to their existing skills than anything else. That didn't mean Lex would dismiss Keeman's expertise. "What's above level 9 intent that you mentioned?" he asked. Well, according to rumors, if one surpasses intent level 9 in intent, their intent transforms into a Tao and can no longer be called an intent. However, such things are easier said than done, and I at least don't know anyone or have heard of anyone who has achieved such a thing. A flash of interest went through Lex's eyes as he realized he suffered no pressure or consequence from learning this knowledge. "Does that mean if I get my intent to cross level 9, I can become a Tao Lord?" he asked. Keeman shrugged. "These things are way past my pay grade. I'm just sharing a rumor I heard. There's no evidence of it being real." Chapter 1588. How do you plan on doing this? Lex spent a moment thinking about the possibility of elevating his intent to the 9th level and beyond, but then shook his head. There was no point getting ahead of himself. Everything needed to be taken step by step. So basically what you're saying is that everyone should at least bring their intent to the 4th level to maximize on this, more or less, given a power boost from intent. Well, since it only takes some time and effort, I see no reason why we can't incorporate a small training routine into every immortal's schedule. Sooner or later, they're bound to get there. Yes, well, of course the time to upgrade intent will be different for everyone, and if they spend more time focusing on it, then the time will be exponentially quicker than a small regular training routine. But I suppose you're right. An immortal, training regularly, however little, will eventually reach the 4th level, whether it's in a year, a century, or a millennium. Any specific advice on how to go about it? Lex asked. I'll compile a detailed list for every one of your workers the next time we stop to take a rest. For now, I think I've prolonged our stay enough. We should get going. Lex looked at Keeman and then back at the battlefield in front of him. They had spent a number of weeks here already, but despite the long duration of time spent here, Lex didn't mind. Previously, whether it was in the Arctica realm or in the Seraphim resort, he always felt a rush to return to the inn because he had work to do. Oddly enough, now that he was here and had absolutely no idea when he'd be coming back, he felt less stressed. A part of it may be because Lex had been anxious about sealing the inn to avoid more problems cropping up. But now that actual problems had arisen, he was too busy dealing with them to think about them. It could also be because he knew that for all the risks it posed, Abaddon also provided him with immense potential for growth in his personal strength. Over the past few weeks, he'd seen it. This place was filled with monsters far surpassing his level. While countless wraiths attacked them, there were just as many heaven immortal or celestial immortal wraiths that just ignored them and passed by. This was due to the unique quality of Abaddon, where each thing only wanted to attack souls on the same power level as them. Of course, this was probably only true if no one provoked a stronger power. For example, Lex was certain that if he ended up grabbing the anklet of Narn, the creature that had been chasing the anklet would not just ignore Lex. It also helped that everything was going well within the inn. Now that Jotun's fight was over, the event was about to come to a close. The only reason that the specific event relating to Jotun's fight wasn't over already was because the Henali had to do an announcement about the end of the fight between the two forces. Now that the sun had risen and a week had passed, it was time for them to move on according to the schedule Keeman had given. Yet the Magma Lion had been delaying it for a couple of days already. Are you sure? Lex asked. He could guess what was going through the lion's mind. After 7 years of constant battle, he finally got some rest and was in fact able to enjoy himself while he rested. He ate and drank and spent time with his army without the constant threat of death hanging over them. Who would want to return to the battlefield after that? But the reality was that they had a job to do. Yes, we should leave now, Keeman said reluctantly. All right then, you can pass the order to your men to form up, and I'll pass the order to my workers to pack up the castle. Before we leave, however, I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things. Firstly, how exactly you're planning on getting off this island, and how exactly you're planning on finding the chalice. Crossing the liquid should not be too troublesome, unless it's as corrosive as the Black River. Teleportation is out of the question, and so is swimming. I cannot say for sure what our plan will be unless we test the liquid itself. This isn't the first time we've had to cross a lake or a river, so we're more than familiar with the process. In general, we rely on building ships from nearby materials and equipping it with strong formations that'll allow them to get us past whatever obstacle we're facing. The issue with the chalice, however, is much greater. By now, we have no means left except to continuously search the lands and hope to find clues or to stumble upon it. Keeman, you realize that if we don't develop a better strategy, we could end up staying here for, I won't even say thousands of years. We could end up staying here forever. We have no other choice, Keeman lamented. We cannot scout the lands, and we cannot map the area using any treasures. You saw yourself what happened when you sent clones out into the lands. Any strategy we have thought of so far to search for it has failed. Lex frowned. Abaddon was a proverbial treasure trove, true, but Lex did not want to spend the rest of his life stuck here. If you don't mind, I'll also keep an eye out for ways we can expedite our search. Be my guest. In fact, I wouldn't mind if you completed the whole quest on my behalf. As long as the quest is completed properly, no one will care how it's done. One of the perks of being a mercenary. Don't tempt me, Keeman. My adventures tend to get out of hand. For now, I think I'll just focus on running my tavern, but if this ends up taking too long, no promises on what I might do. Chapter 1589, Mrs. Innkeeper. It did not take long after the orders were passed for the mercenary army to gather up, once again ready for combat, nor did it take long for the tavern workers to pack up everything and ready for the castle to pack up. But even once everything was ready, they did not depart immediately. It would be idiotic not to take advantage of the natural defense that the castle provided. Instead, 2 small mercenary teams were sent out, each with a different task. The first team was meant to go check out the properties of the purple liquid that surrounded the island they were on, while the other team went and collected raw materials from the island. Fenrir blessed both teams with his stealth abilities, so that they could easily avoid the army surrounding the castle, though for some reason Fenrir was acting very strangely. He seemed to be acting as if he had been captured by Little Blue, and quite a few mercenaries cheered to see him acting that way. Lex, meanwhile, began thinking of ways he could speed up the completion of the quest. The most important thing was to find a way to locate the chalice, and then reach it. The strange way in which Abaddon teleported them around the lands, or maybe moved the lands around them, made it difficult for them to navigate the area and make any actual progress on finding anything. Despite the many tools that the inn gave him, he could not think of one that would help him in his given. He even considered maybe using the innkeeper's business cards to summon projections of the innkeeper, but dared not take the risk. There was no guarantee that there weren't any Tao Lord abominations within Abaddon, so summoning a projection would be suicide. After all, each creature only went for something on their own level, and didn't seem to have much intelligence. Intimidation wouldn't work on them, and his projections didn't actually have any real strength. So he had to get a little extra creative with his ideas. There were things he couldn't do as the innkeeper, and usually he did them with his identity as Lex. However, Lex was preoccupied, and he needed someone else at the inn who could do some minor tasks for him without asking questions. It would be perfect if Mary had a body, for she could have helped him out. Unfortunately, he'd have to rely on Mary simply passing out orders to someone else. "Mary, I need you to talk to John for me," Lex said as he watched the two mercenary groups sneak out of the castle. "I need him to coordinate with the two rhino centaurs for me." "Got it," she said, and listened closely to his instructions. Space. John was meditating in a meditation room, cycling through his cultivation technique. It was quite odd, needing to cultivate actively. Even after all these years without a system, he still couldn't get over the feeling that his cultivation should just rise on its own after a good assassination. Every day he got the feeling like something was missing from his experience. It was like a nagging feeling in the back of his mind that he just couldn't ignore. But he had to ignore it. He was a different person now and lived a different life now. Suddenly, a projection of a small, floating redhead appeared in front of John. "Hey John, how's the recovery going? Still have the phantom feeling of missing growth?" she asked. "Yeah, it's not really going away," he groaned, and then turned to look at her. This was Mary. John had no idea who Mary was or what her actual role in the inn was. All he knew was that only the workers of the inn could see her, and that everyone referred to her as second boss. Although he never said it out loud, mostly because the other workers were much too simple-minded about such things, and he wasn't sure how they'd react to gossip about the innkeeper. But he suspected that she was the innkeeper's wife or girlfriend or something like that. Mrs. Innkeeper, if you will. Of course, he would never say that out loud, but it made sense, right? She passed out the innkeeper's orders even when no one could meet him, knew all his secrets, and basically oversaw the running of the inn more than anyone else. Of course, a much more reasonable, much less scandalous conjecture was that she was the innkeeper's student, just as how everyone suspected Lex was the innkeeper's student. Also, she gave really good advice sometimes, and knew all the workers by name and had a personal relationship with them, just like a good housewife overseeing her husband's estate. Have you ever considered taking that feeling and trying to create a technique that personifies that feeling? You're really good at creating spiritual techniques, so why not try and create a cultivation technique? For a moment, John was stunned. He'd never even thought of creating his own cultivation technique. "Yeah, maybe I'll try that. Let me know how that works out for you, but right now we have some work to do." John stood up straight, as if ready to receive his orders, and tried to ignore the amused expression on Mary's face. "You need to go to the rhino centaurs and ask them to see if they can acquire the best, most effective scouting or mapping equipment or treasures. Lex is on a very precarious mission, so I'll be communicating between him and you, and you'll have to communicate with the rhino centaurs on his behalf. The situation is a little complex, so we can't be certain what exactly we'll need." John nodded and quickly geared up before leaving his home above the battle axe. Yet the very moment he left, the device given to him by the rhino centaurs to detect systems began to vibrate. He took out what looked like a phone and saw the notifications piling up on it. The number of systems detected within his vicinity were 99 plus. John suddenly paled and looked around. What the hell was going on? Chapter 1590, working overtime. "Mary, we have an emergency," John suddenly exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the device. Each moment it vibrated, alerting him of another system nearby. John almost thought that the machine was malfunctioning. Almost. As a former system user himself, he was much too familiar with the circumstances and mentality of a system user. He understood the subtle way in which they thought as they tried to fulfill their quests, and could easily notice the dazed look on a system user's face when he was actually looking at their system interface. Of course, such things could only be noticed on absolutely brand new system users, and not more experienced ones. Even so, a single sweep around Main Street was enough for him to spot a dozen such people. What's absurd was that these people actually thought they were being sneaky. "What's wrong?" she asked, appearing above him, wearing the formal suit of a high-ranking military officer. She had a dozen pins on her shoulder, and all of them were awards for eating the most in competitions. "Mary, I need to talk to the innkeeper immediately," he exclaimed. "There are hundreds of system users just on Main Street. There might be thousands or tens of thousands of system users within the inn right now." Mary did not hesitate, her expression turning serious as she disappeared to talk to Lex. Lex himself was watching the mercenaries test the purple liquid secretly, and he could already tell crossing it would be a problem. The liquid has strong hallucinogenic properties, so much so that the mercenaries themselves had not realized that they had begun to act oddly. Keeman had to send a second team to rescue the first team. When Mary informed him of what John told him, Lex was first confused. But almost instantly he realized that all the security they got were probably system users. That made sense, since the Reaving Dread, their regular security, was also a part of the system. He remembered that the fancy monocle was an old version of a product that the Infinity Emporium used to sell. Something he suspected was a system. By now, he was almost certain that all systems were somehow connected. Maybe the staff that he hired for the system were also created through some system. Lex needed to think of how he could take advantage of this opportunity. The problem was, the 10,000 MT he had spent was for security of the death match event, which would end in the next few hours within the inn. He had no time to waste at all. This was even more so since the next few hours in the inn might be mere seconds in Abaddon, or it could be weeks. There was no telling. Lex's mind started to work in overdrive, making use of the full capacity that being an immortal had afforded him. He immediately went through the list of all the new security that had been hired, and noticed that they ranged from Chi training all the way to the very peak of the Celestial Realm. In fact, speaking of the Celestial Realm, Lex recognized the Celestial bodyguard he had hired once. After identifying all the new security guards, he immediately began to review every action they had taken since they entered the inn. Within Abaddon, Keeman noticed that Lex had started to sweat, and smoke was rising from above his head. An immense amount of energy was running through his body. A solemn expression covered the magma lion's face as he realized that Lex was probably using some powerful technique to probably figure out a way to find the chalice. He really was a swell guy. No wonder the Midnight Inn was so popular, the service was really over and beyond. The sweat on Lex's brow began to evaporate as he pushed himself to his limits, reviewing the actions of millions of guards. Yet he quickly came to the conclusion that such an action was impractical. If he had more time, he would have been able to do it. But since he couldn't afford to waste a single second, he decided to refine the process. He once again went over the list of all the security, and then narrowed down the list by prioritizing certain system users. He decided to check up on the absolute strongest and the weakest. There was a certain logic behind that. He needed to watch out for the actions of the strongest, and see if they had any ulterior motives. As for the weakest, they were potential targets for Lex to possibly hire to the inn. It was also possible to find among them some that might not want systems. As long as they were below the nascent soul realm, he could remove their systems from them easily. "Mary, I have an idea," Lex said. "I want to create a distinct group of customers, guests who can be considered to be members of a certain level of the inn. It'll be like the inn prestige level, but different, because only select members can get it, people I choose. Can you make the system make it happen?" "You know that's not how it works. At the very least, you'll need to complete a quest for the system to do something for you first." Lex's mind ran through a few possibilities, and quickly came up with a solution. Even though he had spent 10,000 MT on security, he more than made up for it in the following hours, not to mention in the income from the bets on the actual match. At the moment, he had 31,001 MT accumulated. This was an opportunity he could not miss, so he quickly came up with an idea for a new, exclusive event, and quickly began going through the event panel. He was more than ready to pay a huge amount for this event, but in the end discovered that for everything, he'd only need to spend a single MT. His understanding of money was really screwed up if he thought of one MT as only, but now was not the time to focus on that. He selected the list of security guards and then initiated the event. Chapter 1591, Don't Interfere with System Functions. Lex breathed a sigh of relief once everything was done. Although he paid for the event and set things in motion, nothing happened for now. Instead, this particular event, involving the system users, would only kick off after the current event was over. There was another issue, however, that Lex could not figure out, though he could venture a guess or two. How was it possible for hundreds or thousands of system users to come into the inn, yet they caused no trouble whatsoever? Was it because they had come to the inn as security through the event panel? Unlikely. If he could get around his system's rules, he didn't doubt others could as well. The only thing he could think of was that the 10,000 MT he spent played a role in keeping them in line, or that their own systems forced them to obey the Midnight System's rules when they were brought here. It was likely a combination of both. Mary, tell John that I have good news for him and bad news. The good news is that it is unlikely these system users will misbehave while they're here, so he doesn't need to worry. The bad news for him is, I now have a list of names of countless system users. Finding them in the Origin realm, and then tracking them to do his evaluation will be his job, so his resting days are likely over. While he sounded nonchalant, Lex was actually quite concerned, as the presence of so many systems exposed a huge security risk to himself. If anyone else tracked system users, for example a certain mysterious organization linked to 2 rhinocentaurs, then the chances of the inn being exposed were great. Mary, between you and me, all the system users came through the system and are acting as security. Isn't that a huge risk to us as a system? Won't they get hints that the inn is a system? I know at least that Celestial has acted as a bodyguard at the inn before. I think, rather than you, it is a greater risk to those who have come to your inn, Mary said. They have had all their identities exposed to you, and you can do something shady to them at any time you want, like sending John to spy on them. Lex paused for a second, admitting that, yes, his actions were definitely pretty shady. On a serious note, according to the information I received through the system, hiring security through the event panel counts as an automated feature of the inn. That means that sufficient safety protocols have been put in place, not only for you, but for those hired as well. If you try to interfere in this somehow, just as say if you try to interfere with how the meditation room operates, there will be pretty severe repercussions, not to mention that this automated function might stop operating altogether. Using proper tools like the room alteration feature is different, but if you forcefully try to interfere with the system's operations, the system will react in some way. It might punish you, or more likely than not, give you an extremely challenging quest that you will regret. That sounds harsh. I've been using loopholes in the system for years. How come nothing bad ever happened as a result of that? Using a loophole and directly interfering with how a system operates one of its features are not the same thing. Point being, it's unlikely that the security team will act against you, and should you somehow try to harm or take advantage of them, then the system will not let it be. However, once the event is over, I don't think the system will judge either your or the other's actions, so that's something to watch out for. Lex did not respond. Despite assurances, the point remained that he was not more exposed than ever. There was no point in sitting and crying about it. The best thing he could do to protect himself was something he was already doing, growing stronger, and making his system more effective and versatile. Tell John to find me the best scouting tools he can find with the rhinocentaurs, Lex said, not trying to somehow use the availability of thousands of system users to gain access to their unique items. Many of them, he noticed, willfully traded some lesser valuable items for trade within the gift room or the guild room. It was too risky letting so many system users know that he was aware of their systems. He would much rather wait till his plan was set into motion after the event, and then one by one see if any of them had anything that could help his situation. "We've found a solution," Keeman said, alerting Lex to their progress. "Crossing the purple liquid shouldn't be too much of an issue. As soon as the ships are prepared, we'll head out." "Let me lend a hand," said Lex. "I have a bit of experience building treasures myself, and I can make a ship for the staff from the inn as well." Putting the matter of the system users aside for now, and ignoring the smoke still blowing out of his head, Lex began to work on building ships strong enough to help them cross the purple liquid. Meanwhile, within the inn, John regained his composure the moment Mary told him that the innkeeper had everything under control. In fact, in the future, John would be going to go investigate many of the system users present at the inn. John chided himself for his amateurish reaction. Of course, the innkeeper would know who was inside his inn and have everything under control. He made his way to the rhino-centaurs and immediately tasked them with finding him the best and most versatile scouting equipment they could. He did not tell them what it was for, nor did he tell them about how they were surrounded by system users despite getting the equipment from them in the first place. Instead, he started to think about that new cultivation technique Mary gave him an idea for. As the owner of Battle Axe, making a custom technique was exactly his forte, so this should be easy, right? Chapter 1592, get the hell out of here. A raft really is good enough, said the helpless mercenary as he saw Lex putting in unnecessary effort and energy in designing the vessel they would use to cross the liquid. You really don't need to do all this. Trust me, bro, said Lex as he molded hardwood under his arms as if it was clay. Where I'm from, it's all about the arcs. You're going to be saving a bunch of people and crossing a body of water. Then you gotta go with an arc for a design. It's like giving up free good luck if you don't. Luck is just a derivative law of karma, and I'm not so sure it has anything to do with vessel design, the mercenary said reluctantly. Don't worry about it. I'm the one putting in the extra work, so why are you so stressed? Lex asked. As he ran his hand over the wood, shaping it into the outer frame of the arc, he was also imbuing it with various techniques, preparing it for the final outcome. There would be 2 arcs, one for the mercenaries and one for the tavern, and for the sake of effectiveness, both of them would be identical in design and function. After nearly frying his brain, it was good to work with his hands and do something simple, like design the ship that would have to face the elements, the locusts, and anything else that Abaddon had to throw at them, and survive long enough to get them across the body of purple hallucinogenic liquid. As it turned out, high temperatures burned the vapors of the liquid straight out of the air, so the best protection would just be a heated barrier separating the inside and outside of the vessel, keeping them safe. Of course, the ship would also have to tolerate locust attacks as well, so it couldn't be flimsy. It would also be best if it enabled those on it to fight easily if it was required. With that in mind, Lex quickly designed and built 2 arcs using the wood from the trees on the island they were on. It didn't take nearly as long as the mercenaries feared it would take, mostly because Lex was quite skilled in making relatively simple treasures using extremely valuable materials. True, if someone else more skilled did it, they would be able to get more out of the same materials than Lex, but his own skill was good enough that no one could complain either. With the vessels ready, everyone got into position, and Lex finally deactivated the castle. The castle shrank, returning to its form as a snow globe, leaving everyone exposed once again. The mercenaries were more than ready to face the locust armies up ahead, but those from the inn had to be more strategic about it. Originally, Lex had planned to immediately have everyone use the battalion formation that allowed them to transform into a mech. But since they would immediately be entering the arc, which they would need to control anyway, that was unfeasible. That meant that, for now, the weakest and most vulnerable of the workers were in the center, while the rest surrounded them. In fact, Fenrir even used his ability on the weaker staff workers to make them less visible. The problem was that Fenrir's ability was more suited to individuals than armies, so the more people there were, the less effective it would be. In their situation, the best it could do was make them less likely to be targeted. Everyone was already in position before the castle was withdrawn, so the moment it disappeared, the 2 groups started to move. They cut through the locust armies, focusing more on pushing them aside and moving forward than killing them. The inn, too, had numerous members who could have wrought absolute havoc, but doing such a thing would be a waste of energy. It had already been decided that they would move in the most efficient way possible, which required dividing the work up over a large group, and doing only what was absolutely necessary. Killing an additional locust would not help them at all, so they all restrained themselves. Z, along with Leonidas, led the inn through the locusts, following the mercenaries closely. It barely took a couple of minutes before they reached the purple liquid, and the 2 armies summoned their arcs and quickly boarded. The arcs didn't actually float in the water, flying just over the liquid itself. That didn't stop the locusts within the liquid from going into a frenzy and attacking the arcs in a craze. But the inn staff, even the weaker ones, were extremely professional and showed not a hint of fear. They immediately spread out throughout the arc, activating its many formations that relied on numerous people to run. The first wave of locusts was instantly repelled, and the vapors of the purple liquid seemed unable to affect them at all. "See, what did I tell you?" Lex yelled over to the other ark, a wide smile on his face. "Using an ark is good luck." Before he could get a response, though, a clap of thunder shook the skies itself, as if a sign of divine retribution. The clear, red skies of Abaddon seemed like they were almost instantly covered in black clouds, with ferocious lightning beasts flying through them, all glaring at the arks. The locusts, too, as if invigorated by the weather, resumed their attack on the arks, hungry for the souls on board. Lex felt as if he personally was being targeted. This wasn't a complaint, it was his ability. He could see that Abaddon was specifically targeting him for reasons he did not understand. Before he could come to a proper conclusion about why he was being targeted, a storm began. It started with a single drop of rain, an insignificant drop of water, falling alone in the vast heavens. But what followed was not more water. Instead it was hail, all of it seething with a devilish hunger as if the hail itself craved their souls. Oh, and the hail was the size of a land cruiser, or rather, 48,344 hamburgers. Chapter 1593. But first, let me take a selfie. The change was abrupt, yet it did not catch the two groups by surprise. While the primary function of the two arks was transport, Lex had naturally paid close attention to its defensive capabilities as well. It was nowhere near the same scale as the castle, for the ingredients used to make it were valuable on a universal level. But at the same time, it was nothing to scoff at either. Lex had strengthened the wood as well, making it as durable as possible, while outfitting the ships with the best and strongest defensive formations. He even took advantage of the fact that there would be numerous immortals on each ship, using formations that would rely on countless people to fuel and run it. This was normally a disadvantage to most formations, as the more people needed to operate it, the greater it would be considered a flaw despite making the formation easier to implement and stronger in function. Yet on a transport vehicle, where countless people would already be present, it was silly to not take advantage of their numbers. The hail crashed into the ark's protective barriers, shattering as it did, causing a reverberating boom in the open air. That was the effect of only a single hailstone, with countless more falling each second. If there was one advantage the hail afforded, it was that the locusts also suffered from them. But Lex did not take that as a good sign just yet. Over the past few weeks, he had heard Keeman's experiences in detail and knew that nothing was ever simple here. He focused all his attention on the hail and immediately noticed something he had missed. The hail was sentient and filled with the same insatiable hunger that filled the locusts, so when they shattered their own bodies on the protective shields, they left behind a residue of some sort. Lex had been learning a lot about various energies, but it was impossible for him to learn about all of them so quickly, and so he could not identify what that residue was exactly, but he knew it was some kind of energy, and it was accumulating quickly over the protective shield. His instincts warned him not to let that energy contaminate him, or anyone else on the ship, or they may not survive uninjured. "Energy reserves are depleting faster than expected," exclaimed one of the staffers maintaining the shields. "We won't be able to maintain this for more than a couple minutes." Lex thought of multiple ways to resolve the issue, but he took no action just yet. Instead, he simply watched as Z managed the situation. 250 people were required to maintain the formation at any time, and at the current rate of energy drain, even if those people were swapped, they would not be able to maintain shields for more than 10 minutes. The pressure was building, and the thunderous roar of hail did not help to ease the situation. With everyone looking towards Z to resolve the problem, a hint of panic flashed through his mind. Just as he was about to panic, he noticed something through his spirit sense. The skies above were raging, and the purple liquid below had turned into a death trap of its own, its surface a chaos of heaving swells and crashing waves. The locusts had gone unhinged from their hunger, and the hail was like a ravished beast, harming itself just to get at them. The shield was fading, and many workers were turning pale, not from fear but from energy drain. It seemed like they were a hair's breadth away from death and destruction, yet amidst all the chaos, Lex stood still, his hands peacefully held behind his back, his eyes a deep well of stillness and calm. It was as if even if the universe itself were to end, it would not cause a stir in those eyes. A silent confidence exuded from his body as if with a single hand he could hold up a collapsing sky, and with his other hand he could preserve an imploding world. All the doubts suddenly vanished from Z's mind, and hesitation left his body. What did he have to fear? Even though his unreliable boss was just that, unreliable, it was only in terms of workers' rights. He would never let them come to harm. Even if this were a test for Z, what was the worst that could happen? At most, he would just fail. With Lex there to back him up, he did not think the consequences of failure would be so dire. After all, wasn't the point of all this to train him in a safe environment, so that when he faced a dangerous environment on his own, he was ready? Determination filled Z's mind, and he dithered no longer. Leonidas, get the battalion to attack the hail. Don't let even one touch the shields. Luther, turn up the heat. I think those hallucinogens are getting in and causing everyone's minds to waver. Jeffrey, go make me a club sandwich. I just realized I forgot to have breakfast in the morning. As Z began to pass out orders, the chaos of confusion quickly abated, and though everyone moved with urgency, there was no sign of panic anywhere. There was only one person who was stationary throughout, and that was Lex. Z was making a few mistakes, and he had not noticed that foreign energy, whatever it was, either. But for now, he was managing well. He assumed that this is probably what Mary felt like looking at him when he started out with a system, constantly making obvious and stupid mistakes. Yet experience was the best teacher, and it was something everyone had to go through. Taking a step back and observing everything also allowed him to spend more time detecting issues and thinking of solutions. It seemed like things in Abaddon were targeting him, and he doubted it was because he had a system. He wasn't silly enough to believe it was just main character syndrome either, where everything was just targeting him because, well, it was him. Instead, he started to detect hints as to the real cause. Now, it would be too coincidental for it to be karma-related. After all his karma problems started to come just as he started to learn about karma. If that was the case, even he would start to think something was up. But Lex had another theory. It was that he always had a karma problem, it was just that he was noticing it now. For example, everything in Abaddon was targeting him because he had overwhelming positive karma. If he could learn to mask it somehow. Before doing any of that, however, Lex pulled out his Polaroid and posed so that Z and the Ark would be visible in the background. He didn't take any pictures during his vacations, but it wasn't too late to start now. Chapter 1594, Loophole Failure. In the end, Lex's help wasn't required. Between Z and Luther, they handled the situation well enough, and there were no casualties, though there were a few minor injuries. The hailstorm did not last long, and dissipated just as abruptly as it appeared. In the end, no one was able to determine what that foreign energy was, or what exactly it did, though it did become abundantly clear that it somehow enhanced the strength of the hail. However, when Z noticed the energy, he used the effect of his bloodline to manipulate the energy into entering into various tools before discarding them. But the hail was far from being their last obstacle. A number of Locust Kings emerged from the purple liquid just as they were about to leave and assaulted the Arks. Much to Lex's dismay, the Arks did not make it, though the groups were close enough to land that they could escape. Even pushed to that point, Lex did not personally make a move, though it was only due to the proximity to land that he stayed his hand. Back on land, attacked by numerous Locust Kings as well as regular Locusts themselves, those from the Midnight Inn immediately formed a mech using their battle formation. Looked through a certain lens, they just made themselves into a bigger target. But what's more important was that to harm even one of them was infinitely harder now, not to mention that the mech itself was incredibly powerful. The mercenaries also showed their worth, not only successfully resisting the attack of the Kings without suffering a single loss, they even pushed them back and counterattacked. It was not for nothing that they had survived for so long. Lex, of course, did not join the mech and simply continued to watch. At the same time, John finally started to buy items that the Rhino Centaurs bought. The Rhinos, financed through the inn, had tremendous buying power. Yet that buying power was limited to the lower and weaker members of their group chat, as the more senior members had no need for money. The inn's actual resources could possibly have attracted more powerful users of the group, but that would create a direct trail to the inn Lex didn't want to establish. Sending the items to Lex required the use of yet another loophole in the system, or rather in the gift shop. At least, that's what Lex had initially planned. Lex had a system inventory where he could store things, but the premise was that he could only store things that were given to him by the system. However, things he bought from the system for gift shop automatically entered his inventory, since they were technically being given to him by the system. That is why, whenever he used to buy a botlamdu for the gift shop in the old days, he could immediately pull it out and use it wherever he was. There was a tiny loophole that Lex had discovered wherein, if he bought something from the gift shop, he could put that in his inventory as well. He had planned on putting the items collected by John, putting them in the gift shop, buying them immediately, and then pulling them out of his inventory. Except, it didn't work. The issue was not that he was in a bad one. Rather, it was that, as the system slowly repaired itself, it had begun to address the many obvious flaws in its operations. Even if Lex never gave the system any resources, in a few tens of thousands of years, the system would be able to repair itself completely. It seemed that at some point, without Lex noticing, the system had begun to fix its many loopholes. The timing couldn't have been worse, for Lex suddenly had no way to deliver the items to himself. Just as Lex was thinking of ways to remedy the situation, for he really needed something to help him speed up his search in Abaddon, the death match event in the inn finally ended. A Henali representative gave an announcement, officially declaring the end of the war between the fiery mammoths and the humans, awarding the galaxies of the prior to the latter. To ensure there was no issue, the Henali would personally oversee the transition. This was one of the ways in which they kept the peace within the Origin realm. As the event ended, a majority of those who came to watch the fights left, though the inn was still crowded with far more people than before. Along with the departure of the guests came the departure of the security. This was one of the shortest events Lex had hosted, especially considering the amount of money he had spent. In fact, Lex himself remained unaware of the full repercussions of what he had done. Within the inn, John noticed that the number of system users his device was detecting drastically dropped, but did not return to zero. Outside the inn, countless system users returned to where they came from and had their memories wiped of the task that they had performed. Originally, everything was as it should have been, until it was. The Celestial, the one who was cultivating Mo's blessing, suddenly took out an item he had received from a prior quest. Exception token, a token that allows the user to legally and lawfully break a system rule once. As soon as he used the token, his memories of the task he had undertaken suddenly returned to him. The Midnight Inn, he muttered to himself, his thoughts unknown. Elsewhere in the Origin realm, a system user was to return to the location he came from. Yet his prior location, which was a prison, no longer existed. The immediate vicinity was also unsuitable for his return, for it was right between two black holes collapsing into each other. So, according to the system's rules, he was teleported to the closest public area where he was permitted to enter. That was also safe. As such, he managed to avoid the certain death imprisonment that had been specifically designed to contain him. Countless seemingly insignificant such events happened with thousands of system users who returned, the consequences of such events, as of yet unknown. However, among the many system users who returned and successfully completed their quests, there was a number of them who had an additional, unexpected notification. Chapter 1595, Obsidian. Hargreaves was officially a rank 2 wizard and a part of the Prometheus Empire, the largest and most dominant force in the universe. Or at least, that's what the Empire stated in its slogans. With almost 40 rank 6 wizards and 3 rank 7-8 wizards as the heads of the Empire, it was tough to see how anyone could compete with them. Hargreaves had no reason to doubt them, either. Countless wizarding organizations frequently colonized new worlds that they discovered, enslaving its inhabitants and turning the planet into farms. Planets that could not support life were mined and harvested for their resources to the last grain, till they ceased to exist, while planets that did support life were the ultimate source of life energies that many wizards needed, so this was a booming business. It was said that it was basically impossible to become a rank 5 wizard without harvesting at least one world whole, and even more impossible to become a rank 6 wizard without harvesting hundreds. Born without any backing, or talent for that matter, Hargreaves was destined to never move past being a wizard's apprentice. That is, until he got the cultivator in a wizarding world system. Everything changed after that. While it seemed like he was a rank 2 wizard, in truth, he was a chi training cultivator, and instead of spells and spell models, he used spiritual techniques his system gave him. A cultivator's path seemed a lot easier to him than a wizard's, because he didn't need to create a complicated spell model to advance. He just needed to cultivate. Unfortunately, his theory of cultivators being superior could not be tested, for he had never heard of cultivators in his daily life, nor had the Prometheus Empire ever encountered them. Hargreaves stopped thinking about cultivators. He didn't even know why he was thinking about them, and instead turned to his notification from his system about his latest quest. He didn't remember anything from it, but he had a vague feeling that he had enjoyed it a lot. He was going over the rewards and notifications, and everything was as expected, except for the very last notification. Additional reward notification. Through fulfillment of unknown criteria, you have become eligible for the privilege of membership into the restricted access tier membership of the Midnight Inn known as Obsidian. To finalize membership, proceed to the Midnight Inn and complete the process. Additional reward, Obsidian Key. Hargreaves withdrew the reward key, and as its name implied, an obsidian-colored, old-fashioned key appeared within his hands. Yet not for even a moment could Hargreaves mistake the key for something mundane. An awesome power, one that demanded respect and reverence, emanated from the key gripping Hargreaves with its aura alone. The color of the key, the finish of its make, the feel of its touch, all evoked an ominous yet regal feeling, as if they belonged to an ancient power that could not be denied. Normally, Hargreaves was not so easily impressed. After all, he came from an empire that believed itself the utmost in the universe. But if he could only recall his time at the quest, he would know that the mere rank 6 and rank 7 wizards that Prometheus claimed were the peak of power were only equal to Earth and Heaven immortals. Maybe that is why, when he felt the power of the key, even without that knowledge, his innate pride and sense of superiority were suppressed. He knew that he was now in the presence of a force far greater than he could currently comprehend. Just as Hargreaves had received such a notification, countless other system users who had completed their quest at the Midnight Inn received similar notifications. The only thing that they had in common was that none of them reached the nascent soul realm of power, and so their systems were not fused with their souls. When Lex was creating an event for the system users, the actual event itself was simple. It should not have cost an entire MT. After all, 1 MT was equal to a trillion MP, and he had hosted the first Midnight Games for a lot less MP than that. Even accounting for the fact that the keys needed to be sent to specific people through untraceable ways, and that none of them were on connected planets, the cost was too high. The real reason setting up the event had cost him 1 MT was because he had to set up very special rules for this event. Within the Midnight Inn, far away from the main cities, he carved out a region that was restricted only to the people participating in this specific event. No guests who were not participating could enter, nor could the participants exit. Like this, he created an exclusive zone, differentiating from the common access tier members, or in other words, normal guests. Doing so would create an image of mystery and exclusivity, not just in those who would be participating in the event, but in normal guests as well, who would soon be learning of specific memberships to the Midnight Inn, which offered unknown benefits. He then also had to pay to alter the keys that led to this specific zone, differentiating them from the normal gold keys. The mood and atmosphere of the inn, which was usually calm and pleasant, had been changed to feel more eminent and distinguished. In fact, Lex went far beyond just this, going into the minutest details. All workers who would do shifts in this zone would wear black masks to hide their identities, and all guests who entered had to always be wearing the Clark Kent glasses to hide their own. All of this was to create an air of mystery. After all, Lex had decided to hijack the system's power structure. When he realized that the systems could control a distinguished force through joint and competitive quests, he was amazed at how someone could harness such immense power without any personal investment. Now, by creating an exclusive membership solely for system users in the inn, he created an environment he could control, wherein system users could interact with one another. It was also a resource he could use to remove systems from any hosts who did not want their systems, not to mention he could offer aid or resources in exchange for having those system users accomplish certain tasks. Now, finding a way to send scouting equipment to him in Abaddon would be the first task he would set up, but it wasn't time for that just yet. Obsidian, the special zone of the inn exclusive for system users, was not so straightforward either. After all, the greater the mystery, the more power he wielded. As such, he had gone to great lengths to dictate just how members within Obsidian would interact with one another, as well as the inn. Oh, and this event would go on in perpetuity. Chapter 1596, Backfire. Stop, I'll take care of this one, Lex said suddenly, stopping not only the Midnight Battalion mech but the mercenaries as well. Though mere hours had passed in the Midnight Inn, entire days had passed within Abaddon. Up until then, Lex had done nothing except observe and analyze, studying the locusts and Abaddon itself. Since Lex was particularly talented in space, he noticed something Keeman had missed. All of Abaddon was constantly changing. It wasn't that they were being teleported to other places. Instead, Abaddon itself had the landscape undergoing serious change. The only thing was, the change happened far out of view, past the horizon. For some reason, their existence acted as an anchor for Abaddon's existence, making it more real somehow, which is why the changes happened far away from them. That is also why individuals were teleported away when they left the group's line of sight. Individuals were not nearly enough of an anchor as the collective, which meant they were far more susceptible to being victims of the change. Lex even felt like that if they all left Abaddon, that it would cease to exist in the way that they view it. Instead, it would be in a state of constant flux. Its existence would become less real and more abstract. In fact, Lex felt like the rest of Abaddon existed in its abstract state, and only their surroundings were solid. He did not try to understand why or how something like that operated. Instead, he only tried to understand how he could make use of it. After all, if there was no defined layout of their surroundings, then theoretically, it was possible to make it so that the chalice appeared on the horizon regardless of where they were. He just had to figure out a way to make that happen. That is one of the reasons why he wanted to fight the particularly odd Locust King flying towards them. The second reason was because hidden within the deranged, hungry Locust King was a well-concealed sentience that reminded Lex of it. The thing that suffered universal rejection and hid in the shadows had found a way to appear in the light, so Lex wanted to see for himself what the big deal was. Also, he didn't want to risk the others. This thing was dangerous, and he couldn't confirm he'd be able to react quick enough if something went awry. He also wanted to take this opportunity to do a few tests on karma. If he could deepen his understanding of it, then maybe he'd be able to mask his own karma better. The two groups looked at Lex concernedly, for this was the first time he had taken initiative to stop them, but he did not explain. Instead, he drew Naraka from its sheath, its mere presence elevating his intent to a higher level, though it didn't quite enter level 4. Not that it mattered. Lex had never been the one to use his level to fight an equal opponent. He'd always been fighting up. A part of him was also focusing on the inn, where his Project Obsidian, as he called it, had already begun. He wasn't sure how exactly the system would deliver the keys, but he'd phrased the general invitation to the various system users. All that he had to do now was wait for them to start coming. Oddly enough, despite the event already starting, no one had come yet. To be fair, due to the variance in the flow of time, Lex had trouble keeping track of how much actual time would probably have passed for the invited guests. When they started to come, he would have to orchestrate their entire experience, so a part of him would need to constantly monitor the place. It was not ideal, especially since he was about to fight, but fortunately he had a lot of attention to spare. Lex was not in the mood to probe, so he attacked the Locust King directly, cutting its body in half with a single cleave of his sword, stumping everyone who was watching. Many of them struggled to leave mere stab wounds in the carapace of a Locust King, yet Lex did not even slow down as he cut it in half. Having strength comparable to, if not greater than a heaven immortal was not for nothing. Through the cut, Lex's sword intent, fueled by his overabundant spiritual energy, bore into the king's body, directly fighting against the hunger that was housed in his body. One might say that killing the Locust King was much too easy, and was kind of anticlimactic. To those people, Lex would say why would he honestly struggle with an Earth immortal when he could not theoretically fight heaven immortals? Like seriously, it may as well be him fighting a golden core cultivator, that's how big the difference was. Soon Lex encountered the very thing he was on the lookout for. A small piece of dark red energy was hiding in the body, observing what was happening without retaliating. Lex observed it for a moment, trying to study what it was, yet he could not gain any clues, so he decided to attack. The dark red energy was not strong, nor did it put up a fight. To eradicate it should have been no trouble whatsoever. Yet in his eagerness to learn about karma, Lex did that which he would soon regret. Much like he had done with the first locusts, he used his sword intent as a conduit to try and observe the thing's karma. That's when he hit a wall. Literally, that's exactly what it felt like. It felt like Lex was traveling at the speed of light, and then his body crashed into an indestructible wall, leaving his body as nothing more than splatter. The karma that he had tried to manipulate was too big. Its enormity was entirely incomprehensible to Lex, not that it mattered. The moment Lex tried to manipulate it, his attempt backfired on him. Lex's body exploded in a cloud of blood, leaving nothing behind save a red mist, causing everyone to freeze. Chapter 1597, Every Precaution. Keeman had to practically slap his lips to keep himself from gasping. Although he couldn't say that he knew the full extent of Lex's power, he had an idea of it at the very least. It was suffice to say that he was no pushover, and that if he were to join the Reaving Dread, he would be a very high-ranking member. The moment Lex stated he wanted to fight this particular Locust King, Keeman realized that the human had noticed something the others had missed, and so prepared himself just in case the situation became messy. When the human sliced the king in half, Keeman was dumbstruck. But when the human right-out exploded just a moment later, Keeman was absolutely horrified. What made it worse was that throughout the entire exchange, Keeman had sensed nothing amiss, so he had no idea why it had happened at all. To top it all off, the explosion of the body itself was akin to Armageddon. The very ground was vaporized as a large crater formed around the center of the explosion, and the shockwave alone was enough to severely injure them if they hadn't raised their guards. Keeman raised his guard to his utmost, on the lookout for any hidden enemies. The rest of the mercenaries did not react much better than him either. Yet if the mercenaries were shocked, those from the inn were absolutely flabbergasted. The mercenaries had only just begun to get to know Lex while they had already known him for much longer. They knew just how incredibly difficult it was to do any harm to Lex at all, let alone blow up his body. They were not shocked, they were in shock. Their brains froze, for they couldn't comprehend the fact that Lex might have died. Z felt the greatest shock, for he had known Lex the longest. He was also the one to recover the quickest, mostly because he simply didn't believe Lex was dead. Instead, he thought this was a setup. Lex would use this as an excuse to state that he was weakened, forcing Z to feel real pressure as he fought to protect everyone. He'd also learned the lesson to never underestimate the enemy. In truth, Lex was probably sitting somewhere, sipping on a pina colada, watching everything unfold. He was kinda obsessed with that drink. What he didn't know was that Lex's body, soul, and spirit were all fused together. That meant that when his body blew up like that, so did his mind and soul. Lex was caught entirely unprepared for the immense feedback he got from trying to manipulate that thing's karma. It literally felt as if he were an ant trying to stop a carriage wheel with his body. The difference in the weight of their karma was so immense that it did not even need to really try and fight back. The results spoke for themselves. But then again, Lex was no longer an amateur. How could he ever take lightly something that even Tao Lords did not master? Blindly trying to probe his way into understanding karma was like asking for trouble, which is why he had taken many precautions. The existence of Jack, who was currently under the protection of a Tao Lord, ensured that, at the very least, Lex would not die completely. But that was far from enough, for Jack had nothing to do with the system. If something happened to Lex, he would lose the system. Using a clone would be smart, if one ignored the fact that Lex's clones were pathetically weak. There was also the fact that any repercussion as a result of using karma would have ignored his clone entirely, and would have focused on the very center of his being. So his actual first line of precaution was Naraka. The sword made of Vitavel metal was not so easily destroyed, not to mention all the other incredible ingredients that went into its forging. In fact, the sword barely received a hint of the repercussion, as was proven by the fact that it was still whole. By using the sword as a conduit, he was only indirectly interacting with karma, adding a buffer, not that it seemed to have made a difference. The second, much more effective precaution he took was the go board in his mind. The go board was linked to him in ways that he did not fully understand, so it was safe to say that it was also very intimately linked with his karma. After all, everything that happened to him affected the board, and things that happened on the board affected him. Of course, Lex was nowhere near skilled enough to divert the incoming influence of karma wherever he wished. He simply kept imagining the go board and his black bead, hoping to use its very existence to divert any possible repercussions from his probe towards them, as much or as little as possible. Naturally, Lex had not expected that the feedback would be so intense that it literally overwhelmed his very being. Even so, his strategy worked. A significant portion of the feedback force was diverted towards the go board, filling an entire layer of the board with a red mist. The mist did not last long, as if filtered by something, but the mere presence of some third, unaffiliated existence within the board spoke of how powerful that force was. Axios within the Arctica realm was suddenly alarmed by the change. He even felt like this might be the best time to possibly launch a counter-attack on Lex, yet he dared not. That mist gave him a very dangerous feeling. He was suddenly very cautious of his unknown opponent. What the hell was that guy doing? That was not the end of his precautions. An abundance of experience in dealing with things above his grade ensured that he went over and beyond, and that very well may have paid off. From keeping his domination subtly active within his body, to unleashing the full might of his tenet, if only on himself, to dealing with the Locust King with the full force he had available, Lex made sure he gave himself every advantage he could. Thus, it was only as a result of his utmost effort that he was destroyed into a mist of blood. Had he not done so, perhaps not even that mist might have survived. Chapter 1598. Z is not impressed. Back when Lex was in the Golden Core realm, much of his survivability depended on his core. Even if his body were turned to mush, as long as his core was unharmed, his energy would be able to flow and help him recover to his peak state. This was as a result of the unique blend of his body, soul, and spirit. His new form of existence had the benefits of all three, with the only drawback being that more energy would be required to carry out the functions of anyone. For example, his body, even as a mortal, had the inherent ability to heal. Souls and spirits all lacked that, though both of those boasted a certain durability in their own way. But bodies did not necessarily always heal completely the way they were before injury, yet souls had an inclination to return to their whole being. Even though they lacked the ability to heal on their own, should someone provide them with healing, the soul would always return to its original state. When that ability was mixed with the body's healing ability, it meant that no matter the injury he suffered, he would be able to heal back to his peak state. It was just that his recovery would take longer and be more energy-intensive. The mind, or rather the spirit, could neither heal, nor did it have a tendency to return to its original state. However, it was endlessly adaptable and resilient, finding a way, any way, to survive. Initially, that just made Lex tougher. Yet when he transcended from the Golden Core to the nascent realm, it added a new layer to his survivability. In the Golden Core, his survival was intimately linked to his core, but in the nascent realm, that changed, and to an extent the ability transferred to his entire being. As long as any part of him survived, he would be able to heal. When he became an immortal, Lex's survivability transcended even that, to some extent. Now, as long as a single cell or even a single speck of his soul survived, he would be able to heal back to his peak state. Yet here is where the versatility of his spirit began to shine. Now, it was not only a single cell from his body, nor merely a speck of his soul from which he could return to whole. As long as there was a remnant thought, because Lex also had the ability, through mind meld, to turn into thought, Lex could recover. As it happened, exerting his tenet could also be done through his tenet. So Lex had a feeling that when he entered the heaven immortal realm, his survivability would go to a whole other realm, one that was linked to his tenet. Regardless, his condition at the moment was nowhere near that bad. Let alone a single cell, there was an entire cloud of blood left of Lex. A cloud of blood also meant a significant amount of his soul was still left, and so was his mind, though admittedly getting blown up did affect his spirit enough to make Lex feel drowsy. Very good, Lex's voice reverberated through the land, his voice a suppressive force on its own, crushing the army of locusts around them, wiping every evidence of their existence. But not good enough. The full force of Lex's tenet was unleashed, though he did not spread it far and wide within 100 miles, 160 km, of where his body exploded, his supremacy was unleashed. Within this territory, all laws halted their ordinary function, and everything fell under the influence of Lex's supremacy, forming a domain. Lex had used a domain once before, though he had been kind of cheating then won. Now though just the sheer force of his full power allowed him to form a domain, something Earth immortals shouldn't have been able to do. Even now, he felt that the way he was forming a domain was incorrect, and that it was supposed to be formed through some other way. He didn't care. Within his domain, the abominable influence of Abaddon ceased. Within this region, Lex was supreme, and his will dictated everything. The cloud of blood quickly retreated back into a single drop of blood, and then the blood began to expand, slowly turning back into Lex's body the way it was before it exploded. Or at least, that's what everyone originally thought was going to happen. Instead, when Lex's body reformed, there were a few changes that they all noticed. His eyes were different, and looked as though they contained the whole universe. Though since no one could truly imagine what the whole universe looked like, all they saw was an endless, expansive galaxy that contained everything. The second big change was that glorious inferno. Lex's own version of dragon flames formed a brilliant cape of bright golden flames. Lex did not unleash domination, rather, his very presence exuded domination, which had seemed to gain a regal element to it, as he were some monarch or leader. His reappearance not only relieved the two armies, it amazed them as well. Yet Lex was not focused on that at the moment. Although he seemed entirely unhurt, and even stronger in fact, the truth was that he was greatly injured. Lex had mastered many healing techniques, but even then it would take him a long time to recover. If he could continuously stay within the recovery pod, then he guessed it would take him about 3 months at the very least. Yet healing and recovery was a matter he would attend to later. Lex's attention was entirely focused on the last grain of its existence, which faded out the moment he returned, as if it had fulfilled its mission. Lex narrowed his eyes, yet before he could ponder deeply into the matter, his karmic reward for killing something that had a hint of universal rejection arrived. It was just that, compared to everyone else, who only received a little positive karma, what Lex received was like the shining sun compared to a single ember. It was so great that it was visible, and everyone stared in awe as a bright light fell from the heavens, as if crowning Lex a king. Only Z seemed unimpressed. Everyone else was mesmerized. For those who want a reminder, domain is first mentioned in Chapter 1247. Chapter 1599, Bright Lights. Instead of feeling happy about the crown of light being placed on his head, Lex felt a headache coming on. For some reason, his abundant good karma was already highly attractive to the various creatures in Abaddon, as far as he could tell. Now receiving a considerable amount more would obviously make him an even bigger target, which was not ideal. To top it all off, Lex was weakened, and he had yet to figure out what exactly it was. However, the one thing that became abundantly clear was that whatever it was, it had an immensely overwhelming karma associated with it, and killing it would give him an astonishingly large amount of karma. Yet instead of greed, Lex was filled with wariness. For that thing, whatever it was, to have so much karma that just trying to influence it blew up Lex's body, Lex was certain that it was not an earth immortal. In fact, he doubted that even a heaven immortal could have so much karma. Yet for some reason, both times it had shown up in front of Lex, it had the strength of an earth immortal. No matter what the case was, Lex was wary of it. Unfortunately, it seemed that a confrontation was unavoidable. That meant that before the final confrontation, he needed to understand what exactly was limiting it from displaying all its power, and how could Lex defeat it successfully. So far, it seemed like he would be fine as long as he didn't try to touch its karma. Yet that was too convenient an answer, so Lex didn't entirely believe it. Slowly, Lex withdrew his domain, for keeping it active consumed an immense amount of energy. Lex turned to look at Keeman, and approached him with a single step. It seems we have attracted the attention of some unknown power within Abaddon. This is not a good sign. It's nothing we haven't faced before. Remember in my report when I mentioned encountering a vertical bridge made of gray grass? There was a school of aerial fish using it to fly up into the sky. Well, at that time, something from up above spotted us and seemed able to break the rule of only being attracted to those on the same level. For things like this, we simply summon the Condottieri. He will take care of it. You can summon the Condottieri whenever you wish, Lex asked, surprised. Not the real him, just a projection, and he doesn't come every time either. Sometimes, he just resolves the issue without even sending a projection. I will compile a report to him updating him on the situation and conduct the ritual to contact him. I'll let you know what the update is. Thanks, I won't say no to additional help. This is not an easy job, even without the unnaturally strong and weird beings targeting us. Keeman eyed Lex but said nothing about his use of a domain, and just watched Lex return to the midnight mech. The two groups immediately resumed their march, taking advantage of the rare occurrence of no locusts swarming them to make great progress. The flow of time, though varied within Abaddon, seemed to be going much faster than even the Midnight Inn, so that multiple days passed by without a single hour passing in Abaddon. During that time, their progress seemed to be great. Although the Midnight Mech was not directly supporting the mercenaries, who were dealing with the majority of any locusts, its mere presence meant that the pressure on the mercenaries was a lot less. Of course, such progress in Lex's eyes was meaningless. Blindly searching for the chalice meant that they would never find it, so the entire time he kept trying to think of ways to induce the arrival of the chalice. In fact, he even tried to send Fenrir back to the inn, so that he could be summoned back to Lex with the equipment from John. After all, as the protector of the inn, Fenrir was linked to the inn, and through his bond with Lex, he was connected to him. Teleporting the pup to and from the inn was what made him an incredible partner for Lex. Yet when Lex tried to send Fenrir back, Abaddon would interfere with the teleportation, making it fail. It was the first time Lex encountered something like that, though the peculiarity of Abaddon meant that he was not surprised by it. It was then, on the 10th day since Lex's explosion, that something changed. It was not the ever-changing landscape, nor was it the locusts. Instead, the change was in the red sky, which began to turn bright yellow, almost blinding everyone. The mercenaries suddenly stopped their march, and with a solemn expression summoned Lex. "I think you better establish your castle here once again," Keeman said. "We won't be moving until the sky stabilizes." Lex, who had read a report of all of Keeman's experiences, naturally knew what was happening. Abaddon was a place where a number of dead souls from the universe were pulled in by some unknown power. Yet that pull was not a constant force. Instead, at intervals when the sky turned purple, an endless number of souls were pulled into Abaddon through the sky, causing immense turmoil and danger. During such times, it was best to absolutely stay still, lest some passing powerful being think that they were competing for the souls. That would spell their certain doom. They had stopped a lot sooner than any of them had expected, but Lex was not one to complain. In fact, stopping was for the best, for he wanted to study the changes occurring in great detail and through the soul plane. In a matter of minutes, the Midnight Castle was once again deployed, its defenses activated, and the mercenaries had withdrawn to its inner chambers to rest and recuperate. Only the Midnight Battalion stayed on the outer walls, alongside Zlex, of course, had returned to his position atop the tallest tower in the castle, from where he observed the changing sky. As he saw the changing colors, he couldn't help but have a random thought. The deep red of the sky, as it usually was, almost seemed like the inside of a human throat. The deep red was like the inside of the body when a bright light was shown on the skin, revealing the blood and meat within. The bright sky was almost like the mouth had opened, allowing the external light to enter within. Chapter 1600, Feast of Souls. Lex watched the sky that had forsaken its usual deep, blood-colored hue for something far less sinister, yet somehow far more disquieting. A blinding, awful yellow that bled across the heavens like a wound leaking sulfur. It pulsed, not with life but with hunger. Hunger, that was a theme that never changed in Abaddon, even if the very sky itself had already changed. A soundless scream shattered the air. It did not echo, for it had no origin, only presence. Then the sky cracked, unleashing even more light into Abaddon. The cracks were not accompanied by thunderous roars. Instead, a deep wailing, the kind that would grip the heart of any who heard it, rang out across the lands each time the cracks spread. It was as if the lands themselves were crying at the formation of the cracks, but that could not be. The abominable lands that these were, they would not cry at something horrendous, no. They would instead yelp with joy. The wail, then, must have belonged to the universe itself, as something precious to it was being stolen from within. From atop his tower, Lex could sense it. Universal rejection was permeating to all of Abaddon through the cracks, as if these lands themselves were unwelcome in this universe. But whether they were welcome or not hardly mattered. These lands were here, and they were going nowhere. Then the cracks shattered completely, revealing not a gaping hole as one would expect. Instead, it was almost like a perfectly built door. From within it poured out souls. Hundreds of trillions, uncountable, unknowable, not drifting but hurled, ripped from whatever nameless void or sanctum they once belonged to, and flung into the land below like water from a broken dam. To Lex's eyes, the souls were plainly visible, and he felt a chill in his very core as he saw the flooding in. Each second he saw trillions of souls fall into Abaddon, all of them weakened, frightened, or plain delirious. If there was any consolation, if it could be called that, it was that the souls were all mired in a deep black karma, indicating the immense sins that they had committed. They were the kinds of souls one would expect to see go to hell, the kind that was spoken of on earth before the war, where sinful people went to get punished. Yet the punishment these sinners received was not hellfire. It was, somehow, a thing far worse. For with the arrival of the souls they came. Not with feet nor wings nor form, but presence. The land shifted as if the weight of invisible titans had awoken. Ancient and malevolent intelligences, forces that had no names, only hungers, began to stir. Spiritual energy warped, twisted, recoiled as they converged, each trying to grasp the falling essence of the souls, to devour it, to make it theirs. The depth of their auras was such that Lex could not gauge them at all. Surely they were not of the Tao, for sensing that would be enough to cripple Lex entirely. Yet they had a power that even celestial immortals should find unfathomable. Mountains cracked without being touched. Oceans raged beneath still skies. Shadows elongated, twisted, then tore themselves free of the things that had once cast them. In any other place, Lex would have thought that the land was suffering, but he knew better. Abaddon was not suffering destruction. No, it was writhing with glee as the souls poured in and the carnage that followed took place. The air grew impossibly still, dense with dread and power, as if the land itself held its breath. The souls continued to rain down like a blight, and the forces fought, without sound or shape, clashing in unseen battles so potent that the laws of Abaddon themselves rippled, as though existence were straining to contain what had been unleashed. Beneath it all, Lex stood, small, unmoving, simply watching. Simply there. For all the power he felt he had when he unleashed his domain days ago, he knew at that moment that he was entirely, pathetically weak to the true horrors of Abaddon. As he silently watched, lost in thought and introspection, a soul brushed past his cheek like a breeze of forgotten sorrow. He had no idea how it got past the defenses of the castle, nor how it suddenly appeared beside him. All he knew was that whatever the world that soul had been from, it had died. It was a strange and random thought. He should have been thinking of how to distance himself from that soul or how to push it out of the castle. But in truth, there was no need. To the forces that were competing for the souls, the barriers of the castle were no obstacle. As long as he did not actively move to take a soul, he would not be in their competition, and so they would ignore him. Just as he expected, the mutilated soul soon disappeared, sucked away by some entity unknown. Lex could not help but think about how the chalice of the abandoned was probably one of the forces that was sucking the souls out of the sky. How were they supposed to control that? How were they supposed to snatch back a single soul from such a thing? He did not know. The only thing that Lex knew at that moment was that Abaddon really was a land abandoned by this universe. Every single existence competing for souls was receiving an immense amount of universal rejection, but Abaddon itself was protecting them, harboring them. It was as if Abaddon was a parasite to their universe, and at the same time a refuge for countless other parasites. If it were allowed to remain, if it were allowed to grow, then one day it might threaten the whole universe itself. Lex suddenly got another new notification from his system, but at that moment, he was not in the mood to check it out. Instead, he simply silently watched the feast of souls taking place above him, etching it deep into his memories.